Chapter 171 The End of Blood X The Successor of Darkness X The Son of Night. Number 2. Kirk Street, the Medium Hall. On the tall three-pronged candlestick, the thick tallow candle brought a soft glow to the whole room, illuminating the three props on the table. A black iron ring inlaid with emeralds. A palm-sized puppet. A fist-sized war drum. Name, Paralysis Ring. Type, Jewelry. Quality, Mysticism. Attribute, Paralysis. Note, Carmen, the once shining thief in the Silver Age, has lost his head due to middle-aged baldness. After the lock-picking technique failed, he had to retire. But the thief was not discouraged. He began to study alchemy in a different way, relying on his talent and intelligence. Carmen soon reaped the rewards. This ring was the first work recognized by him. The words "My life never ends" were engraved on the inside of the ring. Paralysis. When the finger wearing this ring touches any creatures with less than 3 physical strength, all creatures will enter paralysis for 1 second. When the physical strength exceeds 3, the paralysis effect will begin to weaken. When the physical strength of the target reaches 5, paralysis will be immune. When you use the hand wearing this ring to attack with a weapon, creatures with a physical strength of less than 2 will enter paralysis for 0.5 seconds. When the physical strength exceeds 2, the paralysis effect will begin to weaken. When the physical strength of the target reaches 3, paralysis will be immune. 2x/day. This is the black iron ring inlaid with emeralds. Arthur naturally put it on the little finger of his right hand. Normal humans have 5 fingers on each hand, but only the index finger and the little finger are safe areas. You can wear any mysterious props within a reasonable range without worry. However, if you wear it in other places, there will be a danger of spiritual loss of control. Of course, it is not absolute. Enough safe spirituality can solve this problem well. When they were at Oak Manor, Detective Albert showed Arthur what it looked like to wear 4 rings on his left hand. Arthur was curious about why only the index finger and the pinky finger were safe zones. But he did not ask further questions. He knew very well that he needed to maintain his identity as a medium, just as he was self-aware at the moment. After putting on the paralysis ring, Arthur looked at the remaining 2 items that he cared about very much. Name, Exquisite Human Puppet. Type, Other items. Quality, Hero. Attributes, 1. Human puppet body. 2. Imitation. 3. Exquisite. 4. Transfiguration. Note, in the middle of the Holy Age, Shadow disappeared without a trace, but the war still existed, and it intensified. In the remote northwest of the Empire, a group of rebels were gathering in the town of Amur. They wanted to start a wave of resistance, but the news of the gathering was leaked, and the Knights of the Empire burned all the rebels to death, and razed the town of Amur to the ground. Only one survivor, Robin, escaped, inheriting the ideas and knowledge of the rebels. Robin started revolutions again and again in the northern part of the Empire while learning. She failed every time. Facing the powerful Holy Empire, Robin's actions were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Countless informers and betrayers made it difficult for Robin to move forward. However, Robin did not give up. She began to learn more knowledge. Finally, she found a new path from alchemy. The human puppet. She began to create puppets crazily, and firmly believed that she could eventually overthrow the Holy Empire. This was one of the puppets she created. It was a member of the assassin team. It was not the worst, nor the best, but it was exquisite enough. Puppet body. A puppet with a special plant as its body, mixed with unknown blood, and branded with secret techniques. It can understand more complex instructions, has a stronger physique than ordinary people, is both powerful, and has agility and balance. It has extraordinary endurance. It can easily perform all kinds of incredible actions. It has also mastered basic swordsmanship, archery, writing, and the ability to simply manipulate fog and hide shadows. It can also use weapons and equipment and secret props. Imitation. You can make the puppet imitate anyone, but you must have seen the other person's face and heard the other person's voice. Exquisite. More exquisite puppets can imitate expressions. Demeanor. The temperament is imitated vividly. Transfiguration. The exquisite human puppet can continue to simply transform the facial features, body, and clothing in the imitation state, but it cannot be used during the day. Note 1. After selecting the imitation target, the set character form cannot be changed, but it can still be switched back to the human puppet form. Note 2. After the human puppet is damaged, gold can be used to repair it. Note 3. When the human puppet body is damaged by more than 70%, It is considered a fatal injury and will be directly broken. Cannot be repaired. Note 4. You can use the puppet's vision, hearing, or directly manipulate the puppet. But you cannot give the puppet any ability. Note 5. Facing your orders. The puppet will obey unconditionally. Exquisite puppet. This is one of the props that Arthur values. It is also an important part of his next plan. And the other prop is complementary to its name, Emperor's Drum. Fake. Type, other items. Quality, hero. Attribute, sound of fear. Fake, February 5th. Note, everyone agrees that the reason why the empire declined, it was caused by the tyrant Nero. Extravagance, fighting, killing, and parasite accompanied the tyrant throughout his life. But when Nero was alive, everyone lived in fear of him. When he chose to commit suicide, his flesh and blood were taken away by the shadow, and a war drum was forged. Every time it was struck, it would make the people of the empire fall into fear. This war drum was imitated by the wizards of the Tower of Mist. Please remember, it is just a replica, it is just a fake. Originally it was just a game work of the wizards of the Misty Tower. Horror sound. Fake. Use your own heartbeat to drive the terror emotions of all creatures within a radius of 100 meters with you as the center, making them hesitate, frighten, collapse, but they will not be really hurt. Those with spirituality will have a certain resistance to the horror sound. When using the Emperor's Drum. Fake. Those who have hesitation in their hearts, when hesitating, the sound of terror. Fake will lose its effect. Note, even for creatures that cannot hear sounds, the sound of terror. Fake will work. When Arthur saw Emperor's Drum. Fake. He knew how to use this item. Further proved black cats. And Arthur gave Emperor's Drum. Fake. Sound of forward. To Fukin, an exquisite human puppet. To Woonie, and the two crows soared into the sky. Tonight, things are not over. Number 2 Kirk Street is quiet. On the boulevard. Things have not started yet. With the help of the two crows' eyes, Arthur carefully observed everything on the boulevard. When the midnight bell began to ring in Alta Square, a carriage approached the boulevard from the direction of Garden Street. Two crows immediately flew across the night sky silently. A palm-sized doll was thrown on the grass of a house somewhere on Garden Street. The next moment, the puppet began to swell. In a breath, Auburn appeared there, picked up the Emperor's Drum. Fake. And put on a magical cloak. Under the night, the bells were still echoing. The eyes had already revealed a faint red glow. And the voice seemed to be filled with endless coldness. Blood is flowing. And the killing is endless. Listen. Extinct. Dead silence. Chapter 172. The night is long. And the mood is cheerful. On one side of the tree-lined path, deep in the woods, Melinda's blue eyes glanced slightly in the direction of Kirk Street. And then the lady of the long night sniffed the tobacco in her pipe. The familiar smell made the lady feel happy. She knew what would happen there. But she was not worried about Arthur. She knew that with Arthur's hidden identity and strength, he could easily overcome the difficulties that others saw. After all, it is the Cat Clan. Black and the Black Cat Clan. However, it is precisely because of this that the lady is confused. Why did the Kratos family choose to retreat from the world in Namlos? It is definitely impossible that they just wanted to collect cat holes, and the secrets of the Cat Clan, as Arthur said. There must be an ulterior motive. Could they be coveting those things? Otherwise, why did they choose Namlos? It is impossible that Namlos has the rich products of Sisport and many farms. Is it easy to run away again? No. There must be some deep secret. The lady sniffed the tobacco again, making herself calmer. It is rare to find a partner like Arthur who is smart, calm, greedy but knows how to behave. Even if he has a hidden identity, but to some extent, her partner is still suitable. Because of her own problems, she does not want to lose him. As for Arthur's hidden identity, what will the impact be? This lady is not worried. Whether it is a positive impact, or the danger that comes with it, this lady does not care, even in some groups. Black Cat Clan is a taboo term. You know, this is South Los. So, the most important thing now is to find out what the Kratos family wants. After that, it is a formal review and choice. Review strength. Choose benefits. This kind of deal with huge, but unknown benefits is really exciting. Melinda's mouth curled up slightly. Edwin on the side was worried. The loyal driver did not see his master's smile. He simply thought that his master was worried about what happened in Namlos recently. What happened? Didn't he, the master's divination, say that everything would go well? But why do things keep popping up one after another? I always feel like I have encountered a disaster. Do you need to give advice to the master? Let Arthur, the medium, take a serious look? When Edwin thought of what had happened recently, he felt his temples swelling. First, it was the axe murderer, then the hidden men of the old Lion of Niwen were causing trouble. After all these hidden men were dealt with, I thought I could rest easy for a while, but then the members of the Dead Poets Society showed up, making people secretly tremble with fear. Now, the descendants of the Blood Clan have come out. Although with Arthur's help, they were able to escape danger in the end. But the coachman had begun to doubt whether Nanlos was unlucky. If it weren't for the fact that his master's main business was in Nanlos, he would have already suggested that his master stay away from such a place full of disasters. Dong! Dong dong! The midnight bell rang from Elta Square, and Edwin immediately calmed down. The next moment, a creaky carriage drove over from the direction of Garden Street. The horse pulling the carriage was a skinny old horse. The mane had lost its luster, and it was still trembling when it walked. The carriage it was pulling was also a broken one, with a tattered carriage, half of the roof missing, and even the axle seemed to be unable to bear the weight. Every time the wheel turned a circle, it would make a teeth-grinding sound. But such a carriage instantly attracted everyone's attention, because there was a person in the carriage. He was wearing a cloak, and his face was shrouded in shadow. But the shadow revealed a red light. The descendant of blood. Everyone knows the great reputation of the Blood Marquis. At the same time, the most impressive thing is the pair of scarlet eyes of the Blood Marquis. It is said that, at night, these eyes can be breathtaking. However, Ms. Long Night is indifferent to this. Looking at the carriage getting closer and closer, the lady sneered directly. "Heh, put on the explosives." Edwin immediately blew a sharp whistle. The next moment, the expert at number 6 White Bird Street, who was lying in ambush nearby, ignited the explosives in his hand. And at the moment when the explosives were ignited but not thrown out, the broken car suddenly disappeared, leaving only a cloud of mist rapidly retreating. When the mist dissipated and reappeared, the broken car had returned to the entrance of the boulevard, and turned the front of the car, and was heading towards Garden Street. "Follow it," Ms. Long Night ordered. Edwin blew a long whistle again. Immediately, the 12 people who had just extinguished the explosives came out of the shadows, and quickly chased after the carriage. However, Lady Long Night slowly lit the pipe in her hand. "Huh?" After taking a deep breath, she exhaled heavily. The night wind blew gently, but it did not blow away the smoke. Instead, it became thicker and thicker, like smoke, hovering around Lady Long Night. With silent roars, one after another, the undead appeared in the smoke. Then it blended into the night. A moment later, a waiter from number 6 White Bird Street suddenly rode up on horseback and handed a note to the Lady of the Night. The Lady of the Night, who had been calm and walking slowly, was slightly stunned when she saw the contents of the note. "Master?" Edwin, who found something wrong, looked at his master. "It's okay," the Lady of the Night said softly, but couldn't help but curl up her lips. "Is this your hidden trump card? You mastered the cat's elegance. Orange so quickly." Melinda was sure that Arthur was lying. The reason why he dared to do that was that he must have a trump card that could turn the tables. And this trump card was not difficult to guess. It was the Caddis Grace Orange that she had traded with Arthur before, a secret technique that could greatly restore physical strength, injuries, energy, and eliminate various negative effects in a short period of time. How short was this time? Probably 2 naps. If 2 naps were not enough, then sleep another nap. It was rumored that the golden lion cat Iolia could punch at the speed of light. It was because of the recovery of Cat S. Grace Orange and the constant practice of punching that he reached that terrifying level. "You actually mastered Cat S. Grace Orange so quickly." "No. It can't be that fast. You look like you are about to start the cat party ritual. It's just a disguise of you. You bastard. Are you trying to lead me to make a wrong judgment? Or are you planning to lay a trap for others?" Melinda thought, while signaling to Edwin to slow down his men. Let's not talk about what Arthur wants to do. But Melinda knows what those guys who just left Kirk Street want to do. If they don't get what they want from Arthur, they will definitely not let go of the carriage. They will definitely keep a close eye on the carriage. Before that, she had deliberately spread the news to attract some guys. These guys are troublesome people who are not very good at ordinary times, and cannot be dealt with openly. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill these guys directly. But from now on, there is no need. Someone will help her. I hope you 2 groups can get along well. Miss Changyi thought of some scenes, and her mood became more and more cheerful, and her blue eyes became brighter. For more than half an hour, Miss Changyi remained cheerful, but as time went by, when she found the direction of the carriage, surprise appeared in her eyes. Because the carriage was heading to number 5 Moon Street. The police chief James of the Door district lived at number 4 Moon Street. And this lady of Changyi knew it. Similarly, this lady also knew that the other party was missing. And now, this carriage actually drove to number 5 Moon Street, which made it hard for people not to have some associations. Suddenly, some memories of James' details appeared in the lady's mind. And then a bold guess came to her mind. No way. Could it be? Boom. Chapter 173 Blood Bride. Squeak. Squeak. Amid the ear-piercing, teeth-grinding sound, the shabby carriage pulled by the skinny old horse entered Moon Street. The group of people behind him also followed in. However, when they saw the shabby carriage parked in front of number 5 Moon Street, the blood descendant in the carriage jumped off the carriage and was about to walk into number 5 Moon Street. Some people couldn't help it. In the eyes of these people, once this blood descendant entered number 5 Moon Street, he would have an advantage in the terrain. It is far better to deal with the opponent here. The next moment, one after another, finger-sized stones floated up from the ground. In a breath, hundreds of them gathered. A man with a hooded head walked out of the shadows. He first glanced at the stalkers around him, who had the same purpose. His eyes were full of warnings. When he found that the stalkers around him had avoided him, the man felt satisfied. He looked at the descendant of blood, saying words that he himself did not believe. I have no ill intentions. I just want to know the truth of that year. Unfortunately, the descendant of blood turned a deaf ear to him and continued to move forward. Humph. The man snorted coldly and waved his hand. Instantly, hundreds of stones shot out, each of which was as powerful as a bullet fired from a musket. Hundreds of stones shot out at the same time, just like a musket team launched a volley, covering the descendant of blood all over the place. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued. The broken car was smashed directly, and the skinny old horse fell to the ground with a wail, and then became a bloody mess, without a breath. But the blood descendant turned into mist, and disappeared on the spot. The next time he appeared, he was already 10 steps away, on the path inside the gate of number 5 Moon Street. Not only did he avoid the attack of the stone, but he also went deeper into the main building of number 5 Moon Street. Stop him! Don't let him in! Someone in the crowd shouted. Those who had already made their move didn't even think twice, and rushed directly towards the descendant of blood. The man who failed in his move especially roared angrily, and once again activated his secret technique. Mud and stone covered the man, and in just a moment, the man turned into a stone giant over 3 meters tall. Rock! Someone among the followers obviously knew the other party, and exclaimed directly, but Rock ignored him. The opponent's body became huge, but his speed did not slow down. He came to the front of the charging team with just 2 steps, raised his hand to grab the gate of number 5 Moon Street, and pulled it down. The people behind him saw this scene, and became more anxious, and started charging at a faster speed. But just when they approached the dead skinny old horse, boom! The skinny old horse exploded directly, just like hundreds of kilograms of explosives were ignited. The rock was the first to be hit, and was blown to pieces. As the flame shot up into the sky, thick smoke mixed with charred flesh and blood swept around for more than 10 meters. Almost in an instant, it completely enveloped the front door of number 5 Moon Street. Those who had avoided the explosion, however, let out tragic wails in the thick smoke, and the strange sounds of corroded bones and flesh made the faces of the followers who had escaped the disaster change drastically. They retreated at a faster speed than before, and distanced themselves from number 5 Moon Street. When the poisonous fog dissipated, the trackers saw that the blood descendant was standing on the path leading to the main building at number 5 Moon Street, looking at them. Even though the fog covered his face, all the trackers could feel his mockery. Facing the mockery, all the trackers dared not act rashly. The death of the mysterious person Rock, who was well known in South Los, made them hesitate. But they were just hesitant, and were not scared. It's just that when facing danger, these stalkers hope that the people around them will attack first. They are not a group, but a temporary patchwork of multiple forces. Being able to restrain themselves from attacking each other is the biggest concession. Especially the sudden shout just now. When these people thought about it carefully, they found that no one actually found out who shouted. Several people who didn't know each other, but at the same time wanted to use the excuse of "you killed my friend" to let the person who shouted to explore the way first discover this. Then, the opponents who were watching these guys also noticed it, and when the opponents who were watching these guys were noticed by their opponents, almost all the trackers noticed it. Then, all the trackers became alert and unconsciously distanced themselves from each other. They saw the blood descendant enter number 5 Moon Street, but they didn't care about each other. They didn't trust each other in the first place, and began to suspect each other. Then, the fog came. The fog suddenly became thicker. After a few breaths, the gray fog engulfed the entire Moon Street like a surging wave. Almost instantly, the trackers began to cover their mouths and noses. Some trackers hesitated for a moment, then turned around and ran. Compared to the legacy of the Blood Marquis, they valued their own lives more. After leaving the large group of trackers, the trackers ran towards the direction of their memories at a faster speed, completely unaware of the pairs of scarlet eyes flashing behind them. Ah! The first scream broke the silence in the thick fog. Then, a series of screams followed. The pursuers who had just separated from the main group were killed or injured in less than a minute. This made the people who stayed in the original place subconsciously move closer to each other. However, some people still insisted on their own opinions, thinking that they would be safer alone. Then, the screams appeared again. This time, no one hesitated anymore. They quickly formed a defensive circle when scarlet eyes appeared in the mist in front of their eyes. They immediately launched an attack. Most of them were fire guns, but occasionally there were crossbows, flying knives, and darts. There were very few secret techniques. It was obvious that with the progress of the times, the convenient and powerful fire guns were changing the way of fighting on the mysterious side. But this time, the fire guns did not have the same immediate effect as before. In the mist, although the monsters with red eyes would be repelled, they would come back soon. Moreover, became more ferocious than before. Several defense circles were broken in an instant. There's something strange about this fog. Don't hold back. Otherwise, everyone will die here. A voice sounded in a defense circle, followed by a howling wind. Whoosh! The wind blew away the fog. The true appearance of those monsters was revealed. 6 mummies with blue skin, red eyes, horrible claws, but wearing wedding dresses. They exhaled. The sharp claws unconsciously cut through the air as the fingers danced lightly. The scarlet eyes were filled with hatred that was as real as substance, which formed a sharp contrast with the spotless white wedding dress, Blood Bride. Someone in the crowd screamed immediately. The voice was full of fear. The Blood Bride, a famous warrior in the Blood Clan, whose status was far higher than that of blood slaves, slave fighters, bloody warriors. Not only because the Blood Bride was the bride of a member of the Blood Clan before her death, also because they have similar characteristics to the Wailing Banshees. They come and go like the wind. Swords and knives are ineffective, and they are extremely bloodthirsty. If it weren't for the fact that every Blood Bride needs to be killed by her husband, and a large amount of blood-sucking grass is needed to preserve the body, and the infusion of true feelings for several years before it can be born, then the Blood Marquis is the real ruler of Nanjun. In its heyday, the Blood Clan family had 37 Blood Brides. They assisted their husbands in ruling vast territories, and made everyone submit. Some even said frankly that if the Blood Bride was not afraid of the sun, the Blood Clan would not have been destroyed. With the destruction of the Blood Clan, the Blood Bride had long disappeared. No one expected to see the Blood Bride here, and 6 at a time. More importantly, it is now night. It's just past midnight, and there are still 6 hours before dawn. What to do? The trackers looked at each other. Then, it was almost decided in no particular order to run. Chapter 174 The Sound of Rage. That's right, run. I can't defeat the Blood Bride, but I can survive as long as I outrun the people around me. Such thoughts all appeared in the minds of these stalkers. Then, the next moment, someone took action. The heart moves and the action moves. One person quickly jumped out of the defense circle and ran away. The rest of the people were stunned. They didn't expect that someone had the same idea as them. Then these people reacted, they all turned and ran. Then, like a chain reaction of dominoes, the people in other defense circles saw it and began to run away without any hesitation. With low cries, the Blood Brides followed closely behind. The one-sided massacre began. In the distance, Lady Longnight watched this scene with a smile. Isn't this kind of death what she wanted? It's really great to get rid of one target after another with the help of others. However, there was no smile in the lady's blue eyes. There was only coldness. She silently looked at the blood descendant, who appeared in front of number 5 Moon Street. The blood descendant's scarlet eyes responded to the Lady of the Long Night with the same coldness. Blood continued to float, and corpses appeared one after another on the ground. The killing in the middle of the night seemed to have no end. Wailing, begging for mercy, swearing, roaring, at this moment intertwined a melody of human despair. As the performer, the descendant of blood waited for the audience's response. As the audience, Miss Changyi waited for the music to end. Neither of them was in a hurry. After all, on Moon Street at this moment, in the eyes of the two, only each other could be called opponents. The rest of the people? In the eyes of Miss Changyi, they have begun to become insignificant. However, in the eyes of this descendant of blood, these people are consumables for the battle that the two are about to start. Supplies for fun. The blood descendant stared at the white neck of Lady Changyi, and unconsciously began to lick his lips. He said in a hoarse voice, "You really make me excited. If you and your medium lover appeared in my bed together, I'm afraid I would start to tremble uncontrollably at this moment. It's a pity. I'm afraid he won tea of such an opportunity. He actually betrayed the blood clan. Has he forgotten who gave him everything? Damn it. Does he know whose gift he is giving up? But I am the king of the night." The descendant of blood was so excited that he punched hard, and the hoarse voice was heard by everyone present. Even the stalkers who were chased by the blood bride were surprised at this time. They had been guessing the relationship between the medium and the blood clan. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually a member of the blood clan, and seemed to be a servant or something like that. Lady Changyi did not believe the enemy's words. She just silently took note of them, and would investigate in detail later. Now, of course, she had to catch the guy in front of her. She needed to know more from him. Not only the relationship between James, the police chief of the Dord district, and the blood clan, and the secrets of the blood clan, especially the latter. She was determined to get it. Huh? Thick smoke was exhaled by Changyi, and the undead warriors, hidden in the surroundings, emerged from the smoke one by one. They roared silently to the sky, and raised their broken blade spears. The blood descendant sneered, and the mist rolled around him. The 6 blood brides stretched out their claws, and let out sharp howls. The gray and colorless dead, the scarlet and violent blood descendants. In an instant, Moon Street was like a diagonally cut cake, and was directly divided into two, with Moon Street number 5 as the dividing line. The remaining trackers, who got a chance to breathe, became more and more terrified, because they knew very well that neither the Lady of the Long Night nor the descendants of blood were something they could handle. Once these monsters started fighting, they would die even more miserably than before. They would be crushed into pieces. They looked to the left, and then to the right. Finally, the remaining trackers rolled and crawled in a direction away from the confrontation between the two sides. There was the only exit. It was their chance of survival. But just as they were about to run away, a blurry figure appeared in the mist. From blurry to clear. It was just a moment. But when the figure took the first step, buzz, the air began to vibrate. All the sounds of Moon Street disappeared at this moment. Only, boom, boom. It was the sound of a heartbeat. But it sounded more like the sound of a war drum. In an instant, the sound resounded throughout the street. The remaining followers looked at the figure. They were surprised. They were afraid. Their fear was mixed with the fear of being hunted by the blood bride. After the two merged into one, their collapse began. They ran around like headless flies. They squatted there holding their heads, crying bitterly. They were talking nonsense. Their eyes were confused. Even the blood brides were no exception. These blood brides who had just finished the massacre, with their fangs and claws bared, prostrated themselves on the ground towards the figure deep in Moon Street. They, or to be more precise, their bodies began to tremble slightly, and their hands that could easily tear a person's body were even more palm up. He dared not move, as if he was on a pilgrimage, or as if he had seen his own king. Such a change made the body of the blood descendant tremble. Ms. Long Night also looked more alert, because the figure that slowly walked out of the mist had a pair of scarlet eyes, and that look. Auburn! Let the blood marquis, blood clan, blood descendant be remembered again mentioned, the source of attention, Auburn. The slightly pale face could not hide the handsome face of youth. When the scarlet eyes lit up, there was an extra evil aura. And when this evil met the blood bride crawling on the ground, and the crying and running stalkers, a subtle change occurred. Submission. Or die. You said you are the king of the night? Then, who am I? The cold words were filled with undeniable brutality, and they hit the blood descendant like a substance. The other party's body trembled again. "Tell me, who am I?" Every word was soft and slow. But to the ears of the terrified people around, it sounded like the roar of a tyrant. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 blood brides crawling on the ground burst directly, like 6 gorgeous blood flowers blooming around Auburn, red and black perfectly blended at this moment. Raising his slender white palm, Auburn wiped the blood on his cheek, gently put it into his mouth, and his pale face immediately turned red. But the blood descendant on the opposite side retreated again and again. Even when his heel touched the steps, he fell directly to the ground, and the mist on his face dissipated. Suddenly, a face that surprised everyone appeared. Chapter 175 Blood of Doting. Freeman, the owner of Silver 4-Horse Farm, the owner of number 14 White Bird Street. A friend of DeLong. One of the financial advisors of Newin Old Lion. When DeLong chose to join the game, this former gang member finally cleaned up and came ashore. The boss with a lot of wealth disappeared from everyone's sight. Controlling the exquisite human puppet, Arthur, who transformed into Auburn, never expected the other party to appear here. Suddenly, Arthur had some guesses in his mind. However, the level 6 bluff did not make Arthur show any strangeness, but a look of as expected appeared on his face. "Oh, a poor trick," Arthur said softly. But Freeman, who fell to the ground, looked like he approved. "You are the true king of the night. Such a trick can't be hidden from you, please you," Freeman said, while struggling to turn over. The other party did not stand up. Instead, he chose to crawl on the ground, raised his hands holding a ring high above his head, and handed it to Arthur. This was an ancient silver ring, without any decoration on the surface, lines or seals. Just one glance, Arthur concluded that this silver ring full of familiar style was made by the bloody Marquise. Immediately, Auburn's face showed a touch of nostalgia, reminiscence. Even the scarlet eyes became soft at this moment. Freeman, who had been secretly watching Auburn, saw this expression and immediately stopped hesitating. "According to the contract, I will bring back the legacy that originally belonged to the Blood Clan to you, and you will let me return to my youth. When you pick up this ring, it will mean that you are willing to swear with the honor of the Blood Clan to abide by this contract." Contract. When she heard this word, Lady Longnight's eyes instantly looked at Auburn, who was controlled by Arthur. Freeman also raised his head. Time had long made his face loose, covered with wrinkles, and his hair grayed, but his eyes, which should have been cloudy, were now full of heat. Arthur sneered in his heart. He had just guessed about this. There was no doubt that Freeman in front of him was a chess piece, which was one level higher than the other chess pieces from the beginning, and would only be used when necessary. For example, this time, when the other party wanted to get back the full check, when he unexpectedly encountered the Blood Clan, that was when this chess piece was activated. Who was the other party? The answer was self-evident. Of course, it was the old-school Dead Poets Society member who followed tradition, constantly provoked disputes, created deaths. Arthur already had some respect for this old-school Dead Poets Society member. How long had he been lurking in South Lows to be able to deceive so many people? And for what purpose? He could lurk in South Lows for so long. Simply appreciating death? This is a bit beyond the scope. In fact, if Freeman hadn't said, he actually betrayed the Blood Clan. Has he forgotten who gave him everything? Such words that would damage the status and reputation of the medium. He would not have planned to say it because Freeman did a good enough job and looked more like a blood descendant than him. But unfortunately, the old member of the Dead Poets Society didn't want this. The other party was trying to get to the bottom of it. The other party still wanted to find out what role he played in the complete check incident, and whether the blood descendant really appeared. Also, the relationship between the blood descendant and him. If there was no exquisite human puppet, he would probably be seen to have figured out something. That bastard from the Dead Poets Society had already planned everything. The power of the Blood Marquis is beyond doubt, and the wealth of the Blood Marquis is also beyond doubt. There is also no doubt that the Blood Marquis set many rules for the Blood Clan. The most famous ones are don't kill your relatives, don't give up your bloodline, and don't give up the legacy of your family ancestors. Simply put, when he showed up, he had already stepped into the conspiracy of the old Dead Poets Society member. If he didn't take the ring, he would be suspected. If he took the ring, he would need to complete the contract. As for I'm not capable enough, can't complete this contract loophole now? In order for him to complete this contract, the other party will definitely make up for it. For example, this ring in front of him. Huh? Arthur took a deep breath in his heart. He already knew the other party's plan, but the other party didn't know his state. Exquisite human puppet. It was the other party's miscalculation. The other party couldn't accurately predict what he would encounter. Never thought that he could actually get something like exquisite human puppet. In fact, if there was no exquisite human puppet, he would not have come at all. Wouldn't it be good to leave everything to his dear partner Melinda? And now? Arthur did not hesitate, but still temporarily left the state of directly controlling the exquisite human puppet, before giving the exquisite human puppet the order to pick up the ring and wear it on the index finger of his left hand. And in the vision of Lady Longnight, Freeman, descendant of blood Auburn, moved. As Freeman's voice just fell, the descendant of blood picked up the ring. Blood is honor, the things of ancestors, then it is a crown. Whispering softly, the descendant of blood put the ring on the index finger of his left hand. During the whole process, there was no hesitation. Ms. Chong-Yu was surprised by the straightforwardness of the descendant of blood. Then, the lady thought of something, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Freeman's breathing began to hasten. His whole body was shaking with excitement. 15 years. 15 whole years. He had done so much. Supporting the shitty James, willing to be the hidden man of the old lion of Inner Bay, enduring the pain of a knife every day, wasn't it for this moment? Returning to youth, no longer suffering from illness. He has waited for too long. Now, it's finally coming true. Looking at the excited Freeman, confirming that there is no danger, Arthur, who controls the exquisite human puppet, again, looks at the ring on his finger. Name, blood of drowning. Type, ring. Quality, hero. Attribute, 1, son of blood. 2, contract. Requirement, complete the contract. Note, when they found out that their son was an ordinary person, but still did not give up, but instead caught up with him, the Marquis and his wife felt relieved. But at a banquet later, their son was verbally humiliated by his fiancée. As parents, the Marquis and his wife hunted down all the people in that family that night, and used the corpses of the entire family and a broken blood-sucking ancestor worm. 3000 gene of blood-sucking grass was used to refine this ring. The couple engraved their blessings for their son inside. Even if you cannot show everything of the blood clan, we will give you everything. Son of blood, when you wear this ring, you will consume the blood in your body every moment to feed the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm, and it will give back power to you, making you like a blood clan with the purest blood. Not only can it turn into mist, borrow the power of Frist, have a strong body, it can also use its own blood to control the semi-finished blood bride, blood warrior, and the complete blood slave, blood fighter. Contract. When the second person who removes Freeman picks up the blood of drowning, it is necessary to bear an additional contract imprinted on this ring. It is necessary to use it once to create a blood slave or blood fighter to complete the contract, and use other abilities normally. When the contract is violated, will bear the death curse, and under the constraints of the contract, Freeman himself can only use a very small part of the power. Note 1. Blood bride. The bloody warrior must be strictly cultivated in conditions to be controlled at the key step. Note 2. The controlled blood bride. The bloody warrior is extremely unstable. When the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor is affected, it will explode. Note 3. Blood slave. The creation of the blood fighter can use a large amount of its own blood, made using the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor's ability. Note 4. When too much blood is lost from the body, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor will speed up the sucking speed. Note 5. When the wearer dies, the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor will devour the wearer's body. Note 6. After the contract is completed, the contract characteristics disappear. It's true. Just as he expected, the old member of the Dead Poets Society filled the gap here. At the same time, he also used drowning blood to start a new plan. Whether to complete the contract, transform Freeman. If he doesn't transform, he won't be able to use this ring, and will suffer the death curse. After the transformation, the opponent can judge what role Arthur played by the massive blood loss. Even, he can just take advantage of his weak state after transforming Freeman and start hunting him down. Just like before, the veteran member of the Dead Poets Society once again put the person who stepped into his trap in a dilemma. Arthur can clearly feel that the other party enjoys the feeling of torturing his opponent. In fact, the other party might be watching this good show closely nearby, and a satisfied and perverted smile has appeared on his face. This is a bad guy, Arthur commented in his heart. But he was not afraid. The one present was the blood descendant Auburn. What does he have to do with him as a medium? Moreover, since you want to watch the show, you should open your eyes and watch it clearly. Chapter 176, The Psychic's Awakening. The night was deep, and the scarlet was dazzling. There were wailings everywhere, and groaning. The descendant of blood stood upright in the middle of Moon Street, and gently stroked the blood of drowning on his left index finger with his right hand. He ignored Freeman, who was crawling on the ground in front of him, with an excited face and pleading eyes. He didn't care about the lady of the long night, who frightened people from the bottom of their hearts. He only cared about the ring on his left index finger, and the deep memories in his eyes. It seemed to be telling the past. Freeman, the owner of the Silver Forehead Horse Farm, the former owner of number 14 White Bird Street, knelt there and dared not breathe, for fear of disturbing the descendant of blood. And the lady of the long night seemed to have her eyes on the descendant of blood, but in fact, she had already looked around quietly. Compared to the descendant of blood, who had already appeared, the guy who deceived everyone with Freeman was more concerned by the lady. This made Arthur, who had been secretly observing the lady, feel slightly relieved. Compared with the old-fashioned members of the Dead Poets Society, who were hiding in the dark and weaving webs like spiders, he was more concerned about the lady of the long night in front of him. Look at the undead in the smoke. The deterrence and strength of this lady are real. Fortunately, this lady is smart enough. And smart people always think more. This is what he can use. Arthur thought of this. A sigh of loneliness and helplessness came from his mouth. The sigh was very light, but Arthur ensured that Melinda could hear it. Then the descendant of blood completely got rid of the memory. When he put down his hand, his expression returned to being cold again. "What's your name?" When the descendant of blood looked at him with his scarlet eyes, Freeman didn't dare to look at him at all. He just lowered his head. But the voice in his mouth was extremely loud. "My lord, my name is Freeman. I am your most loyal servant." Freeman introduced himself loudly. "I am willing to fulfill the contract, but you will not be my blood descendant, and you have nothing to do with the Blood Clan. You are just a Freeman who is rewarded for returning the Blood Clan's legacy, not a Freeman who is accepted by the Blood Clan." The Blood Clan shook his head, correcting the mistakes in Freeman's words. At the same time, without giving the other party a chance to speak, he raised his left hand directly. Spots of scarlet appeared out of thin air in the dark night, like flying fireflies, gathering towards the left hand of the descendant of blood, gathering more and more, getting brighter and brighter. The next moment, the scarlet became real, a blood-colored, extremely bright spear, held in the hand of the descendant of blood. Poof! The scarlet spear pierced Freeman's chest. In an instant, Freeman's heart was pierced. But Freeman did not die. A little bit of extremely special power appeared in Freeman's pierced heart. Not only began to repair the broken heart, but also transformed it. Arthur could clearly feel the blood of doting on the index finger of his left hand sucking the exquisite human puppet. The simple silver ring pierced deeply into the finger of the exquisite human puppet. Like a thorn, the exquisite human puppet's blood was sucked. The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm hidden in the blood of doting made a long-lost sound of joy. Then, it was an angry roar. Liar! The blood-sucking ancestor worm, which did not enjoy the blood it deserved, wanted to devour the bastard wearing the blood of drowned. But it couldn't do it. Not only because it was incomplete, but also because the bastard in front of him had completed the contract. It was not an additional contract, but a contract that was imprinted in it when the blood of drowned was forged. This bastard really provided his own blood. Even if this blood, it's not what it needs. Liar! The incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm roared again. Unlike before, this time the roar sounded like thunder in Arthur's ears, but Arthur didn't care. Did he lie to it? No! How could a simple, kind, weak and pitiful medium like him lie? He just used the rules. "Come on, you're welcome. Please enjoy this body." Arthur borrowed the body of the exquisite human puppet, and silently responded to the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm. When he saw the Blood Marquis and his wife hunt down the whole family of his son's fiancée, when he used 3,000 kilograms of blood-sucking grass to refine this ring, and the mark that actively sucked blood, he had already paid attention. Compared with the secret props he had obtained before, this prop was extremely special, because there was an important base material in it, which was still alive. This made Arthur very concerned. He was not sure whether this incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm could communicate. If it could not communicate, it would not be very meaningful. At most, it would maintain the original blood of indulgence, on the basis of do some inhumane experiments. But if they can communicate, the other party seems to have lived for a long time. Did he master some unknown knowledge, history? Especially the secrets of the family of the Blood Marquis. Arthur was very moved. Not greedy, nor malicious. This is just what he should do. After all, as a medium facing such evil, he must stand up. Therefore, Arthur was very calm. Therefore, Arthur was delighted when he found that the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm had emotions, and seemed to be able to express them in simple ways. Especially when he found that the constraints on the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor worm were far greater than he had imagined. Arthur's joy increased to a higher level, since he had just given the other party a positive signal. But the blood flowing out of the exquisite human puppet did not increase. Arthur knew that this evil was something he had to face. However, he was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time to communicate slowly later. Now the descendant of blood slowly drew out the scarlet spear. Then, under everyone's attention, Freeman's loose skin became elastic, all the wrinkles on his face disappeared, his hair turned golden again. The bigger change was his body. Without having to experience it personally, one could feel the amazing power from his nearly 2-meter height and 60-centimeter arm circumference. Freeman was trembling all over, looking down at his current body, clenching his fists constantly. Tears could not help but flow from the eyes of the former owner of number 14. Whitebird Street. I'm getting younger. Power. There is still such power. Freeman was ecstatic, crying loudly with tears in his eyes. Such shouts made people around look sideways. Many people, even in fear, had strange colors in their eyes. Seeing this scene of greed, Arthur smiled. This is the effect he wanted. This is why he made Freeman a blood fighter, instead of a lower-level blood slave, who can still return to youth. He needs the greed of the people around him. Everyone gets old and weak, and no one wants to regain youth. If you become younger and have power, it will make countless people excited. Even those on the mysterious side are no exception. Or, these people are more easily attracted. Because, these people once had power. But their rationality would restrain their desires. So, he just told Freeman, this is just a transaction. A fair transaction. A transaction that we both agree on. And with this transaction, when someone gets the legacy of the Blood clan again, there is a high probability that they will look for him. The Blood descendant. To make a deal. For this, Arthur is looking forward to it. And at this moment, the descendant of Blood used the power of doted blood. Son of Blood. To feel a strange acceleration of blood flow. Which became hot. Who? It was naturally the old-school member of the Dead Poets Society. The other party reacted. And he wanted to do something. But it was too late. Arthur sneered. Maybe he was not the opponent of the old-school member of the Dead Poets Society for the time being. But someone could make the other party feel fear, and feel the threat of death. Amid Freeman's cheers, the descendant of Blood looked at Melinda, with a bit of guilt in his scarlet eyes. The next moment, the descendant of Blood said softly, I always remember that I owe you a favor. Melinda was stunned immediately. Chapter 177 Snow White x Pale White x Hands. Seeing that Lady Changyi seemed to have forgotten about that incident, descendant of Blood had a self-deprecating smile on his lips. For you, it is insignificant, maybe just a matter of convenience. But for me, your little help is worth remembering. Descendant of Blood changed the address from you to you, seeming to be more polite, but the people around who saw this scene could see the unfamiliarity. Of course Arthur did it on purpose. How could the descendant of Blood owe Melinda a favor? Arthur just needed an excuse to divert the blame, without giving Lady Long Night a chance to think or speak. Descendant of Blood raised his left hand. Whoosh! It was as if the polar north wind was swarming in. The extremely cold air appeared in the hands of Descendant of Blood with a palpitating white color. The low temperature began to rage. The people around him shivered unconsciously. Starting from the position where this Descendant of Blood stood, frost appeared on the ground, and spread in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of freezing was endless, and breath appeared in everyone's mouth and nose. Some people who were closer to this Descendant of Blood had their hair tips frozen. In just a moment, the climate of Moon Street had changed from early autumn to deep winter. And it was a deep winter that Nanlos had never experienced before. This is the rumored cold that can only be felt in the northern part of Beijing. Everyone knows that the Blood clan can use the power of frost, but no one has ever truly experienced the power of frost used by the Blood clan. However, at this moment, they experienced it. Almost everyone had a sentence in their hearts. Winter is coming. Everyone was shocked by this power. But immediately, many people thought of the transaction just now. There was eagerness in his eyes. Even in the cold winter, he still couldn't hide his eagerness. Especially since he had obtained his own real power, and was no longer able to borrow the little power in the ring. He could feel the fear and yearning of this power of the same source. Without any hesitation, Freeman knelt on one knee and bowed his head to the blood descendant to show respect. Even if the blood descendant did not recognize him as a blood clan, but this did not prevent him from following the tradition of the blood descendants. The created blood descendants, when facing the creator, respect him as if he were his father. The blood descendants saw it, but he didn't care. Arthur knew very well what the other party wanted. It was power. Extremely pure power. Respect? It was only based on this power. And, compared to the power the other party wanted, Arthur wanted to know how the other party would save his life in a while. The other party was not a fool, although he was a chess piece. He must have known what he had done. It was an act that was not enough to die 10 times. If he had no means to save his life, he would have been panicking by now. How could he perform for him here? Curious, Arthur did not stop his actions. The frost continued to gather. The extremely cold temperature had completely enveloped the entire Moon Street. It was worthy of the frost power obtained by using more than half of the blood of the exquisite human puppet. The effect is really good. With such an exclamation, the 5 fingers of the left hand of blood descendant began to clench inward, and a crystal clear arrow appeared in front of everyone. When everyone was attracted by the arrow, the voice of blood descendant sounded again. "The guy you want to find is right there." As soon as the voice fell, the arrow in the hand of blood descendant flew straight in one direction. Whoosh! There was a violent sound of breaking through the air. It makes your scalp tingle. This is not the level 1 arrow guidance. It is the power of Son of Blood. The power gained with blood. Everyone's eyes followed the ice crystal arrow, and then, Aubin! A slightly sinister voice suddenly appeared, and a figure appeared in everyone's sight, but no one could see the other's face or figure clearly. The other party had just a vague human figure. Moreover, as soon as this figure appeared, it retreated at a very fast speed. It was so fast that it retreated 100 meters in an instant. But it was still chased by the ice crystal arrow. The frost power of the Blood Clan is not just extremely cold. There is also tracking. Obviously, the other party knew this. It stopped just after retreating 100 meters, and a pale airflow spurted out from the other party's sleeve. Deathly silence. When this pale airflow appeared, the area within 100 meters fell into absolute deathly silence. There was no sound. There was no life either. The grass withered, the birds disappeared, and the animals turned into skeletons. It was as if the earth and the sky were going to die at this moment. Death. Everyone was afraid of death, but no one could describe it accurately. But at this moment, when they saw the scene before them, everyone felt that this was the true face of death. These people who were afraid and greedy looked at death itself. Their eyes began to lose their luster. Heart completely lost vitality. The whole person became numb. Like a zombie, he staggered towards there. But the next moment, boom! The ice crystal arrow hit the dead silence. When the tip of the arrow touched the edge of the dead silence, ripples began to spread and became bigger and wider, until it broke. The dead silence broke. The ice crystal arrow also broke. The ice crystals in the sky turned into snowflakes falling, and fell on this dead land. Snow-covered paleness. Just like a corpse covered by heavy snow. The remaining trackers, who were awakened by the explosion, their hearts were intertwined with fear, greed. The trackers of death stared at this scene blankly, unable to speak for a long time. Some of those with weaker minds began to cry bitterly. It's not that they are not tough enough, but that they have experienced too much in a short period of time. When they saw the white snow, it was as if they saw their own bodies buried in the snow. Despair and regret intertwined. Only crying can vet everything. But it's not over yet. Smoke billowed, and the long night was across the sky. One after another, the undead rushed to the Snow White. They waved their weapons, with silent howls, and tracked the target. The lady in the air stared at the other person's figure. After confirming that the guy standing behind Freeman was the bastard who had repeatedly provoked her, the Lady of the Long Night immediately made a choice. After all, compared to the descendant of blood who had a little friendly relationship with him, and who could make up, ease, or even be pulled into his own camp, this bastard from the Dead Poets Society was the one who really deserved to die. Good night. Descendant of blood looked at the battle in the distance, and sent his blessings sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Then, his figure turned into a mist, and disappeared on the spot. Fear disappeared. Death was far away, and greed was temporarily calmed. The followers collapsed on the spot and gasped. They were all thankful that they had survived the disaster. They didn't notice that the four invisible hands of nothingness were sweeping every corner of the battlefield at an astonishing speed. Chapter 178 Scarlet X Chaos X Madness. Arthur didn't want to come originally, but there were too many spoils. If they were wasted, Arthur felt it was too shameful. So he came, with four hands of nothingness, carrying the box of Athos. After confirming that Melinda's attention was attracted by the old-school member of the Dead Poets Society, he immediately used the shadow hiding, characteristic of the dark snake bloodline, using the shadow as a cover. After he touched the corpses on the ground as quickly as possible, he left the scene quickly. Arthur knew very well how dangerous it was to take advantage of the situation. If he was not careful, he would end up in trouble. In fact, if he did not have a few trump cards, and the two most important people had already started fighting, and if the majority of the remaining people were not in a good mental state, he would never come. Arthur left, just as he came, hurriedly but quietly. However, the fastest group of surviving followers came to their senses. Even though they had experienced fear and the shock of death, grief returned at a speed far beyond imagination. These people began to approach the corpses calmly and raise their hands to touch the corpses. But the next moment, their faces changed. It's bad. Someone got there first. The feeling of emptiness made these people glare at each other. They all thought that the other party got there first. Then, they rushed to the corpses around them at a faster speed. And such an action finally, the remaining people were reminded. These people also followed suit. It was a mess. It was like throwing a meat bone into a pack of wild dogs. The wild dogs that grabbed the meat bone would naturally feast on it, while the wild dogs that didn't grab the meat bone would target the meat bones in the mouths of other wild dogs. Unfortunately, the things that these trackers robbed were not as conspicuous as the meat bones. Even if some trackers explained that they didn't get anything, the remaining people would not believe it. When some people wanted to leave quickly, they were considered guilty and wanted to escape. Therefore, the scramble began. When a stalker killed a seriously injured stalker and pulled a ring from the other's hand, the scramble instantly entered the most chaotic climax. The benefits obtained and the pleasure of being stained with blood completely stimulated these people who were just in fear and shrouded in the shadow of death. As if venting, they began to attack each other frantically. Of course, there are rational people among them. Just like the one who wanted to leave first, he was one of the few rational people. But at this moment, the other party's body had already been cut into several pieces, and fell into the mud on the ground. If you are not strong enough, it is useless to keep your rationality. If you are strong, your rationality will directly succumb to your instincts. Everyone here is trapped in a vicious circle called coercion. The crazy guy coerced the remaining rational people into this bloody massacre. Moon Street, it was stained red. It was not stained red by the fake descendant of blood. It was not stained red by the real descendant of blood. It was not stained red by the battle between Lady of the Long Night and the old-school Dead Poets Society. Instead, it was stained red by a group of guys who survived the disaster. When a man chopped off the head of the man in front of him with a knife, he fell to the ground exhausted and howled wildly. No one rushed over. Because, including where this person is, the people who were still alive, only 7 were left. The 7 people first stared at each other fiercely, their brains, which were constantly hit by the smell of blood in their noses, began to recover, and they gradually regained their sanity. But some people would rather sink into depravity. Ah! The lucky one holding the knife looked at the head he had cut off with his own hands and screamed, "Ailien! Ailien! No! This is not true. Impossible. Impossible. This is all the curse of the blood descendant. It was him who drove us crazy. It's all his fault." With a shrill howl, the lucky man picked up his wife's head and stumbled away. The remaining 6 survivors also fled in all directions. Some of them were pale and panicked. Some of them gnashed their teeth and looked unwilling. But no matter what, they rushed out of Moon Street and merged into the deep night, leaving only a scarlet street and corpses all over the ground. Hee-hee-haw. Just when he found something wrong, Freeman, who had been hiding for a long time, appeared again. This unrecognized blood descendant laughed harshly. "Blood, chaos, death. Father, is this your music? It's so beautiful. So wonderful." Freeman laughed wildly. His upper body bent backwards in an exaggerated arc. He grabbed his hair. His face was extremely distorted with unspeakable joy. The crow standing on the branch watched all this silently. When the dead appeared in the distance, he spread his wings and flew across the night sky, returning to number 2 Kirk Street. I won't be regarded as the culprit. Right? Arthur in the medium-small hall raised his eyebrows. He swore that he was just going to pick up his own spoils and had absolutely no bad intentions. Everything that happened afterwards was just a coincidence. He also didn't expect that under the continuous impact of various extreme emotions, these guys would fall into such a degree of madness. Greed. Terrible greed. Arthur sighed, at the same time. Curiosity arose in his heart. After such an extreme incident, how would the Countess deal with it? Not only Moon Street, but also Kirk Street. There were gunshots and cannon fire before. According to common sense, after so long, the surroundings should have become quiet, and the neighbors around should have appeared long ago, but until now, there is still no movement. Some kind of secret technique for ordinary people? Ritual? Props? Arthur guessed in his heart. His eyes were on the exquisite human puppet. He used blood of doting with almost all his strength, which made the palm-sized puppet appear shrunken, as if it was dehydrated. Without any hesitation, Arthur put the exquisite human puppet into the money box. 300 gold coins were a farewell gift from the old butler of Oak Manor. At this moment, under Arthur's gaze, the number of gold coins was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. With every breath, 10 gold coins were lost. After 10 breaths, the speed at which the gold coins decreased did not slow down at all. Arthur's eyes began to twitch. The speed at which the exquisite human puppet absorbed gold was a little beyond his imagination. You know, in the era of the opener, although gold coins coexisted with gold bills to a certain extent, real gold coins rarely appeared on the market. And most gold products also appeared in the form of equivalent gold bills plus labor costs. As we all know, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 1.5 gold bills. Sometimes it can be exchanged for as much as 2 gold notes. This is the market price, which is very transparent, and there is no loophole to be exploited. The old lion of Niwen, who controls the largest gold mine in Nanjun, will impose the death penalty on anyone who dares to exploit loopholes. In addition, with the alliance of several nobles in Nanjun, everything is as solid as a rock. Finally, when there were only 66 gold coins left in the money box, the exquisite human puppet was restored to its original state. This kind of repair requires 234 gold. If the limbs are missing, will it be more expensive? We must hoard a lot of gold. Arthur narrowed his eyes and began to think about where to get gold. He didn't mind exchanging it with gold notes, but it had to be secret. It was impossible to buy it in large quantities at one time. He would definitely be spotted, and his secret would be exposed. Continuous small-scale exchange was not reliable either. With the sensitivity of the market to gold, his behavior would sooner or later be spotted. If he met a guy who was asking questions, maybe the clues will be discovered. After all, only taking in but not giving out looks suspicious. Maybe I can learn alchemy in advance. Only by using the money spent on alchemy can the deficit in repairing the exquisite human puppet be covered up. Right, worm. Arthur picked up the blood of doting, and the incomplete blood-sucking ancestor inside roared crazily, and roared, but because Arthur used the exquisite human puppet to complete the contract, it was helpless. It could only be furious. Then, it was put aside. It seemed that because of the existence of this incomplete blood-sucking ancestor, blood of doting could not be put into box of Athos. It was far less convenient than exquisite human puppet. Pendragon showed considerable interest in the ring that had just appeared in the medium-small hall. He first sniffed it, and then began to move the ring with his claws, pulling it from the table to the carpet little by little. Hand of nothingness. Put the ring back on the table. Pendragon immediately started to pick it up again, looking like he was enjoying it. At this time, Arthur came out of the bathroom. As a medium, he felt that he should abide by some rules. For example, wash your hands before opening the blind box. Huh? Arthur took a deep breath, then opened the box of Athos. The next moment, clang! The spoils poured out like a tide, flooding the entire desk. Chapter 179, War Booty. Arthur believes that the happiest thing in the world is to be alone with a stick, and to drive away all the flowers and plants on the road. And the most enjoyable thing is to count one's own property. The former is carefree and pure happiness. The latter is exhausting and full of hope. It is extremely contradictory, but it is something that people want in their lifetime. Therefore, once you encounter it, you must cherish it. Arthur is like this. After carefully and meticulously examining the spoils he had poured out of the box of autos, he began to classify them into categories. General category, 1 short stick, 4 long swords, 5 short swords, 8 crossbows, 3 muskets, 2 explosives, 17 throwing knives, 18 darts. Potion, poisons include aconitum, oleander, ginkgo, cassava extract, and 3 unknown bottles. Scrolls, 6 fire arrows, 5 ice arrows, 2 poisonous smoke, 1 percussion, feather fall X1, memory X1, flash X1, candlelight X1, minor injury treatment X1, minor injury treatment, medium injury treatment. Mystical items, Tyr's Caress, illusion fireworks tube, Lannister's height increasing insole, mystical spell, stone bullet. Coins, 107 gold notes, 45 sous, 22 sous. No large gold notes, no checks. It can be seen that these mysterious people are not rich, or they didn't bring them because they were on a mission. There's nothing to say about ordinary items. They are all portable weapons that are easy to carry. From a ratio point of view, these mysterious people are very resistant to muskets, explosives, and other emerging items. Arthur is not surprised about this. No one can accept that the gap between themselves and ordinary people is closed by an ordinary object. It can be called pride, it can be called persistence. However, for Arthur, they are all treated equally. He always believed that practicality was king. Just as he did not mind using the fire arrow scroll to shoot a mystical arrow with piercing and burning damage. And he also did not mind using explosives to crush the enemy. But Arthur had to admit that the scroll was convenient and safe. Without hesitation, Arthur put the 3 most valuable healing scrolls in the pockets on the inside of his coat. And the remaining scrolls were put into other bags in turn. The coat of the medium. Except for some necessary defense basics, the most important thing is, there should be more pockets. You never know what you will face. So be more prepared. Old Charlie's words are always full of life experience. Of course, the tailoring skills are also excellent. Just like Arthur's daily double-breasted black windbreaker, in addition to being windproof and waterproof, it can also effectively resist the stab of some sharp objects. From the outside, you can't find that there are dense pockets of different sizes on both sides of the windbreaker. Even with the box of Athos, these pockets are still very practical. So, everything starts from practicality. Arthur put on his coat again, felt that he still had no discomfort after putting in many scrolls, and silently gave a thumbs up to old Charlie. He knows medicine, pharmacy, can refine concentrated sulfuric acid, can mix gunpowder, make muskets, lead bullets, mechanisms, also knows gardening, painting, astrology, tailoring, and is proficient in fighting, swordsmanship, writing, archery, even though he is only good at a few cooking techniques, but with his good looks, such old Charlie is indeed a handsome old man. Arthur did not take off his coat, and directly picked up Tyr's Caress. Name, Tyr's Caress. Type, sword weapon. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1. Invisibility, 2. Silence. Note, Tyr was once the strongest assassin recognized in the Assassin. Shadow streamed during the 7 Years' War, with a terrible 100% mission completion rate. Many people called him the king of assassins of North County. And he himself thought so. Therefore, when he heard that the assassin of South County, who he cared about the most, failed to assassinate his target, he resolutely found the little girl to prove himself, and then was seriously injured by the orange cat, and was hung next to the South County assassin. Invisibility. This is a long sword that can be invisible at any time. Silent. When this long sword is swung, it will not make any sound. Note 1. When applying sword oil, potion, powder, the long sword cannot be invisible with the attachment. Note 2. The change of light and shadow will not affect the long sword's invisible state. Note 3. Extraordinary vision can see through the long sword's invisible state. When he got this long sword that can be invisible, Arthur's mind immediately popped up the image of fighting with others with Hand of Nothingness and Tyr's Caress. As long as he attracted the opponent's attention, then, control the speed of Hand of Nothingness. Properly, a silent attack is enough to eliminate most enemies. It's so easy and hassle-free. However, Arthur frowned slightly when he saw the notes in Tyr's Caress. Who is that little girl? And that orange cat? Is it a cat hole? It's really interesting. Arthur picked up the other 2 items while thinking. Name, illusion fireworks tube. Type, other items. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1. Transform fireworks, 3/3, 2. Transform flowers, 3/3. Note, the annual celebration is the busiest time for the Imperial Court Jester Harrington. In order to better prepare for the celebration and avoid mistakes, Harrington made this prop using alchemy. Although he wanted to make a constant prop, Harrington was too busy to do in-depth research. The court wizard Chariko offered to help with the research. However, after Chariko suggested putting in rotten eggs, dung bombs, and the shrew's curse, Harrington rejected it sternly. Illusionary fireworks. Shoot 12 illusionary fireworks with a diameter of 100 meters in a row, very colorful. Illusionary flowers. Transform into a flower bed with a diameter of 100 meters, or lay a 10-meter wide and 785-meter long gorgeous flower road. Note 1. Illusionary fireworks can change shape, color, and last no longer than 30 seconds. Note 2. When the illusionary flowers bloom, there will be a fragrance, then the smell disappears. The color and shape of the flowers can be changed according to the user's wishes, and the time lasts for 30 seconds. Looking at the teacup-sized illusion fireworks tube in his hand, Arthur touched his chin. It's a bit of a waste to only use it for festivals and celebrations. If there is a smell, can some poison be mixed in it? I remember that old Charlie made adhesives, ripening agents, and those fertilizers should have potassium nitrate. Right? The light fruity smell is enough to be covered by the strong floral fragrance. Arthur's eyes flashed with a dangerous look. However, he immediately laughed at himself. Not really. Not really. It's not that dangerous yet. Don't let your old habits affect you, Arthur told himself, and then put the magic fireworks tube into the box of Athos. In order to adjust his mindset, Arthur went to the kitchen and poured himself a cup of hot cocoa. While drinking the hot cocoa, Arthur picked up the last item name, Lannister S height increasing insoles. Type, other items. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1, height increase 2, vision. Note, as one of the heirs of the Lannister family, Curry felt that he should be taller, at least he could jump 3.05 meters, so he spent a lot of money and asked a dwarf alchemist to make this pair of insoles. Then, when the insoles were made, they disappeared with the dwarf alchemist. Height increase. This is the height of the insole itself, about 1 centimeter. Vision. Any ordinary creature that sees you, they will feel shorter than you. When encountering a creature with spirituality, it 1T work. Looking for a dwarf to make a height increasing insole? When Arthur saw this note, the features on his face squeezed inward unconsciously. He really didn't know how to evaluate this behavior. And what is the use of this height increasing insole? People should face up to their height. But mediums don't need it. Arthur put Lannister S height increasing insole into his shoes. Suddenly, the young medium felt that his posture became more upright. Arthur walked around the medium's small hall twice, jumping up and down from time to time, and then picked up Pendragon and lifted him above his head. What? Pendragon? Do you think you can see farther? Don't worry. It's not your illusion. This is the result of lifting high and seeing farther. Arthur was surprised. And then he explained the principle to his cat very seriously, without paying any attention to the orange cat's puzzled expression. After more than 10 minutes, Arthur finally stopped playing around and gave Pendragon 2 dried fish. His face became serious again. He picked up the only secret technique in the spoils. To some extent, this secret technique should be the most valuable among the spoils. Although the secret technique is an ordinary stone bullet technique, the handwriting and paper on which the secret technique is recorded are not ordinary. The yellowed paper was torn from somewhere. Arthur was even more familiar with the handwriting. It was Hulk's. Chapter 180. 1 question and 1 answer, fair but unreasonable. Arthur couldn't be sure how powerful Hulk was. But Arthur knew Hulk's magic. The Hand of Nothingness. That was completed and changed by Hulk was Arthur's most convenient and practical secret technique now. And what would the stone bullet technique that was also invented by Hulk look like? That's right. It's an invention, according to the record of Tu Fuyu. In the diary, Arthur confirmed this. Seeing that it only takes 1 XP to learn stone bullet technique, Arthur immediately chose to learn it. Stone bullet technique LV1. When he was the administrator of the Imperial Library, besides reading, Hulk liked to play stone bullets with the kids on the street to relax his brain and exercise his wrists. But as he won every battle, no one played stone bullets with Hulk anymore, so the young master began to entertain himself. Effect, based on spirituality, consume physical strength, use the Tu Fu language Pa to manipulate finger-sized stones within a radius of 1 meter, fly to any target within your field of vision of 10 meters. When the first stone bullet is caught up by the second stone bullet, the crisp sound of hitting always makes me feel happy. Note 1. Stone bullet technique does not require reciting two food language, can be performed silently. Note 2. When the stone bullet flies out, you can choose the second stone bullet. Note 3. The power of the stone bullet is equivalent to the power of an ordinary adult throwing. For the general effect of stone bullet technique. LV1, Arthur was not disappointed. 1 XP, with such an effect, Arthur thought it was good. Moreover, when he saw that it took 100 XP to upgrade LV2 stone bullet, Arthur knew that his guess was right. Stone bullet had potential to be tapped. The mysterious man called Rock, whose secret technique of smashing carriages with stones and killing horses, should be LV2 stone bullet. Right? Arthur guessed in his heart. However, he did not upgrade the stone bullet technique immediately. It was not because of insufficient XP, but because Arthur wanted to prove another guess after dawn. About the guess that the spirituality would increase after the ordinary secrets were stacked. As for the secret technique of Abel fire control technique, obtained from the trade with Melinda, there were similar considerations. But more importantly, in addition to 50 XP, learning this secret technique also required something called the salamander bag. Arthur had heard about this thing from Detective Albers. Salamanders live in the desert, especially in places near volcanoes. They are mysterious creatures that can spit fire. They are the size of saltwater crocodiles. Agile, powerful, with thick armor, and bloodthirsty. They need a large hunting team to capture them. And their prices are extremely high. As the most valuable part of the body, the salamander sack normally costs around 1,200 to 1,300 gold tickets. If you encounter special moments, the price can reach more than 1,500 gold tickets. Or even higher. Maybe I can ask Melinda or Harris to pay attention to it. Arthur thought to himself, after putting the last income of the day into the box of Athos. He covered himself with his coat as a quilt, and laid down on the floor of the medium's small hall. It's not that he didn't want to sleep on the bed. It's just that things tonight seem to be over. But there are still things to be done. The sky just got light. The door of number 2 Kirk Street was knocked. Melinda, who had changed into a dark hunting suit, stood outside the door with breakfast in her hand. When Arthur opened the door, she immediately showed a slightly sweet smile. "Morning, Arthur." "Morning, Melinda." Arthur responded with a little tiredness. Melinda looked at Arthur's tired face while putting the food on the table. There was still some leftover dinner from Endora's mother-in-law last night. However, neither Melinda nor Arthur minded. After the two heated up the food from last night, they placed it on the dining table together with breakfast. "I heard that someone was attacked by the secret technique last night," Melinda asked, holding the milk. "I heard that someone didn't catch the person he wanted to catch," Arthur asked back, holding the white bread. Then, the two glared at each other fiercely. And Melinda was the first to defend herself. If it wasn't for catching someone alive, he would have died long ago. However, now he should be living a life worse than death. Moreover, I will be able to find him soon after being cursed by me. Melinda's voice was full of confidence. Arthur expressed his belief in this. He had used Falcon's eyes to watch the fight between this lady and the old-school member of the Dead Poets Society. If she really wanted to kill him, this lady would have too many opportunities. Undead, curse, if you get a bone spear, you will be almost like a necromancer. Arthur couldn't help but complain about the secret technique of his collaborator. But the next moment, the young medium suddenly thought of something. Putting aside the curse, Melinda's secret technique is biased towards the dead. And the Dead Poets Society is even closer to claiming to represent death. Both are so close to death. Could this be the reason why the old-school Dead Poets Society members targeted Melinda's salon? It's not just because the number of people who were guests before is easy to choose targets, Arthur thought in his heart, but said in his mouth, "I was deceived by two scammers. I thought I really met the dark snake Sayudik." Melinda said one thing. He naturally had to say something too. The cooperation between the two, the main point is fairness. As for the truth or falsehood, it all depends on your own judgment. The medium met a liar. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I can't help it." Looking at Arthur with a calm face, Melinda suddenly laughed. Strange laugh. Arthur continued to remain calm, but Melinda could hear that Arthur's breathing was a little rapid. Immediately, the lady took out her pipe. However, she did not light it. After so many days of getting along, the lady already knew some of Arthur's habits. For example, she did not mind her smoking a pipe, but it was better not to smoke at the table, because the smoke would affect the taste of the food. Glancing at the pipe on the table, Arthur did not say much. He knew that Melinda was using respect to comfort his deceived heart. Then, it was time to ask questions. In fact, this was true. After drinking the milk in the cup, the lady spoke again. Arthur, what is your relationship with the blood descendant? Obviously, after reviewing the situation last night, the lady still found something wrong. For example, the timing of the appearance of the blood descendant was just after Freeman humiliated Arthur. Arthur was well prepared for this. He put a piece of fried meat into his mouth and said, "This piece of fried meat tasted very good," far beyond Arthur's knowledge of the cooking skills of Mary, the cook of Melinda. We met once, talked to each other, and made some promises to each other. He did not deny it, but was still vague. Even if Melinda went to divination, it was roughly the same. Divination is not omnipotent, and the results of divination are even more vague. There are too many things that can affect divination. Really? Then you better tell your friend to be careful. The name of Son of Chaos has spread in the dark world. Maybe you'll run into a hunter someday, Melinda said with a smile. Hunter is a long-standing profession. It has existed since the Empire. During the Holy Empire, it was once included in the Inquisition. Then it became independent in the Silver Age. Most of the time, it is a family unit, using various professions as a cover. They live by hunting evil in secret. Their strengths vary, and their evaluations are polarized. In short, they are a group of very troublesome people. Don't worry, he is much more cautious than me. Arthur did not deny the word friend in Melinda's mouth. Similarly, Melinda did not ask any more questions. Obviously, this question ends here. Then, Arthur started the next question. The young medium held a piece of slightly burnt white bread in his hand. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes gradually became colder. Who are you? Chapter 181 Live from the Heart Ummer. The opposite Melinda was startled. Then when she noticed the coldness in his eyes, she raised her hands directly. Mr. Kratos, I have no ill intentions. I am Ummer from the Talon faction, affiliated with the 46 Towers, and now a member of the staff of Count Nanlos. Talon faction? 46 Towers. The organization that Dark Snake Sayutic and Toad stole the Herc notes and Herc Silver Medicine. The other party came because of the Dark Snake Sayutic. Arthur immediately thought of the record in Toad Grandma's diary. Suddenly, his heart moved. However, the coldness in his eyes did not disappear. On the contrary, it became stronger. There was even a hint of murderous intent. Arthur was stating his position. As a recluse family, with a strong bloodline and a high reputation, what would he do in the face of such a temptation? Greed with a smile? No, that's what ordinary people do. Turn against me immediately? That's not right either. That doesn't conform to the teachings of the purpose of seclusion. It's best to be implicit and not reveal. I expressed my dissatisfaction with this temptation, and I was also preparing for the next move, which would be in line with the Kratos family who chose to seclude themselves. It would also maximize the benefits. In fact, when he felt Arthur's murderous intention, Ummer, who called himself the Talon School, smiled bitterly, and he felt nervous in his heart. Although she knew that Arthur would not take direct action in the style of the reclusive family, she was worried about the possibility. She was responsible for her own life. Before she came, she probably knew what would happen. But she had to come. After receiving the order from the Countess, how could she refuse? She didn't want to live. Moreover, it was related to the secrets of the association. So she had to come. Although in the 16 staff group, there is also a friend from the 46 Towers. But she is sure that, with the other party's arrogance, he will definitely fight with the target of the test. At that time, it will be difficult to end. They are certainly not afraid of Arthur Kratos. But what about the Kratos family? If the Kratos family is really the rumored Black Cat clan, they will definitely be finished. You know, cats are very vengeful. And in order to calm the anger of the Kratos family, the Countess, they will definitely be handed over. And the Talon faction will be destroyed at the same time. Then, they will say that everything was instigated by the Talon faction, and that the 46 Towers and she herself were deceived. Just like this time. Who could have thought that there would be problems among the 66 staff group? Thinking of this, Ummer rubbed his cheeks. Immediately, Melinda's appearance was replaced by a round-faced, big-eyed lady, whose eyes were also blue. But the lady's eyes were much lighter. Moreover, she didn't have the grace that Melinda should have. Instead, It seemed that because she often frowned, her light blue eyes were full of sorrow, and there were also light vertical lines between her eyebrows. I'm sorry to meet you in this way, but please believe me, I have no ill intentions. I came here only because of Freeman. Amr stood up while speaking, put one hand lightly on his chest, and bowed slightly. Freeman? Arthur frowned deliberately. Well, after he surrendered to Lady Caesar last night, he directly revealed to us a very special hidden man. This hidden man is the 66 staff group, and is about to get in touch with the core of the staff group. Arthur keenly noticed the very interesting part in the other party's wording. However, there was no need for Arthur to ask. The other party directly said, the Earl has 3 staff groups to the outside world, namely, 16 staff group, 66 staff group, and staff group. The most important one is the 16 staff group, followed by the 66 staff group, and the staff group. Now the 66 staff group has temporarily stopped working, and is accepting the investigation of the 16 staff group and the staff group. At the same time, the Earl's subordinates are also under investigation. I am a member of the staff group, assigned by the Earl to investigate you. Of course, it's not because I am so outstanding, it is because there are some gaps between the Dark Snake Sayutic and the Talon faction, and we know each other better. So, I am honored to meet you. The second half of Amr's words already has obvious flattery. Arthur is not surprised that the Countess of Nanlos has a staff. Even with powerful power, the Countess of Nanlos is still not an omniscient and omnipotent god, and still needs someone to help manage the territory. However, the 3 staff groups surprised Arthur a little. Exchange with various forces in the territory, compromise? Or take it as an honor, to gain more benefits? Or simply threaten them to join, to work for you? Usually work for nothing, and be a hostage at a critical moment? Arthur guessed that it should be a combination of the 3, but overall he tended to the latter. Because? Strength. The simplest thing is, the attitude of the woman in front of him. If the staff group has the upper hand, the person who has his own power in front of him would not be so friendly. Moreover, the other party seems to be a little afraid of death. Not the superficial fear. The kind of fear of death that comes from the bones? If you are like this, then I will not be polite. Arthur still did not speak, but the murderous intent in his eyes began to dissipate. Arthur knew that the highlight was not here. The young medium waited very patiently, without showing any expression on the surface. The next moment, Amr took out a letter of appointment. Similar to the previous letter of appointment for the special advisor, however, this time Arthur's treatment was raised by 1 level, reaching the treatment of a first-level police officer, weekly salary of 12 gold notes, clothing allowance in spring and winter, holiday allowance in summer and autumn, and in the cold winter, there will be a one-time 32 gold note charcoal and food allowance, and at the same time, taxes were exempted, and he went from being alone to being a family. Simply put, the Kratos family does not have to pay taxes for their medium business in Nanlos. After Arthur confirmed the round cursive characters, he looked at Amr again. He felt the sincerity of the Countess of Nanlos. But Amr's? Not yet. The other party also admitted frankly that in addition to official business, he also came because of the Dark Snake Sayutic. Shouldn't he be compensated for this? The lady of the Talon faction seemed very sensible. The Talon sect is good at refining some healing potions. We are very grateful for your cooperation. Please be sure to accept it. The next moment, he took out a potion from his sleeve. Arthur still had no expression on his face. The other party took out another potion. Arthur continued to have no expression on his face. The other party took out another potion. After 6 times in a row, when Arthur found that the other party's forehead was sweating and his breathing was becoming disordered, he slightly adjusted his sitting position. There is something wrong with the dark snake I encountered last night. Arthur said so. No matter how the other party investigated the relationship between the dark snake Sayutic, but from the time the other party entered number 2 Kirk Street until now, there was no expression of surprise. The other party's investigation level was not high. At least they did not find out that the dark snake Sayutic was killed by him. In this case, of course, he had to cooperate well. Not only against Amr, but also the Talon faction behind Amr. Only by mobilizing all the other parties, he could only feel at ease if he chased after the 2 pretenders who were nowhere to be found. Arthur believed that, with the level of deception of the 2 pretenders, they must have been well prepared, and it was impossible for the Talon faction to find them in the short term. Of course, if it weren't for the Countess, he would have chosen a more convenient approach. However, Arthur refused to admit that he was cruel and ruthless. He could only sigh. Alas, I am a soft-hearted person, and I am indeed an excellent medium. The confused Talon faction lady looked at Arthur in surprise. Then, the lady took out a beetle that looked like it was carved from crystal from her sleeve. At this moment, the beetle was flickering, as if it was breathing faintly. Nanyo can sense that the person you met last night was the dark snake, even if he was disguised. I will not make a mistake. Moreover, we must hurry up. As time goes by, the perception of Nanyo is getting weaker and weaker. To show her sincerity, the lady of the Talon faction, he began to tell everything. However, Arthur shook his head. I told you, there is something wrong with the dark snake I met last night. After saying that, Arthur ignored the other party's curiosity and the expression of wanting to ask more questions, and pointed directly in the direction of the door. Amur swore that if she was not afraid of being exterminated by the Countess, she would definitely grab the collar of the guy in front of her, who said half and left half, and slap him twice viciously, to vent her anger. She was not just curious about what was wrong with the dark snake. She was also curious about how Arthur found her. She confirmed that her appearance, smell, and temperament after the transformation were exactly the same as the original Melinda. What could it be? And now she confirmed that Arthur was a member of the Cat Clan. Even if he was not Cat Clan Black, he must be from another Cat Clan. After all, apart from the Cat Clan, no one else would hold a grudge so much. The most important thing was her 6 healing potions. That was the result of her hard work for a year. All fed to the cat. Damn it! She was planning to exchange it for the new Pluto S doll this season. Damn it, this season is a special edition of strawberry panties. Amur roared in his heart, but after respectfully bowing to Arthur on the surface, he changed into Melinda again. I hope to see you next time. If you dare to say such things to me again with this face, I will sew your mouth shut when we meet next time. Arthur lowered his head, and his voice turned cold again. Knock you. Do you know? Knock you. Amur felt that he could not figure out the temper of this charlatan in front of him at all. Why did he change so quickly? He was exactly like a cat. No, he was a cat. But he seemed to have real feelings for Miss Caesar? The Talon lady thought in her heart, and quickly left number 2 Kirk Street and boarded the carriage driven by Edwin. When the carriage left Kirk Street, she suddenly asked softly, How is it? Is Arthur your father? Chapter 182 Premonition of the Medium? Inside the carriage, as soon as Amur finished speaking, ripples appeared on the seat opposite, a hand stretched out from it, then raised and took off the hood, and suddenly, the tall and strong figure of Freeman appeared there. The blood frowned at this moment, staring at the lady of the Talon faction with great dissatisfaction. No! And, please respect my father. After saying that, the eyes of this blood descendant began to show ferocity. Ha! Amur sneered, raised his left hand, and after the middle finger and index finger overlapped, the blood descendant's invisible cloak bound him tightly, especially the neck, which was deeply embedded in the flesh. If I can't beat Arthur, is it possible that I can't beat you? The lady of the Talon faction shouted in her heart. And on the surface? She still kept a smiling look. Similarly, the look of the blood never changed, still fierce. Neither of them gave in. They just stood there. When the carriage gradually disappeared in the streets of the Shire district, 2 apprentices from Endora's mother-in-law's kitchen came to clean up the leftovers from last night. Arthur took out 2 coins and handed them to each other. Thank you for your generosity. You can come to 16 Dow Lane at any time. We will serve you wholeheartedly. When the 2 walked out of 2 Kirk Street, they bowed to Arthur. This is the etiquette that the 2 of them should have. But without the blessing of money, they would never be so enthusiastic. And this is the charm of money. It can make rudeness become polite. It can make politeness become enthusiastic. It can also make enthusiasm become servile. It's the source of all evil. Arthur muttered, raised his hand to call the newsboy, and bought today's South Lowe's Daily in Horn. Today's XP prompt has just appeared, but Arthur still needs to confirm more news through the 2 newspapers. The follow-up report of the Bugle on the human chair case was shocking. No one could believe that James from the Dord district was actually one of the culprits. People were once again surprised by your sharpness. XP plus 30. The South Lowe's Daily praised your ability when it was looking for James. You became known to more people. XP plus 40. More people heard your name. XP plus 10. Compared to yesterday's fresh report, although today's follow-up was surprising. With yesterday's buffer, it was obvious that the heat had dropped. However, as time went by, the spread began to increase. This was good for Arthur. He was looking forward to the XP gains that would come when his reputation spread beyond South Lowe's. After confirming that the reports of the two newspapers did not mention James's lover Jane, and the series of events that happened last night, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. As long as he ran fast enough, the former would most likely be fine. And the latter? What kind of secret technique or props can achieve this level of shielding? Arthur just listened attentively. None of the neighbors around talked about what happened last night. It seemed that last night was a Christmas Eve. But only he understood how lively the situation was last night, and to some extent, it could even be described as intense. But even so, the whole of Nanlos was still quiet. The Countess of Nanlos is really a person with profound background. Arthur couldn't help but sigh. The young medium was not sure how such a large-scale shielding was achieved. But he was sure who did it. Apart from the Countess, there was definitely no one else. Such an unknown made the young medium more vigilant. He reviewed yesterday's events in his mind again. After confirming everything was correct, he put Ms. Anna in his pocket and went out with the caged Pendragon. Today was the day he went to get his cane. Walking along Kirk Street, bypassing the Evers Mobile snack stand at the entrance of the alley, Arthur walked from the other side to Simic Avenue, bathed in the rare sunshine of South Los. Arthur's mood also became cheerful. He had a hunch that today would be a pleasant day. No murder, no hidden cards, and nothing strange. He would take his 2 canes from the Tate Cane shop, and then complete the one fighting, and verify his inner guess. Then, naturally, he would choose a nice-looking restaurant and have a good lunch. In the afternoon, if the weather was still fine, he would go for a walk on the beach. If the weather was bad, he would go back to number 2 Kirk Street to catch up on his sleep. What a beautiful day! Arthur couldn't help but curl up his lips. He smiled brightly. Then, when he walked into the Tate Cane shop, the smile disappeared. He did not see the owner Tate, but a strange young man standing in the shop. When the other party saw him coming in, he looked very surprised, flustered, and completely at a loss. "Hello, I'm here to get my cane," Arthur took the initiative to say. Okay. The strange young man nodded, turning around. He walked towards the cane cabinet that looked like a beehive. "You still need my credentials," Arthur reminded him, and took out the credentials 11.11 that Tate gave him. "Sorry, this is my first day at work, I'm not very familiar with it." The strange young man reluctantly gave Arthur a reason. Arthur expressed his understanding, and nodded slightly. The young medium suddenly asked, "Where's Boss Tate?" "My uncle is not feeling well today, resting at home temporarily. I was called here to cover the shift," the strange young man said. "So that's how it is." Arthur looked at him. Linen lining, dungarees, heavy coat that was both durable and resistant to light rain. Hair was a little messy, obviously hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Shoes were covered with gray mud, and it hadn't dried up. There was mud in the fingernails, and some stains on the back of the hand, but the fingertips were very clean. And those eyes were full of bloodshot. There was also a strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol on his body. There was more than one kind of cigarette smell, but each one was the smell of low-quality tobacco. It was obvious that the other party should have stayed in a closed space for a long time. Wiping something with his fingertips. Playing cards? Arthur guessed. Then, he sighed in his heart. With the serious personality of the boss, even if he suddenly fell ill, he would not choose such a nephew to take over the store for the sake of the store. Alcoholism is terrible. Playing cards while drunk is not terrible. It is deadly. It could cost him his own life. Or it could cost someone else's life. When the young stranger's fingers were about to touch Arthur's cane in the beehive cabinet, the young medium sighed and asked, "Is Mr. Tate still alive?" Chapter 183 Stolen Luck. "Alive, just. The strange young man answered almost instinctively. Then, the young man was stunned. He turned around and looked at Arthur with a helpless look on his face, and his face immediately became fierce. "Go away, I just want to take something. I don't want to cause trouble." While speaking, the young man took out a small knife with a blade about the length of an index finger, which can be used to cut butter on weekdays, peeling an apple, but it can also hurt people. If it hurts someone's life, it's likely that he will die. The knife in his hand seemed to give the young man endless courage. The original uneasiness disappeared, and all that was left was cruelty. Just now, he was just about to expel Arthur. At this time, he changed his mind. He swung the knife in his hand and stabbed Arthur. He dodged sideways and stretched out his right foot. The young man who stabbed in the air fell flat on his face. The man's head almost hit the door of the store. After 2 seconds of pause, the other party climbed up again, without looking at the door of the store that was so close, and did not choose to escape, but turned around and roared at Arthur. "Anyone who prevents me from making a comeback should die." Then, he rushed towards Arthur again. "Gambler should die." Arthur responded coldly, and kicked the other party in the lower abdomen. Suddenly, the other party flew back at a faster speed. This time, he was not as lucky as before. The young stranger smashed the door of the Tate cane shop, and fell to the ground groaning with broken glass stuck in his body. Arthur ignored him, and walked to the lounge behind the cane shop. When he opened the door of the lounge, and saw that it was just Tate who was unconscious, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was not dead. Sure enough, the so-called curse of favored by the god of death was nonsense. The previous ones were all coincidences. Arthur thought about it while looking at the lounge in front of him. The bed and sofa were all basic facilities. What surprised Arthur the most was the soundproofing here. Professional level. Otherwise, I couldn't have heard Tate's breathing just now. To build such a soundproof lounge. TSK. Looking at some of the exquisite furnishings in the lounge, Arthur roughly guessed what this place was for. But, what does it have to do with him? He was just a medium who came to pick up his cane. The patrolmen on Westmeck Avenue were much faster than those in other places. About 3 minutes later, the two patrolmen ran into the Tate cane shop. When they saw Arthur, they saluted at the same time. Advisor. As Arthur's reputation spread, everyone in the Shire District Police Department knew this powerful medium, and the two patrolmen were no exception. Arthur glanced at the two patrolmen who were in awe and nervous, and couldn't help but feel his temples swell. That kind of nervousness was very abnormal. Will there be something else? Arthur guessed in his heart, and then he repeated what had just happened. Immediately, the two patrolmen began to act. First, one escorted the robber to the police station, and the other woke up the shop owner Tate to ask about the incident. However, Tate, who was hit on the back of the head, was obviously a little dazed. He spoke incoherently, and paused from time to time, which made the questioning time infinitely prolonged. Arthur had been sitting on the sofa waiting patiently. When Martz came in, Arthur was playing a coin-guessing game with Pendragon. It was to move the coin back and forth between the left and right hands alternately, and finally hide it in one hand, and let the cat guess which hand it was in. If the coin was guessed correctly, it would be rewarded with a small dried fish. From the beginning until Martz appeared, Arthur and Pendragon played 10 games, and the total score was 10 o'clock at this moment. Arthur 10, Pendragon 0. In the 11th game, Maltz was right next to him. He saw with his own eyes that his partner hid the coin in his left hand, and Pendragon also put his paw on his left hand. And then? No! The palm of his left hand was empty. Arthur opened his right hand, and a coin suddenly appeared there. Meow? Pendragon was puzzled. Maltz was also puzzled. In the sleeve? In the sleeve. Right. Maltz suddenly thought of something. Arthur immediately rolled up his sleeves. Empty? It shouldn't be. Martz muttered to himself. Arthur calmly put the coins back into the box of Athos. And then he took the confused cat-faced Pendragon into his arms. It was just that when he was playing with the kitten, he was a little bit thoughtful. He, as a medium, didn't have any bad intentions. Why are you here? Arthur asked while stroking Pendragon. I heard that you encountered a robbery, and there are no deaths. Maltz looked at Tate with curiosity, as if he was sighing at the boss's good fortune, and was able to escape the favor of death. Arthur immediately rolled his eyes. I think you are thinking about something rude? No. No. I'm just curious, Maltz said as he walked towards Tate, signaled the patrolman to continue asking questions, and then he began to walk around the store. And soon, the old sheriff found the lounge. When the old sheriff returned to the sofa area, he began to tisk his tongue. It's a well-hidden place, a good place. Who do you think this place is for? The old sheriff asked. No one has died, how would I know? Arthur shrugged. At this time, the patrolman who had left earlier came back, along with trainee policeman Simon. Sheriff, advisor. What did that guy say? He said the guy is just a pure gambler. After hearing a piece of news about the Tate's cane shop, I started to be tempted, and then I came here to rob. Simon said this, and his expression was a little strange. Then, under the attention of Arthur Martz, the trainee police officer said, 3 days ago, a gambler stole a few canes from the Tate's cane shop, and then his luck started to change. Whether playing cards, dice, or betting on horses, he always won. When someone asked him why he always won, that guy said he got lucky at the Tate cane shop. 3 days ago? The cane shop he stole? The guy who was taken back in the middle of the night? Mart seemed to have thought of something. Yes. That guy is Frank. Simon nodded, very sure. Obviously, I was impressed. Facing Arthur's puzzled eyes, Mart immediately explained. Frank is also a gambler. He lives in the old town. After owing a lot of gambling debts, after the house was used to pay off the debts, he sold his wife and children for the principal, and ran to the Shire district to make a comeback, but he lost everything again. However, this kind of guy can make a comeback? It's really a blasphemy against fate, the old sheriff said, waving his fist angrily. According to that guy, Frank won about 400 gold tickets in the past 3 days, especially yesterday's horse racing, where he won 200 gold tickets in one game. We invited a lot of people to drink in the pub last night, Simon added. The three of them were talking in a low voice in the sofa area. The questioning about Tate was also coming to an end. At this time, Dicko ran in. After seeing Arthur and Mounts, he immediately said, someone found a charred body behind Mule Street. According to the on-site investigation, the body should be Frank, who we caught before. Chapter 184, Under the Corpse. Frank is dead? Suddenly, the three people in the sofa area looked different. Simon was simply surprised. After all, he just mentioned this gambler. Arthur and Mounts were going to be a little complicated. Arthur rubbed his eyebrows. He was determined not to admit that he was favored by the god of death. How could people die wherever he went? This kind of thing was too far-fetched. It was all just a coincidence. It was like finding a thread on a sweater. Then he pulled it hard. The probability that the whole sweater would become a ball of yarn. What is the probability of this? Very low. Almost zero. As for the intuition of the medium just now, you can't believe the words of the medium, let alone the intuition of the medium? You can't believe it. It's all the fault of the medium, not him. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief, sat up straight, while the old sheriff beside him sighed slightly. He was feeling the magic of fate. Sure enough, his partner was favored by the god of death. Strangers who met his partner would most likely have to go through the death test. Pass the test. Live. Fail. Die. Thinking of this, the old sheriff glanced at Tate, who was silent. The owner of the cane shop was obviously suffering from the double torture of headache and secret discovery. The former made him physically painful, and the latter made him anxious. Tate, I think you need to be more careful recently. The old sheriff felt that he had an obligation to remind this pretty good clerk that everyone has some secrets, not to mention that such secrets do not hurt others. And, as far as he knows, many stores provide similar services to attract the ladies of wealthy families to come, and to relieve the loneliness of the ladies of wealthy families. Otherwise, wouldn't the ladies' canes placed in the display stand become decorations? As for men, the club would be a better choice. Or rent a house. After all, in South Los, men have more freedom and more choices. Okay. Sheriff, thank you. Tate was stunned, then nodded. Then, he put the 2 canes belonging to Arthur, along with the straps, wristbands, and cane cloths that he had promised to match, into a box of high quality. However, he did not give it directly to Arthur, but to the old sheriff. After what happened, I can't face my real client for now. Please help me pass it to Mr. Kratos, Tate said, and pointed to the lounge with his eyes. Okay. It was just a small favor, and the old sheriff would not refuse. When the old sheriff took the box, Tate first bowed slightly to the old sheriff to express his gratitude, and then bowed to Arthur to express his apology. Arthur raised his hat slightly, in response. Afterwards, the group walked out of the Tate-esque cane shop. Arthur, Martz boarded the carriage directly, Dicko, and a patrolman drove the car. Simon stayed to deal with the follow-up. Sitting in the carriage, Martz sighed. Tate is too sensitive, he should be more calm. Right. Maybe the sign put too much pressure on him? The sign the old sheriff was talking about was the one that said rain or shine, 8:30 a.m. to 5:00 p.m. See you there. 20 years of perseverance, enough to turn some honors into burdens. Arthur did not comment on this. He did not find anything wrong in Tate's expression. Everything is normal. Not all stores can persist for 245 years, like Amanda's Cat Friends. It's really scary. Arthur is sure that Amanda's Cat Friends is a secret society. That kind of power, definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Could it be one of the cat factions? Arthur is not sure. However, whether it is or not, it does not prevent him from buying cat food and cat supplies. He believes that the 245-year-old Amanda's Cat Friends must have its own rules and survival rules. After all, people who keep cats can't all be ordinary people. Right? While chatting with the old sheriff, Arthur checked his 2 walking sticks. The stick body made of iron birch has a hardness that satisfies him. He hits ordinary people hard. It can definitely break the opponent's bones and tendons. The carving on the top of the staff is lifelike, capturing the essence of Pendragon's expression. Just looking at it is like seeing a lazy kitten. Without hesitation, Arthur, who got the staff, learned Magic Wand Combat. Magic Wand Combat LV1. In the middle of the Silver Age, an alchemist master Ms. Abel created this secret technique. The original purpose was just to make up for her lack of physical strength. It makes it safer when going out to look for materials. However, as time goes by, she continues to improve this secret technique and finally reaches the current level. Effect: consume some physical strength. Use the GA to perform the secret technique. Give the cane magic power, and turn it into a magic wand with fighting ability within 1 minute. Note 1. The caster has only 1 magic wand. Note 2. When the magic wand in the hand is completely broken, you can choose a new magic wand again. Note 3. The magic wand cannot leave the caster's radius of 5 meters. Note 4. The fighting ability of the magic wand at LV1 is equivalent to that of a fighting apprentice. After consuming 20 XP, a tiny, fuzzy cane shadow appeared above Arthur's heart. Compared with the palm shadow representing the hand of nothingness, it was only 1/50th the size, but it was still visible. At the same time, Spirit plus 0.1. It is true that plus 100 XP will increase spirituality by 0.1. Before, Hand of Nothingness consumed 100 XP points to upgrade to LV4, and after increasing spirituality by 0.1. Arthur had already noticed that. When he found out that the previous choice of the secret technique consumed a total of 90 XP, Arthur was ready to try to see if it was accurate. Then, the 1 XP consumed by Stone Shot did not affect it. But when Stone Shot is upgraded to LV2, it will consume 100 XP to have an effect. If it is true that 100 XP points increase 0.1 spirituality, randomly upgrading Stone Shot to LV2 will make his safe spirituality range stretched. After all, balanced blood has limited tolerance. The chilly feeling reappeared. Arthur could hear a faint voice calling out. He couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he instinctively wanted to chase the voice. However, the burning sensation on his left hand calmed Arthur down and made the chill disappear. Arthur glanced at the spiritual that reached 0.4 and thought silently in his heart. There is still a safe range of 0.2 spirituality. 200 XP? Not much, but it is enough to do something. At least, it will give him more power to protect himself. Of course, what Arthur is most glad about is that auxiliary skills are not counted in spirituality. Otherwise, with his plans for bluffing, intimidation, eyes like a torch, reading people's words and expressions, it would not be enough. With a little bit of luck, Arthur chose the cat's nest from the 2 canes as the carrier of one fighting, and put the other one back into the box. At this time, the carriage had already reached Neal Street. The carriage could not pass through the narrow street. Arthur Mouths, led by Dicko, began to walk. As for why the case happened on Neal Street in Dort District, the Shire District needed police. It was not because Cook had taken control of the power, Arthur became unscrupulous. It was because Frank had left a criminal record in the Shire District Police Station 3 days ago. This was done according to the rules. Sheriff, consultant. The patrolman at the scene looked at Arthur, mouth saluted. Because the distance was closer, Cook from the Dort Police Department arrived first. The only remaining third-level police officer in Dort secretly bowed to Arthur, and then led Mouths inside. This was an alley that was even narrower than before, and more smelly, and at the end was a wasteland, which surprised Arthur. According to his understanding, when the residents of the crowded Neal Street discovered this wasteland, they would definitely make full use of it. As if he had discovered Arthur's surprise, Cook immediately fell behind. There are rumors of ghosts here. Haunted? Arthur touched his chin. Well, it is said that a family was murdered here more than 20 years ago, and there have been rumors of ghosts since then. As time goes by, the dilapidated houses make people more afraid. And the residents around here are very reluctant to come here. Cook nodded. How was the body found? Martz asked. Screaming. It was the scream of the corpse before it died, which attracted people to come here, Cook said and pointed forward. Immediately, a charred corpse came into view. The remaining temperature on the corpse mixed with the unique smell of burning made the patrolmen around avoid it. Some even vomited their breakfast. Suddenly, The smell became stronger. Arthur, Martz, Cook walked to the charred corpse indifferently. For the three of them, it was just a charred corpse. I've gotten used to it. The charred corpse lay flat on the ground. It had been burned beyond recognition, and everything on it was burned clean, leaving only a ring on its finger. Did you identify Frank through this ring? Arthur asked. Yes, this is the gold ring Frank won yesterday. He showed it off to many people, and the person who just heard the scream also confirmed that it was Frank's voice. Cook answered. Maltz put on gloves and began to carefully examine the charred corpse, hoping to find clues. Arthur frowned. He looked at the ground under the charred body, and looked around, and said directly to the two people beside him, "Move the charred body away, and dig down." Maltz, Cook was a little confused, but they did not object to Arthur's words, and immediately directed the patrolman to work. The charred body was lifted away. The patrolman dug down. A moment later, a body appeared in front of everyone. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that, after Maltz saw the body, he exclaimed, "Frank?" Chapter 185 Putting it together. Martz frowned. With a look of disbelief on his face, he leaned down and carefully examined the body that had just been dug out. Although the coat and pants were gone, the face was correct. And the big beard was conspicuous enough, which made him remember it deeply. Then the question came. The body buried in the ground was Frank. Whose was the charred body? Could it be Frank too? There couldn't be two Franks. Could there be? The old sheriff subconsciously looked at his partner when he saw Arthur's calm face. The old sheriff immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what Arthur saw, or what he heard. But the old sheriff knew that as long as Arthur was there, everything would be fine. The same was true for Cook on the side. Although he had never really seen the ability of a medium, it had been reported in newspapers more than once. Therefore, Cook's eyes were full of expectations at this time. Arthur, who was stared at by the two, did not panic at all. He might have average ability, but standing on the shoulders of so many giants, he already had some clues. First of all, Martz couldn't have made a mistake. Arthur was very confident about this. Perhaps the old sheriff's age had reduced his physical strength, but his memory definitely hadn't, and his eyes were sharp enough. It was impossible to confuse someone who had met within 3 days, not to mention someone with such obvious characteristics. So, the body buried underground must be Frank. Secondly, the charred body. To some extent, it is also Frank. Or to put it another way, this Frank is the Frank in the eyes of the gamblers. It is a trick set up by some people. As for why, turn the body over. Arthur looked at the body dug out from the ground. Why did he find something wrong just now? It was because of the soil around it. This place is behind Mule Street. Because of the rumor of haunting. It is desolate, and no one comes. The land was smooth and flat. Only the land beneath the charred body had traces of being turned over and tamped. Although the guy who buried the body was very hardworking, there was still a huge difference between this kind of artificial tamping and the natural flatness of the surroundings. This time, without waiting for the patrolman to help, Maltz and Cook took action directly. The two carefully turned over the body dug out from the ground. And immediately, a wound appeared in front of everyone. The wound was on the back of the head of the body. The force was so strong that it was fatal. Is this a stick? Cook guessed as he looked at the shape of the wound. At the same time, he looked for possible sawdust. If a weapon such as a stick was used to hit the back of the head, this force would most likely leave more clues. Unless the weapon was iron birch. But strangely, there was no sawdust except soil near the wound. Cook immediately went to the burial pit to look for it. Maltz moved the hair of the corpse, looking for more clues. Cook, who found nothing in the pit, looked at the charred corpse again. Compared with the corpse that was dug out, the charred corpse was much easier to judge. There was a knife wound on the chest. It is obvious that the murderer stabbed the deceased to death with a knife. The deceased screamed in pain before dying. It was this cry of pain that attracted the attention of others. Then, the murderer burned the corpse to destroy the body. Cook thought in his mind, but he felt something was wrong. Unconsciously, the third-level police officer of Door District imitated Arthur's chin-touching action just now. Then, Cook's face changed. He didn't take off his gloves, and just moved the body back and forth. Immediately, the third-level police officer of Door District felt his stomach churning, but he held on to maintain his dignity in front of Arthur and Maltz. Arthur noticed Cook's embarrassment, but he was more concerned about the pile of dirt that Cook had just cleaned off the body. Under the flash of torch eyes, he keenly caught a bit of black. He leaned over to pick up the black spot, and as his fingers twisted, Arthur's eyes showed surprise. Paint? Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. The surprise of the young medium was not about the case at hand, but other unexpected surprises. However, this did not prevent Arthur from continuing to ask. Who arrested Frank that night? It was Hunter and Newt. The old sheriff replied. Let these two guys come over. I have something to ask them. Arthur said. Well? Dicko. Dicko. The old sheriff nodded and shouted to his men in the distance. While Dicko was bringing the two men over, Arthur walked towards the charred corpse next to him. He pulled down the weeds next to him and reached into the mouth and nose of the charred corpse. There was no ash. At the same time, Arthur found a different knife wound on the chest of the charred corpse. Even with the flames, the knife marks were still recognizable. The blade was placed flat, and it went straight through the ribs and pierced the heart accurately. It was so fast, accurate and ruthless. I am afraid that this guy would not have reacted until he died, Arthur thought as he stood up and walked around the haunted wasteland. He still needed to find some evidence. And soon, Arthur found the first piece of evidence he wanted in the ruins covered with weeds. Bloodstains, drag marks. This is the angle formed by a broken wall. It looked like an upside-down 7-foot. It was obvious that the murderer had hidden the body here. Then, Arthur looked for the second piece of evidence here. He first checked the angle of the upside-down broken wall, and after confirming that there was nothing he wanted inside, he continued to search. Compared to the body, this piece of evidence was much harder to find. Arthur searched the entire wasteland of broken walls, but did not find it. Unable to help, Arthur looked at the two bodies. The charred corpse aside, the body buried underground can clearly see its body shape. It is not very tall, but it has a small belly. So that's how it is. Instantly, Arthur guessed what was going on. For this, he thanked a certain giant. Clues began to be pieced together. And finally, there was only one piece of the puzzle missing. Arthur was not in a hurry about this. He began to tease Pendragon. And of course, he would not play the coin guessing game again. This time he played the cat food guessing game. He put a grain in one palm, the other hand grabbed a handful. To make the whole process more interesting, Arthur chose to let Pendragon see him take the cat food. Pen, guess which one is cat food? The orange cat did not hesitate, using its claws to scratch Arthur's left hand with the cat food. Arthur turned his palm over, spread his palm, revealing a cat food, and Pendragon took the cat food in one mouthful. Then, Arthur turned his right hand over, spread it out, revealing a handful of cat food. Plop! The cat food in Pendragon's mouth fell to the ground. The cat squatted there in confusion, and began to doubt its life. Ha! Pan, remember that people are evil. Arthur laughed happily, and put the remaining cat food back into his pocket. Hello? Not true. He was teaching Pendragon the philosophy of cat life. You will only remember it after you lose it. Clapping his hands, Arthur stood up. In his field of vision, Dicko had already come with two patrolmen. The two patrolmen should be Hunter and Newt. The two walked in front of Arthur trembling. When Arthur cast his eyes, their faces turned pale, and they said together, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Chapter 186, the third one. What's wrong? Arthur asked with a smile. We shouldn't be greedy. We shouldn't take the cane from Tate's cane shop. Hunter and Newt said one by one. Facing Arthur, who can communicate with spirits, the two really dare not hide anything. Moreover, this morning, the Earl even signed that Arthur would enjoy the treatment of a first-class police officer. This is enough to prove the Earl's trust in Arthur. Moreover, first-level police officers have the right to fire any patrolman. This point is particularly critical. The two knew very well what they would face once they lost their patrolman status. Apart from other things, the gang members who were extremely respectful in the past would eat them up immediately, without even a bone, and their families would suffer even more miserably. When they thought of that scene, tears were about to fall from their eyes. In this regard, Arthur was unmoved. He continued to ask, What else? Ah? The two were stunned, and mouths on the side couldn't help it. Ah? What? The old sheriff raised his foot and kicked the two men on the buttocks, and scolded them even more. You don't know what you can take and what you can't take, you two ignorant bastards, you two, you're gone for 3 months' salary. The old sheriff cursed and gestured, asking Arthur in a hidden way. After confirming that Arthur had no objection, he made a decision. Arthur knew all too well what the patrolmen of Nanlos were like. If someone else came, it would be the same. In fact, it would be even more excessive. It would be better to keep two people. Of course, It was definitely not because the two guys who made mistakes were easier to deal with. The young medium simply chose to follow the rules of Nanlos. It was really like that. Hunter and Newt cried again. However, this time, they cried with joy. Although they'd lost 3 months' salary, they kept their patrolman status, which was enough. Even if life was difficult, it was enough to live. The two wiped their eyes immediately and continued. That day we took some things from the Tate Kane shop and left. About 20 minutes later, we returned and saw Frank stealing things. We rushed in, and Frank ran away with the stolen things. Hunter said truthfully. In fact, we deliberately let Frank run away. He was holding a few canes in his arms, which looked good. We wanted to let him go, and he would definitely throw away these canes in order to escape. We remembered the location. When we catch him, we will come back to pick up the canes and get another subsidy, Newt added. This addition made the old sheriff so angry that he kicked another person. He was not angry at the greed of the two people. He was angry at the two people for causing the following events. Although he didn't know why his partner was asking these questions, the old sheriff was sure that the things he was asking about were definitely related to the two bodies next to him. It's okay to be greedy. If greed makes things go wrong, then there will be trouble. You two go back and write me a 20,000-word inspection, the old sheriff scolded. Suddenly, the two of them looked bitter. They could read, but not many. 20,000 words. That's a big project. And it's likely that they will have to find someone to write it for them. This is naturally another expense. After the old sheriff finished scolding, Arthur continued to ask. Then when you go back, did you find the cane? No. We didn't find any. We confirmed the location. It was in the area where Westmark Avenue leads to Garden Street, but when we came back, it was gone. Hunter and Newt shook their heads together, saying with certainty. So that's it, Arthur whispered to himself. Such a voice immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially Mounts and Cook. At this moment, looking at the two bodies, they were still confused. Hunter, Newt, do you know any guy in the Shire District who is a small person and has been active in South Lowes for at least 20 years? It's Faulkner. This old guy is a well-known broker in the Shire District. He not only accepts stolen goods, but also sells some intelligence. And he has lived in South Lowes for at least 20 years. Faced with Arthur's question, Hunter, Newt said in unison. Do you know the casino on Garden Street? Arthur continued to ask. Yes. The two said in unison again. Very good, then Newt. You take Dicko to sweep the casino, and bring everyone back to me. Hunter, you take us to find Mr. Faulkner. Hearing Arthur's arrangement, in addition to the necessary personnel to guard the scene, everyone took action. Arthur, Mounts, and Cook took a police carriage. After the carriage door closed, while Mounts was still thinking, young Cook couldn't help asking. Sir, what's going on? Just for money, Arthur said softly. For money? Just a few canes? Cook looked incredible. Although the price of the cane is not cheap, in the eyes of this third-level police officer in the Door District, this little money is not worth killing. Mounts was thoughtful at this moment. Then, the old sheriff looked at Arthur and asked him, who nodded slightly and made a gesture. Immediately, the old sheriff narrowed his eyes. The whole exchange was silent, without a trace, and Cook beside him did not notice it at all. After taking a hot bath, Faulkner felt refreshed all over. He stood in front of the mirror and began to shave. The glue that stuck the beard had already completely adhered to the skin of his face. Even after applying a hot towel several times, the whole process was extremely difficult. However, even though his face was hurting, the broker was not angry at all, because it was all worth it. Those fools must have concluded that someone robbed and killed Frank. Right? After all, I left enough clues. Oh! Tomorrow's newspaper should have news of poor Frank's tragic death. Faulkner pretended to be sad. He shook his head with a tut-tut sound. Then, the broker used a hot towel to wipe the remaining glue and hair on his face for the last time. After confirming that there was no residue left, he walked out of the bathroom. He stretched his body and threw the leather bag that had been wrapped around his waist into the corner. This leather bag was a waste bag commonly used by herdsmen, which could store a lot of water. Of course, it could also be used to store oil. After getting rid of this thing, everything will be perfect. Faulkner thought. His hand could not help but touch the cane. The T-shaped cane had good support, and the cane head was engraved with grip marks that could accommodate fingers, but none of this mattered. The cane was important. At a tiny spot, where the paint had fallen off, the golden glow fascinated Faulkner. He raised his hand and stroked it carefully, mumbling involuntarily, "Gold. Gold." And at this moment, there was a knock on the door downstairs. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 187 Gold X Accomplice X Family Extermination. "Who?" Faulkner asked vigilantly. Immediately, a familiar voice came from downstairs. "It's me, Hunter. I have good stuff." The first sentence was a normal voice, but the latter was lowered. Immediately, Faulkner's mind appeared an image of a patrolman with brown curly hair, puffy cheeks, but a thin body. After a slight hesitation, Faulkner responded, "Here we come." After killing the guy, Faulkner did not intend to flee far away. He already had his own business in South Los. Even if he got a windfall, he would not choose to leave this stable life. Therefore, he had to build a good relationship with people like patrolmen. Putting the golden cane away, Faulkner walked downstairs. This was Sheeling Street. Like Garden Street, both were middle-class neighborhoods close to West Merck Avenue, but Garden Street was on one side, and Sheeling Street was on the other side. You need to walk along the entire West Merck Avenue to get there. The main buildings here are the most popular 2.5-story buildings in South Los. Each building is completely independent and separated by its own courtyard. This is similar to Kirk Street, but it is far less spacious than Kirk Street. However, it is also the residence pursued by many middle-class people. After many middle-class people buy properties here, their wives or eldest sons with special skills will open various workshops and shops as a family unit. For example, the sign that Faulkner hung out was Handcraft Carving Workshop. Therefore, except for a desk and 2 chairs, the room on the first floor was occupied by various piles of stones and semi-finished plaster statues. Faulkner walked through a series of his own arrangements and carefully opened the door a crack. When he saw that Hunter was indeed the only one there, he opened the door completely. "Good afternoon, Officer Hunter." Even though Hunter was just a patrolman, Faulkner still looked flattering. He knew too well how difficult it was to deal with such a small person. "Do you need coffee or tea? I have some freshly soaked watermelon here," Faulkner asked with a smile. "Give me 2 watermelons," Hunter asked as if it was a matter of course. Not to mention eating 2 broken watermelons at Faulkner's place, he didn't even have to pay for a meal in the Shire District. "Please wait a moment." Faulkner smiled, but in his heart, he wanted to stab the other person. This feeling of greed reminded him of that guy again. "I really want to see if I will show the same expression as that guy when I stab the patrolman in front of me to death." The sudden impulse made Faulkner pause as he turned around. But the next moment, he returned to normal. Reason told Faulkner what he should do now. And Hunter, who was behind the broker, trembled violently. The patrolman looked at Faulkner's back as he walked towards the kitchen in horror. He just felt that the guy in front of him wanted to kill him. Is this an illusion? This guy shouldn't he dare. Right? Hunter thought. And his palms began to sweat. He began to pray to his sheriff and consultant to hurry up. Otherwise, he might die in the line of duty. A moment later, when Faulkner came out with the cut watermelon, Hunter picked up the cut watermelon and started to eat it. Although it was early autumn, it was still hot at noon in South Los. A watermelon picked up from the water was really delicious. Hunter chewed on it while taking out 5 gold coins from his pocket. Exchanged for gold notes. No problem. Seeing the gold coins, Faulkner's eyes lit up. As a broker, in addition to the necessary buying and selling information, his business scope also includes buying and selling stolen goods and exchanging coins. Especially gold coins, which are his favorite. Because gold is always hard currency. "I'll give you 2.1 exchange?" Faulkner gave a price that was a little higher than the highest price. Hunter curled his lips in dissatisfaction. But in the end, he nodded, muttering, "That's it for this time. You must give me a really high price next time." "Okay. Okay." Faulkner smiled and nodded repeatedly. And in his heart he kept saying, "Kill him! Kill him! Plan it again! With your intelligence, you can easily fool those policemen." Faulkner kept smiling, and his hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched tightly. Veins popped up on the back of his skinny hands. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a crow called out. Hunter patted the armrest of his chair and stood up. "I still have to go on patrol." Saying this, Hunter walked out. Beads of sweat had already appeared on the forehead of the patrolman. He had clearly noticed that Faulkner's condition was extremely wrong. However, the signal appeared. He could retreat. Quickly, Hunter walked to the door. He was about to push the door open and leave. At this time, "Officer Hunter, wait a moment. I have something here for you to take away." Faulkner kept smiling, stood up, held a sharp knife he pulled out of the desk and hid it behind his back, and walked towards Hunter step by step. Hunter began to tremble. He didn't see Faulkner hiding the knife, but he was familiar with Faulkner's posture of hiding the knife. I see. Cough, cough. The patrolman began to stutter. But suddenly there was a cough from upstairs. Hunter was startled. Faulkner was also startled. Then, the latter turned around and rushed to the second floor with a knife in hand, while howling wildly. Who is it? Who is it? Come out! When he saw the figure sitting on his sofa on the second floor, Faulkner mercilessly swung the sharp knife in his hand and stabbed the other person directly. But, ding! A cane blocked Faulkner. Sparks flew everywhere. The recoil from the blade almost made the broker lose his grip on the knife. But what surprised him the most was that the cane moved on its own, without anyone holding it. Faulkner was startled. The restless heart that had been unable to be restrained began to calm down. Sir, why did you break into my room? Faulkner held the knife, looking like he was doing it for self-defense. Arthur, who was sitting on the sofa, had a newspaper next to him. He was checking the golden cane in his hand. When he saw Faulkner coming up, the medium said slowly, 3 nights ago, Frank, who thought he could make a comeback but lost everything again, walked out of the gambling house on Garden Street. He happened to see the open door of the Take Cane shop. He was so excited that he rushed in without thinking carefully, preparing to get something to make a comeback. But he was discovered by the patrolman after he had just picked up a few canes. He immediately ran out, and at the same time, threw his cane into the bushes on the roadside. He planned to come back to get it later. But he didn't notice that there was a guy following him, who was unfamiliar with the place. That guy was the one who tricked Frank from the old town to earn the commission from the gambling house owner. But Frank brought too little money. When this guy thought that he had spent so much effort to get such a small amount of money, he felt dissatisfied, prepared to teach Frank a lesson secretly. Coincidentally, he saw Frank throw away his cane, and he was immediately overjoyed, and when everyone was away, he picked up the cane. But as soon as he picked it up, this guy found something wrong. The weight of one of the canes was wrong. After a careful inspection, he found that the cane was actually gold. He was ecstatic, but also a little hesitant. He couldn't be sure whether Frank had noticed the difference in the cane, so he waited outside the police station. When Frank showed up, he immediately lured Frank to Mule Street and killed him, under the pretext of taking him to his home to stay. Then, this guy came to you, and showed off his deeds to your friend, and sold you this golden cane. You nodded in agreement, but at this time, you had already had the intention to kill. No, it was you who had already had the intention to kill. But you were worried. It was precisely because of this worry that you tolerated this guy who kept blackmailing you. At the same time, you suggested to this guy, let him pretend to be Frank, to completely erase the suspicion. This guy agreed. But what this guy didn't know was that you changed your mind the next day, you killed him with a knife, and then, you continued to act in the name of Frank. Frank from the old town had no acquaintances. You only needed to stick on a fake beard, change your body shape, and you could perfectly pretend to be him. After all, if that guy can do it, there is no reason why you can't do it. Moreover, you have to do better. You have to use Frank's death to cover up the guy's corpse. Therefore, you keep publicizing your gains in the Take Cane shop. And you keep showing off your good luck to everyone. But what is the truth? It's just a means to attract fools. Arthur said this, paused slightly, and looked at Faulkner, a short and thin man. The broker remained calm. Sir, please leave. Otherwise, I will call the police. As he said this, he was about to go downstairs. But he stopped immediately. Cook and a group of patrolmen blocked the downstairs. And in the front was a fat figure. You are the only one who wants to call the police? Dyko, with a scar on his face, stiffened his neck, looked at the guy above, curled his lips, and was eager to use the baton in his hand. You know, there is a reward for catching the murderer. Moreover, the sheriff is different from those bastards before. He will not embezzle the reward. He will get the full reward, which is enough for his daughter Ellie to buy another beautiful dress. Officers, you won't believe the words of an intruder. Right? Fernac remained calm. He too. Intruder? That's our police consultant, Mr. Kratos. Dyko turned his head and spit. The ferocious fat face was full of sneers. Kratos? The medium? Fernac was stunned, then laughed. He turned around and stared at Arthur, asked, Did Nak tell you? This guy's soul didn't turn into ashes with the flames? Besides, what do I need to worry about? Even if I kill NAK, I don't need to use such a complicated method. The words were full of provocation. No, you need it. Because the person you are worried about is not dead yet, but has temporarily lost his freedom. You need to make him mistakenly believe that it was Nak who killed Frank, and hide temporarily. Arthur shook his head, then picked up the newspaper at hand and threw it to Fernak. The newspaper fell lightly to the ground, and what caught his eye was the report of the arrest of Height, the owner of Height Furniture Store. Fernak's face changed, but he still insisted. I don't know him at all. The other party was firm and resounding. Arthur looked at the other party with amusement, and asked lightly, Oh, but the family that was wiped out behind Neal Street has always said that it was you three who did it. Chapter 188 Secret. When a place is rumored to be haunted, and the local residents, who have always been willing to build houses for rent, dare not approach the wasteland, someone dumps corpses recklessly. If only one person did it, it can still be said that they are bold and careful, and found the blind spot. But if two people do it, it can't be explained by boldness and carefulness. Especially before Fernak burned the body, he showed his familiarity with the wasteland. A person who has never been to the wasteland, just relying on what he heard, could he find such a hidden place to temporarily store the bodies in one go? It's impossible. Arthur had observed there himself. Unless he had scouted the place in advance, it would be difficult to find the broken wall hidden in the weeds. And there were no extra traces at the scene. At the same time, Fernak had no time to scour the place in advance. After seeing the news of the arrest of the owner of the Haight Furniture Store in the newspaper the next day, he decided to kill his former partner. At that time, his partner had already started to play the role of Frank, and was already in the sight of many people. He could make Frank leave for a short time, but he could not disappear from everyone's sight for a long time. Therefore, killing and hiding the body was the first step. Returning to continue to pretend to be Frank was the second step, and transporting the body was the third step. The place where the body was hidden could only be the handicraft carving workshop. Arthur had proved this from the dried blood in the other party's bathroom. The body should have been transported late last night. Why did Frank invite so many people to drink last night? It was in the name of getting rich, and to facilitate this morning's performance. Fernak is short, and if he wants to move the body, he must have tools, and the cart at the Mule Street Tavern is the best choice. After all, if someone is treating, how can the wine in the tavern be used? More wine must be purchased. This was the opportunity for Fernak to transport the body to the wasteland on Mule Street. Faced with the host's request to buy more wine, how could the drunk people refuse? They were living in extreme poverty, and wanted to drink more. So, Fernak's plan was done in one go, just like the guy who killed Frank. After the two killed people, they instinctively chose the wasteland on Neal Street. This coincidence made Arthur doubt that the wasteland was not haunted. It was making trouble. As for why it was making trouble, it was naturally related to the murder of a family 20 years ago. Or to be more precise, the murder of a family 20 years ago brought about an excellent trading location. It was deserted, no one approached, there was no better trading location than this. Moreover, after Arthur's observation, if it was slightly renovated, it would still be a good place to hide the victim. Afterwards, using Hunter to attract the other party's attention during his search through the windows, he found another key point, a newspaper. The only newspaper in the whole room. The newspaper on the coffee table had wrinkles, especially the page reporting the arrest of the owner of the Haight Furniture Store. Haight. Seeing the wrinkled newspaper, Arthur recalled the excitement of Fernak when he saw the news. His palms sweating, and his fingers working hard. It also made Arthur understand why Fernak had endured for so many years. At this time, he was so impatient to kill his accomplice. Because there were 3 accomplices. After the 3 committed a big crime 20 years ago, they did not flee far away, but all lived in South Los. They maintained a certain parallel, but also monitored each other, until the dead guy broke the balance. The news brought back by Dicko from the casino, a guy named Nak who relied on abducting others to enter the casino, seemed to have made a fortune recently. Not only did he pay off the casino loan sharks, he also frequently visited the club. But he hadn't been seen in the past 2 days. Where did this guy named Nak get his money from? It goes without saying. As for why Nak chose Fernak instead of Hatter? Because Hatter had James behind him, the sheriff of the Door district. Nak understood that he would pick on the weak. Similarly, the reason why the guy confessed to Fernak that he had killed someone again was probably to intimidate Fernak. Then, Haight was arrested and imprisoned. Fernak had murderous intentions. Nak was gone. Sorting out the information in his mind, Arthur looked at the Fornac in front of him with a smile. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions. Fornac was trying to calm himself at this moment, but Arthur had seen too much panic, murderous intentions, and unwillingness in his expression. Then, "Kill you!" Growling, Fornac rushed towards Arthur. "Ga!" as he chanted in a low voice. Arthur's cane danced again. The magic wand seemed to be controlled by an invisible person. With a perfect inward cut, it knocked the sharp knife out of Furik's hand. And then it continued to hit his head and neck. Snap! Snap! After 2 consecutive hits, Furik completely lost his ability to move, and just lay there mumbling. Same. Same. Same as the monster at that time. Such mumbling made Arthur quite concerned. Monster? Arthur asked. Yes. Monster. The monster we met 20 years ago. It was the monster that asked us to go to the Thump family. It couldn't see its face clearly. It only appeared at night, sometimes turning into mist, sometimes into a person. When it stared at us with its bloodshot eyes, we didn't have the slightest power to resist. Hatter wanted to resist it, but it didn't attack. It just threw out its cane, which immediately made Hatter lose the power to resist. Moreover, it also sucks human blood. The Sanka family that we nominally killed, in fact, died after it sucked all their blood. After it sucked the blood of that family, it also began to eat people. When Furik said this, his eyes were full of fear. When Furik spoke, Arthur stared at him closely. He could confirm that the other party was not lying. In other words, someone pretended to be his blood descendant 20 years ago. No, it is corruption. The reason why the Blood Clan was so unscrupulous in the era of the Blood Grand Duke was because they were being hunted by the Holy Empire. In order to recover quickly from their injuries, the Blood Clan had to suck human blood. But by the era of the Blood Marquis, the Holy Empire had long been broken, and the Silver Age of the nobility had begun. At this time, the Blood Clan followed the corresponding rules, mainly consuming animal blood, and occasionally sucking human blood, but never in front of outsiders. The Blood Clan calls it etiquette. Arthur disdains this table manners. He even doubts the Blood Duke's statement that he was forced to do so. But that reckless guy must die. Not for the legacy of the Blood Clan. For the purity and honor of the bloodline. Of course, these require some planning. Thinking of this, Arthur continued to look at Phonic. At this time, Furnak had already sat up, leaning against the wall. After seeing Arthur's gaze, the cowardice and fear in his eyes disappeared, leaving only ridicule. Want to know more? I won't tell you. Go to hell. After yelling, Furnak pressed the mechanism behind him hard. Click. Chapter 189 Knowledge X Purity X Rescue. Phonic's grim laugh. The crisp sound echoed on the second floor. But nothing happened. Arthur, sitting on the sofa, looked at him with a smile. The mechanism of the room in front of him was very clever, but that was only for ordinary people. If compared with number 2 Kirk Street, this place is simply a meatball in a big pot. And Dicko, who was standing downstairs, unexpectedly glanced at Cook, who was not moving behind him. Then he shouted contemptuously at the remaining patrolmen who had run away. Assholes, come back. With the consultant here, how could this guy succeed? The rest of the patrolmen came back embarrassed. Upstairs, Phonic's grim smile froze on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was set up by the master of the mechanism. How could you crack it? Phonic shouted while pressing the mechanism hard. Amid the clicking sound, still nothing happened. Have you ever thought that you were deceived? And you didn't take the chance I gave you as an opportunity. Even now, you are unwilling to call me Mr. Kratos. Arthur, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly picked up Pendragon. He lowered his head and teased Pendragon with his fingers. He didn't even look at Fornak, but the faint aura on his body had already made Fornak collapse to the ground. Trembling intimidation. Flashing rapidly. Mr. Kratos, please give me another chance. I'll tell you everything. Furnak burst into tears. At this moment, Arthur finally determined that the other party was abnormal. Or to be more precise, his mind was a little abnormal, born? Or was he affected by the secret technique of the fake blood descendant? Or did he witness something extraordinary? Arthur guessed in his heart. The world in front of him has a mysterious, therefore, it is not the case that the more you know, the better. Sometimes being a little ignorant can help you live better. If you know too much, You will go crazy. Unless you have a corresponding safe spirituality. If you have an unsafe spirituality, it means you have a layer of accelerated death or madness. What is the situation with Fernac? Arthur cannot be sure. He has no ability to heal him. But the state he is in, but Arthur had to be extra careful to distinguish which part of what the other party said was true, and which part was a false fantasy. At the same time, the mist on the roof flapped its wings and flew to the Shire District Police Station. The owner of the Haight furniture store, Haight, was still detained in the police station. Before, there was no need to care. Now, it is necessary to keep a close eye on it. Arthur had a hunch that compared to the Fernac in front of him, Haight knew more and was more valuable. But we can't alert the enemy. Inside the Tate Kane shop, Simon and the patrolman had already left, and the damaged door was temporarily hung up in an emergency repair manner, which could barely be called a door. Tate sat in the shop with a dull look on his face. He knew he should die, even if he was coerced. But he did that after all. It is a serious crime to privately cast gold. With the ability of the medium, soon he will be traced here. Maybe the other party already knows everything, which is why the old sheriff reminded him. Alas, I destroyed everything I loved. Tate walked out and took down his sign. He raised his hand and stroked the words engraved on it, rain or shine, from 8:30 a.m. to 5:00 p.m., we will meet. He engraved it himself and wiped it every day. He seemed to still remember that he was confident that he could run this store well, even passed down with pride. But now, I have failed you. After putting the sign in place, the cane shop owner began to sort out the remaining canes in the shop that the customers had ordered but did not take away. Then, he marked them one by one, and left the words "I'm sorry." After that, he took his carving knife and walked back to his sign. Took a deep breath. The cane shop owner, he took up the carving knife and stabbed it at his neck. Since his love has been tarnished, then he should wash it with blood. With this pure feeling, Tate chose to die. However, before the carving knife touched his neck, he was stopped by Mounts, who had been staring at him. "Sheriff Mounts, please let me go. I don't have the face to live anymore." Tate whispered as he was stopped, and his tears could not stop flowing. "If I want to die because of this, more than half of the people in the entire South Lows would have to die." The old sheriff looked at Tate in front of him, with emotion in his eyes. He hadn't seen such a pure guy for many years. Except for some real fools. Even the simple farmers, there was a hint of cunning belonging to the country people in the depths of their eyes. People like Tate are rarer than gems. So, bang! Martz punched the other party, making him bend over completely, and the carving knife in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing the other party in pain, still trying to pick up the carving knife, the old sheriff confirmed that the other party really wanted to die, and was not pretending. He kicked the carving knife into the corner, and asked Mounts, who was carrying a long box, "Because you made a golden cane, are you going to die?" In order to prevent Tate from doing anything stupid again, Mounts grabbed the other party's collar, and pushed him against the wall, and restrained him. Tate heard Mounts' question, his lips trembled slightly. Finally, he said in a trembling voice, "Not 1, but 23. Hiss. You are damned." Mounts took a deep breath in his heart. He regretted stopping Tate from committing suicide. One golden cane was easy to cover up. Both he and his partner could easily cover it up. 23. I am afraid it would be a bit difficult. However, thinking of his partner's explanation, the old sheriff immediately calmed down. "Do you want to die?" "Yes." Faced with the old sheriff's question, Tate nodded. "Have you completed all the orders?" "Yes. Mr. Kratos is my last customer. I have also made arrangements for the rest. They will be taken away by their respective owners." Tate looked at the beehive cabinet, and his tone became gentle. "Oh, not really. I still need a cane." The old sheriff loosened Tate's collar, and raised his hand to gesture to himself. In response, Tate smiled bitterly. "Thank you for everything you have done for me. But a cane, apart from being elegant and pretentious, is used to support a person's weight. It is the legs of some people with inconvenient legs and feet. And it is also the life support of these people. And an old man like me needs a strong and durable cane that can support my body. Isn't it possible? And I choose a craftsman I trust. What's wrong with that? You can die if you want. But make this cane for me first before you die." Mounts, like Arthur, is not good at speaking. He chose his own way to persuade the cane shop owner. He knew very well that as long as the cane shop owner calmed down, everything would turn out well. And facing such a pure guy, Don't be too easy. Seize the other person's love, and use it ruthlessly. But, don't say but, hurry up and get the ruler. Maltz urged. Tate hesitated for a moment, walked to the counter, took out the tape measure that he was very familiar with, and immediately recalled countless situations in the past 20 years in his mind, the excitement of measuring the customer's arm for the first time, the uneasiness, the embarrassment of the first mistake, the helplessness, the joy of the first compliment, the embarrassment of being embarrassed for the first time. For a moment, all kinds of situations flooded into his mind, and gathered into one sentence. Thank you. The old sheriff shook his head. He would not accept such thanks. Thank me? That's not necessary. Arthur saw the aura of death around you. So he asked me to come. Is it Mr. Kratos? He must be very disappointed with me. Right? Will he still use the cane I made? Tate exclaimed. And his eyes dimmed again, looking at the other party like this. The old sheriff wanted to punch him again, but he held back. He looked around, wanted to find some excuses. Suddenly, he saw a stray cat running outside the door, and immediately had an idea. If you feel that you can't sleep or eat well, prepare 2 cat bowls, and put them outside. It's cold, and it's more difficult for stray cats to find food and water. You can go and help stray cats. The old sheriff didn't ask the other party to help people. The other party's purity is to some extent a fool. Facing people, the other party can't control it. Let's face the cat. Cats are purer than people. Looking at Tate's thoughtful look, Maltz breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could completely exhale, the old sheriff's eyes froze as he looked outside. Chapter 190. When bluffing meets bluffing, that's the beginning of something wonderful. In Maltz's field of vision, a 2-meter-tall, extremely burly man appeared. Even his coat couldn't cover his sturdy arms. So, the other party simply tore off the sleeves of his coat. With his height, sturdy body, and exaggerated muscles, his temperament suddenly became wild. Especially the arrogant smile on his face, which made people walking on Westmeck Avenue dodge, as if afraid of being seen. That forearm is as thick as someone else's waist, the old sheriff commented, and his eyes became alert. The pressure from the other party's height and muscles was too strong. Even the old sheriff, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, felt the pressure. Especially when there was Tate's matter, the old sheriff instinctively thought that the other party was coming for him. Subconsciously, the old sheriff held the hilt of the sword with one hand and put down the long box on his back with the other hand. This was what his partner had told him when he encountered a danger that he could not handle. He asked his 3 old friends for help. Although the old sheriff did not understand why his partner asked him to do this. He believed in Arthur. He also believed in his 3 old friends. Therefore, he returned home and brought his 3 old friends with him. At the moment when the old sheriff put down the long box, Freeman's unbridled smile suddenly froze. He felt the deadly danger. It seems that something terrible is staring at him. If he moves randomly again, he will die. Who is it? Freeman began to look for his target. As for Maltz, Freeman did not think that the old man in front of him would pose a threat to him. Maybe he was a good fighter when he was young, but he looked old and weak. He could beat 10 people with one hand, and this was on the premise that his skills had not deteriorated. Obviously, Freeman recognized Maltz, knowing Maltz's background. Or to be more precise, it was because Freeman knew Maltz that he provoked him just now. I'm sorry. Just as Freeman was looking for his target, a round-faced, big-eyed lady in hunting clothes, but without a deerstalker hat came out, stood beside Freeman and apologized to Maltz. My friend is from the countryside, and doesn't know the rules, please don't mind. After saying that, Amur dragged Freeman away quickly. Freeman was reluctant at first, but when Amur's light blue eyes showed murderous intent, the newborn blood chose to obey temporarily. He just obeyed temporarily, and did not surrender. He was just tied up and stabbed more than 100 times. And you want him to surrender? Impossible. If you want to die, just die. Why drag me into it? Do you know that man is a friend of the medium Kratos? If you hurt him, do you think that the medium Kratos, with his petty character, will let you go? Besides, didn't you realize that the medium Kratos has an unusual relationship with your father? Don't let your father hang you up and bleed you again. Turning into a small alley between the shops on Westmeck Avenue, Amur grabbed Freeman by the collar and spitted. The spit splashed Freeman's face. The newborn blood frowned. It was not because of Amur's spit, but because of the words in Amur's mouth. To be precise, it was the sentence, "The psychic Kratos has a different relationship with your father." Are you sure? I am sure and certain. Although the psychic does not admit it. I suspect that he and your father have a deep cooperation. In fact, maybe at some point, it was the Kratos family that protected your father, in order to stop the mentally ill blood descendant from provoking Arthur again. Amr began to make up stories. The lady from Talon believed that Arthur and Auburn must have a connection. But the deep cooperation and the life-saving grace were her imagination. She knew very well the blood descendant as attachment to the blood clan. And this just happened to be the reins she used to tie the other party. When she thought of this, Amr felt a little tired. Why did she join the staff of the Countess? Isn't it because there is more money and less trouble? But I don't know what happened recently. There are more and more things. And it's getting bigger and bigger. At first, it was enough for the guards of the Countess to come forward to deal with it. Then it was the staff, then the 66 staff. And now, the 66 staff is in a scrap state, and the 16th staff is also tied up. So that she, a trusted member of the staff, had to come forward to deal with the emergency. Damn it! What happened? Why do I always feel that Nanlos is cursed? Amr roared in his heart. Then, she became depressed again. She thought of her mission, to find the descendant of blood. But it is not that easy to find the blood clan. After eliminating the suspects, she had to choose the simplest method, to find a needle in a haystack. With the characteristics of Nono, borrow some of Freeman's blood to find the blood clan. Although the blood descendant did not admit it, Freeman was indeed a blood descendant, and not just an ordinary blood slave, but a blood fighter. With the help of the other party's blood, we can find it bit by bit. Although it takes time, we can always find it. Let's go, we still have our mission, Amr said weakly. The lady from Talon did not notice the strange look in Freeman's eyes behind her with his head down. The newborn blood took the other's words seriously. Maybe I can get closer to my father through this gentleman. So, what does this gentleman like? Amr, Freeman's figure quickly disappeared on Westmark Avenue. Mouths watched the backs of the two completely disappear, before saying goodbye to Tate. Remember, if anyone asks you, you just say you were my informant, and you do everything according to my instructions. I don't know the rest. Do you understand? The old sheriff lowered his voice, and reminded him again. The old sheriff was really worried about this guy who was too pure. So he could only remind him again and again. I know. Tate nodded. His voice was a little low. This look made the old sheriff want to punch him. However, the old sheriff suppressed his anger and said again, if you accidentally let it slip, you will cause me to lose my life. Got it? Ah? Got it. Tate was stunned, then nodded seriously. He could lose his own life, but he could never let others lose their lives for him. Seeing Tate like this, the old sheriff finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why is it said that such a pure person is easy to control? Because the other party always considers others. By the way, if you feed the passing wild cat, you can go to Garden Street to ask Amanda, should we give these cats eggs? It seems to be good for something. The old sheriff took 2 steps and thought of something. He turned around and said something to Tate, who nodded repeatedly. Then, the old sheriff went straight to the Shire District Police Station. This was an appointment between the other party and Arthur. At this moment, Arthur also took the police station's special carriage from Sheeling Street back to Eyre Lane. Arthur, who was alone in the carriage, recalled everything that Fernac had just said. There was a deep surprise in his eyes. He whispered to himself in his heart, I didn't expect it to be like this. Chapter 191 The Missing Person. Phonic, Knack, Hate are not a trio. They are 4 people. There is also William. And this William is the eldest of the 4. 20 years ago, from boys to young adults, the 4 people whose passion gradually cooled down realized that going to sea could not fulfill their dreams. So the 4 pirates chose to go ashore. They secretly lowered all the small boats on the pirate ship at night, which were full of treasures. They set out on their return journey with enough food and water. Before that, the 4 had already drilled a hole in the bottom of the big ship to ensure that they would not be chased. Moreover, William, the head chef, also drugged the food that night. The big ship was drilled. All the small boats went into the sea, and the food was drugged. All the pirates who were with them died in the belly of the fish before they could react. William, Phonic, N.A.K., and Hatter were cheering and fantasizing about their wonderful life after landing. Everything was so beautiful. Until they encountered a storm. The boat full of treasures capsized. Food and fresh water were gone. The 4 of them fell into the water. Fortunately, they met a passing merchant ship, and the merchant ship rescued them. They lied that they were crew members of the White Wine Cup, which was the ship they had robbed before. The news did not spread, and the merchant ship did not suspect anything and provided them with food and hot soup. It was here that William met the Sank family with his cooking skills, and found out how wealthy they were. But they were different from the previous targets. The Sank family was very alert, vigilant, and armed. The youngest of the 4 children in the family could easily beat an adult, and the other person was only 8 years old. William warned the remaining 3 not to act rashly. They started to contact this family by using children as a breakthrough point. This process was quite long. After a month and a half of sailing, they arrived at the port of West in the South County from the land near the North County and boarded the South Los. At the same time, William became good friends with the youngest son of the Sanka family. He seemed to know something and became taciturn. The Sanka family began to buy houses and properties on Mule Street. William and the other 4 said goodbye to this family. They boarded the merchant ship and prepared to do it again. Not only for money, but also to conceal their identities. This time they succeeded. The storm covered everything, and the reef sank with their disguised information. They returned to South Los again and began to change their appearance. Only William was different. William actually began to repent. Then, after half a year, when Fernac, N.A.K. and Hyde all lived a pretty good life, William became a beggar. And he was crazy. The 3 of them expressed their confusion and helplessness. Time passed, and another half a year passed. William suddenly found them, and said he wanted to do a big deal. And he promised that after completing this deal, they would have no worries about food and clothing. The 3 agreed, because they knew very well that the goal that William had disguised for a year was definitely a big fish. A good life, and no worries about food and clothing. They chose the latter. However, they later found out that their target was the Sunk family. The 3 were surprised. In their opinion, the wealth of the Sunk family was not worth the trouble at all, but soon, the 3 were convinced. They saw with their own eyes that the youngest son of the Sunk family handed a fist-sized gold nugget to William. Even though the distance was far, they saw the gold, and then they touched it. The plan was simple: sneak in at night, killing and robbing. The time and date were set by William. It was the same before. The 3 did not find anything wrong. Until the day of the action. William said he would go in first, and they would stay outside, and set fire when they heard any noise, and then shoot anyone who escaped. When the Sanka family suddenly shouted, the 3 immediately poured oil and set fire, and when they saw someone rushing out, they shot with crossbows. Then, they encountered a monster with red eyes. The monster directly captured the 3 people, and after a simple question, it laughed loudly, and asked if they wanted to get rich. The 3 people who had seen the monster's power, and without the leader William, no one dared to resist. The target was still the Sunk family. The 3 people rushed in according to the monster's instructions. They splashed dog blood, and the blood of women, that was rumored to be able to poison the air and wither crops. The blood began to burn when it came into contact with the air. Then, the monster rushed in and began to slaughter the desperate Sank family. "It's you? Everything is your plan," Desperate Sank roared, fighting the monster with a silver sword. But his neck was soon bitten off, followed by Mrs. Sank and her 4 children. None of them were spared, and all 6 people were eaten by the monster. But 3 of them survived. The monster actually kept his promise, released the 3 of them, and gave them rewards. Bornak was surprised by this. What happened afterwards was unremarkable. The 3 of them started their own lives again, and finally became what they are now. William? Arthur kept repeating the name in his heart. There is no doubt that the pirate chef who disappeared last was the biggest winner. Arthur would not believe that the other party, who had been plotting for a long time, would die in the Sunk family. The other party must have left with something. The 3 people who stayed behind, naturally. He was a scapegoat. Even, the appearance of the descendant of blood was also in the other party as calculation. As for what they took away? Power. The power possessed by the Sank family. At that time, the 7 Years' War had just ended for 10 years, but some witch hunting activities in the North County and the West Coast were not completely banned. And as we all know, the silver sword is the standard equipment of the witch hunter. Obviously, the Sank family was tired of the endless witch hunting activities in the North County and began to move to Nanlos in the South County. The witch hunter who was defeated by ordinary people, I am afraid he will never believe it until he dies. So, even if facing the reality, he should think that it was done by the blood descendants. Only in this way can the witch hunter feel better. Otherwise, he will have to admit that he is just like those ordinary people he sent to the stake, so helpless, ordinary. Tisk, arrogant guy. Arthur sneered in his heart with disdain. He had no good feelings towards the witch hunter, who sent a large number of innocent people to the stake. Even if the other party had quit, it would still be the same. If you make a mistake and don't accept the punishment, it's not atonement. It's indulgence. However, that blood descendant actually kept his promise. What is this? The last pride of the nobles? Or can't we tarnish our honor? Even if the blood marquis is dead, we still have to abide by the rules? Arthur thought about the behavior of the blood descendant. He was a little puzzled, not because of the other party's noble behavior, but because the other party had appeared 20 years ago. What had he been doing in the past 20 years? Why was there no movement at all? This was inconsistent with the image of an avenger. And what made Arthur even more puzzled was, why did the blood descendants attack the Thunk family? Could it be that the Thunk family was related to the death of the blood marquis family? There were so many questions that Arthur couldn't help rubbing his swollen temples. Then, he held Pendragon in his arms, listened to the unique sound of the wheels rolling on the cobblestone road, and said softly, "There are so many bad people in the world. So the kitten must be obedient. Otherwise, it will be caught and eaten by the bad guys outside." Pendragon ignored this sentence at all, just gurgling in Arthur's arms. Arthur smiled and began to scratch Pendragon's head, muttering to himself, "So, in order not to be eaten, I occasionally cheat people, rob the thieves, rob the rich and help the poor. Win-win. Win-win. Win-win-win. 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 Can be forgiven. Right?" Chapter 192 Honesty can win twice. The carriage stopped steadily in the small square. After the patrol opened the door, Arthur walked into the Shire District Police Station with an empty cage in one hand and Pendragon in the other. Amid the greetings of Counselor, "Good afternoon," he went straight to the sheriff's office. Martz, who came back more than 10 minutes earlier than Arthur, was holding a cat toy made of feathers and willow branches, teasing the sheriff. As an old man living alone, Martz, who was worried about the lack of care for the sheriff at home, chose to bring his cat to work. As for the rule that pets cannot be brought to work, sorry, there is no such rule. Was there one before? Since he started raising cats? There is no such rule. As the boss of the Shire District Police Station, it is still very convenient for Martz to do something. After putting away the cat toy and letting the sheriff go to find Pendragon, Martz asked Simon to pour 2 cups of tea, when there were only 2 people left in the office. The old sheriff lowered his voice and said, "Tate has been dealt with." "Yeah." Arthur took a sip of tea and squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Although he liked sweet things very much, he didn't dislike the slight bitterness in the tea, because, along with the bitterness, there was a different kind of freshness. The freshness was accompanied by a hint of sweetness. After drinking half of the tea in the cup, Arthur sat up again and looked at his partner beside him. "You don't understand why I want to help Tate?" The old sheriff nodded. Given their relationship, there was no need to hide this kind of question. The old sheriff was indeed very curious, because, in the old sheriff's opinion, Tate was really useless. Although he was pure and kind, he was too much used by others. To some extent, such a person would only hinder others. Tate is very similar to a friend of mine. He is simple, kind, and a bit of a pushover. When I saw him, I always felt like I was looking at my friend. So, if I could help, I would help. Besides, didn't he find that being with pure people would make us complicated people feel happy? Arthur explained. No, I am simple, and you are the complicated one. The old sheriff smiled and shook his head. Arthur gave the old sheriff a middle finger. Then he picked up the golden cane that Dicko had brought back before, and his fingers gently touched the part where the paint was lost, feeling the golden coolness. "How many are there in total?" 23. The old sheriff reported the number with a wry smile. Arthur was not surprised, but his mouth curled up. The golden cane in his hand weighed about 3 gene, 23 gene, that's 69 gene. According to the calculation of 1 gold coin and 2 grams, that's 17,250 pieces. This money is enough to buy a pretty good merchant ship. "We have a merchant ship." Arthur said so. Martz was shocked. This large amount of gold was involved, and it was not something that a sheriff could cover up. It would definitely be reported, and then the Countess would definitely intervene. Under this premise, it might backfire. However, the old sheriff did not persuade him, because he believed that Arthur would not be so irrational. "Sure enough. Believe me, these golds are nothing compared to some things. Arthur said. Then he signaled Mouths to call Simon in. Simon, be discreet, go to number 6 White Bird Street, tell the lady to show up here without leaving any trace. I have something I must tell her. Yes, consultant. Simon nodded solemnly immediately, then left the office. Mouths recently discovered Dyko, Andy, Rooney and Simon are all very useful. Dyko, Rooney are all fat or strong, he can be called a good attacker. Not to mention Andy, a sharpshooter in a short time, which has been proved in the previous battle. And Simon? He is a jack-of-all-trades character, who can be put in any position, and will definitely do his best. In response, Arthur gave his partner a thumbs up. Mouth smiled, and then asked in a low voice, Do you want to let that lady join the game? It's not that the old sheriff doesn't welcome Miss Changyi, but in the old sheriff's opinion, Miss Changyi didn't care about this little money at all. The lady's auction probably made as much money as this every week. What do you mean by joining? I'm just charging a fee, Arthur said with a smile. He believed that Melinda would pay a good price for what just happened. Maybe she could find out from other places. If he informed her in advance, she would not go to other places to find out. The lady would not do such a shameful and short-sighted thing. What's more, the other party still owed him one. That's right, Amur did compensate for Amur's matter. But that was Amur's compensation. What does it have to do with Melinda? Of course, this also involves Harris, the person in charge of Rat Tail Alley. Arthur asked Hunter and Newt in detail. When the two entered the Tate cane shop that night, they found signs of rummaging in the cane shop, but nothing was missing. It was obvious that they were looking for something. At that time, they would go to the cane shop to look for something. Arthur couldn't think of anyone else except Harris. Then, did Harris find the golden cane? He should have. And there might even be a surprise. But when he didn't find what Isidore had hidden in it, the head of Rat's End Alley must have been angry. Then, he threw it aside. After all, in the eyes of the head of Rat's End Alley, what was so great about a golden cane? A golden scepter inlaid with gems, it is also common in Rat Tail Alley. People around red people are red, and people around black people are black. The special environment in Rat Tail Alley makes you ignore too much. So, is it not too much for you to pay me some tuition fees? Maybe Harris really didn't care, or maybe he really didn't notice, but now that he has the golden cane, it's hard to say. For Arthur, this is enough. He wants to sell this news twice. He wants a win-win situation. He sold the news to Melinda. It was because of the friendship of long-term cooperation. He sold the news to Harris because of the immediate benefits. This is not a conflict. Arthur did not intend to hide it from the two. He, the medium, is mainly about being honest. However, this requires skills. And before that, you need to fill your stomach. Mouths also agreed with this. However, when the food was served, Arthur was a little dazed. It's not bad, on the contrary. It was still so rich: roast beef, smoked chicken legs, salad, baked potatoes, stewed fruit soup and dip. It was exactly the same as yesterday. Facing Arthur's puzzled eyes, the old sheriff spoke. He is just a cook in the police station. If he is really capable, a private kitchen is the best choice. Arthur understood. However, he was still unwilling. Doesn't he have a new menu? Recipe? Of course. But according to the regulations, the lunch menu is set every quarter. Pork is the main food from January to March. Fish is the main food from April to June. Beef is the main food from July to September. And mutton is the main food from October to December. There are also regulations for other side dishes. This is a rule left over from the 7 Years' War. In order to treat us well, the food we eat now is based on the food of the noble generals at that time, the old sheriff explained, while Arthur rolled his eyes. So, the noble generals at that time all wanted to go home. Right? The noble generals of Nanjun suffered many defeats during the 7 Years' War. Some even abandoned their soldiers and fled with their guards. Many people despise this as going home. Therefore, the old lion at that time had to go to the battlefield in person, create miracles, and even promote some swift bird swordsmanship. Because there was a real shortage of soldiers. 30 years ago, if you dared to say that, you would be shot. The old sheriff joked. Arthur didn't care. When he was about to continue to say something, the young medium's face straightened. In his perception, he clearly felt that she was coming. Chapter 193 Black Heart X Tacit Understanding X Cannon Fodder. A puff of smoke drifted into the office from the crack of the door, and then a white and slender hand stretched out from the smoke and pulled it violently. Instantly, the smoke turned into a circle. Melinda, wearing a black hunting suit, walked out of the smoke circle with a pipe in her mouth. The lady's blue eyes were filled with red bloodshot. When she saw Arthur's plate, she didn't hesitate to pick up the smoked chicken leg and put it in her mouth. He asked as he stuffed his mouth. What happened? Rude, disrespectful. This is the true face of the Lady of the Long Night, who has fascinated all the young men in South Los. Arthur has long been accustomed to it, but Mouth saw it for the first time. For the old sheriff, it was shocking enough to see a living person walk out of the smoke ring, but the scene that followed made it even more unacceptable to him. So much so that the old sheriff didn't even notice that his smoked chicken leg was taken away by Arthur. Arthur ate the chicken leg slowly. He looked at Melinda and said nothing. Immediately, the lady rolled her eyes. Small-minded man. As she spoke, the lady licked her fingers, raised her hand, and a contract appeared in her hand. She opened the contract and placed it in front of Arthur. It clearly stated, Arthur Kratos enjoys 1% of the profit dividend of Caesar Trading Company every year. The company's income does not include the auction of Lady Long Night, and other 3 fleets and Inner Bay, West Berlin, Ihard, Beth, Rude, Novia and other shops. The income brought by the business only includes the income brought by the reorganization of the remaining businesses in South Los by Miranda Julius Caesar. At the same time, Arthur Kratos shall not take the initiative to do anything that harms the interests of Miranda Julius Caesar, mainly in real economy. Once violated, he will not be able to like women in this life. Arthur carefully read the contents of the contract. When he saw the last item, Arthur snorted at Melinda in annoyance. He was sure that Melinda did it on purpose. The lady proudly hooked her little finger at Arthur. Arthur gave him a middle finger in return, and then lowered his head to continue studying the details of the contract. Such as whether the contract paper had a layer, whether there was any trick in the pattern, whether invisible ink was used, etc. This action made Melinda feel dissatisfied, but also satisfied. What she was dissatisfied about was that Arthur didn't trust her. Satisfied, Arthur didn't trust her. After finishing the smoked chicken leg in her hand, Melinda set her sights on the roast beef. The seasonings chosen by this lady were salt and black pepper. However, she didn't sprinkle them directly on, but after taking a bite, the lady started to sprinkle the seasoning. Looking at this unbearable scene, Mart covered his face. As for the goddess in the minds of the men in South Los, the old sheriff was completely disappointed. The lady was swearing, making rude gestures like a sailor, and spitting casually. She was just like a street thug. However, Melinda, who thought she had successfully protected her food, didn't care. She started to eat the roast beef. Time passed by. When Melinda had eaten half of the beef, Arthur raised his head. The young medium glanced at Ms. Long Night calmly. The contract was very detailed. It was cumbersome, but the rewards were still rich. According to the movement last night, Melinda could reorganize at least 1/10 of the Nanlos business under her own command. In order to be faster and more quiet, there must be some exchange of interests and trade-offs, especially the tribute from the Countess, which was the biggest part. But the rest, 1% of the profit dividend per year, could also bring in 10,000 gold notes. This is a big investment for me. Arthur knew very well. Why did Melinda do this? It was not just his unexpected performance that made the lady choose to raise the bet. It was also because of the identity of Malpai. Black. TSK. A world that values origin. Arthur curled his lips in his heart, but signed his name without hesitation. As for violating the rules, he would never take the initiative to harm the interests of the other party. Oh, you are so careful. I thought you wouldn't sign, Melinda mocked. If you are so reluctant to part with it, why do you still want to take it out? Arthur asked, handing the golden cane to Melinda. The lady was stunned. She never thought that Arthur would do useless work, just as she never thought that Arthur would use a golden cane. So, take Cane's shop. The lady immediately thought of something, and then asked directly, when did it happen? Exactly 3 days ago, Arthur replied. Immediately, the lady lowered her head and began to think. 3 days ago. It should have been Harris. However, before the lady could plan what to do, she was interrupted by Arthur. There is also a blood descendant, and the murder of the Sank family 20 years ago. This family is most likely witch hunters. Arthur briefly recounted the series of events that happened this morning. The young medium certainly knew what the Lady of the Long Night was thinking. Before When Melinda was restrained by Harris, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Now if there is a chance, she will naturally fight back. That's why Arthur is so frank. That's why Arthur is sure to win twice. Listening to Arthur's words, Melinda's eyes lit up. So, Harris may have colluded with a blood descendant a long time ago, and even gained benefits from the Sump family? Melinda whispered to herself. Pirates and pirates, Arthur reminded. Yes, and pirates. Melinda clapped her hands. But as an important member of the Earl's command, we should trust this person in the same camp, so we need to give him a chance to let him know all this, and try to prove his innocence. Arthur emphasized the word try. In that case, it is reasonable for him to take the initiative to fight against the descendant of blood. Right? Melinda asked. Of course. Arthur nodded affirmatively. Then, the two looked at each other tacitly, and their mouths curled up. Mouths, who was watching this scene, felt a chill down his spine. He was extremely glad that he and Arthur were in the same group, and he had never stood against the Lady of the Long Night. Otherwise, who could be better than these two? In just a few words, just use people as cannon fodder. Moreover, the person who is used as cannon fodder has to be grateful to Arthur and pay a huge price. Terrible! Terrible! But these two people are a perfect match. The old sheriff sat in the corner thinking in his heart, but he said nothing. He is just old, not dying. He dare not say such things. After eating the remaining roast beef in a few bites, Melinda, who was in a good mood, looked at Arthur, who smiled at her again, but said nothing, and immediately said, Tell me, what do you want? I won't refuse within my ability. Arthur smiled. He was waiting for this sentence. Chapter 194, Miss Cho's Security Company. Arthur took out a brand new cup from Mouse's cabinet, and the tea was made according to Melinda's taste, with a little rock sugar and mint leaves added. Suddenly, Melinda looked at Arthur suspiciously and vigilantly. What do you want to do? I said, it's only within my ability. Remember, it's only within my ability. While emphasizing, Melinda picked up the pipe and put it in her mouth. For Melinda, a cup of sweetened mint tea would not change her bottom line. Similarly, Arthur would not think that a cup of sweetened mint tea would allow him to gain more. If this really happened, he would be wary of whether Melinda was setting a trap for him. Moreover, this cup of tea was not for Melinda. You are being sentimental, Arthur said, and drank the tea in his hand. Immediately, Melinda realized that the guy in front of her was doing it on purpose. It was revenge for her just using her spit to take possession of the roast beef. Childish, Melinda commented coldly. At the same time, in her heart, the lady had already thought of 3 countermeasures, how to counter Arthur's next remarks, but unexpectedly, Arthur did not dwell on this issue. Old Charlie said, the most important thing for a medium is to be flexible, and quit when you are ahead. In this regard, Arthur, who knew old Charlie's handsome personality, kept it in mind. Effect? Of course it is good. I want to open a security company. I need you to help me get a full set of procedures. Of course, if you want to invest, you must provide the corresponding venue and initial funds. Arthur said his request. Security company? Melinda was stunned, a little bit dazed. She was ready to fight back, but Arthur changed the subject, which made her feel frustrated as if she had put all her strength into it, but her punch missed. At the same time, I was also surprised that Arthur actually wanted to open a security company. After all, in Melinda's opinion, Arthur's medium business had nothing to do with security. When Arthur just started talking, he stared at Melinda secretly. When he found that the lady was a little confused, he immediately started to speak faster. That's right. You have seen the security in South Los. It is impossible to protect all the people who need protection by relying on the power of the police alone. In addition, there have been inexplicable accidents recently. The police department has been short of manpower for a long time. So recruiting a group of reliable people to set up a security company is a very profitable business. Moreover, Maltz's old friends can also serve as instructors, which is a win-win situation. Arthur said very frankly, it is true that the public security in South Los is not good. It is also true that the police department is short of manpower. It is also true that Maltz's old friends come to serve as instructors for the security company. As long as it is said, they are all true. Nothing to say, of course. It cannot be said. For example, the original occupations of Maltz's old friends. For example, the police station is short of staff because some people are on the payroll. For example, the poor public security in Nanlos, most of which is indirectly caused by him. As for Nanlos always having accidents, everyone can prove that. Those are really accidents. How many people? Although a little confused, Melinda still grasped the key point. The most important thing for a security company is the number of people. A small company with a few or a dozen people is fine. And a company with dozens of people is acceptable. But if it is hundreds of people, she will be cautious. 20 to 30 people in the early stage. Arthur reported a number. Immediately, Melinda breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a small company with 20 or 30 people. So there's no problem. However, the lady was not careless. What about the later stage? It should be controlled at around 50 people. After all, I need to consider the cost. Don't worry, Miss Chio's security company is a legal and formal security company, and it will never do anything wrong. Arthur gave assurance. Melinda nodded slightly. 50 people, unless they are all mysterious people, otherwise, it is within the control range. Then, another question appeared in the lady's mind. Who is Miss Chio? Is she pretty? When asking this question, the lady's eyes not only had an inquiry into Arthur, there is also a trace of light. Arthur has only seen this kind of light in the eyes of teenage boys with overflowing hormones. Boys of that age are full of incomparable curiosity about the world and the opposite sex. The slightest change, even just the sweet smell, can make them feel hot and unbearable, complete their transformation, and show their shining side with unprecedented passion. Even with this support, they can complete the reversal of their lives. In the past, people would say, this is the magic of love. They saw the successful people who got the beauty. Now people would say, this is the dog licking. They saw the losers who shouted that their hearts were sealed with cement. The successful people would attribute this to their own efforts and luck. The losers would blame the injustice of the world and their own luck. It seems that both success and failure attach importance to luck. And this is not wrong. The simplest thing is, you are lucky, you are good looking. Or you are lucky, you won 5 million. The former gives you the initiative, you can get the priority. The latter? Put the money under your feet, stand higher, let more people see you, someone will always find your advantages, and throw themselves into your arms. Arthur does not deny luck. In fact, he thinks luck is extremely important, so important that success and failure are just a thought away. So, he chooses the position between success and failure to have fun. So, he faced the lady's question. Arthur said seriously, Miss Chio will be dazzling and the focus of everyone in any occasion. Her temperament is incomparable and amazing. There is still no lie in his serious expression. Melinda can tell that. What Arthur said at this moment could not be more true. Therefore, the lady's eyes were straight when she heard it. Unable to help it, she came over, blinking. A touch of ripples immediately appeared in his azure eyes. Are we friends? Since you decided to break up with me and sever ties with me in the newspaper, we are no longer friends. Arthur said with a smile. I am going to organize a party you bring Miss Chio. Forget it, forget it. You who forget friends for the sake of beauty must be hiding something. And you set up this Miss Chio security company, definitely to please this lady. Facing Melinda, Arthur did not deny it. The real purpose of his founding the Miss Chio security company was only known to him. After all, the people trained by Mouts as friends were all suicide squads. Or to put it more bluntly, in the Silver Age, these people were called Death Warriors. Chapter 195 Plan, Shadow Count. To some extent, the Death Warriors can be called extremely incomplete and miniature versions of Miss Chio. They are so far away from the real Miss Chio. They are also so far away from Arthur's real plan. 50 qualified Death Warriors are just the beginning. Arthur needs these 50 Death Warriors to support the skeleton of the initial Black Cats. And then, fill them with the people from Rat Street. Then, of course, he would build a small fleet. He had no bad intentions. He just wanted to buy foreign goods for the locals of South Los. Many fleets were doing similar things, but there were often troubles. Some sailors took the money and disappeared, and never came back, while some sailors brought back the goods, but could not find the original client. It was a mess. So the young, kind, upright and harmless medium wanted to build a small platform to serve everyone. The client could put the money with him. When you are satisfied with the goods delivered, you can pay through his platform. If you are not satisfied, then you can agree to a refund. This platform is called the 5 Gentlemen Exchange. After all, only by using the 5 Gentlemen to protect Miss Chio can Arthur achieve the effect he wants. As for losing money? No. As long as the money is prepaid in the 5 gentlemen exchange, there will be a complete cycle. And the young medium will never lose money. On the contrary, he will become richer and richer. His small fleet will become a big fleet. His merchant ships will become armed merchant ships. And what he needs to do is to install 100 cannons on each of his armed merchant ships. Sail battleships? No, no. No. It's just an armed merchant ship, to ensure that the goods he buys for the residents of South Los are not coveted by pirates. After all, his fleet will sail to the archipelago, Yinbao, North County, and even the cities on the west coast. Pirates are really rampant. So, it is reasonable for him to continue to build more armed merchant ships. 10 such armed merchant ships, plus 36 frigates, and the death squad that has to be expanded to 3,000 people to deal with pirates. No, it is the Black Cats. This is his second step plan. And the third step? Is to establish the South Los Commercial Bank based on ocean trade. Money never sleeps. He wants to make money with money. And then use money to exchange for truth. At that time, the number of his armed merchant ships and the Black Cat should be able to rise sharply. At that time, under the protection of hundreds of armed merchant ships, under the protection of tens of thousands of Black Cats, within the range of his cannons, he could sleep peacefully at night in South Los. However, that was a long, long time in the future. Even the name of the plan, the Shadow Earl, only flashed through Arthur's mind. This is not ambition, just pure fear. Man, being hit by a dump truck once is enough. This time, he will keep his feet on the ground. He will move up step by step, until the highest point. He will leave only one voice in the darkness of Nanlos. That is him. Arthur. Kratos. But now? Arthur held a cup of tea, with a faint smile, and invited Melinda. Want to see a unique interrogation? Of course. In the cell, Hate crouched in the corner, slightly closed his eyes, ignoring the rats and cockroaches running around, and even more so the stench mixed with urine. Hate had been mentally and practically prepared for this kind of accident. Although he borrowed James's deterrent power, he knew that a guy like James would get into trouble sooner or later. So, he prayed to that adult for a mark. A mark just in case. As long as he used this mark, Hate was sure that he could leave here directly. But, that mark was too precious. He only had one. It would be gone if he used it. Therefore, he was more inclined to use conventional means. At the same time, he hated that bastard William even more. He actually used them to step into that world first. If he hadn't thought about it, and felt that something was wrong, and had not surrendered to that adult with great sincerity, he would probably have been with Fornak until now. N.A.K. and the other two were kept in the dark like fools. 100 kg of fresh, healthy blood. Even he spent more effort than he could imagine. Fortunately, there were enough people in Nanlos, especially in places like Neil Street and Rat Street. It was not a big deal if a dozen or 20 people disappeared at intervals. But it was precisely because of this that he cherished this mark even more. So, he would rather wait quietly. Trample. Tramp. Tramp. In the corridor of the cell, the sound of boots came. Here they come. Hader opened his eyes, and a flattering smile naturally appeared on his face. And when he saw that it was Hunter and Newt, this flattery became even stronger. Hader knew these two patrolmen who were famous for taking bribes. In the past, he was naturally disgusted. But now, he was extremely happy. Seeing the two police officers, I really felt like I was reborn, and it even reminded me of the time when I buried something under the 111th tree on the left side of the boulevard. It's really exciting. When Hunter and Newt opened the door, Hatter said in a low voice. There. He buried a box. There were 20 gold notes in the box. Very naturally, Hunter and Newt showed Hatter's familiar smile. But the next moment, the two patrolmen looked stern. Officer Dicko will interrogate you. Be honest. Understand? Yes. Yes. Of course I know. Hatter nodded repeatedly. Involved in Jane's case, even if he was just an accomplice, it was impossible for him to be released by bribing two patrolmen. The corresponding policeman and the sheriff must be taken care of. So he prepared enough things. Hate was sure to convince the other party. However, when he saw Dicko, this guy who was born as a pirate could not help but be stunned. Dicko's fat and strong figure, and the scar on his face were too deterrent. Especially when Dicko held the whip in his hand, Hate, who did not want to be beaten at all, opened his mouth without hesitation and said, Officer, your figure is really tall and strong. It must be very uncomfortable to live in a cramped room. Right? I happen to have a house for sale at a low price on Garden Street. If you like, you can take your wife and children to have a look. Don't worry, as long as you buy this house, everything in the house, including the safe inside, is yours." With the sheriff's instructions, Daiko naturally knew what he was doing. However, after listening to Hate's offer, the newly promoted 5th-level police officer was still stunned. Is this guy so rich? I really want to squeeze it in my hand until oil comes out. But Dicko knows what he should do, and what he shouldn't do. He stared at Hate fiercely, and whipped him hard. Snap! Just one time, Hate's skin was torn apart. Snap! The second time, Dicko skillfully whipped the wound from the first time. This time Hate's whole body trembled. This pain was far beyond Hate's imagination. Not only Dicko's skills, but also alcohol. Hate twitched his nose and smelled a familiar smell. The pirate cursed in his heart. Damn it, which bastard thought of using a whip dipped in alcohol? He cursed in his heart, but Dicko's whip didn't stop. Snap, snap. After more than a dozen times, just when Hate couldn't help but want to use the mark, he suddenly heard Dicko utter 2 words in a deep voice. Not enough. Chapter 196 Psychic Compulsory Course. Scary. Hearing Dicko's words, Hate immediately knew what the police officer in front of him wanted to do. The other party wanted more. That's why he was so warmly entertaining him. Damn bastard. Feeling the pain on his body, Hate couldn't help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. The furniture store owner immediately lowered his head. He hid his eyes. However, he had already thought about what to do in his heart. To deal with this fat, strong person, face to face is the most stupid. What he needs is to find the other party's home address. And then, seal the other party's doors and windows. And burn everything to ashes. Coincidentally, the house he left in Garden Street is very suitable for doing this. He left more than one secret passage. Of course, this is just in case. For example, at this time. Yes. And I know more than one low-priced house in Garden Street. Thinking in his heart, Hatter opened his mouth and shouted repeatedly. Dicko threw down the whip, nodded with satisfaction, turned around and left the cell. Hunter and Newt also left. When Hatter was the only one left in the cell, the former pirate furniture store owner finally stopped pretending. His eyes were sinister, and his left cheek began to twitch uncontrollably. Then, his eyes subconsciously glanced at his right arm. But the next moment, he returned to normal. He lowered his head and kept silent. TSK, this guy really has a trick up his sleeve. When Melinda saw this scene in the secret room while holding a pipe in her mouth, she couldn't help laughing. Anyone who has raised a dog knows that. In order to make a dog obedient, in addition to sticks, you need food. I have never seen that blood descendant, but as a member of the Blood Clan, he must be proficient in training hounds, otherwise, people like Hate, but I won't work for him wholeheartedly. Arthur, who was sitting next to him, said slowly. The words seemed to be just lamenting the domestication of the Blood Clan to the hounds. But as everyone knows, the hounds domesticated by the Blood Clan are not real dogs, but blood slaves who are mainly human. The reason why Arthur said this is that he wanted to find out more from Melinda about the attitudes of the relevant people towards the blood descendants creating the blood fighters in public last night. For example, Countess of Nanlos. Melinda took a deep puff of her pipe, and after exhaling the thick smoke, she glanced at Arthur, with inquiry in her deep blue eyes. Are you worried about your friend from the Blood Clan? We only met once, Arthur explained, and shrugged helplessly. But the young medium had already got the answer. Before the blood descendant last night caused a greater impact. Countess of Nanlos. He should be waiting and watching. Otherwise, Melinda would not ask so easily. She would be more obscure. Or she could just talk to him about blood slaves and the like. As for the conservative attitude of Countess Nanlos, perhaps it was because of the hidden card provided by the blood fighter Freeman, which made the Countess have no energy to deal with this matter, or perhaps the Countess was extremely confident in her own strength and power. However, either way, it's good news for the young medium. Heh. I won't believe the words of a guy who, in order to better control others, whipped them severely, made them unable to leave Nanlos alone, increased their physical pain, and increased their psychological pressure. Melinda laughed softly. As for why Arthur asked Dicko to beat Hate, she knew it very well. The lady expressed her appreciation for this. She likes this method of achieving her goals quietly. Of course, the whip dipped in alcohol was a little beyond her expectations. Next time, she is also going to try it. Isn't this to make it easier for your men to track you? A guy like Hate will definitely leave a letter and flee. Once he leaves the area of South Los, I'm afraid your men will be in great trouble. Right? A tracker in a sparsely populated area is too conspicuous. Or, do you plan to let your men pretend to be robbers, another ruthless one? For example, break Hatter's legs? Arthur looked at Melinda with a smile. Melinda also looked at Arthur with a smile. The two of them smiled at each other, which made Maltz's scalp tingle. He sighed for Hatter silently. He knew that this guy was about to die. The old sheriff had seen some cruel, cunning, and calculating guys, but there were too few people who had all three. In his life, I have only seen 2.5 of them, including Arthur. This is the first time the old sheriff has seen all three of them together. Looking at Arthur, Melinda, the old sheriff always felt that every word and every look of the two had different meanings. He felt that the three of them together had 800 different ideas. Arthur and Melinda each had 500. He owed them 100 each. Just as the old sheriff was muttering to himself, Arthur stood up. I'll leave the rest to you. I need to go get my other reward. If anything happens, please inform me immediately. You know where to find me. Melinda nodded slightly, raised her hand, and the secret room returned to the sheriff's office again. Arthur put Ms. Anna in his pocket, carried Pendragon, and walked straight out of the police station. The young medium did not take the police station's special carriage. In a place like Rat Street, the police carriages were not respected. Every place has its own rules. Especially places like Rat Street. Arthur chose to abide by the rules because it was more beneficial to him. The carriage stopped steadily at the entrance of Rat Street. After Arthur paid the fare, the driver drove away in a panic. Several guys standing at the entrance were looking at this place with ill intentions. In fact, if Arthur hadn't paid 3 times the price, the driver would not dare to come here. Arthur looked around calmly. He was not familiar with Rat Street, having only been there once. In a street like this, which was like a spider web with hundreds of alleys, without a local to lead the way, he would definitely get lost. Arthur would not. He had Fukin and Wooney, but he still needed a guide. Moreover, he believed that the guide would come soon. The coachman left, but Arthur was still there. Naturally, these guys looked at Arthur. But when they saw Arthur's appearance, or more precisely, when they saw clearly the Lady Anna in Arthur's arms, their faces changed, and then they lowered their heads subconsciously. Some time ago, there were rumors that Pike and his gang were killed by Wiggins because they provoked a guy with a scary doll in his arms. It was precisely because Pike and his gang were killed that they were in their current position. Among the group, there was a clever guy who had already rushed into Rat Street. A moment later, Wiggins appeared in Arthur's sight. Arthur smiled. Wiggins was his subordinate, not the guide he was waiting for. Therefore, Arthur stood there quietly waiting for Wiggins to approach and greet him respectfully. But Arthur did not move. About 10 seconds later, clear footsteps were heard behind the young medium. Listening to the deliberately made footsteps, the young medium knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. He turned his head slightly and looked at the new head of Rat Alley, Harris, who appeared on the side. He looked young but still had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The smile on his face became more sincere. He greeted him. Long time no see. My friend. Harris, who was already confused by Arthur's sudden arrival, was immediately stunned. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were squeezed together at this moment. The steps that were supposed to move forward stopped where they were. Before Harris could come to his senses, the young medium had already strode over and directly extended his hand to shake hands with the new head of Rat Alley in a friendly manner, and then quickly took another step forward, and then said in a very low voice, and in a quick tone, Harris, you are in big trouble. Chapter 197, Eliminated by Invisible and Silent Hype. After Arthur finished his disturbing words, he took a step back and looked at Harris with a smile. Harris, who was looked at by Arthur, felt that he had met a charlatan. He started with words that were almost like curses. This routine was too similar. But Harris understood that Arthur was definitely not a charlatan. Perhaps Arthur had the identity of a medium, but in his position, he must have something to say. Otherwise, this lie will only make Arthur lose more than he gains. After a little thought, the new head of Rat Alley looked at Wiggins. And then the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes squeezed inward, and then began to stretch outward. And Harris smiled. Can you take me to your new grocery store? I remember it was called the Warrior Leaving Grocery Store. It has been very famous in Rat Alley recently. Whose business is the Warrior Leaving Grocery Store? Harris knew it was Arthur's. And we can guess why Arthur opened a grocery store in Rat Street. Everyone in South Los knows that the people in Rat Street are too useful. Not only Arthur, other forces will also select some reliable people here to complete some dangerous things. So, Harris has always maintained an attitude of not caring about the worry-relieving grocery store. Rat Street has its own rules. It is not only kindness that can survive, but also strength. Perhaps the worry-solving grocery store will give the civilians of Rat Street a glimmer of hope. But it will also affect the interests of other forces. In Harris's opinion, it is when these forces are about to take action. They will inform Arthur of the news in exchange for favors. It would be best if Arthur asked him to help the worry-solving grocery store through the difficulties. This would make Arthur owe him a bigger favor. At that time, the misunderstanding between the two sides will not only be resolved, but also get a further opportunity. As for Wiggins overcoming the crisis? Not possible. As the new head of Rat Alley, Harris has everything under control of Rat Alley. Perhaps the 21 guys Wiggins recruited are all pretty good. However, such goodness is only for those who seek food at the bottom of Rat Alley. For those who have passed this level, Wiggins and his gang are just a new force that can be destroyed at will. Even if Wiggins' 7 closest subordinates are added, it is the same. There will be no changes. Harris had thought of everything, but now he had to change. Seeing the regret flashing in the eyes of the new head of Rat Alley, Arthur kept a smile on his face, turned around, and gestured to Wiggins to lead the way. The young medium certainly knew what the new head of Rat Alley was thinking, so he took the initiative to appear in Rat Street in advance. Facing the guy whose skin to the black, he didn't want to lose the initiative, because he knew very well how unruly such habitual black guys were. If he was not careful, not only would J.O. Grocery be gone, but Wiggins would probably be gone too. In other words, those guys were targeting Wiggins. Arthur absolutely did not want to see Wiggins lose his life. First, Wiggins was a very useful subordinate of his. Second, if Wiggins lost his life, it would cause a chain reaction for everyone. They will all see how he handles these things. This includes Harris, Melinda, and even the Countess, as well as countless greedy guys hiding in the dark. Simply put, he must deal with these people with thunder and lightning. At that time, there will be no fancy tricks, it will be a head-on confrontation, and he will have to reveal more cards, 1 or 2 of which may be seen by others. No, Melinda may see through them. That was something he absolutely didn't want to see. They were close partners. In the short term, he didn't want to change the relationship between the two sides, and choose to be indifferent. It's even more impossible. He, Arthur, the contemporary black cat, has countless black cats under his command. How could he be indifferent to such a thing? So he came. He came with a win-win mentality. He definitely didn't come just to make money, but also to solve the possible troubles. Following Wiggins, Arthur passed through a small alley that only one person could pass through, carefully avoiding the sewage mixed with feces. Unlike the last time on the outer street of Rat Street, this time Arthur entered the middle street of Rat Street. Compared with the outer street, the road here is narrower. In some places, even if one person is alone, he needs to turn sideways to pass. Moreover, the complexity of the road is even more shocking. It is obviously a winding road forward. Suddenly he entered the house next door, climbed up to the second floor, and walked to the other side using the board outside the window. Although the lower half of the window was sawed off for the convenience of travel and completely converted into a narrow door, it was still difficult to walk. With every step, there was a creaking sound in his ears. Arthur did not ask what was at the end of the winding road, but he knew that as long as the board was removed and someone was guarding this side of the house, it would be enough to make any ordinary person feel helpless. Arthur walked this road from the outer street to the middle street 7 times. And this is only the middle street, not the inner street that connects to Rat Alley. Guessing what the inner street of Rat Alley looks like, and feeling the hidden prying eyes around him. Since bringing Harris into Rat Alley, there have been more and more such eyes. Arthur was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled more. After all, this is what he wanted. After walking for about 3 minutes, the group stopped. They stood in front of a 2-story wooden building that looked more complete than the surrounding buildings. The original 1.5-story terrace was completely covered with wood, and a signboard of Solving Problems grocery store was hung outside. Harris was quite familiar with this place, because this was once one of the bases of the contact person Dota's, relying on the former Rat Parliament. Dota's was in the outer street of Rat Street. The middle street, there are strongholds in the inner streets, and the one in front of us is the best one among the strongholds in the middle street. Even though Wiggins occupied this place in the name of the big man who wiped out the Rat Parliament. Many people are still eyeing this place. Moreover, as time goes by, the deterrence of that big man will drop sharply. At that time, many guys will jump out. Even if these guys are patient enough, they will be instigated by the forces that touch their interests. Unfortunately, that was before. Now, it won't happen again. Harris knew very well that with his arrival, the worry-solving grocery store would no longer be in any danger. Wiggins would also completely establish the fact that he had relied on a big shot. The name of the medium Arthur Kratos would be known to the people of Rat Alley. The new head of Rat Alley felt uncomfortable at the thought of becoming the background of the young medium. His brows wrinkled slightly unconsciously. But at this moment, Arthur, who was half a body ahead, suddenly whispered, "It's Tate's cane shop." After that, Arthur walked straight into the Worry Relief grocery store. Tate's cane shop? Isidore's thing? Thinking of this, Harris quickly chased after Arthur. The new person in charge of Rat Alley was really curious about what happened. However, when he took the first step, he noticed that the hidden eyes around him had changed slightly. That change made the new head of Rat Alley jump in his heart. If I follow him now, wouldn't it be like Arthur Kratos following me? Damn it, this guy did it on purpose. The head of Rat Alley had a gloomy look in his eyes. The background board was almost intolerable to the other party, let alone a lower level of following. But just when the other party wanted to get angry, Arthur, who was standing in the GAO grocery store, outside the hidden eyes of those prying eyes, standing in the middle of the other party's field of vision, spoke two words silently with his mouth. Gold. Harris was shocked. Will he find something? The next moment, the new head of Rat Alley had a murderous intention in his heart. Chapter 198 Sliding. When death intuition flashed, Arthur was filled with surprise. As eyes as sharp as a torch, and observing words and expressions flashed, Arthur was even more surprised when he confirmed that Harris had the intention to kill him. According to his speculation, Harris would be angry and unwilling, but would never have the intention to kill. Unless the young medium thought of something. Could this guy have secretly hidden some of Isidore's gold? In the early stage of the destruction of the Rat Parliament, seeing that the situation was not right, Lozak took away the most important part of the property of the Rat Council, the mystical items. When the Rat Council was destroyed, Isidore should have taken away the remaining mystical items, including the key of Hulk. But these are only the most important parts. There are also less important parts. For example, real estate. For example, gold. The real estate could not be in Rat Street, but must be in the Shire District. Gold is even more convenient. Any unknown secret room will do. The property is too obvious. It cannot be faked. It must be handed over to the Countess. As for the gold, hand over part, keep part, it's not difficult. Arthur thought in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He raised his hand and pointed to the second floor, then walked towards the stairs. Facing the issue of gold that concerns his life, Harris could not care about background boards or followers at this time. He rushed into the worry-free grocery store. This scene was seen by those who were watching secretly, and it caused a little shock. They could not imagine that Harris, the king of Rat Alley, would follow the medium like a follower. Immediately, some people gave up their original plans. At the same time, more people began to think about repairing their relationship with Wiggins. Arthur's first purpose of coming to Rat Street was achieved. It can even be said that it was an overfulfillment. However, the young medium no longer cared about these things. At this moment, the young medium was thinking about how much gold Isidore had collected. Or to be more precise, how much gold Harris had taken from Isidore. He dared to take the money of the medium. He was simply immoral. For such an immoral person, Arthur immediately changed his original idea of using the other party as a scout and cannon fodder. He was too gentle. For a guy like this, death is the best destination. The young medium was plotting a dangerous plan in his heart. But on the surface, he was still smiling. Even more sincerely. When the new head of Rat Alley went up to the second floor and sat down, he said directly, "Someone is using the Tate cane shop to make golden canes." After Arthur finished speaking, he could clearly feel Harris' muscles across from him relax instantly. This made Arthur more certain of Harris's trick. However, he was not in a hurry. "Harris, would you like something to drink?" "Tea." Harris said what he wanted to drink. "Wiggins, 2 cups of tea." Arthur shouted downstairs and leaned back on the sofa again. As one of the best spaces of the contact dotas in Rat Street, the second floor of this house is completely different from its shabby appearance. In fact, it can be said to be luxurious. Leather sofa, black solid wood gilded coffee table, thick carpet, sterling silver candlesticks, and a fireplace that is completely decorative. Next to the kitchen on the first floor, there is a small boiler, which can provide warmth for the whole house. Arthur sat here, and felt like he had returned to number 2 Kirk Street. Except for the lack of bookcases and books, this place did not look like a house on Rat Street at all. And watching Arthur look around, it was as if he was not going to continue talking. The wrinkles at the corners of Harris' eyes moved upwards as the new head of Rat Alley frowned. Arthur, can I call you Arthur? I think we can have a frank talk. If we continue like this, it will only waste our time. It was obvious that, after the previous shock, the new head of Rat Alley had lost his patience. At least, that was the appearance. Arthur looked at this obvious performance, but he said it quite cooperatively. Harris, believe me, this news is worth more than the money for you. You will never regret your efforts. Or, you can wait a little longer, maybe you can get this news for free. Free is the most expensive. Harris, who knows this truth, will never wait. If you wait until the end, even your life is gone, that would be a loss. Thinking of this, the new person in charge of Rat Tail Alley was ready to pay. However, seeing Arthur's calm and proactive attitude, the new head of Rat Tail Alley felt unwilling. The uncomfortable feeling became more and more serious. Therefore, the right hand that was originally raised became the left hand. And the action of reaching to the left side of the chest also became the action of reaching to the right side. Then, a yellowed parchment appeared on the table. The secret technique created by Master Hulk, Harris said. Arthur looked at the other party calmly. The young medium would not think that the other party would be so generous. In fact, that was true. After checking that the yellowed parchment was not dangerous, Arthur picked it up and read the secrets written in picture language. This secret was still in the form of a diary. It was roughly when Hulk was the Imperial Library, because winter was coming, and it was cold, the children no longer played marbles, but went skating on the lake. Hulk naturally participated in it, and thought about whether walking could be as labor-saving as skating, and finally developed the secret technique sliding technique. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that learning this sliding technique at level 1 requires 500 XP. It is completely different from stone bullet technique. According to the previous secret technique upgrade rules, level 2 may require 1000 XP. Moreover, don't forget that this is a secret technique invented by Hulk. The general rules do not apply. What if it increases 10 times? Therefore, after recording whether to learn and eat all, Arthur frowned and looked at Harris. Harris, I thought we were friends. Its preciousness is beyond doubt, the new head of Rat Tail Alley emphasized. Just like its learning difficulty, Arthur retorted. But I believe in your talent. Arthur, many people who pursue persistently will create miracles. Isn't it? The new person in charge of Rat Tail Alley began to give him poisonous chicken soup. But Arthur didn't believe it at all. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, Arthur confirmed that sliding technique is difficult to get started, and even more difficult to improve. Maybe it will be 10 times the level. Although it will be worth the money, it is not something Arthur can touch now. He knows this very well. In fact, this is also true. Harris knows the fate of some talented people who choose sliding technique. After going through so much trouble to get started, you can just skate on the ground. Then, you go through so much trouble to improve yourself and immediately skate faster. Naturally, some people are unwilling to give up. But when they want to continue, they find that they are old. These people have nothing in their lives except being able to skate when they are old. And these people are descendants of nobles. They could have had a good life. In the end, it ended in regret. Of course, Harris did not expect sliding technique to be able to exchange for news about Arthur. The new head of Rat Alley just hoped that sliding technique would occupy some bargaining chips. After all, this was a secret technique written by Hulk himself. Simply put, the new head of Rat Alley wanted to pay less. Facing Arthur's slightly contemptuous eyes, the new head of Rat Alley calmly took out another thing and placed it on the coffee table. After checking it in front of the other party, Arthur picked it up. Then, the young medium stared at him. Chapter 199, What an Unexpected Gain. When Arthur saw Harris put an antique silver ring on the coffee table, he began to wonder, because this ring looked too much like the blood ring of balance and blood of doting. Then when Arthur picked it up, name, blood bat ring. Type, ring. Quality, hero. Attribute, blood bat. Requirements, none. Note, everything is changing as planned when they found out that their son, through unremitting efforts, was about to have a little talent. The Blood Marquis and his wife were very happy. They hugged each other and cried in the room. But at the same time, they were always alert. As their son had talent, the attitudes of some guys would inevitably change. Therefore, the Blood Marquis and his wife quietly made preparations. And the blood bat ring was one of them. Inside the ring, the Blood Marquis and his wife engraved their blessings for their son. No one knows the cruelty of this world better than us. We only wish you peace. Blood bat, use half of your own blood as a price to create a terrifying blood bat to serve you. Note 1, at the same time. There can only be one blood bat. Note 2, after the blood bat dies, it can be summoned again. But it still needs to pay half of the blood in the body. And it must still be half of the blood in the body during the complete period. Note 3. The created blood bat is somewhat different from the traditional blood bat, but when it is created by you, it will obey the contract. Note 4. After the blood bat is created, it needs to continue to feed on your blood. At the same time, after each feeding, it can grow a little bit until it reaches its limit. Note 5. When a person who is not a member of the blood clan uses this ring to create a blood bat, all the blood in the body must be used. Looking at the blood bat ring in his hand, even though Arthur had expected it, he was still surprised. If the blood bride fought for the blood clan and was a valuable pioneer, then the blood bat was a pure war machine. An adult blood bat has a wingspan of 10 meters, is not afraid of swords, flies at an extremely fast speed, and can eliminate the sound of its own flight. It is also extremely sensitive and can detect enemies that cannot be detected. At the same time, it spewed out sound waves to destroy everything in front of it. Even the strongest castle would be reduced to ashes in the roar of the blood bat. However, like the 37 blood brides in the past, the 4 blood bats also disappeared with the death of the Blood Marquis. I didn't expect there would be a blood bat ring. Even if it is different from the traditional blood bat, as long as it has half the power of the blood bat, it's enough. Arthur thought in his heart. As for the blood in the whole body, exquisite human puppet is fearless. At the same time, the dangerous and deadly plan in his heart further highlights the secret brought by exquisite human puppet, which must not be exposed. Then Harris must die. However, Arthur did not show anything on the surface. Instead, he looked at Harris with a strange, suspicious, and hesitant look. Harris was stunned immediately, because Arthur's look at this moment was not the same as he expected. Harris naturally knew what the effect of this blood bat ring was. It could summon a blood bat, but no one could summon it, because the person who exhausted all the blood in his body would die. And when the wearer died, the contract of the blood bat would disappear directly, and the blood bat would disappear with it. Therefore, Harris could already imagine what kind of surprised expression Arthur would have. He might even be angry. But it was definitely not like what he saw before. Could it be? You don't want to tell me that the golden cane of Tate's cane shop is related to the blood descendant? Harris stared at Arthur closely, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Well, half of the answer is right. It's not the blood descendant we know, but another earlier blood descendant whose people commissioned Tate to make the golden cane, and they used this method to smuggle gold. Coincidentally, the boss of Tate is the informant of Sheriff Mouths. It just so happens that you touched this golden cane 3 days ago. Arthur nodded, and said slowly. Then, before the new head of Rat Alley could speak, the young medium added a sentence. This thing is not worth the price. Harris was in no mood to argue with Arthur. He took out 3 scrolls from his arms, and threw them on the coffee table. He stared at Arthur with a look of inquiry. Does she know about this? She, referring to Melinda. Arthur smiled. We are close lovers. There will be no secrets between us, the young medium said. Maybe we can cooperate further. Harris still strived. As the new head of Rat Alley, he knew very well what this matter meant. The Countess's suspicion. Once the Countess suspected, she would definitely investigate him. Once we investigate him, some things can't be hidden anymore. Damn it! Why did I go back to the Tate Cane shop again 3 days ago? Every time I run into this guy, nothing good will happen. Isn't this guy my calamity? Harris roared in his heart, but on the surface, he tried to stay calm, patiently waiting for Arthur's answer, even though the hope was slim. But the new head of Rat Tail Alley still held onto a fluke. Looking at the anxious Harris, Arthur shook his head calmly. To some extent, Melinda and I have a clear division of labor. But we are closely integrated. We complement each other, and do what we are good at. So, when you are informed of this news, you need to discuss the specific situation with Melinda. Now her people are responsible for tracking the blood descendant. Harris, you better not act rashly. Otherwise there will be greater losses. After all, this is also related to the pirate thing. Pirates? There are also pirate things? Harris felt like his head was about to explode. How could everything come together? It was well known that Countess Nanlos was ruthless towards pirates. Phew? The new head of Rat Tail Alley took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that it was not the worst time yet. Otherwise, it would not be the medium in front of him, but the guards of the Countess. There is still hope. I have paid the corresponding price. No! This price is not enough. Damn it, these two guys want me to take the lead. Harris finally reacted, but it was impossible to change the result. He couldn't remain indifferent. No matter if he did those things before, as long as he still wanted to be in charge of Rat Tail Alley, he had to stand up. Otherwise, he would be left aside by the Countess. Or simply join the staff and become an ordinary staff. This is what Harris didn't want to see. He has an industry in Rat Tail Alley that he cannot give up. What's more, he has done those things. Once he is discovered by the Countess, he will be dead. When Harris thought of the Countess's methods, he immediately felt a little more fear in his heart, but immediately, the new head of Rat Tail Alley showed a hideous smile in his heart. That's right. Now he has few chances left. But there is still a chance to reverse everything. At the last moment, put all the blame on the medium and the woman in front of him. The new head of Rat Tail Alley who made the decision stood up. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. After leaving these words, the new head of Rat Tail Alley did not stop, and went straight to the stairs. Arthur watched the other party's back leave, and heard the sound of the other party's footsteps going away, but a sneer appeared in his heart. Just now, death instinct flashed again. It was obvious that the other party was planning something. Arthur said it didn't matter. After all, he was going to do it too. Gently stroking Feast for Crows. Fu Jin immediately followed very carefully. And the scene that happened next made Arthur laugh out loud. He knew that this time he made a fortune. Chapter 200 Idea X Purpose X Identity. Under Fawkins' gaze, Harris left Rat Street, left the Dort District, returned to the Shire District, entered Moyer Street. For kilometers west of Elta Square. This street is one of the emerging middle-class neighborhoods in the Shire District in the past decade. Unlike Pine Street, which is chosen by most middle-class people who have just entered the Shire District, the middle class here is more powerful, but there is still a certain gap from Sheeling, Garden Street, Kirk Street and Moon Street. Then, about 10 minutes later, the new head of Rat Alley appeared again. After changing clothes, wearing a wig, and making a simple disguise, he left from the back door of 71, Moyle Street, and headed straight for the Haight Furniture Store on Garden Street. It was obvious that the other party wanted to confirm the authenticity of Arthur's words again. After hurriedly passing the Haight Furniture Store, the other party, who had the answer, returned to Moyle Street again. But this time, he did not enter number 71, it was number 81. A well-maintained old Bloom carriage, pulled by a muscular horse, drove out of the yard. Then, Harris began to move things up. 2 large, square suitcases, half a person's height, were carried onto the carriage. Even with Fawkins' vision, Arthur could clearly see the carriage pressing down on the axle. The weight made Arthur's eyelids jump. Could this guy have taken all of Isidore's gold? Arthur was surprised by Harris' greed. But then, he felt something was wrong. Judging from the respect he showed to the Countess, he didn't seem like someone who could do such a big thing, unless there was a reason. When Isidore was about to join forces with the Old Lion's hidden man to make a crazy move to overthrow the entire South Lozak was the first to run away, and he also took away most of the treasures of the Rat Council, leaving only some insignificant gold and the like. After seeing this scene, Harris, who returned, an idea immediately came to his mind. He could take all the gold in the name of the Old Lion's hidden man who got there first, and even frame Lozak. Then, what does he want so much gold for? Arthur stroked his chin and thought. Although Harris was a man of black company, and his style of doing things was rather radical, he was not greedy. Otherwise, the Countess would not have allowed him to take charge of Rat Tail Alley. Wait. Rat Tail Alley. Secret gathering. Could it be that the other party wanted to use the gold to exchange for something from someone at the secret gathering? Suddenly, Arthur's eyes lit up. He thought it was very likely. Harris had his eyes on something from the secret gathering at Rat's End Alley, and the person who held this thing was someone Harris couldn't afford to offend, so he could only choose a fair trade. Arthur himself had the idea of robbing the rich to help the poor, so how could someone like Harris, who befriends the bad, not have the same idea? Moreover, it was definitely much more excessive than Arthur's. As for affecting the business of Rat's End Alley, it was even more impossible. The business of Rat's End Alley was not a formal business, especially before the Countess took over. It was normal for several people to die and disappear here every day. Moreover, even if the Countess took over, she did not seem to have any intention of changing Rat Tail Alley's ideas. Otherwise, Harris would never be sent here. Even if she was worried about some trouble in Rat Tail Alley, she would definitely give Harris a deputy. Let Harris help the deputy to make a smooth transition. And then let the deputy take over Harris. Melinda controls the open business. Harris controls the secret business. You, Lord Earl, are sitting behind the scenes collecting money, which is great. However, you have to pick a new person to control your secret business. Arthur really wants to know what Harris cares about, but he can't ask it all. Not only is it impossible to ask in person, even if he asks in a rhetoric, given the degree to which the other party cares about this thing, he will definitely be alert. So, it's better to kill the other party. After killing the other party, the Countess will definitely send someone to take over Rat Tail Alley. And now the Countess's staff, the 66th staff, because of Freeman's report that there is a hidden agent in the 66th staff, has fallen into an inexplicable stagnation. There are not many people who can be sent. It is most likely the guy with the round face and light blue eyes. The other party can disguise himself as Melinda, and naturally he can disguise himself as Harris. But Arthur is skeptical about the other party's ability at that time. The other party will definitely need help. And is there anyone more suitable than Freeman, who came from the gang in his early years? No. The other party will definitely ask Freeman for help. Who is Freeman? That's his son. At that time, it won't be difficult to find out that thing through his son. Things that require so much gold are extremely conspicuous. Thinking of this, Arthur's mouth curled up. The young medium continued to use Fukin's vision. Harris followed the other party out of South Lowe's from a distance, and picked up the 3 scrolls left by the other party. 1 scroll of Fireball, 1 scroll of Phantom, 1 scroll of Ghost. The scroll of Fireball locks on the target and shoots a fireball that can explode and continue to burn. It looks similar to a fire arrow, but its power is more than 10 times stronger. The shock wave generated by the explosion of a fireball has significant lethality to creatures within a radius of 5 meters, not to mention the subsequent burning flames. If an ordinary person is hit by one, he will be torn into pieces and charred. The Phantom Scroll, like before, can create a phantom with no attack power. The Ghost Scroll, however, is different. Name, Ghost. Type, Scroll. Quality, Hero. Effect, when you tear open the scroll, you can summon ghosts within a 100-meter radius to serve you. The number of ghosts can be multiple, but the upper limit cannot exceed 3. At the same time, each ghost can only issue a command once, after which, the ghost will disperse on its own, and when there are no ghosts within a radius of 100 meters, the scroll is invalid. Note, this is a scroll copied by one of the 4 wizards of the Misty Tower. Unlike the previous arcane level scrolls, the Ghost Art scroll is the same as the Death Touch scroll, not to mention that it is of the hero level. Its effect is also very strange, and there is even a saying that it is invalid. However, Arthur was more concerned about the previous effects. Ghosts, those dead alchemy masters, potion masters, and noble elders who have died have not yet turned into ghosts. If they have turned into ghosts, it shouldn't be too much for me, a studious and inquisitive medium, to ask about alchemy formulas, potion formulas, and noble secrets, right? Arthur thought silently in his heart. In Arthur's opinion, if a scroll like Ghost Art is used in battle, it would be a waste of resources to use it in battle. The correct use is to communicate with the dead to learn knowledge. Of course, we also need to worry about the backlash. But Arthur kept the Mist Tower and the 4 wizards in mind. It's no wonder that the Holy Empire is afraid of me for copying such a scroll, Arthur thought to himself, and became more and more curious about the mysterious knowledge and rumors. But as the leader of the contemporary Black Cat and the Cat Cave, and the future heir of the Kratos family bloodline, he had to be reserved. Or in other words, in order to have the latter 2 identities, he must have known this knowledge. The rumors were reasonable. The Cat Cave has a long history, which can be traced back to the age of natural disasters before the Empire. The Kratos family bloodline must be even earlier, and must have originated from the mythological era. If I want to fit the latter two identities, I have to find another vest to learn the mysterious side knowledge, and learn more secret rumors. Where are the two scammers now? Do they still have things like human puppets? Or, where is the alchemy knowledge of the human puppet left by Robin? Arthur pondered intently. Chapter 201 General on the West Sea. Drake Kratos leaned against the side of the deck, basking in the sun, and flipping through the diary and treasure map in his hand. 6 months ago, the third son of the Kratos family, who had completed night training in Fort Sidian, accidentally got this diary and treasure map. Immediately, he was attracted by the adventure life described in the diary. Moreover, the third son of the Kratos family was even more yearning for the treasure buried in the treasure map. Therefore, he refused the Yalgene family's request to stay and followed a ship out to sea. Then, he encountered a shipwreck, he met pirates, he talked the pirates out of their minds with his fists, he became the captain of the pirates, he continued to move towards his goal. But he encountered pirates again, he could only continue to talk. After repeating this for more than a dozen times, Drake still did not give up. Where is my treasure? Drake stood up. He leaned on the fence, he looked helplessly at the 6 pirate ships consisting of single-masted and double-masted sailing ships on one side of the sea, and then turned his head to look at the 6 pirate ships on the other side, and the 16 similar pirate ships following behind. He couldn't help but pat the railing of the 3-masted sailing ship he was riding. He himself didn't know why he became the West Sea Pirate General with 29 pirate ships and 6,000 men. He obviously just wanted to go out to sea to search for treasure. Recalling the bad experience recently, the third son of the Kratos family couldn't help but feel a little homesick. He missed his old father, sister and nephew. Especially the nephew who was restless in adolescence and always wanted to make trouble. I don't know how he is doing recently. And his sister. Compared to the nephew who just started to rebel, his sister has been rebellious for a long time. It is likely that she will blow up the Niwen girls' school. Right? As for the unreliable old father? Haha, old Charlie is the one who doesn't need to worry about the least. When Drake thought of the troubles his old father had caused, his mouth twitched. He came to Fort Sidon and found out that the 2 twin sisters of the previous leader of the Yalgene family and the 2 aunts of the current leader had an affair with his father. He couldn't imagine how his father had dealt with these two. You know, these 2 people are in tune with each other. Although it was because of the relationship between these 2 that he was trusted by the current leader of the Yalgene family, he opened up some of the family secrets. But he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, because he always felt that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. When the lady looked at him with loving eyes, he got goosebumps. This was also the main reason why he was unwilling to stay in the Yalgene family. Otherwise, becoming a knight would be a very good choice. However, Drake was also satisfied with his current adventurer career. After all, if he could find the treasure buried by old John, he might be qualified to investigate the reason for the disappearance of Winters. Right? The devil wandering around Baker Farm? Drake lowered his eyes full of ferocity. Although old Charlie did not allow him to continue investigating Winter's affairs, how could Drake not go? Family is always the only bottom line of the Kratos family. While the third son of the Kratos family was thinking, suddenly, a slight sound of breaking air was heard. Immediately, he looked in the direction where the sound came from. Then, the third son of the Kratos family widened his eyes. Not only the third son of the Kratos family, but everyone in the entire fleet of the West Sea Pirate General widened their eyes. Because 2 naked guys fell from the sky. No! To be precise, 2 naked guys fell directly into the sea, and one of them shouted unwillingly, "Arthur! Kratos! Kratos family! I will remember you. Don't let me run into you again." Immediately, Drake, who was standing on the flagship, had a dark face, and his eyes turned unfriendly towards the 2 people who fell into the water. Of course, Arthur didn't know what was happening far away in the West Sea. The young medium who had returned to number 2 Kirk Street was still thinking about whether he could find the alchemy left by the rebel Robin, compared to the Mist Tower that was completely wiped out by the Holy Empire. For wizards, obviously, this rebel is easier to find. But even so, Arthur knows nothing about this rebel. Trade with Melinda? After this thought came up, Arthur quickly shook his head. This information is too sensitive. With Melinda's intelligence, it's probably easy for her to think of something. And in South Los, besides Melinda, I'm afraid only the Countess might know the information about the rebel. But compared to Melinda, the other party is more dangerous. That Countess is definitely one of the people Arthur least wants to see in the short term. Apart from these 2 people, I am afraid that no one in the entire South Los will know. No. Someone else knows. The blood descendant, who truly inherited the blood family. Arthur suddenly thought of something. Then, the young medium leaned back in the chair in the medium's small hall and thought carefully. He was thinking about the feasibility of the plan. A plan to obtain more of the blood clan's legacy by using brothers of the same clan as a bond. After all, he is also a blood descendant. It's not too much to inherit part of the blood clan's legacy. Right? If it's done unexpectedly, it's very likely to succeed, but there are also big flaws. So, it can't be too intimate. It's necessary to show reluctance but enough pain. Arthur began to perfect the character of Oberon. Then, he got up and prepared to go to the remote suburbs and mountains. To complete this plan, it is necessary to be strong. Exquisite human puppet, plus blood of doting, is not enough. And blood bat ring is also needed. And if you want to make a blood bat, you can't do it in the city of Nanlos. It's not possible in the suburbs either. You have to go deep into the mountains. However, just when Arthur was about to pick up his coat, he suddenly stopped. No! If I suddenly leave Nanlos while waiting for the blood descendant, it will be too conspicuous. Although it is highly likely that Melinda did not send anyone to watch me. Who knows if the Countess sent anyone to watch me? Arthur thought to himself. But he took up the coat and slapped it while complaining to Pendragon. Pan! Since I have you, I have found that the black coat has become conspicuous. You are too good at shedding hair. Maybe I should add some fish oil to your meals to help you protect your fur. Meow? Pendragon looked at his master in confusion. Although he didn't quite understand what his master was saying, he always felt that he was bearing a burden that a kitten shouldn't bear. Just as Arthur was about to pick up Pendragon, the doorbell suddenly rang. Outside the door stood a postman leading a horse and carrying a lot of letters. Hello, are you Mr. Arthur Kratos? Yes. There is a letter for you, sent from Emer Manor in the Gar Mountains. After Arthur nodded, the postman immediately took out a letter from the pile and handed it to him. Arthur was surprised. In his memory, he had no impression of this Emer Manor. However, the young medium still chose to take the letter and handed it to the postman politely. Thank you for your generosity. The postman immediately showed a more enthusiastic smile on his face before leaving. He waved to Arthur, who naturally responded with a smile. However, after returning to number 2 Kirk Street, Arthur still carefully chose to check the letter first, and then took out the letter with a hand of nothingness. When he saw the content of the letter, a hint of surprise appeared in Arthur's eyes. Chapter 202, A Brand New Day. I hope there is no trouble. Dear Mr. Kratos, I shouldn't write to you without permission, but I have encountered the most bizarre thing in my life, and I have to ask you for help. If you are willing to help me, please come to the Emer Manor in the Gar Mountains. I have attached the travel expenses with the letter. I am sorry that I can't tell you more, because I am worried that after I write this, I will encounter an accident. If you don't want to come, please accept the gold notes. That is your compensation. Looking forward to meeting you, Halls. 1979.9.20. The letter was sent a week ago. The handwriting is neat and full of courtesy. Looking at the handwriting, Arthur's mind appeared a well-educated middle-aged man. And when Arthur picked up the envelope with hand of nothingness and knocked it on the corner of the table, 2 gold notes with a face value of 10 fell out immediately. Still rich, Arthur added in his heart. However, Arthur did not intend to go there. First, it was too far from here to the Gar Mountain area. Although Arthur did not know the so-called Emer Manor, he had an impression of the Gar Mountain area. It was already the edge of the Southern Los territory, and it was about 300 kilometers away from Southern Los. Even if he traveled in simple clothes and had a fast horse, it would take 2 days. If he traveled day and night, it would be faster, but the horse would definitely not be able to bear it. If he used a carriage as a means of transportation, it would take 3 days at the fastest, 4 to 5 days at the slowest, and 8 to 10 days to go there and back. For Arthur now, this time was too long. He still needed to wait here for Hate to inform another blood descendant and complete his subsequent plans. It was impossible for him to leave Nanlos. Second, Arthur was wary of such letters of unknown origin and ambiguous language. Perhaps some famous detectives would be excited to go there if they encountered such a thing. But unfortunately, Arthur is not a famous detective. He is just a kind, simple, and upright medium. His curiosity will only make things that are beneficial to him. The third and most important point is, has my reputation spread so far? Can my name be heard in the Gar Mountains? Arthur is very skeptical about this. Although the world in front of him has newspapers, but real communication is not well developed. And most people will be trapped in the place where they were born for their whole lives. It is because of the poor sis in South Los that the people of South Los seem to be well informed. If you go inland, many people only know the name of the village next door. Only wealthy merchants and nobles can know more. Obviously, the blockade of knowledge is everywhere. Even ordinary knowledge is precious to ordinary people. We live in a cocoon forever. When you break out of this cocoon, you won't fly high. You will only be surprised to find that you have come across a brand new cocoon. Moreover, it is stronger than the previous one. It seems that you can't break through it no matter how hard you try. Arthur whispered to himself, picked up Pendragon, and tapped the cat's head with his middle finger, making Pendragon raise his head and purr, while warning the kitten, if you encounter this situation, Pan, you must stay calm. Don't rush to break through the cocoon. You need to lie dormant and observe the operation of the cocoon. Everything you do will leave traces. Putting together a little bit of clues, you will find a trace of truth. At this time, don't grasp this trace of truth. You have to turn a blind eye. Because you don't know if this is a trap. You can push a person out, let him grasp this trace of truth. Believe me, he will definitely break through the cocoon at a speed far beyond your imagination. Let you peek outside the cocoon, new cocoon. As he said this, Arthur smiled lightly. But Pendragon shrank his neck. It always felt that its master was a little scary now. Looking at Pendragon's cowardly look, Arthur rolled his eyes helplessly, and hugged the kitten's increasingly fat waist. It's so strong, but it's a pity that it can't bear more. Arthur muttered, and didn't say more to Pendragon, just hugged his cat, lying in the medium-small hall, squinting his eyes. Although there were many unexpected things today, it was good to be able to sleep a little longer in the evening. Time passed by. Arthur, with his eyes squinted, took a long breath. Under Falcon's surveillance, Harris returned to the Shire district from the suburbs, and did not leave again. Obviously, the other party was waiting, just like those men of Melinda who were guarding outside the Haight furniture store, waiting for Haight to contact the descendant of blood. When the night faded away, and the morning light appeared, Arthur, who had a rare good sleep, carefully raised his legs, put a pillow under Pendragon's head, stretched his body, got out of bed and walked to the kitchen. The firewood in the boiler brought warmth to number 2 Kirk Street. The milk and hot cocoa made Arthur wake up quickly. He counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1. When the number returned to 0, the lady of the long night brought breakfast and began to knock on the door. The breakfast was made by the original cook Mary. Except for the egg tarts, the rest of the food was not as good as what Amur brought yesterday morning. In addition, when his arms touched, Ms. Changye's arm muscles were tense, and goosebumps stood up in patches, which made Arthur confirm that this was real, not a fake. But Arthur became more alert. Melinda was not a woman with nothing to do, and she would not bring him breakfast for no reason. In fact, from the beginning, the lady's eyes scanned the surroundings vaguely. But after a moment, a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Seeing this look of disappointment, Arthur immediately guessed what the lady came here for. Miss Chio. Or to be more precise, she wanted to take the opportunity to meet the dazzling Miss Chio, who was the focus of everyone's attention. Arthur seemed to have thought of something funny, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Believe me, if it is possible, you will never want to meet this Miss Chio. Even in my heart, she is unique. Saying this, Arthur handed Melinda the letter from the man named Hells last night. TSK, are you showing off to me that your reputation has spread to the Gar Mountain area? Melinda said with a look of disdain. No. I just want to ask if you know this Emer Manor? Arthur shook his head, but the smile on his face could not be hidden. Let Melinda give him a middle finger. Then, he ate the last egg tart on the table in one gulp, and walked out. Bang! The door was shut heavily, but Arthur was not angry. He knew that Melinda would definitely help him check the Emer Manor, just as she knew that he could not leave Nanlos at this time. As for the smile, a contemporary black cat with a young mind is more likely to make people relax their vigilance than a shrewd and scheming young man. It was definitely not just to show off to Melinda. At most, it was to go with the flow and share his happiness with Melinda, who was his important partner. Shouldn't it be right? Pendragon knew to listen to his sharing. It couldn't be that. A person was worse than a cat. Right? As Melinda left, the person that the young medium was waiting for finally arrived. Good morning, Mr. Kratos. Good morning, Haywood. With the information collected about the haunted house, with fatigue on his face and excitement in his red eyes, Haywood walked back into number 2 Kirk Street, looking at the thick stack of papers that Haywood had placed on the desk. Arthur thought to himself, "Today, I'm just going to look at some houses. Nothing should happen. Right?" As soon as the thought came to his mind, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street rang. Dingling. Dingling. Amid the crisp doorbell sound, a lady's urgent cry came from outside the door. "Mr. Kratos, please save my son!" Chapter 203: The Professional Skills of the Medium. Outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street, there stood a couple, followed by the driver and bodyguard. Both the couple were well-dressed upper-class people. The man wore a 4-piece suit and shirt, and the cane in his hand had a horse head carved from pure wood. The lady's long skirt looked simple, but the material was extraordinary silk, and the pearl necklace around her neck, each pearl was the same size, with a soft and gentle feeling in the morning light. When they saw Arthur opening the door, the couple bowed and greeted him. The standard of etiquette was as if measured with a ruler. He was rich, literate, and had received upper-class training including etiquette. But he was not a noble. If he was a noble, he would not come to him so openly. He would not cry for help. The honor of the nobility did not allow the nobility to do so. Moreover, when encountering problems, the nobility had their own solutions. "Hello, Mr. Kratos. Excuse me for interrupting you." The man handed the cane to his left hand and held out his right hand. Arthur shook hands with him slightly, then let go. However, the calluses on the other's palm were very clear. Arthur glanced at the man's clothes again. The iron 4-piece suit was very neat, but not new. The cane in his hand was full of traces of time. It would take at least 10 years to achieve this effect. The blue veins on the back of the hand holding the cane showed that the other party was restless. But he was still trying his best to endure. He had worked hard and had a tough character and the ability to calm himself, not inheritance, but a generation of wealthy businessmen who started their own business? Arthur guessed, turned sideways, raised his hand, and invited the other couple to enter number 2 Kirk Street. Although Haywood was inside, there was nothing shameful about their relationship, especially when the acquisition of haunted houses begins. The relationship between the two will be known to everyone, which is far better than being honest about the employment relationship at this moment. Of course, the more important reason is that when Haywood saw the couple, his breathing quickened twice. Arthur was curious about the relationship between the two. Although in his plan, Haywood's haunted house purchase was only at a secondary level in the priority level. But Arthur still didn't want anything to make people feel regretful. "Hello, Mr. Bernice. Mrs. Bernice." As the couple entered the medium's small hall, Haywood immediately greeted them. "Hello. Who are you?" After the man responded, he looked puzzled. It was obvious that the two parties did not know each other. It should be that Haywood knew Bernice unilaterally. After reaching this point of view, Arthur began to search for information about the name Bernice in his mind. And almost instantly, Bernice Company appeared in his mind. After attending the salon invitation of Melinda before, for the purpose of review, Arthur has learned about some famous businesses in South Los in detail. Among them, Bernice business ranks among the best. The main business is dock warehousing, the secondary business is maritime transportation, and some shops, and a clay workshop are all that Bernice business has. Moreover, compared to the responsibilities of other businesses, Bernice business is very pure, and is only run by the Bernice family. No, to be precise, it was controlled by Bernice alone. Bernice's father was a craftsman who made clay vessels. Bernice, who had been learning from his father since he was a child, was not content with the status quo. At the age of 15, he went out to sea for the first time and started to work as a ship crusher. It was during the 7 Years' War, when the east and west coasts were fighting fiercely, and pirates were rampant. Every time he crushed a ship, he risked his life. But there would also be corresponding benefits. In 5 years, Bernice had accumulated a lot of wealth, and began to buy a lot of wasteland in the dock area and build warehouses. Just 1 year later, with the end of the 7 Years' War, the land purchased by Bernice began to soar. But the son of a craftsman did not sell the land, but concentrated on transportation. Until now, Bernice's company has become one of the best in South Los. Some people say that the warehouses at the dock, half of them belong to Bernice. What happened? Arthur asked calmly. In his plan of Earl of Shadow, the dock is of course indispensable. The Bernice family, which owns a large number of warehouses, is obviously an excellent partner, but the young medium is not in a hurry. The young medium knows very well how difficult it is to deal with an experienced first-generation entrepreneur like Bernice. If he takes the initiative to approach, it will only make the other party alert, things will become complicated, and it is far better to do business as usual. My son, Clay has been missing for 3 days. He has never been out all night, let alone 3 days. And I have asked his friends, and no one has seen him in these 3 days. This is impossible. He is a salon lover, and it is impossible for him to be out of contact with people for such a long time. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, Mrs. Bernice said immediately. At the same time, she also took out a portrait of her son Clay. The Bernice family has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Chloe. The second son, Clay. The daughter, Edith. As the heir, Chloe has been studying with her father since early on, while Clay, who also has the right of inheritance, has no interest in the family business and has become a veritable playboy. Edith, the daughter, rarely appears in the public eye and is said to be in poor health. Arthur looked at the portrait. Realistic style, the young medium can confirm that Clay is a very handsome young man. In addition, he is worth a lot of money. He should be very popular with girls. Bernice has already made a will. The eldest son of the 3 children inherits 60% of the property. For the eldest son, who has already helped his father, this is fair. The remaining 40% is divided equally between the second son and the daughter. But they cannot sell the property within 20 years. They can only accept dividends. But even so, the dividends are also a very considerable amount. It is enough to attract the favor of many ladies. While the young medium carefully examined the portrait of Clay, Mrs. Bernice continued. Since the last time Chasing the Wind came back, Clay has become very strange, somewhat mysterious. Chasing the wind? Hearing this term, Arthur was stunned. Mr. Bernice's face sank. Mrs. Bernice immediately raised her hand to comfort her husband, then continued. When the storm comes, chase the storm. Feel the thunder. Clay thinks it is a symbol of courage. 4 days ago, when Nanlos was hit by a storm, Clay went to the dock to chase the wind. So that's how it is. Arthur said this, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. How much free time does it take to think of such a boring move? Chasing the wind? A symbol of courage? Why don't you chase the thunder? The countess who created the storm should be struck by a thunderbolt. Let you feel what it means to be struck by lightning. Moreover, more importantly, this kind of missing case cannot be closed immediately. It takes a lot of time to investigate and collect evidence to get a result. This kind of cumbersome approach is inconsistent with the identity of the medium he created. Therefore, he imitated the way old Charlie communicated with his clients in his memory, leaned back slightly in the chair, his eyes showed pity, and his voice became more and more indifferent. There will always be creatures on the earth, daring to face the power of thunder. There are also arrogant people, foolish and blind without knowing it. Darkness, loneliness, blood, everything broken, will gather at that moment. The words were indifferent. Bluff. Quickly flashed. Chapter 20, For the Haunted House Under Fate. The Creator? Please save Clay. When Arthur just finished speaking, Mrs. Bernice said repeatedly, No one knows a son better than his mother. Mrs. Bernice would not think that her son was a brave man who dared to face the thunder and lightning. The so-called chasing the wind of the hero Clay was just a show-off to his friends at the salon. And this is quite in line with stupid and blind without knowing it. But what worries Mrs. Bernice the most is words like darkness, loneliness, blood, brokenness. She is worried that Clay will encounter misfortune. Worrying makes you confused. It is always the case. It is precisely because of this that old Charlie has summed up similar rhetoric. Simply put, most situations can be covered by such rhetoric. Who doesn't have a moment of arrogance? Who can guarantee that they are right? There will inevitably be foolishness and blindness without knowing it. And darkness, loneliness, blood, brokenness? As long as there is a disaster, this explanation can be used. Only the sentence there will always be creatures on earth who dare to face the power of thunder is different. Because this sentence was added by Arthur himself. And according to the process of old Charlie, he would have collected the money at this time. But Arthur would not do that. He had a bigger plan. So, when he saw Mrs. Bernice take out a check from her wallet, the young medium frowned slightly. And refused directly, saying, Sorry, Mrs. Bernice. I can't accept your fee. Arthur said this. And Mrs. Bernice was stunned. In fact, Mr. Bernice was also stunned. When Arthur said those ambiguous and confusing words, Mr. Bernice almost equated Arthur with those scammers. In the decades of Mr. Bernice's life, He had seen too much, including this kind of liar, before being exposed. Each one is amazing and magical. And after being exposed, it is a disgusting trick. Could the other party have a bigger plot? Mr. Bernice looked at Arthur, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, but did not stop his wife's pleading. Is it because the money is not enough? I can add. It's not money, it's fate. It's destiny. Arthur looked at Mrs. Bernice, with more pity in his eyes, and a barely perceptible sigh in his voice. If possible, I hope to meet him. But I don't want him to meet me. After saying that, Arthur stood up and opened the door of the medium's small hall. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Mrs. Bernice wanted to beg, but was stopped by Mr. Bernice. Arthur's last ambiguous words made the gentleman feel that Arthur had ulterior motives. Although he couldn't be sure what Arthur wanted to do, he knew that if Arthur had other plans, continuing to beg would not produce any results, and would only give Arthur more initiative. Outside the door of number 2 Kirk Street, when the Bernices left, Arthur returned to the room. His eyes were like torches. His expression told him that Mr. Bernice was suspicious. But this was what Arthur wanted. If you want to quickly establish a good relationship with someone like Bernice, ordinary methods will not work. Only this unconventional way is possible. Of course, the premise is to find the Playboy Clay. Arthur has considerable confidence in this. When it comes to finding people and getting information, Wiggins is an expert, especially with more people under him. He can get twice the result with half the effort. If Wiggins can't find it, of course, there is Melinda. The two have such a close relationship. Arthur believes that Melinda will definitely help him. He doesn't believe that this woman will not be tempted. He didn't have the opportunity to get involved with Bernice before. Now that she has it, given her personality, she will definitely help. In fact, Ms. Chanya invited Bernice to attend the salon, but the latter declined, using the reason of not being used to it. Anyone can see that. This is just Bernice's excuse for not wanting to attend. As for why, there are rumors that she was not used to the bloody methods used by Ms. Chanya when she first came to Nanlos. Of course, even if she was not used to it, Ms. Chanya still went her own way. Until now, it has not changed. Thinking in his heart, Arthur picked up the information collected by Haywood on the table again, and naturally continued the conversation that was just interrupted by the Bernice couple. Haywood, do you have any recommendations? There were hundreds of documents in his hand, which surprised Arthur secretly. He didn't know that there were so many haunted houses in Nanlos. Or to be more precise, Nanlos had so many abnormal deaths. After all, a room with 1 or 2 deaths, how can it be called a haunted house? It must be the kind where accidents happen continuously. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. Has he only been in South Los for a few days? Yes, the first one I recommend is this one, number 14, Kirk Street, is also Oklahoma. You have heard of it. It is in your neighborhood. Because the previous tenant's family died, and the death was tragic, so no one dared to rent it anymore. The landlord can only sell it at a lower price. Now it only needs 500 gold notes. I am sure I can get him to reduce the price to 400 gold notes. You know, the house in Dow Lane needs 400 gold notes. The normal price of Kirk Street is 1,200 to 2,500 gold notes. 400 gold notes is almost the bottom price. Moreover, Arthur is familiar with number 14 Kirk Street, which is a good house. Unable to help, the young medium nodded slightly. And here is number 333 Russell Street, where there have been 2 murders before. Not long ago, when the landlord planned to renovate, he found a lot of strange traces in the room. I was so scared that I never dared to enter the house again. The overall price there was between 800 and 900 gold notes. The landlord was willing to sell it for 200 gold notes. I was confident that he could lower the price. Seeing Arthur nod, Haywood was immediately encouraged and took out the most cost-effective house he had collected. Russell Street is also a middle-class neighborhood in the Shire District, and it is also a large community. It has complete infrastructure and a large number of people gathered, which is enough to form extremely high rental and sales prices. If the 2 previous murders were not so scary, and if the landlord had not hired someone to renovate the house, the noise was too loud. The price of 200 gold notes would be impossible. Of course, Haywood was confident that he could buy the house for 150 to 175 gold notes. Arthur listened to Haywood's story, but his expression was a little strange. How could this be related to me? I'm not a haunted house maker. Anything else? Arthur continued to ask without giving up. Although Haywood wondered why Arthur didn't continue to pay attention to these two cost-effective houses, he didn't pause and said immediately, "Yes, number 17 Sheeling Street." When Haywood reported Sheeling Street, Arthur was worried, fearing that the other party might be talking about Fernak's handicraft carving workshop. Fortunately, it wasn't. Suddenly, the young medium was in a good mood. "Let's go here first," said the young medium. "Okay." Haywood nodded and took action. From the simple matter of hiring a carriage, to the more complicated matter of communicating with the landlord to get the key to open the door, all were done by Haywood alone. This black-hearted landlord showed his ability in front of Arthur. "Sir, this is a nice house." When the landlord and Haywood walked into the courtyard of number 17 Sheeling Street side by side, he did not forget to turn his head and say to Arthur. From Haywood's respectful look towards Arthur, the landlord knew who was the real boss. "Yeah." Arthur nodded without comment, with helplessness in his eyes, because he smelled blood. The smell of blood wafted from number 17 Sheeling Street. The landlord was a little surprised by Arthur's expression. But the next moment, when the other party opened the door, he didn't care about it. "Ah!" Looking at the body lying in the hall of the house, the landlord screamed, and Haywood on the side was also horrified and retreated repeatedly. After the experience of Pine Street, Haywood shouldn't have been like this. But the body was too unexpected for him. Haywood exclaimed, "Clay. Chapter 205 Confusion X Reward X Her. Clay is dead." Bernice's second son was lying on the floor with his back facing the sky. His throat cut, blood flowing all over the floor, his eyes wide open. Haywood was stunned when he saw the scene. Just now at number 2 Kirk Street, Haywood had never doubted Arthur like Bernice did. Haywood had seen Arthur's ability and had no doubt about it. However, this black-hearted landlord had never thought that Arthur would be so powerful. It can actually be predicted. If possible, I hope to meet him, but I don't want him to meet me. Look at this sentence. At that time, Lord Kratos might have anticipated Clay's experience, but the kind Lord Kratos did not give up, nor did he want the Bernices to suffer such unprecedented sadness, so he gave up number 14 Kirk Street and number 333 Russell Street, which were obviously more cost-effective. First, I chose to come to number 17 Sheeling Street, to save poor Clay. Unfortunately, I was still late. So that's how it is. Your heart is really admirable. Even in the face of misunderstandings, you still help the other party regardless of the past. Haywood's face showed enlightenment, and he bowed to Arthur. This time, the black-hearted landlord looked at Arthur with a look of fear and a bit of respect. Arthur wanted to say, "You think too much. Coincidence. All this is a coincidence. I just want to avoid becoming a haunted housemaker, but who knew that I would run into the favor of death?" Arthur roared in his heart, but on the surface, he was slightly sad. He looked at the corpse and said softly, "Call the police." "Yes, Sir Kratos." Haywood rushed outside, and the landlord next to him was still in fear after the police arrived. Mounts walked into number 17 Sheeling Street and looked at Arthur standing next to the body. He couldn't help but cover his face. When he came over, he couldn't help but whispered, "Arthur, why don't you stay at home for a few weeks before going out? Or, you can travel to other cities for a few weeks? Everyone in the Shire District Police Station is overloaded. Look at Dicko's dark circles. He hasn't been back to see his daughter for 2 days." Arthur rolled his eyes when he heard it. He didn't want to either. But it was such a coincidence. Wherever he went, there were dead people. Could it be that the so-called dark snake blood has some unknown side effects? Arthur muttered in his heart, raising his hand and patting the old sheriff's shoulder. "Where's Bob? I'm looking forward to the arrival of your friend. I have a feeling that, with his arrival, we will never experience such a thing again. There will definitely be new changes." Arthur pointed at Clay's body on the ground and said with confidence, "It should be soon." Although the guy didn't reply, "I know he will come," the old sheriff promised. Arthur nodded, and then both of them looked at Clay. The technique was quite professional, and there was no hesitation. He directly cut the neck of the dead man from behind. The old sheriff stared at the wound on the throat of the corpse and said with certainty. But the next moment, when he saw the other scars on the body, his brows frowned slightly. There were 4 wounds on Clay's chest and lower abdomen. Judging from the appearance of the wounds, they were caused by a knife or a dagger. However, the wounds were of different depths. Moreover, the angle of penetration into the body was also biased. The old sheriff, who had served in the 7 Years' War and worked as a policeman for 30 years, immediately thought of a possibility: multiple people committed the crime. Subconsciously, the old sheriff cast an inquiring look at his partner. Arthur agreed with the old sheriff's opinion. At the same time, he pointed to the floor covered with blood. The old sheriff squinted his eyes and looked carefully. He was surprised to find that under the blood of the corpse, a pentagram was drawn on the floor with white and red powder. Suddenly, the old sheriff was shocked. Could it be? No, Arthur answered with certainty. And at the same time, he picked up a little white and red powder in the corner that was not covered with blood and handed it to the old sheriff. Is this salt and red brick powder? After the old sheriff took it, he twisted it with his fingers, and then put it under his nose to smell it, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Salt can drive away evil spirits, and red brick powder can block evil spirits from spying. This is true, but the salt needs to be coarse salt, and the red brick powder needs to be selected from the red bricks of the family's prosperous buildings, and it needs to be blessed. More importantly, the two can be used at the same time, but they must be clearly distinguished. Mixing them together like this will only interfere with each other's interaction, or even be counterproductive, Arthur explained. This was a method of exorcism most commonly used by hunters that the detective Albers had mentioned when he was communicating with him. If the salt could be made into salt bullets and fired with a musket, the effect would be better. Combined with iron and silver tools, it can effectively kill evil spirits. But there is a prerequisite. It must be blessed in a way that is unique to hunters. These things will work. Simply put, they are useful after blessing, but if they are not blessed, they are just decorations. So someone only has a vague understanding of these things, and is just making things mysterious? The old sheriff said his guess. If that's the case, then it's really the best result. Half-baked people are always the most frightening. Especially in the mysterious side, these guys are the ones who do great things. Arthur lowered his voice. In a place that no one could see, he gestured to the old sheriff. The old sheriff's expression immediately changed. The calm old sheriff turned around and began to shout according to the procedure. Hunter Newt, you block the house. Dyko, you go investigate the identity of the deceased. He is Clay, Bernice's second son. Arthur said lightly on the side. Hey, is his soul nearby? The old sheriff looked around curiously, obviously wanting to find the soul of Clay. No, his parents asked me to find him. Arthur shook his head. Suddenly, the old sheriff's expression became complicated. He didn't know how to evaluate Clay's parents. Of course, there was absolutely no malice in this. The old sheriff had great trust in the ability of his partners. But was it too imprudent to ask someone who was favored by the god of death to find his son? Alas, poor Clay. The old sheriff sighed in his heart, and continued with his previous words. Dyko, go and notify the relatives of the deceased. Simon, take people to visit the surrounding neighbors to see if anyone heard or saw anything last night. Yes, Sheriff. The police officers and patrolmen began to act. The old sheriff was not idle either, and he and Arthur conducted a detailed inspection inside number 17 Sheeling Street. However, the murderer cleaned the entire building very cleanly, and there were no clues. About half an hour later, the Bernice couple who had just said goodbye appeared again. Mrs. Bernice burst into tears as she watched her son die tragically. Mr. Bernice's face turned pale, and murderous intent began to boil in his eyes. Arthur clearly saw the gentleman gesture to his bodyguard. How could someone who could make a fortune by crushing ships be simple? Then, the gentleman walked directly to Arthur and said solemnly, 20,000 gold notes. Help me find the person who killed Clay. Mr. Bernice quoted a really high price. Arthur was surprised by this. But the young medium's attention was still attracted by the person who got off the carriage behind him. And there was even surprise in his eyes. Why is she here? Chapter 206 Born Extraordinary. Under the sunlight, the ground brocade on the courtyard wall on the side of Sheeling Street jumped out of the wall, and the white unripe berries slowly pulled it down, hanging on this side of the street. When the round-faced black-eyed girl got off the carriage and saw the berries, her face was filled with surprise. She had seen it. To be precise, she had seen it in a trance last night. So what's next? Linda Camille looked over here. Immediately, Linda saw Arthur, and surprise appeared in the girl's eyes. But then she became a little sad. Undoubtedly, when Ms. Yevna Kratos Camille left home, she told her daughter everything in order to prevent unnecessary troubles in the future. Undoubtedly, Miss Camille knew her daughter very well, and she didn't want the fourth generation of the Kratos family to become too pure blood. It's not one of those nobles who have aspirations. Of course, there are some things that this Lady Camille can't predict. Arthur looked at Linda Camille. No. To be precise, his aunt. The young medium felt awkward. Obviously, the young medium hasn't figured out how to get along with this aunt, who is 1 year younger than him. Damn old Charlie, you are really a pervert. He thought to himself. Arthur looked at Linda Camille with a hint of inquiry. It was not surprising that Camille's family knew the Bernice family with their wealth. But what Arthur cared about was Linda's expression when she appeared. That kind of joy, relief and expectation really made Arthur concerned. However, Arthur did not ask immediately. There was an important client in front of him. Mr. Bernice, this is not a matter of money. Arthur looked at Bernice, who was suffering from the pain of losing his son and was full of murderous intent. While answering softly, he pointed to the ritual hidden under the blood. Although it was not very effective, Arthur still chose to call the salt and powder thread ritual. Bernice looked carefully along the line of Arthur's finger. When the big businessman saw the thread made of salt and powder, his eyes became more gloomy. Undoubtedly, the big businessman knew something. Although it was not much, it was enough for the other party to make a correct judgment. 20,000 gold coins, help me find the person who killed Clay. The reward number has not changed, but the value has doubled. Number 2. Kirk Street, the psychic room is willing to serve you. Please give me some time, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Although Arthur really wants to directly intervene in the Bernice family's warehouse business, Arthur knows very well that it is not the right time yet. And 20,000 gold coins is already the other party's limit. For a first-generation entrepreneur like the other party, but they will not spend lavishly like the second generation. They will carefully calculate every coin, because they know that it is not easy to make money. I look forward to it. After hearing Arthur's words, Bernice nodded slightly, turned to his wife. The big businessman put his hand on his wife's shoulder and whispered to comfort her. Arthur walked towards Linda Camille. Looking at Arthur walking towards her, Linda subconsciously felt inexplicably flustered. Arthur was embarrassed. Linda was even more embarrassed. The beauty of a young girl's innocence was shattered by her mother's words. You are his aunt. At that time, Linda was completely immersed in unspeakable emotions, at a loss, and in a daze. But it was at this time that some strange things began to happen. In this state, she actually saw a lot of things. Not complete things, just some incomplete fragments. Some of them were like dreams, but Linda believed that she was awake. Therefore, after her mother left, Linda was completely immersed in this unprecedented experience. Until this morning, she saw her good friend Edith lying in a pool of blood, mixed with several images, which made her feel terrified. At the same time, in order to confirm what she saw, she went to find her good friend Edith early. And as those mixed images were confirmed, she knew that her blood of medium had awakened. The girl was both excited and disappointed about this. Who doesn't want to be born extraordinary? Being able to awaken the medium bloodline is of course worth being excited about. But it also proves that she is Arthur's aunt. Alas! A heavy sigh in her heart made Linda's expression more complicated. Hi, Linda. Good morning. Arthur greeted. He still couldn't call her aunt, so he could only keep it as it was. This made Linda feel relieved. Good morning, Arthur. Linda responded in the same way as before. Then, the girl pulled Arthur aside and whispered about her experience. As Arthur listened, his expression became serious. Did anything strange happen to you? For example, feeling cold? Or hearing something whispering in your ear? Arthur asked. No. I just occasionally see some messy pictures. Like last night, I clearly saw you sleeping soundly with Pan in your arms. But the next moment you turned into a terrifyingly huge snake, bathing in endless thunder, growing feathered wings, and soon heads popped out of your neck one after another. The girl shook her head. But the following words made Arthur frown. At this moment, Arthur was sure that the girl in front of him should have awakened her bloodline. And it was a bloodline that could see the future. This is very consistent with the characteristics of a medium. In other words, the other party's words may really be fragments of the future. Turning into a snake, it should be the dark snake bloodline. Bathing in thunder, it should be the glory potion obtained from the Countess, which completed the dark snake bloodline. One head after another popped out of the neck? It should be that my vests are increasing. Right? Arthur gave himself a reasonable explanation. But there was one thing, he couldn't explain it. Since old Charlie is fake, then why can Linda Camille awaken her bloodline? Uncle Drake and Aunt Cassandra also didn't awaken their bloodline? It's impossible. I'm the only mother in the family. Right? In order to take care of my feelings, and in order not to repeat the mistakes of the Blood Marquis family, everyone hid everything from me. No way. No way. The Kratos family are just normal people. It must be Linda's mother, that Miss Camille's ancestors have some extraordinary bloodline. Then Linda was stimulated. And then she awakened. That's right. It must be like this. Arthur emphasized his tone in his heart, and nodded continuously to comfort himself. When he found that Linda was looking at him in confusion, Arthur said softly, "These are all normal phenomena of the awakening bloodline of the Kratos family. I have also experienced similar situations. After a period of time, you can gradually master this ability." This ability? Are there other abilities? Linda breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked with expectation. Arthur nodded with certainty, and then said naturally, "Of course. The Kratos family is born extraordinary. You, who have the blood of the Kratos family, are destined to be different." At this point, Arthur paused slightly. Then, he changed the subject and said, "Well, now as a quiz, I will test you. When you saw Clay's body, what did you see?" Chapter 207, the second one. What is the biggest difference between humans and animals? A wise man once said, "It is the making and using of tools." Therefore, Arthur hopes to be a human being. So, he has no burden at all, and looks at Linda Camille with expectation, hoping to wait for more information about Clay's death. And the girl, under Arthur's gaze, became a little nervous, and immediately looked towards number 17 Sheeling Street. Just a few seconds later, doubt appeared on the girl's face. "How was it? Did you see anything?" Arthur asked. "No, I didn't see anything. But I could feel the teasing, showing off and calmness there." Linda Camille frowned and said, "Calm?" She couldn't understand why she felt calm at the crime scene. Arthur was the same. However, when he saw Linda looking at him with a nervous face, the young medium chuckled and subconsciously wanted to touch the girl's head. But thinking that this was his aunt, it was obviously not appropriate. So, he patted the girl's arm. "Linda, believe me, you have done well enough. This level has already surpassed most people," Arthur said softly. There was no disappointment in Arthur's eyes, and he was recognized. The girl nodded happily immediately, and did not continue to ask what would happen if she and Arthur competed. In the girl's heart, she never dared to hope to surpass Arthur. That reporter also said, Arthur not only perfectly inherited the bloodline of the medium, but surpassed it. He surpassed everyone with his amazing and terrifying talent. She, of course, can't do that. She just needs to surpass most people. At least she should deliberately stand behind Arthur silently, and be able to see Arthur's back silently. "Come on! Linda, you can do it! The Kratos family is born extraordinary." The girl cheered herself up in her heart. Arthur looked at the carriage. There was another girl in the carriage. Edith, as the daughter of the Bernice family. It was a bit strange for her to stay in the carriage at this time. After all, her brother died, and her parents were still sad. Edith's leg was injured when she was a child. Linda immediately explained for her friend. "So that's how it is," Arthur said, bowing slightly in the direction of the carriage. In the carriage, the girl wearing a scarf also returned the greeting immediately. "Edith is very pitiful. If she hadn't broken her leg while climbing a tree, she would have been pursued by all the men in South Los." Linda sighed. Arthur did not refute this. Although the scarf covered her face, Arthur could vaguely see her delicate outline. At the same time, Arthur was very curious about why Edith had such a disease. With the wealth of the Bernice family, it was impossible. Linda saw Arthur's doubts and explained immediately. "I say Edith is pitiful because of this. When she fell from the tree, she fell directly into a hole between several trees. If you look from the outside, you can't find it at all. Moreover, Edith was unconscious at the time. When people found her, it was already the next day. Moreover, in order to climb out of the hole, Edith acted regardless of her injuries, which caused irreversible damage to her legs." Arthur nodded in understanding, and then pointed to number 17 Sheeling Street. Linda immediately waved to Arthur. "Be careful," Arthur warned before leaving. "Don't worry, my mother told me about the dangers of the medium." "I'm ready," Linda said, while taking a box from the carriage and showing it to Arthur. Looking at the familiar shape and style, Arthur recognized it at a glance. This is the Kratos family psychic box. As for where it came from, it must be the one given to Miss Camille by old Charlie. It could be a souvenir. It could also be for self-defense. However, no matter what, Arthur couldn't help but complain to old Charlie in his heart. You really spend a lot of money to pick up girls. Use it well, and you will find that the world has become different. Arthur said this, and walked towards number 17 Sheeling Street. Linda nodded vigorously. At this moment, the girl completely believed Arthur's words, even if some words seemed ridiculous to others. For example, the Kratos family is born extraordinary. Inside number 17 Sheeling Street, Mouths is still busy. Simon's inquiry is not going well. The neighbors around said that they did not hear any unusual noises. Therefore, the search scope was expanded to Dicko. Simon led people to investigate Clay's friends, especially those who often attended the salon. The old sheriff was busy, because of Mrs. Bernice. The lady wanted to take her son's body home. In this regard, the old sheriff said that the police station has its own rules. But Mrs. Bernice insisted on her own opinion, and said that she could donate 2 carriages to the police station. In response, the old sheriff said that the rules were set, but they could still be discussed. When Arthur came over, Mrs. Bernice had already said that she could donate 3 carriages, and the old sheriff looked at Arthur calmly, and as Arthur nodded, the old sheriff immediately said, Mrs. Bernice, thank you for your generosity. Do you need me to send someone to help you carry Clay's body? No. Mrs. Bernice shook her head with red eyes. Then, the lady bowed to Arthur. Mr. Kratos, you are a real medium. Thank you for everything you have done for Clay. If I could find you earlier, maybe. The sobbing interrupted the words. Mr. Bernice comforted his wife again. Please accept my condolences, Arthur said softly. Mr. Bernice helped his wife walk away. When he reached the door, the gentleman turned his head. His eyes showed the only emotion, I want others to mourn. Arthur nodded slightly. After the Bernice family and Linda Camille left, Dicko ran back first. Sheriff, counselor, Clay is a fool, an idiot. He always does some weird things, and then shows off his bravery to others. He even peed in other people's wine. The level 5 police officer who just came back couldn't help but complain. So, there should be a lot of people who have a good relationship with him. The old sheriff sighed. No one wants to be a fool, but everyone wants to make fun of fools. This will make the fool think that he has many friends. It also makes the people who make fun of the fool become friends with common interests. Friends and friends are not friends. Well, we have to question at least 30 young people, and each of these young people is not simple. Either they have a rich father, or a rich mother. This will be a long-term job. Simon has already gone to the first house, Jody's house. Dicko said, as he looked at Arthur. The 5th-level police officer hoped that his magical consultant could have a better solution. Otherwise, he would probably not be able to go home for another 2 days, and would not be able to see his daughter. Don't worry. There will be results soon, Arthur said calmly. The original intention of the young medium to say this was just to comfort the restless mood of the crowd. But the next moment after he finished speaking, a patrolman who was acting at the same time as Simon rushed in and whispered, Sheriff, Consultant Jody is dead. Immediately Mouths, Dicko turned their heads to look at Arthur. Chapter 208 Cutthroat x Crow x Pigeon. How did he die? Martz asked. Slit throat. In a cellar at home. The cellar is very hidden. The housekeeper didn't know when it was dug out. The patrolman answered immediately. Suddenly Arthur and Martz looked at each other. At this moment, they thought of Clay who died in the same way. Isn't it a serial killer? The old sheriff subconsciously asked the young medium. Similar in nature, different in purpose. Mouths, send more people to question those 30-odd young people, to confirm who is still alive? Arthur said. Mouths was stunned. You mean, kill them to silence them? The old sheriff asked tentatively. If so, it's easy. Arthur said softly, secretly controlling Wu and I to fly up, looking for the thing she cares about most at the moment. And Mouths on the side shouted loudly. Dicko. Let everyone take action. Hurry. Hurry. The old sheriff urged. Except for Hunter and Nude who stayed at the scene. The rest of the people in the Shire District Police Department took action. Sitting at the door of number 17 Sheeling Street, the old sheriff rubbed his swollen eyebrows. The recent cases always made the old sheriff feel exhausted. The old sheriff, who had been a policeman for more than 30 years, felt that he was a fake policeman for the first 30 years. He caught thieves every day and 2 robbers a week. There was only 1 murder case every half a month. And serial murders might not happen in a year. But now, murders happen every day. Serial murders are almost becoming the norm. Is it because we were too incompetent before that we didn't encounter them? Or Is the gear of fate starting to turn? The old sheriff thought silently in his heart, and suddenly said to Arthur, who was thinking, Bob would definitely like such a day. Arthur was confused. During the early stage of the 7 Years' War, that guy was thrown into the death squad for beating his superior. Everyone thought he was dead. But who knew that when the members of the death squad were replaced for the 11th time, he was still alive? So, he was called Immortal Bob. Moreover, after fighting again and again, this guy was appreciated by the commander of the death squad. He was not only promoted to captain, but also responsible for the special training of the death squad. Arthur listened quietly to Maltz's story about his friend. Arthur was very concerned about this important part of his plan. However, he did not ask any more questions, but waited for Maltz to continue. I was saved by that guy Bob. When we were facing the cavalry battle on the west coast, he blocked a shot for me. Then, I was very grateful to him, so I used my salary to buy a lot of wine for that guy. That guy was addicted to alcohol. Every time he got drunk, he would talk nonsense to me. He said he should be a noble or something. Later, the war was over. I wanted to invite him to South Los. But Bob said he didn't like this peaceful life, so he became a bounty hunter. And when he left, he told me mysteriously that, when we meet again, it will be the time when the gears of fate turn. Maltz laughed at himself. How can the gears of fate turn when you are almost 60? The old sheriff shook his head, his eyes full of emotion, but Arthur patted him on the shoulder. In the surprised eyes of the old sheriff, Arthur said very seriously, Some people come out to preside over the war of gods at the age of 72. 60 years old is not too late. It can even be said to be just right. Just right? The old sheriff asked softly. Arthur nodded more seriously. Believe me, just right. The old sheriff was stunned for a moment, then whispered to himself, just right, just right. His expression gradually became lively again. Seeing this scene, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want one of his important partners to quit. As a simple, kind and upright medium, he not only had to walk on thin ice, but also had to pay attention to his partner's mentality from time to time. Who could understand the difficulty? Huh? He took a deep breath. The young medium spoke again. Martz, what is your dream? Retirement? Besides retirement? Holding grandchildren? Besides these two? Well, I want to see a miracle. Martz's voice suddenly lowered, surprised Arthur. Ha ha ha, just treat it as my nonsense. How can a miracle happen so easily? The old sheriff laughed and changed the subject. He asked about the serial murder case again. Wait a little longer, Arthur said with a double meaning. About half an hour later, the patrolmen who went to inquire came back one by one. Sheriff, Counselor, White of the White family is dead. Sheriff, Counselor, Sharp of the Sharp family is dead. Sheriff, Counselor, Bacon of the Bacon family is dead. Report after report. 3 more young people died. In addition to Jody before, there were 4 deaths in total. Clay's chest and lower abdomen had 4 wounds of varying depths. It was really murder to silence the witnesses. Damn. These 4 guys must have known something. Moreover, they all died in a very hidden place in the house. Especially Bacon, whose body weighed less than 200 pounds, was found in the tree house. His throat was cut under the tree, but it was moved to the tree house. The murderer must be very strong. And the housekeeper of the Bacon family said that Bacon has been very mysterious recently, and would go out without being invited. Jody, White, and Sharp are similar, Dico said breathlessly. Although he had the assistance of a horse, he still felt tired after running back and forth all morning. Maltz did not refute his subordinate's words. But the old sheriff was still a little curious about the wound on Clay's body. What caused such a wound? It is likely to be a kind of covenant. The 4 people should be the ones who saw or indirectly caused Clay's death, therefore, they reached a covenant in this way. Even under duress, he was coerced by the people who cut Clay's throat. But why did the coercer kill 4 people afterwards? It doesn't make sense. Wouldn't it be better to keep this handle? The old sheriff thought and looked at Arthur. Because it can't be done, Arthur said, and after motioning Dico to drive, he walked straight to the carriage, and Maltz hurriedly followed. The carriage started as Dico flicked the whip. Arthur guided Dico forward. What exactly is going on? What did Miss Anna say to you? The old sheriff looked curious. Did you find any common points? Arthur asked. All of them had their throats cut, all of them died in secret places, even if they didn't exist. They would make it up, and they always went out mysteriously. The old sheriff blurted out. What else? Arthur continued to ask. And the old sheriff couldn't think of anything else. Do you remember their names? Arthur asked again. The old sheriff immediately shook his head. Arthur looked at the old sheriff, but whispered to himself. It is so. At this moment, a dark crow in the sky above the carriage swooped down, with a more ferocious posture than an eagle, and directly caught a white dove. Chapter 209 Father in the Pigeon Cage. Walking west from Garden Middle Street, it is Garden West Street, which is different from North Street with many shops, and South Street with rented houses. Most people in Garden West Street are locals of South Los, or people who have bought houses. Therefore, it is more peaceful here. Under the tall elm trees, children run by from time to time, with clear shouts, and parents chase them behind them, giving instructions. Tarrant, standing on the terrace of number 99 Garden West Street, watched the scene. His eyes were full of envy. After standing for a moment, he rubbed his eyes, turned around and began to finish his last unfinished task. Tidy up the pigeon cage. According to what the adult said, all the pigeons should be killed. But, after 2 years of companionship, this lonely guy has already regarded these pigeons as an indispensable part of his life. So, for the first time, he went against the adult's will. He planned to send these pigeons back to the countryside and entrust them to reliable people. Then, repay the favor. More pursuit? No more. With the child's accident, everything was meaningless. Everything he did, his life, completely stopped at that moment, only revenge. So, he was extremely grateful to that adult. Without the help of that adult, he would never have been able to complete his revenge. Coo, coo. The pigeon suddenly called. Talad was startled. Then, the speed began to increase, but he still organized the pigeon cages in an orderly manner. He opened the pigeon cages one by one and released the pigeons inside. After watching the pigeons fly, Talad turned around and looked in the direction of the terrace door. Number 99 West Garden Street is a 1.5-story building. The first floor is the living room, the kitchen. The second floor is the bedroom. And there are some sundries. The entire terrace was transformed into a special layout, with 2 pigeon cages facing each other on the left and right. And one side can see the street. A young man in a black double-breasted jacket, holding a scary doll in his arms and a cat cage, stood in front of the terrace door. Your cat scared my pigeons. Talad sat on the only stool in the terrace. His legs and feet seemed to be unsteady as he moved. The pigeon breeder raised his hand and picked up the long-stemmed chimney pipe beside him, adding tobacco to it. Unlike the classic billiard-style pipe, the long-stemmed chimney pipe has a pipe stem of about 20 centimeters, and the pipe has become a narrow rectangle. It looks like a chimney, and can be filled with more tobacco. It is very popular among old smokers in South Los. I thought it was Anna who scared them, Arthur replied with a smile. Anna? Talad was stunned for a moment, and then guessed the identity of the young man in front of him. The pigeon breeder, who can easily complete reading and writing, still maintains a very good reading habit. However, unlike the previous entertainment and pastime, the pigeon breeder's reading in the past 2 years, just to better grasp the dynamics of the enemy. So, the pigeon breeder knows about the medium, who has recently become famous in South Los. The pigeon breeder looked at Arthur and Anna with understanding in his eyes. Anna is not scary, compared to some guys. This lady maintains her etiquette, Tari said softly. I will convey your evaluation to Anna truthfully, then, can you also tell me more about it? Although I already know some, but it's not complete, Arthur said. Curious? Talad laughed. Of course. I am a very curious person. And after awakening the family bloodline, this curiosity has become uncontrollable. Arthur nodded, and his expression became vivid under the blessing of bluff. This is half true and half false. As a human being, Arthur is naturally curious. However, Arthur can control his curiosity very well. Because curiosity really kills the cat. Especially after the identity of contemporary black cat, Arthur became more careful. However, he didn't mind cooperating with Talith in front of him. There's nothing much to say, and there's no story you expect. 3 years ago, when I was taking my daughter home, I met 4 bastards riding horses in the city. My daughter didn't dodge, and was hit by the horses and died. In order to save my daughter, I also broke my leg. Left with a disability, Tarrant said softly, his expressionless face, as if he was telling a story that was not his own. So that's how it is. Can you tell me about number 17 Sheeling Street? Arthur nodded and continued to ask. Of course. In order to successfully kill those 4 guys, I had to kill a fool, Although I felt sorry for him, I am willing to pay with my life. Tarrant remained calm, but with the cooperation of sharp eyes and observing words and expressions, Arthur easily found the clue. Tarrant is not a good liar. Well, I also know a story, which is also nothing to look forward to, but you told me a story, and I think I should tell you one in return. 3 years ago, when a father was taking his daughter home, for young men suddenly rode their horses in the city because of their competitive spirit. The sudden change frightened the little girl so much that she stood there in a daze. The father who came over rushed over immediately. He was about to hold the little girl in his arms, but the horse was too fast, and the father couldn't catch up at all. The little girl was knocked away, and the father himself was injured, leaving his leg disabled. But when the police came, they determined that it was the father and the girl who rushed out by herself that led to this tragic situation. The father was unwilling to accept it, and he ran around, trying to seek justice for his daughter. But the families of the 4 young men were too powerful. The father's running around was of no use. The father was desperate. He didn't know what to do. And at this moment, a man suddenly appeared and asked the father if he really wanted revenge. The father agreed, and then, the father changed his appearance and became a pigeon breeder. He began to use pigeons to deliver messages for a secret small group, and gradually, the 4 people also joined in. The time became ripe. Under the secret arrangement of that person, the 4 people who couldn't stand the fool's limelight began to lure the fool out with the bait of secret society. They didn't really want to kill the fool, but an accident happened. The fool really died. In a panic, they formed a covenant. But such a covenant is extremely fragile, because they ignored the fact that the person in the dark was watching everything. All they had to do was tie a message, like "I know what you did" on the pigeon's leg. I can easily invite them to a secret place in my home that only they know, and then cut their throats. Arthur said this, paused, as if listening to something. Then, he added, "No. It seems that the father wanted to take revenge at that time, but was worried that if he killed one of them, the other 3 would be alerted. So he was reluctant to do it." Arthur looked at Toleth. "That father is incompetent." The pigeon breeder commented. He picked up a match beside him and prepared to light the tobacco. Arthur, however, took the first step to snatch the pipe from the pigeon breeder. He lowered his head and sniffed it, and the familiar bitter almond smell was mixed with a hint of pungent feeling. "You don't smoke, but you choose this pipe that only old smokers would choose. I have a friend of mine, and that guy is an old smoker, so I know what old smokers look like. Therefore, I think that if you are just starting to smoke, cigarettes are a good choice. Of course, this is your choice. However, my story is not over yet. Can you continue to listen?" Chapter 210 Pigeon Keeper. "Do you remember the fool in my story just now?" Arthur asked Toleth. The pigeon breeder nodded. "I remember. In fact, in the story just now, the fool did not die accidentally, but he wanted to die," Arthur said slowly. The pigeon breeder was startled, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. "Impossible. How could a guy who only knows how to show off want to die?" The pigeon breeder shook his head quickly. "I don't agree with this statement. Of course it's possible. That fool felt guilty, and in order to make up for this guilt, he had to pretend to be a fool because he found that as long as he was ridiculed and embarrassed, the person he felt guilty about would be happy. So he became a fool," Arthur said, sighing. But, pain? That fool was willing to die, so of course he could do it, even if he was stabbed 4 times in the chest and abdomen then. His throat was cut by the object of his guilt, and he did not make a sound. And he lay there holding his breath and pretending to be dead. That fool had known the plan of the object of his guilt a long time ago. He chose to cooperate. After all, she was his sister. Listening to Arthur's words, the pigeon breeder sat there in a daze, with a dull expression. He had never expected what the young medium said. All he knew was that he was jealous of his parents' love. He deliberately pushed his sister down the tree, and she fell into the pit, and kept mocking his sister as a bastard. This, subconsciously, the pigeon breeder raised his head and looked at Arthur. The young medium stood there, with a calm expression, looking at him calmly. Subconsciously, the pigeon breeder believed the young medium's words. Aye. The pigeon breeder opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say at all. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion. The young medium spoke again, his voice still calm. "Jody, White, Sharp, and Bacon are dead. But do you think this is revenge? I don't think so. The reason why these 4 guys didn't receive the punishment they deserved was just because the police were useless? No, it wasn't. It was because their family. The huge power formed by the interweaving of interests with money protected these 4 guys. And also protected hundreds of guys, like these 4 guys. So your hatred must continue. Maybe you can't do more, but at least you have to uproot the families of these 4 guys. As he spoke, Arthur's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a kind smile. And after listening to the words of the young medium, the pigeon breeder was dumbfounded. He always thought that the young medium was on the side of justice in the eyes of the world. But these words, what is your purpose? The pigeon breeder was surprised, but also alert. I don't like them. I covet their property. Coincidentally, I have a friend who can handle this matter properly, Arthur said calmly. He would not talk about any great justice. Nor would he bluff. Facing a father who avenged his daughter, the young medium still retained a trace of bottom line. The pigeon breeder was once again stunned by the directness of the young medium. The young medium did not urge him. He walked into the renovated terrace, feeling the space squeezed by the pigeon cage, raising his hand to hold the rusty railing, looking up at the small piece of sky above his head, and then looking down at the street of Garden West Street, said lightly, "It's quite big." The Bernice family did not return to the White Bird district. Instead, they took Clay's body back to the manor on the outskirts of South Los. Before the body was transported back, the entire Bernice manor was rearranged by the housekeeper. Gold utensils, colorful tapestries, etc. were all put away. The servants were also informed of some precautions in advance. Every servant knew this, and they all looked sad. In the master bedroom of the manor, Mrs. Bernice kept crying. Mr. Bernice sat in the study, and he was stunned. When there were no outsiders, Bernice took off all his disguises. All he had in his mind was Clay's voice and smile. Although he is a fool who doesn't know the seriousness of the situation, he is kind-hearted. Clay, if you can hear what your father said, you must stay here for a while. I will avenge you. I will catch that bastard. I will skin him with my own hands, Mr. Bernice said in a low voice, his face full of ferocity. Although he hired the young medium, he still selected several targets in his mind. It could be them. Or maybe not. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is, his son is dead. Then, you will be buried with my son. Thinking in his heart, the gentleman raised his hand to call the butler. He said, "Go and contact Ms. Changya secretly for me, and tell her that I have a business to discuss with her." "Understood, master." The trusted butler bowed and left. In the study, Mr. Bernice was the only one left again. For Ms. Changya, he didn't like her. But it was definitely not because of what was rumored. Because he hated the lady's cold, brutal and bloody methods. Rather, it was because he saw his younger self in her. But he admired her very much. He admired her decisive style of doing things and her willingness to do whatever it took to achieve her goals. Of course, there was also a hint of fear. After all, he didn't want to be her target. But that was before. Now, he couldn't care less. As for his eldest son Chloe? Yes, he still has his eldest son Chloe. But he only has his eldest son Chloe. He lost a second son, and he definitely doesn't want to lose his eldest son again. For this reason, he must change the style that he has maintained for nearly 20 years. Sighing in his heart, Mr. Bernice stood up and walked towards the bedroom. When he walked out of the study, the gentleman became calm again. He would not panic in front of his wife. But at the door of the bedroom, the gentleman unexpectedly saw Linda Camille coming out of the bedroom. Bernice was familiar with Camille's daughter, and was happy for her to date his family. If the eldest son had not been married and the second son, the fool, was not worthy of her, he would have proposed to Camille. "Linda, please take care of Edith for me. She is too fragile." Alas! With that, Mr. Bernice walked into the bedroom. Mr. Bernice, who passed by Linda, did not notice the astonishment on Linda's face. Behind her, the bedroom door closed. Linda touched the hidden blade on her wrist, the crossbow on her forearm, the short sword under her armpit, then picked up the box and walked towards her friend Edith's bedroom with a little complexity. These things were given to her by her mother before she left, and she told her that this was the tradition of the Kratos family. She didn't understand it before, but now she understands it a little. Knock. 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 Come in. After Linda knocked on the door, Edith's crisp voice rang out. When Linda pushed open the door, she found Edith standing at the bedroom window feeding pigeons. There were 7 or 8 pigeons flying in from the open window. Corn kernels mixed with some glutinous rice attracted these pigeons. Even when she returned home, Edith wore a veil, making it difficult to see her face. The only eyes that were exposed were also concealed as she lowered her head. Looking at this scene, Linda used to feel distressed, but now she is full of vigilance. You know everything, right? Edith suddenly spoke. Linda was stunned. Your expression is too easy to guess. This makes me feel very boring, Linda. So, Linda, please die, okay? Edith said softly, and raised her hand slightly. Suddenly, the pigeon on the windowsill seemed to be crazy, flying straight towards Linda. Instinctively, Linda was about to raise her hand to shoot a crossbow, but before the illegitimate son of the Kratos family could really attack, she only heard crack. The crow cried. The next moment, then, black shadows were everywhere, and Scarlet appeared. Chapter 211 Happy Fool. Black is interspersed between white and gray. Feathers are flying, pigeons are crying. Muni's beak is as sharp as a blade, and its claws cut the throats of pigeons one by one like precise surgery. When Winnie stood on the windowsill again, the beak began to comb the wings slowly, and when the pigeon in the right claw wanted to struggle, the right claw tightened immediately. Instantly, the pigeon's body was crushed. Winnie chose the tender meat he liked best, and swallowed it into his stomach. Is this a crow? It's even more ferocious than an eagle. Linda took a deep breath. Edith, who was standing opposite her, looked at Linda with surprise in her eyes. No wonder you came out so openly. You raised such a ferocious crow. Is it your trump card? Edith asked. Linda subconsciously wanted to deny it, but for some reason, she nodded instinctively, and the words in her mouth changed to, trump card? No, just a pet. Like my cats. At this moment, the girl's voice was calm, but her tone and expression were very similar to Arthur's usual bluffing. State. Pet? Edith's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and then she looked around carefully. As a person who raised some pigeons as a means of raising, Edith knew very well the power of these inconspicuous little animals. A crow had wiped out all the pigeons she had raised for a long time. If 3 more cats come, her chances of winning will drop by another 30%. Thinking of this, the daughter of the Burness family moved slightly away from Wu and whispered, This alone is not enough. In order to seek revenge, I have not only raised some pigeons, I have also learned swordsmanship, physical training. After the elongated tone attracted Linda's attention, the daughter of the Burness family immediately rushed towards Linda. Clang! A soft sword shot out from the belt, pointing directly at Linda's throat, like a poisonous snake jumping out of the bushes, hidden and fierce. The daughter of the Burness family practiced this sword hundreds of times for this moment when the accident happened, although she never thought that the accident would happen to Linda. The silly girl she always looked down upon, this did not prevent her from piercing Linda's throat with a sword. After that, naturally, it was to arrange the scene. The murderer was of course the throat cutter. As one of the victims, it was only because of good luck that she escaped. But she did not see the murderer's face clearly. But she felt that his voice was familiar. Then, she would naturally ask her elder brother Chloe why he did this. Why did he kill so many people? Of course, it must be done in secret. Thinking of this, the soft sword in the hand of the daughter of the Burness family became more and more fierce. Linda just raised her left hand and shot a crossbow arrow from the crossbow hidden in her left hand. The arrow pierced directly into the right shoulder of Burness's daughter. Burness's daughter was stunned, and then switched the sword to her left hand. I have trained my left and right hands for 2.5 years to achieve the same level of sword drawing. Before she finished her words, Linda raised her right hand. Whoosh! Puff! The arrow pierced into the left shoulder of Burness's daughter. This time, Burness's daughter could no longer hold the soft sword in her hand, and it fell directly to the floor. More importantly, a faint numbness began to spread. Poison? You actually put poison on the arrows. The daughter of the Burness family looked incredulous. Linda was somewhat shocked, more shocked than when the 2 arrows were clearly aimed at the throat, but both hit the shoulder because she had applied anesthetic. She regretted not following her mother's advice to apply poison. Otherwise, there would be no need to shoot another arrow. With her poor shooting skills, it was a miracle that both arrows hit the target. Poison! Next time I must change to a poison that kills instantly, Linda told herself. The daughter of the Burness family had changed her face. Not only did she lose momentum, her eyes were filled with tears, her voice was choked with sobs. I have my reasons. It was Clay who pushed me down from the tree, and he knew I was in the tree pit, but he didn't tell anyone, so I missed the best time for treatment and became a cripple. And he also led a group of people to laugh at me What's wrong with me killing him? Speaking of this, the daughter of the Bernice family has already roared. Linda was unmoved. She just saw the truth. In order to get more attention from her parents, Edith chose to hide in the tree pit. As a result, the waiting process was too boring. She saw the birds on the tree, so she climbed the tree and fell down accidentally and happened to fall into the tree pit. The whole process had nothing to do with Clay. On the contrary, it was Clay who found Edith, who had fallen into the tree pit. Moreover, Clay hated himself for not finding Edith earlier. As a brother, Clay thought he had not fulfilled his brother's duties. Edith took advantage of the situation and put all the blame on Clay, and even hinted to the family that she was pushed down by Clay. What was the result? Clay was abandoned by the Bernices, and the eldest son Chloe also stayed away from her younger brother. But Clay felt more and more guilty, even to the point that when he found that others laughed at him and could make Edith laugh, he did it without hesitation. Because, under multiple pressures, Clay's cognition was distorted. This fool actually thought it was his fault. He was the one who saved people, but he became the most miserable one. So, at this time, Linda Camille looked at Edith crying and choking, and her irritability reached the extreme. Shut up. You're a bastard who talks nonsense. While roaring, Linda twisted her waist, stepped her feet, and punched in one go. This punch hit Edith's jawline accurately. Bang! The poor Bernice daughter was beaten to the ground, and a tremor appeared in her brain. The dizzy Bernice daughter was still muttering, "It's not my fault, it's Clay, he didn't find me earlier." Hearing these words, Linda flipped her wrist, the hidden blade pierced straight out from the inside of the wrist, and pressed against the throat of the daughter of the Bernice family. "If you dare to say another word, I will kill you now," Linda said in a low voice with cold eyes. She was really furious. She had never thought that there were such shameless people who distorted the facts in the world. However, then Linda was a little worried. How to solve the current situation? The daughter of the Bernice family was knocked down by her, but the problem was not solved. Even more trouble. Because, this is Bernice Manor. If she leaves directly, with this woman's ability to confuse right and wrong, she will definitely throw dirty water on her. What should I do? What should I do? If it was Arthur, what would he do? Linda began to think. And at this moment, bang! The door of Bernice's daughter's room was kicked open. Chapter 212 Merchants, and Merchants. Outside the door stood Arthur, Martz, Dyko and others, and the Bernices. It was Mr. Bernice who kicked the door open. This gentleman, who enjoyed a high reputation in South Los, stared at his daughter on the ground, with anger in his eyes, without saying a word, picked up the soft sword on the ground and stabbed his daughter. Mrs. Bernice sobbed softly, but did not stop. Because, this lady knew that Edith, who did such a thing, did not deserve anyone's sympathy. They must also be punished. Even if I can't bear it. Otherwise, it will be the Bernice family that will suffer. Mrs. Bernice knows, and Mr. Bernice knows even better. So, this gentleman is merciless. Linda on the side breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt that it was not perfect. As one of the heirs of the Kratos family bloodline, she always has a unique perspective. However, Linda is not used to it yet. But among the people present, some people are used to it, and have already developed it. Wait! Arthur shouted softly, and he appeared beside Mr. Bernice, and his hand grabbed the other's wrist, and the words in his mouth kept coming. Mr. Bernice, please calm down. Although such misfortune is enough to make anyone heartbroken, we must understand that these are all provocations against Edith by members of the Dead Poets Society. And your enemies are also fueling the flames. That's why the situation has evolved into what it is now. So we need to talk. Arthur looked at Bernice. Bernice also looked at Arthur. The two looked at each other. A second later, the soft sword was thrown to the ground. Sir Kratos, please come to my study, we need to have a serious talk. Mr. Bernice invited the young medium. Of course. The young medium gladly accepted the appointment. From beginning to end, the young medium didn't even look at Edith lying on the ground. Although he wished that she would die right now. He absolutely couldn't let Bernice do anything. Because he was venting his anger on her. Did Bernice hate Edith? Of course he did. He wanted to kill the daughter who killed his second son. But this definitely didn't mean that Bernice didn't have any inner turmoil. Perhaps Bernice did it in the impulse. But what about afterwards? Bernice would definitely regret it after he calmed down. As long as he regrets it, Mr. Bernice must find excuses for himself. And what excuse is more appropriate than there are too many people around, I need to consider the reputation of the Bernice family. No. This is the best excuse. And once Mr. Bernice finds an excuse for himself, then the next step is to start shirking responsibility. It is likely that he will come to the conclusion that I had to take action because Arthur and others were watching, and use this conclusion to convince those around him who are accusing him. For example, his wife, his eldest son, etc. By that time, Arthur would have an extra enemy. Therefore, Edith deserved to die. But not here. She had to die at the hands of the people of the Dead Poets Society. Because Edith knew too much. And they were killing people to silence them. The people of the Dead Poets Society had caused him so much trouble. And it was only natural for him to give them a little retaliation. Wasn't it? Anyway, the people of the Dead Poets Society, he won't say it's not his. Even if he does, no one will believe it. He is a perfect scapegoat. Besides that, the most important part is the benefit. Arthur needs to make plans for the early layout of the 5 Gentlemen Exchange. And the warehouse of the Bernice family is an indispensable part. When following Mr. Bernice into the private study, the young medium saw the gentleman take out a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses from behind the bookshelf. When the young medium waved his hand, Mr. Bernice poured himself a glass, drank it straight away, and then poured himself another glass. However, the bottle and the other glass were put back behind the bookshelf. Mr. Bernice walked towards the young medium again with the glass in his hand, unbuttoning his shirt collar as he walked. During the whole process, the young medium kept smiling and remained silent, eyes like torches, observing the expression. Then it kept flashing. When I drank for the first time, I had calmed down. The next time I poured the wine, I was thinking. He unbuttoned his shirt collar to mislead me. TSK, should I say he is a big businessman who was born as a shipbuilder? Arthur, who knew the situation in his heart, didn't he mind at all instead? He breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't he want to discuss with an angry father how to borrow the right to use the dock warehouse? That would only lead to no results. And talking to a calm and shrewd businessman, that's different. Especially when he has a handle, everything will be different. When the other party gestured to sit down, Arthur immediately sat on the sofa opposite, but still did not speak. At this time, waiting for the other party to speak is the best choice. After taking another sip of the wine in the glass, Mr. Bernice sighed heavily. I'm sorry to trouble you. I will deliver 20,000 gold coins to number 2 Kirk Street as promised, and I will add another 20,000 gold coins. I hope you can accept it. Bernice looked apologetic, his eyes sincere, as if he really wanted to make it up to Arthur. Thank you for your patronage. However, the medium will not accept any money other than the agreed remuneration. Arthur smiled and shook his head, politely refusing. 20,000 gold coins may be a lot, but it is not enough to deal with the current situation. Bernice heard such a hidden meaning. This made him know that he might really have to bleed a lot this time. Looking at the smiling young medium in front of him, Bernice always felt like she saw a little fox that had stolen a hen. And her smile was so angry. However, Bernice was not really angry, but asked again tentatively. What do you think of Edith? What do you think of Melinda Julius Caesar? Arthur asked back with a smile. In his heart, Arthur applauded Bernice. There is no doubt that the other party probably guessed what he wanted, so he was ready to use his daughter as a bargaining chip, pull him onto the Bernice family's chariot. Not only did it perfectly solve the reputation problem, but it also gained his help. More importantly, someone could keep an eye on his daughter. Even if he paid for the right to use the dock warehouse, he would make a lot of money. It was a win-win situation for all 3 parties. Is this the big businessman who started from scratch? Arthur thought in his heart, but Bernice on the other side insisted. Miss Caesar is excellent, there is no doubt, but Edith can do better. She now has 20% of the inheritance rights of the Bernice family, as Clay encountered misfortune. I am willing to leave Clay's 20% inheritance to someone who can bring happiness to Edith. Arthur listened to Bernice's words, and for the first time, he was glad that he didn't have the ability to see souls. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to help himself at this time. Right? Poor Clay. What a fool. With emotion in his heart, Arthur stood up in Bernice's surprised eyes, walked straight to the door, opened the door and said, I'm not good at speaking. So, or else, you talked to her in person? Outside the door, Melinda, holding a pipe, had a frosty face. Chapter 213 Reminder. Beside Melinda is the butler of the Bernice family. At this moment, the butler looked at a loss. Not only because he did not stop Melinda let the guest directly enter the Bernice manor, but also came to the door of the hidden secretary's office. And why was the door open directly? The butler was puzzled. Bernice was also stunned. Mr. Bernice looked at his butler in confusion. When he just took Arthur into the hidden secretary's office, Bernice, who had already made plans, secretly informed his personal valet, asking him to tell his butler to delay the time. He believed that his butler could do it. But why did Melinda appear outside the door? Listen? Impossible. He had someone customize the soundproofing here. Not only is it soundproof, but it cannot be peeped by secret techniques. Therefore, it is impossible for anyone to know what happened from inside or outside. Feeling the master's puzzled gaze, the butler lowered his head in shame. Neither of them noticed the crow standing on the roof. Mr. Wu's slightly humane eyes swept over Bernice, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. While Bernice and his butler were puzzled, Arthur and Melinda's eyes quickly exchanged. To sum it up, it was probably 2 sentences: kill him hard. Okay. Arthur smiled, turned sideways, and Melinda walked in. Moreover, very naturally, she wrapped her hand around Arthur's arm. This natural scene made Bernice stunned again. The reason why he dared to make such an excessive request just now was because he knew something. Yes, no. Not heard. But the scene in front of him made Bernice understand that his information channel was probably outdated. At the same time, he was also surprised at the charm of the young psychic, which could actually attract the crazy woman Melinda. Then, some past memories appeared in his mind. It was a rumor about old Charlie. Is this the bloodline of the Kratos family? Bernice sighed with deep envy in his heart. Then, Mr. Bernice had to calm down. Because, after Ms. Changye took a step forward, she asked in a deep voice, Bernice, do you want to go to war? War is such a terrible thing. It is not something a young, kind, honest, and simple medium can participate in. So, he sat aside quietly. Let Melinda do her best. And this was the first time he saw Melinda negotiate. Direct and tyrannical, and full of darkness. In less than 10 minutes, the fate of several well-known merchants in South Los was finalized. The ship of Bernice merchants would encounter wind and waves, and arrive 3 days later than agreed, and Melinda's men would start to sell the same goods as the ship in the afternoon of the next day. When the merchant ship arrived, a wanted criminal will appear on those merchant ships. At the same time, a large number of contraband will appear in the warehouses belonging to the other party. To this end, Bernice needs to open up some warehouses to Melinda, and also needs to support Melinda in public. Of course, there is also a hidden route. In fact, compared with the previous exchange of chips, this hidden route is the key. Both sides are almost haggling over every penny. Therefore, the negotiation time began to be prolonged. In this regard, Arthur closed his eyes and rested. He believed that Melinda could win. When Bernice took the initiative to invite Melinda to Bernice Manor, Melinda was already invincible. As a result, there was no surprise. Melinda finally got what she wanted. As for Arthur's part, Melinda would naturally not forget it. Your shares have increased to 3%. You have half of the warehouse usage rights obtained from Bernice's family. And the dividends of 3% of the shares, about 30,000 gold notes a year. Arthur was satisfied with this. The same is true for the right to use the warehouse. If he came forward himself, he would probably not get even 1/3 of this half. Now that Melinda came forward, it has tripled directly. He was also satisfied. However, this did not prevent Arthur from listening to Melinda's next words. Moreover, he was full of expectations. And the facts prove that. Melinda would never let Arthur down. I'll help you find a secret technique for cats. Don't be happy yet. I can't guarantee whether it's a cat hole or a cat pie. Melinda said, raising her hand and throwing a file bag to him, turned around and was about to leave. There were too many things she needed to deal with, and it was impossible for her to stay for long. However, immediately, the lady stopped. I have some business to discuss with you. Just now I met a pigeon breeder, and it happened that he had been killed by Jody. The 4 families of White, Sharp, and Bacon were bullied to the point of being destroyed, and their families destroyed. Where is your carriage? Without waiting for Arthur to finish, Melinda asked directly. Arthur pointed to the police carriage that had been waiting on the roadside. Wheels. Wheels. The wheels rolled on the gravel road, covering up the conversation inside the carriage. When it was about to enter the city, the carriage stopped on the roadside. Melinda disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled. The rest just needed Melinda to do it. The young medium, while watching the lady go away, opened the file bag. There were 2 things in the file bag. One was all the documents of Miss Chio's security company, and he only needed to fill in the address. After a careful inspection, he put it into the box of Athos. The other was the investigation report on Emer Manor. Emer Manor was originally built by Fritz for his wife Emer, and is located in the Gar Mountain area. The two loved each other for their whole lives, but they had no offspring. So, after they died, a distant nephew of Emer inherited the estate. Then, the nephew met with misfortune while climbing a mountain. Therefore, the nephew's descendants regarded the Emer Manor as an ominous sign and began to put it up for sale. Finally, it was bought by a wealthy businessman from South Los. In the terms of the sale, the name of the manor could not be changed. The wealthy businessman also met with an accident 2 years ago. Now, another new buyer has purchased the Emer Manor. However, because of the curse of the Emer Manor, the other party felt uneasy, so he wrote to number 2 Kirk Street for help. Curse? Arthur frowned slightly. Then, he shook his head. Although he was curious, he really couldn't leave. Moreover, he was looking forward to Melinda's previous promise. Arthur believed that Melinda would not lie to him. So, it's just the general auction information. Are you still unsure now? Arthur speculated on the information revealed in Melinda's words, and his eyes turned to Linda Camille, who was looking out from the carriage behind. He waved his hand. Immediately Linda rushed over quickly. As soon as she got on the carriage, the girl whispered, "Be careful of Emer Manor." Chapter 214. When you can communicate with your ability, it will become saliva dripping on the ground. The drooling figure was unaware, walking hunched in the darkness, holding a scarecrow with the name Kratos on it, muttering, "You are blind. You are deaf. You can't see. And you can't hear." Then, the figure threw the scarecrow into a brazier. There were several scarecrow figures in the brazier, but under the burning flames, the notes on them could no longer be seen. But the charred skull in the brazier was revealed. Sitting in the carriage, Linda Camille told Arthur what she saw, her face full of fear and worry. When talking about the skull in the brazier, Linda trembled. With Arthur's comfort, it took her more than 10 seconds to recover. Although the guy said, "I can't see. I can't hear it." But Arthur, "You can definitely see and hear it. But what we see and hear, could it be a trap? Or is it something one-sided?" Linda Camille asked the young medium. Obviously, what happened to Edith, the daughter of the Bernice family this morning, taught the girl a hard lesson. What you see is not necessarily true, especially after experiencing a battle. The bloodline of the Kratos family began to grow rapidly. Prophecy itself is a complicated thing. No one can tell until the last moment. So, we can only make more preparations. Even the gods can be deceived by prophecy. Arthur leaned back in his chair, stroking Pendragon, and chuckled. The gods can also be deceived? You can deceive the gods. When the girl said this, the young medium clearly saw the inexplicable light flashing in the other's eyes. That light, filled with excitement and unspeakable joy. The young medium saw it, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. Don't think too much. How could an omniscient being like God not calculate that I would die just before his death? Whispering softly, the girl was stunned at first, and then it was as if she had opened the door to a new world. It can be like this? The girl murmured to herself. Of course it can be like this, after all. The Milky Way is also a river, Arthur said with a smile. But in his heart, he thought of the young medium in Emer Manor. He would never doubt what the girl said. Not only because it had been verified before, but also because the girl's expression was so easy to understand. Even without a sharp gaze, and observing words and expressions, he could see through it at a glance. Therefore, Arthur believed Linda. But it was precisely because of this belief that Arthur became more and more curious about what happened in Emer Manor. How could someone hate him so much? It shouldn't be possible. Right? He is so honest, kind, simple, reliable and young. Moreover, his reputation should not have spread to such a far place as the Gar Mountains. Could it be? Almost instantly, Arthur's mind burst into an old handsome man with silver hair and squinting eyes. No way. No way. Could it be that you, old man, are lying to someone? The young psychic had been wondering before, how could an employer from such a remote place write to him and invite him? It turned out to be because of old Charlie. However, Arthur was not angry at all. Instead, he wanted to go to Emer Manor to have a look even more. Being able to see my grandfather's romantic story with his own eyes is really a happy thing in life. But he really couldn't leave. For more than a day, That guy Hate didn't he make any movement at all? Suddenly, Arthur thought of something, and looked at Linda. Linda, have you heard of Hate Furniture Store? The girl raised her head in confusion. The police station's special carriage glided around Garden Street. Openly, without covering up. And without stopping. Therefore, no one would care. The carriage finally stopped in front of the door of Amanda's cat friends. My ability is still not strong enough. I didn't see anything just now. Linda looked disappointed. Arthur immediately raised his hand and patted Linda on the shoulder. What are you disappointed about? Your talent is good enough. Even the heirs of the great nobles are not as gifted as you. You are just not used to it yet. Arthur comforted his aunt. He didn't want to delay a promising medium because of a trivial matter like hate. No. Perhaps it should be more accurate to say prophet. Of course, in the pioneer era, more people would like to call him a prophet. But no matter what the name is, Arthur knows the importance of his aunt. With the addition of his aunt, his plan of the Earl of Shadow will be even more perfect. Really? Linda was a little lacking in confidence. After all, what Arthur could easily see, she had to work hard for a long time to see a little bit, and some things were even invisible. This made the girl feel the gap. Of course it is. Arthur comforted Linda, looking at the other party's still somewhat uneasy face. The young medium couldn't help but say, "You have to believe in yourself. You have to learn to communicate with your ability. You don't need to think of it as something different. Just think of it as a friend who is always by your side," Arthur said as he pointed to the hand of nothingness, holding the box of Athos. The light of bluff began to flicker. Linda blinked, seemingly feeling that she understood something. Friend? Then can I give it a name? The girl almost subconsciously thought of her 3 cats. Arthur wanted to correct her, the difference between a friend and a pet. However, before he could open his mouth, the girl had already shouted, "World. My friend is called the world. Having a friend is like having the world. It's a friend, not a substitute," Arthur emphasized, but Linda had already begun to sense the existence of her friend, closing her eyes and touching with both hands. At this moment, Arthur saw a figure from the corner of his eye, and immediately said nothing more. The young medium opened the car door. He walked to the alley on the side, where Melinda's driver was waiting. When he just passed by the Hate Furniture Store, he found Edwin. Similarly, Edwin also saw Arthur. The two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. What's going on? This guy is too quiet. Something is wrong. Melinda's driver frowned slightly and began to tell Arthur about his and his people's surveillance for more than a day. The 6 of them were divided into 3 groups. Keep an eye on this guy all the time. And this guy? No movement at all. It can't be said that there was no movement at all. At least he bandaged his wounds and ordered food from the private chef. They sent people to investigate the private chef. The food, the menu was fine. All were common food, nothing special. This guy is too calm. There must be some channel to pass on the news, Edwin said with certainty. Arthur agreed. A prisoner who is so calm must have something to rely on. Just as Arthur was about to ask further questions, Linda in the car expanded her search range and unconsciously touched a hand of nothingness. Even though Arthur immediately asked the hand of nothingness to stay away, Linda still felt the palm. The girl suddenly opened her eyes, looking at Arthur, who was looking at her from outside the car. She said, I understand. I understand. Humanoid. I want a humanoid. Thank you, Arthur. I need to think carefully now. After saying that, without waiting for Arthur to speak, the girl jumped off the carriage and rushed to Amanda's cat friend's home. The girl, who had 3 kittens, replenished cat litter and cat food more frequently than expected. Mrs. Amanda greeted the girl, who suddenly rushed in with a cup of steaming hot tea. When Arthur saw the cup of hot tea, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. He knew how Hatter sent the signal. Chapter 215, Make the best use of everything. If you want to convey information in Garden Street without being noticed, taking the Hate Furniture Store itself as an example, Arthur had 2 ways before. 1. Change the arrangement and combination of the furniture placed at the door for display, and convey different information with different combinations. 2. Open or close the curtains of the windows a few minutes in advance in the morning and evening. However, this method seems to be concealed, but in fact it has certain requirements for the receiver. It needs to be inconspicuous, and it needs to be able to pass normally. In normal times, there is no problem. But after the Hate Furniture Store was targeted, this situation does not exist at all, because the people who meet these 2 conditions are only nearby residents, newspaper boys, garbage collectors and the like. But these people have long been targeted by Melinda's people. Therefore, these methods are not feasible. Arthur was also thinking about these people. What else? But he had no clue. When he saw Mrs. Amanda holding a steaming cup of tea to greet Linda, he finally understood why Hayter was so confident. The signal was certainly not the tea. It was the heat. Or to be more precise, the smoke. The smoke from cooking. Moreover, in order to paralyze the people around, they chose to use the private kitchen as a cover. According to Arthur's guess, the other party ordered this private kitchen, it must be a large amount, a meal of unfinished food, to cover up the smoke produced when the fire was lit to heat the food in the evening, or even to cover it up better. After leaving the Shire District Police Station yesterday, I should have ordered a private chef, and praised a certain dish for being delicious, and added more today. After figuring out the key, Arthur lowered his voice to Edwin. Smoke. Smoke? Melinda's driver was stunned, and then reacted. The driver first looked in the direction of Haight Furniture Store on Garden Street, then he turned around and looked at the clock tower that overlooked the entire Garden Street. The clock tower on Elta Square. Elta Square has been the center of South Los in the past 10 years. It is not only connected to Simic Avenue, but also the place where the Harvest Festival, Winter Festival, Spring Planting Festival and Summer Festival are held every year. Among them, the Harvest Festival and Winter Festival are hosted by the Countess of South Los, and will provide a limited amount of alcohol to the residents of South Los. Meat among them. The swordsmanship contest is also held after the Harvest Festival and ends before the Winter Festival. Although Nanlos has the port of Sis, but after the Winter Festival begins, the sudden drop in temperature will still make some people choose to rest. Of course, most people will go to the docks to make a living at this time. This is also the reason why there are fewer people starving to death in Nanlos than in other places. And the Spring Planting Festival is prepared by each family, or farmers themselves. Most of them are a sumptuous meal. Summer Celebration is a festival for all merchants in South Los. On this day, merchants will celebrate with floats and discounts on goods in stores to attract customers. In addition to these 4 fixed festivals in South County, the end of the 7 Years' War, or the festival called Peace Festival, will be held on May 21st every year. The rest are some unique festivals in different places. For example, Newen has Pioneer Celebration Day. In South Los, there is the Storm Calming Day. Other places will have different festivals depending on the nobles in charge. However, no matter what is held, the main venue must be the large square in each place. Just like the Elta Square in South Los, at the beginning of each celebration, the big bell will be rung 27 times to commemorate the first 27 heroes. On weekdays, the bell tower will only ring 6 times in the morning and 12 times at night. Tell the residents of South Los their approximate schedule. To ring the bell, a bell ringer is needed. The other party happens to be someone who can overlook Garden Street. Could it be them? Marilinda's driver asked cautiously. He was not familiar with the bell ringers of Elta Square. He only knew that there were 2 people. In addition to being divided into day and night shifts, they were also responsible for repairing the bell tower and reminding people of fires. More, the driver didn't know. Arthur was also not very clear, but he was sure that one of the 2 bell ringers was related to the blood descendant. Or even, both of them were related. Don't worry, we have made a big breakthrough. The next step is to find someone to keep an eye on the 2 bell ringers. And you are professionals, Arthur said with a smile. Thank you for your advice. Edwin also responded with a smile. Then, the driver left quietly. Arthur watched the other person disappear from his back, then touched his chin. Melinda should pay me an extra fee. I wonder what it will be. Arthur had a deep understanding of the generosity of his partner. Moreover, he knew that the more valuable he showed, the more generous this partner would be. To those who have, more shall be given, and he shall be enriched, and from those who have not, even what they have shall be taken away. TSK, what a cruel nature. Arthur thought in his heart, but he walked towards Amanda's cat friend's home. He had something else to do, need to inform Linda. Good evening, Mr. Kratos. Come, let me take a good look at Pendragon. As soon as she entered the door, Ms. Amanda greeted Arthur, and, just that she wanted to see Pendragon. When she picked up Pendragon, Amanda's face showed an irrepressible smile. He gained about 1 pound, and he is very healthy. Mr. Kratos, you are a good owner. What do you want to drink? I will treat you today. Water? Arthur smiled in response. Although he guessed that the lady in front of him should be related to cats, Arthur did not reveal anything. He was waiting for the other party to take the initiative, and to complete the cat orange ritual. Pan, your mission, you must remember. Hurry up and lose your beard for me. Arthur picked up Pendragon, shook it twice, and held it in his arms again under the puzzled eyes of the cat, and walked towards Linda, who was sitting in the corner and seemed a little weird. Camille was completely attracted by Arthur's previous remarks after touching that hand. Camille, who already believed in Arthur, became more convinced of what Arthur said. It may be difficult, but as long as I persist, I will definitely succeed, the girl thought simply. In fact, she had just touched a little bit. This made the girl very excited. But she did not share it with Arthur. It was not that she did not want to, but that the girl felt that the progress was too small, and she had to wait until everything was completed before she could let Arthur know. So, seeing Arthur coming, the girl didn't say much, but just looked at Arthur in confusion. I think you need a pigeon breeder. Arthur said this, and pointed to the carriage outside the door again. Although he firmly believed that Amanda had her own rules, he hoped that the situation would be under his control. Linda looked confused, but still said goodbye to Ms. Amanda, followed Arthur out of the store, and got on the carriage again. After the girl sat down, the carriage immediately moved forward. After walking for hundreds of meters, the young medium smiled and said softly, Edith can no longer control her so-called secret gathering. But this secret gathering will definitely continue to exist. The remaining young people have considerable power behind them. When these forces gather together, it will be a force that no one can ignore. It will become your shield, and also the spear in your hand. Chapter 216 Blood Baptism. The carriage was moving briskly on Garden Street. The sunset glow shone on the round-faced girl, making her face flushed and looking more energetic. However, the girl's black eyes were full of insecurity. But I can't do it, Linda said in a low voice. Why? Arthur asked with a smile. I don't have Edith's charm, nor do I have Edith's organizational skills. Moreover, she can stir people up with words, which I can't do, Linda said, becoming less and less confident. Arthur smiled and shook his head. Where does Edith's charm come from? Her appearance or the power of the Bernice family? She wears a veil all year round, so the former probably accounts for less than 10%, and the latter is the real source of her charm. But Camille's family is not inferior to the Bernice family. And the so-called organizational ability? It's just pretending to be mysterious. The freshness brought by being unique attracts young people who pursue difference. Even she wears a veil all year round. It should be like this. But for you, Linda, it is easy. She is just fake, and we are real. As for inciting people? Huh. Speaking of this, the young medium smiled, and his smile was full of contempt. He whispered in an extremely affirmative tone. If it weren't for the honor of my own bloodline, as the heirs of the bloodline of the Kratos family, we can easily start riots again, and even destroy a country. After saying that, the young psychic looked at the girl again. So what are you worried about? You don't have to worry about these at all. Don't forget, I will still help you. When Arthur said the last sentence, Linda nodded in agreement. Compared with Arthur's analysis of those 3 points, Linda cares more about Arthur helping her. In the eyes of the girl, as long as Arthur is willing to help her, this matter will definitely succeed. As for Linda's reaction, Arthur is quite satisfied. Jody, white, shark, bacon? Just 4. How can it be enough? He wants all of them. He wants all the heirs of these more than 30 business houses to become his people. Only in this way can the exchange take a big step forward. Of course, Arthur did not lie to Linda. In her hands, these people would become her shields, her spears. So, as members of the Kratos family, it would be okay for him to borrow them. Right? They are a loving family, and this is not too much. So, for more than half an hour, Arthur explained to Linda in detail what might happen, and at the end, he concluded. The news about Edith will soon spread throughout the small circle, and what you need, Linda, is to send invitations to these people by pigeon at this time. You need to show your strength and establish your authority. At the same time, you also need to tell them something that is enough to attract their curiosity. For example, the former blood marquis, the current blood descendant. In order to better control this small circle, Arthur told Linda some secrets. What if someone asks us? Linda asked. The reputation of the Kratos family, they are not qualified to hear it. You need to severely warn the person who raised this question. Arthur said calmly. The establishment of authority, it is not only Linda who needs it. He also needs it. Is my blood so special? Yes. Only with such a special blood can there be such an outstanding heir as Arthur. Listening to Arthur's calm words, Linda couldn't help but feel proud from the bottom of her heart. The girl nodded confidently. Got it. Then let's go meet the pigeon breeder now. Arthur stood up, got off the police carriage that had already stopped, and walked towards 99 Garden Street. Linda followed closely. Many people saw this scene. The smart guy had already guessed what the young medium wanted to do. For example, Arthur's collaborator, Ms. Melinda. In response, the lady chuckled and did not express any opinion. In her opinion, this was what Arthur deserved. Of course, there were also other people who were jealous and envious. For example, Harris, the new head of Rat Tail Alley, was almost biting his teeth. He dreamed of organizing such a force, so as to gain a place in South Los. Unfortunately, his origin in Rat Tail Alley made most people avoid him. However, he still had a chance. As long as he got through this difficult time, he will be able to obtain what he never dared to think of before. Kratos, Caesar, for my great cause, you too must die. Sitting in the dark room, the new head of Rat Alley looked more and more ferocious. Arthur, who walked into number 99 Garden Street, had already clearly sensed these gazes, and even guessed where these gazes came from. The young medium lowered his eyes slightly, hiding the smile in his eyes. I have attracted your attention, then Fukin will be safer. When it was completely dark, Fukin had already grabbed the exquisite human puppet and the corresponding equipment and left number 2 Kirk Street. With the exposure of the bell ringer, Arthur knew very well that the action against the Blood Descendant was about to begin. How could Auburn, who was the Blood Descendant, not appear? Moreover, he had to appear in a way that others could never imagine. Therefore, Arthur took a little risk. When entering number 99 Garden Street, when introducing Tally to Linda, he placed the box of autos on the side of the terrace. Muni grabbed the box of autos and flew into the night sky. If you want to use the exquisite human puppet to make the blood bat, you need gold. The only thing that Arthur was thankful for was that the box of autos had 2,000 gold coins prepared by Albert's uncle Lothek. Is this enough? Arthur thought to himself, start switching perspectives. With Fujin as a scout, descendant of blood, Auburn confirmed that no one was watching. He then put Emperor Estrum fake into his arms, put on drool of blood bat ring, and used transformation of exquisite human puppet as a cover. Night is always wonderful. Descendant of blood, who hoped that drool of blood could deceive blood bat ring, said slowly in a low and hoarse voice. He lowered his head, looking at the blood bat ring. His scarlet eyes began to flicker. For safety reasons, 2,000 gold coins were laid out at his feet. The next moment, the blood in the descendant of blood began to flow. When 1/3 of the blood of the descendant of blood had flowed, a scarlet light appeared in front of the descendant of blood. The light went from dim to bright in just one breath. And after half of the blood had flowed, a passage with a diameter of 10 meters began to appear. The next moment, a huge figure rushed out of the passage with a roar, and stayed beside the descendant of blood. When the descendant of blood raised his hand, the huge creature rubbed its head towards him intimately. Scarlet eyes swept across the huge creature in front of him under the moonlight. Bat wings full of spikes, claws like eagle claws magnified 10 times, and the hairs on the legs as thick as a rhino were like sharp daggers. The narrow but curved body is surrounded by white bones one after another, just like wearing armor made entirely of bones. 4 fangs as thick as ordinary thighs protrude from the lips, making this blood bat even more ferocious and scary. The descendant of blood picked up the box of autos again and put the remaining 1,883 gold coins in it. Undoubtedly, doted blood successfully deceived the blood bat ring. However, the descendant of blood knew that there are plenty of places to spend money tonight. Recalling the plan again in his heart, the descendant of blood leaped onto the back of the giant creature. Suddenly, the blood bat flapped its wings and flew away. In the sound of flapping wings, the descendant of blood declared again, "Let blood be a holy baptism for us." Chapter 217, A Little Bit of Skill. Number 99 West Garden Street Terrace. After Toleth brought the tea for the guests, he was a little nervous and stood there awkwardly. Similarly, Linda Camille was also nervous and awkward when facing strangers. Arthur looked at the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. To some extent, both of them were people who had seen big scenes, but in the end, they were so socially anxious. Just like a lady in Arthur's memory, she had a face that brought disaster to the country and the people. It was said that she had more than 100 boyfriends. But in fact, she had never even held a boy's hand. In order to avoid embarrassment, She did not deny the rumor. In order to avoid trouble, she always looked cold and kept away from strangers. And once you get close, you will be defeated by vicious words. What Arthur remembered most was that this lady talked a suitor who dared to come to her door to the point of mental breakdown. And he ran away crying with his face covered. I wonder how my dear Aunt Cassandra is doing in Newen Girls' School. It must be very comfortable. After all, it's a girls' school, there shouldn't be any annoying people. Arthur sighed in his heart, and then he suddenly thought of Melinda. Well, is Melinda special? There shouldn't be such a special person in a girls' school. Right? Arthur thought, stroking his chin. Then, the young medium withdrew his thoughts and looked at the girl. Linda, go to the grocery store across the street to buy some tobacco. Is it old iron armor? New or aged? Arthur looked at Tolith. Because of Melinda, Arthur's knowledge of tobacco and pipes has increased dramatically. At least he could tell that Tolith was smoking old iron armor, a kind of sliced rabbit. The new rabbit has a very mixed smell, and many people say it is not the real rabbit. In South Los, it is very popular among smokers. Whatever you want, the pigeon breeder said repeatedly. After the girl stood up, she bowed slightly. Then he went downstairs and ran to the grocery store across the street. The young medium kept looking at the girl. Naturally, the pigeon breeder also subconsciously looked at the girl. In the ears of the pigeon breeder, the young medium's voice rang softly. If your daughter hadn't died, she would have been as well educated and polite as Linda. And shy. Right? She wasn't as hypocritical and strong as Edith. She was just an ordinary, shy, a kind girl, so I hope she can control the pigeon club. Because only Linda's kindness can prevent such things from happening again. After all, you don't want your daughter's thing to happen again. Right? Arthur's voice was soft, and his tone was long. Bluff. Flash constantly. The pigeon breeder looked at Linda, who was asking the boss about the price in the grocery store. His eyes began to soften, as if he really saw his grown-up daughter buying tobacco for him. The pigeon breeder's eyes instantly turned red. This was a scene he didn't dare to see even in his dreams, even though it had appeared countless times in his mind. Tears flowed out all of a sudden, blurring the pigeon breeder's eyes. In the dimness, the girl's back and the daughter's back became more and more similar. The voice of the young medium continued. You may still be immersed in your mistakes, but this kind of immersion is not a good choice. It's far better to do something. Go and help the innocent and kind Linda. She deserves your help. You know, clay is enough for fools, Arthur said while observing the expression of the pigeon breeder. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. By the way, are the grocery stores on your street so cruel? They even cheat a little girl like Linda? They sell the newly cut old armor at the price of the aged old armor? Arthur's voice was full of surprise. Tally couldn't sit still. The pigeon breeder stood in front of the terrace and shouted across the street. Usac, if you dare to sell the newly cut old iron armor to Linda at this price, I swear I will beat you up. After shouting, the pigeon breeder nodded to Arthur and hurried downstairs. Then, there was the roar of the pigeon breeder in the grocery store and the apology of the boss. Arthur sat upright in a chair on the terrace, watching everything that happened in the grocery store across the street. He held up the teacup with one hand, took a sip, and raised the corners of his mouth. You see, breaking the ice is that simple. All you need is a suitable person, a good time, and a little bit of bluffing. And that's enough. When Arthur put down his teacup, the pigeon breeder had already walked out of the grocery store with the girl. The girl was holding a piece of tobacco wrapped in 2 layers of craft paper. The pigeon breeder continued to chatter to the smiling grocery store owner, and Arthur's upturned mouth corners became more and more obvious. However, when he saw the familiar horse-drawn carriage, the young medium couldn't help but sigh, and stood up and walked downstairs. Please be sure to send Linda home safely, Arthur instructed the patrolman who was driving. Don't worry, advisor. The patrolman gave assurances. Then, Arthur turned around and walked towards Linda and Tolith. Something happened, and I need to deal with it. Arthur pointed to the carriage behind him. And Melinda, who was sitting in the carriage, nodded. The girl knew this lady of the long night, and immediately lifted her skirt and bowed. The pigeon breeder also took off his hat and bowed. There was no more interaction. After Linda watched Arthur get on the carriage, her eyes were filled with worry. She hoped that Arthur would be safe, but her power was too weak. Until now, she still couldn't hear the voice of the world. The pigeon breeder looked at this scene and immediately made a decision. Linda, do you want to protect Sir Arthur? Yes. The girl nodded. Perhaps you will have extraordinary power in the future. But before you grow up, I think some guys can still be used. Please forgive me for saying use. But they are only worth using. Come with me. I will show you some of the information they communicated. The pigeon breeder said this, and walked towards number 99. The girl followed quickly, with a piece of tobacco in her arms. The moonlight gradually stretched behind the girl, and the bright color slowly covered the entire street. When it shone on the carriage, the interlaced shadows fell on the ground. Arthur, who was sitting in the carriage, and Melinda instinctively avoided the light. They sat face to face in the dark, watching the girl's back. They didn't speak until the girl's back disappeared. Confirmed? You have given such an obvious clue, of course. It was confirmed that the two bell ringers were descendants of the blood descendant. And you will never guess where the blood descendant is. As she said this, Ms. Longnight looked at the young medium with a slightly provocative look. Obviously, Arthur easily discovered Hate's clues, while his own people waited for a day, which made the lady unconvinced, and she wanted to get back at him. Childish. After Arthur returned the evaluation that the other party often said to him, his brain began to work quickly. Just a few seconds later, an answer appeared in the young medium's mind. Chapter 218 Moonlit Night X Shadow of the Heart. Under Melinda's gaze, Arthur raised his right hand, turned his wrist downward, and tapped his index finger twice. Underground. Under the clock tower. The young medium said so. The Blood Clan has a special face. If they want to hide in the true sense, except for the wilderness, the only place left is the underground where no one can see. And for convenience, the underground of any block is not as convenient as the underground of Elta Square. Especially when the two bell ringers are both his own blood. It would be even more convenient. TSK, Melinda said again. Although the lady knew that she couldn't hide the result from Arthur, she still felt a little unhappy when she thought that Arthur had guessed it so quickly. So, I heard that you have a close relationship with Linda Camille. Melinda smiled as she asked knowingly, and a hint of pleasure emerged in her deep blue eyes. As if she had seen Arthur's embarrassment. But the next moment, the lady was shocked to find that Arthur was looking at her strangely. Huh? Didn't I tell you? She is my aunt. Remember? As my lover, next time we meet, call her aunt. The young medium emphasized. Miss Chong-yi pursed her lips tightly with her pipe in her mouth. I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. For this saying of the sage, Arthur remembered it in his heart. And he instinctively carried it forward. Since you think I will be embarrassed, I will drag you into the same embarrassing situation as me, so that you can experience the embarrassment carefully. Anyway, I am shameless. And I am not embarrassed. Looking at Arthur sitting opposite. Smiling, Melinda clenched her fists after being humiliated again. Finally, the lady of the long night raised her hand and knocked heavily on the carriage. Immediately, the carriage began to accelerate. My people have informed Harris. Melinda's expression began to become serious, and this sentence, which made Arthur's eyes flash with surprise. The young medium knew that. It was already a set plan, and Melinda would not bring it up again unless. Does that guy want it? Arthur smiled. He wants it, but his men don't. Melinda took a puff of her pipe, and the light flickered slightly, illuminating her beautiful face and the coldness in her eyes. Arthur immediately clapped his hands in agreement. What a reckless fellow. I always thought he was just influenced by the bad company, but I didn't expect him to blend in so easily. He probably wanted to act on his own, and let his men kill the stalkers you sent, and report to the Earl in a clean way. Right? Really clean. Arthur sighed. It wasn't a disguise, but a real sigh. Arthur lamented Harris's audacity and Melinda's power. The person who could be sent by Harris to do such a thing must be his confidant. But such a confidant was bribed by Melinda. This is incredible to ordinary people. Even Harris would not believe it. But to Arthur, it is normal. It's nothing. Melinda gave too much. Arthur has a deep understanding of Melinda's generosity. If he hadn't had the lesson from the dump truck, he would have fully cooperated with the lady and tried his best to show his value. Unfortunately, after that lesson, he only believed in himself. People can only rely on themselves. Arthur told himself again. And on his face, he had a smile from beginning to end. Melinda, who had been secretly observing Arthur, looked at Arthur's smile after sighing, and rubbed the thumb holding the pipe gently. What on earth is this guy hiding? Not just cat pie. Black. Are there any others? Melinda thought. Arthur glanced at Melinda's fingers rubbing calmly, and thought to himself, "This woman will probably start a follow-up association from cat pie. Black, should I reveal a little more? No. It's too early. Wait a little longer. The smile is a great disguise. But it is precisely because of this that it will be given more attention. Arthur knew this very well. So he smiled. At least, this would give him some control over his guesses about Melinda, whether it was positive or negative. Didn't you reveal more? Was the way I rubbed my pipe too obvious? Or was he deliberately leading me? Melinda waited for a while, but didn't see Arthur speak. So she immediately thought to herself. On the way thereafter, no one in the car was talking. The young medium leaned back in his chair as if taking a nap, while Lady Longnight smoked her pipe intently. However, the two people's hidden inner thoughts were so intense that even the moon could not bear to see them, and hid behind the clouds. The bright moonlight disappeared, and large shadows covered the carriage. The driver frowned and lit another lantern. But the two people in the carriage felt more and more comfortable. Some people like to stay in the shadows by nature. But it's rare for two people who are so similar to meet each other, get to know each other, and communicate. Of course, this situation is extremely uncomfortable for most normal people. Even, they feel disgust and fear from the bottom of their hearts. For example, Harris, you two bastards, wait! You will die soon. The new head of Rat Tail Alley walked into the clock tower of Elta Square, and glanced around. Soon, he confirmed the secret passage leading down. It was right under a pile of debris. With a wave of his hand, the pile of debris was pushed away by an invisible force, revealing a wooden door inlaid with iron nails. Harris waved his hand again. The downward door was also opened. Immediately, a faint smell of blood wafted out. Heh, stupid guy, he didn't even know to build another door to isolate the smell. Sure enough, with the death of the Blood Marquis, the Blood Clan was destroyed. It is only natural. In any family, if there are 2 or 3 such idiots, it will be fatal. However, this is good news for me. Harris walked down quickly, thinking in his heart. As the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, the disdain in the eyes of the new head of Rat Tail Alley began to disappear, and the expression on his face became serious. The downward passage is spiral. It is about 30 meters long. When you reach the bottom, a huge pool appeared in front of him. In the pool filled with blood, a figure was leaning on the edge of the marble like a bath. The moment Harris saw this figure, he bowed slightly and said loudly, "Harris of Rat Tail Alley, I am here to seek cooperation." Chapter 219 on the stage. You and I will perform together. Without waiting for the figure in the blood pool to speak, Harris of Rat Tail Alley continued to speak loudly. I have babies and virgin blood here. Even if you suck them once and they die, it doesn't matter, because in Rat Tail Alley, this kind of thing is endless. Similarly, I can occasionally meet some ruined nobles here. Their blood will be the main course on your dinner table, as long as we cooperate. In one breath, Harris said the conditions he could offer. Harris was quite confident about the conditions he offered. He knew the temptation of blood to the members of the Blood Clan in front of him. Unlike the rumored blood descendants, the members of the Blood Clan in front of him were obviously immersed in the pleasure of blood. For him, this is really great. Immediately, in the heart of the new head of Rat Tail Alley, the chance of success is 1 point higher. In fact, that is true. Hearing Harris' words, the figure in the blood pool opened his eyes, and the scarlet light was full of greed. Not enough. Harris smiled. It was not a smile of anger. Rather, it was a smile of confidence. No rejection, that is success. Harris straightened his back, and said very seriously, "We can talk in detail." In the Elta Square, carriages loaded with large wooden barrels were neatly arranged. Edwin directed his men to quickly move the barrels into the bell tower with just gestures. At the entrance of the secret passage, Arthur and Melinda stood side by side. They looked at the deep entrance, listened to the sound coming from inside, and were surprised. Not for Harris, but for the member of the Blood Clan. Something is wrong. After the young medium and Miss Changya looked at each other, they both saw what was in each other's eyes. Miss Changya gestured to the young medium. Immediately, the two walked out of the clock tower, and walked quickly but quietly to the edge of Elta Square, to a corner that no one could see. Trap? Melinda lowered her voice. The greed and recklessness shown by the member of the Blood Clan were far different from what she had expected. You know, except for killing the Sanka family, the other party did not do anything out of the ordinary. In fact, the death of the Sanka family was, to some extent, it was also silent. A guy who could use the hands of ordinary people to get rid of his target. And then endured for more than 20 years, even if he was greedy, would never be so reckless. What Melinda thought, is what Arthur thought. The young medium raised his hand and touched his chin, looking at the carriages parked in the Elta Square. The barrels on these carriages were filled with oil. After learning that the member of the Blood clan was hiding in the basement of the bell tower, Melinda began to mobilize the oil. Whether it is daytime or night. As we all know, the best weapon to deal with the Blood clan is fire. So, as a member of the Blood clan, wouldn't you know this? Of course you know. In fact, you know this better than anyone else. You should be more vigilant than anyone else. If Elta Square is gone, the Earl won't blame you. Right? Arthur suddenly asked. The next moment, after hearing Arthur's words, Melinda knew what Arthur wanted to say. At the same time, she also understood why the Blood clan would create such a simple secret passage. It was not to build a few more doors to isolate the smell of blood, but to use the smell of blood to cover up other smells. For example, sulfur. Or explosives. No! Melinda answered with certainty. However, Arthur keenly noticed that when Melinda said this, she was gritting her teeth. Obviously, the lady hated it, so it's okay to blow up the Elta Square. Just rebuild a new one. That's not cheap. Arthur thought to himself, and chuckled. That's easy. It would be extremely difficult to kill Harris and save the entire Elta Square in the explosion. But it would be much easier if he didn't need to save the Elta Square. Especially if he didn't need to pay for the reconstruction of the Elta Square. It seems that there are other things he can do. Since the other party is prepared, we can't let him down. Let's roll these oil barrels into the secret passage and let the other party blow up the entire Elta Square. Then, we'll play them. However, we are all performing at our own expense. If we don't do something else, we will feel that it's a loss, Arthur said, and his eyes swept over some people in the square. These people, like the others, are Edwin's men. At least, on the surface, that's the case. There are other identities in secret. Melinda knows the true identities of these people. She originally wanted to keep them for fishing. At this time, it just happened to be used. But the lady felt that it was not enough, still a bit of a loss. What if we had a main actor? The lady meant something. Arthur, who guessed who Melinda was talking about, smiled on his face. Will he come? It's very likely that he will, as long as we act realistically enough. The bait is tempting enough. Melinda paused. Arthur then mouthed the name of the person who was used as bait. The two smiled at each other. Then, Melinda ruffled her hair. Arthur unbuttoned his shirt. Melinda put lipstick on Arthur's neck, and then returned to the bell tower again. The spies who were secretly watching here saw the scene, and curled their lips. Bastard! Are you so impatient? Then, they lowered their heads, and continued to work. But just a few minutes later, Edwin's sudden rush attracted their attention. These spies from different forces saw the driver whisper something, and Melinda's face changed. Then she looked at the secret passage beside her and struggled. Then, in the square, most people began to return to number 6. White Bird District. Only 7 or 8 people were left here to carry the oil drums. Most people didn't know what had happened, and could only follow orders. But the 7 or 8 people who stayed behind knew. They clearly saw what the coachman Edwin said. A Hulk laboratory was discovered. The 7 or 8 people who were left behind looked confused on the surface, but they were extremely anxious in their hearts. You know, that was Hulky's laboratory. Hulky's laboratory was enough to make anyone excited. In addition, Melinda's hesitation at the moment made them believe in the accuracy of the news. After all, if it wasn't Hulky's laboratory, this woman wouldn't have such an expression. Such news, of course, needs to be passed on. Every spy is looking for an opportunity. And soon, the opportunity came. Chapter 220 Smoke and Noise. As the spies were anxious, they suddenly saw Melinda pulling the medium to a corner of the bell tower, whispering something. Due to the angle, they couldn't see what the two said. But they could clearly hear a voice. Why should I stay here? Why can't I go? The voice of the medium suddenly rose, obviously extremely angry, unable to control his emotions. Every spy had a look of joy on his face. They knew that their chance had come. Immediately, these 7 or 8 people worked harder to carry the oil barrels. However, everyone's eyes were quietly fixed on that corner. Then, they saw with their own eyes that Melinda walked out of that corner. Her face seemed expressionless, but there was anger between her eyebrows. Then, after a pause of less than a minute, the medium also walked out. After you push all these oil barrels in, set them on fire. Don't worry about the rest. Speaking like this, the young medium also left quickly. Okay, Mr. Kratos. A spy answered loudly, and the others also saluted. At the moment they bowed their heads, everyone's mind had already completed the previous scene. Melinda attached great importance to the Herc laboratory that she suddenly discovered, but she did not want to give up the task at hand. So, I hope my lover stays to complete the established plan, while I go to the Herc laboratory first, but the medium wants me to go, and Melinda stays. So, the quarrel inevitably broke out. Afterwards, the medium should have chosen to give in. But when Melinda left, the medium also chose to leave immediately. In front of interests, what a bullshit love. Recalling the intimate scene of the two just now, these spies couldn't help but sneer. However, they didn't dare to delay. Because, the behavior of this couple made them sure that this Herc laboratory was time-limited, it would only exist for a short time, and would disappear. There have been more than one similar cases in history. Immediately, these spies began to perform. Oh, my stomach hurts. Hiss, I sprained my foot. The spies said various reasons. Make yourself look reasonable and disappear from everyone's sight for a while. When you come back, you start to push the oil barrels into the secret passage that rotates downwards with more and more efforts. The oil barrels were pushed in one by one. Bang! Bang! As they rolled down, the sound of collisions continued to ring. Soon, with continuous collisions, these oil barrels began to break. Some were even directly smashed, and the sound of kerosene splashing, which could be heard clearly on the ground. And when the pungent smell of kerosene began to spread, the spies who had already completed the task of delivering information pretended to breathe and stood in the bell tower, saying, "It's too tiring. We must give Boss Edwin a raise. Yes, it's really tiring." While talking, the spy who spoke first lit a match. Then, the spy threw the match into the secret passage. The flames immediately jumped up, and the spies retreated. But they had retreated less than 2 meters. Boom! A beam of fire shot up from the entrance of the secret passage to a height of more than 10 meters, directly engulfing the bell tower. Along with the loud noise that followed, a fireball with a diameter of more than 30 meters shot up into the sky, like a small sun hanging 100 meters in the sky, illuminating the surroundings, and bringing with it a devastating shock wave. Woo! After the shock wave crushed everything around, the remaining force mixed with brick and stone fragments and went in all directions. Amid the sound of snapping, the billowing smoke was like a dark hand emerging from the ground. Not only did it grab the little sun that had just risen and extinguish it, it also tore the ground of Elta Square apart. The entire Elta Square was overturned. The flat gravel ground, there were thousands of gullies and ravines. The flower beds and fountains that attracted tourists, but they no longer existed. All that was left was shredded flesh and blood and the smell of burning. And laughter. Harris walked out of the ruins with a smile on his face. The new head of Rat Tail Alley was very excited. The explosion just now was so severe that, let alone Arthur and Melinda, even if the Earl came, they would be injured. As for Arthur and Melinda, of course, they would be dead. Humph! You want me to be cannon fodder? Now, you too have become ashes. Right? Thinking in his heart, Harris' smile became ferocious. However, the next moment, the new head of Rat Tail Alley restrained such a smile, and he turned to look at the members of the Blood Clan beside him. The heavy robe covered the other person's face and figure, but the strong smell of blood could not be concealed. When ordinary people approached, they would be terrified unconsciously. Your arrangement is really perfect. The 2 guys who gave me a headache were solved just like that. The rest, please leave it to me. According to the agreement, you are welcome to come to Rat Tail Alley at any time, Harris said. The members of the Blood Clan nodded. But just when the two were about to complete the transaction, ahem, ahem. Amidst the heavy gasps, a piece of bricks and stones was suddenly pushed aside, and the young medium collapsed there, covered in dust and dirt. Beside him was the bloody and charred body of Melinda. The only tattered clothes left on the body made Harris sure that it was Melinda's body. After all, he had just seen her, and it was impossible to make a mistake. And this bloody and charred body must be because Melinda was very close to the secret passage entrance and suffered most of the explosion. Only then can we have the result. Calculating what just happened in his heart, and seeing Arthur in this state, Harris's face was immediately filled with smiles. Just now, at the moment of the explosion, the new head of Rat Tail Alley still felt a little regretful. It was really unsatisfying that he could not tell the enemy about his shortcomings in front of him. And now, Arthur actually appeared. It's a pity that Melinda died. But this is enough. He looked at the surprise on Arthur's face, unbelievable even though his face was covered with dust. That expression made him feel happy. Immediately, the new head of Rat Tail Alley was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, so as to satisfy himself once again. But before the other party could speak, Arthur shouted at the member of the Blood Clan beside him. "What are you doing? Do you know that you have ruined everything? You bastard!" The roar was hoarse, and the eyes were bloodshot. On the face of the young medium, his eyes were full of pain. He collapsed there in despair, and kept mumbling. "It's over, it's all over. 20 years of planning, all ruined by you. A smartass. Ah, I hate it so much." Harris was stunned. He stared at Arthur. What's going on? 20 years of planning. Unconsciously, the new head of Rat Tail Alley began to retreat. He didn't think Arthur was pretending. And, more importantly, when Arthur spoke, he could feel the stiffness of the body of the Blood Clan member beside him. "I won't be involved in some big conspiracy. Will I?" Harris began to think so unconsciously. And the next moment, his face changed even more. Chapter 221 Blood X Shadow X Mistake. In the suburbs of South Los, someone broke into Harris's secret base. For his secret base, the new head of Rat Tail Alley not only carefully selected it, but also set up 2 secret alarms. Each of them is extremely secret, and is in tune with his mind. After all, there are more than just 2 boxes of gold in it. And after he inherited it, he has studied the secret materials for his whole life. That's why he was so cautious. Even the reason why the 2 boxes of gold were embezzled was for the secret technique. Now the alarm was triggered, which directly touched the bottom line in Harris' heart. The new head of Rat Tail Alley stared at the members of the Blood Clan beside him with unprecedented ferocity. Because, when the alarm was triggered just now, he saw the intruder. Although his face was not clear, the scarlet in his eyes was clear. As we all know, the eyes of the Blood Clan are scarlet. Coupled with Arthur as shouting just now, the new head of Rat Tail Alley unconsciously started to associate. You know, Arthur as tone just now was not like treating an equal partner. It was like scolding the other party as subordinates. Then, could it be that the Blood Clan member next to him is not a real Blood Clan member, but a high-level Blood Clan in disguise? The real members of the Blood Clan got some information about me from the damn medium. Guessed something. And secretly monitored me, and found my secret base? The vague uneasiness in my heart before was caused by this incident? The speculation in his heart made the new head of Rat Tail Alley look murderous. And he said in a deep voice, "Take off your hood." The biggest difference between the Blood Descendants and the Blood Clan is the red light in their eyes. Although the bloodline has red color, it is not as bright as the Blood Clan. To confirm his guess, Harris only needs to confirm the eyes under the hood. If the person under the hood is a Blood Clan, then the scene he just saw was a frame-up. If the person under the hood is not a Blood Clan, then it is naturally the other party who did it. Harris stared at the other party, and all the muscles in his body were tense. The new head of Rat Alley was waiting for the answer. As a result, the member of the Blood Clan, who had been acting mysterious, turned and ran away. This scene revealed the answer. No need to look at the eyes anymore. Everything has been confirmed. It was the Blood Clan who did it. Ah! I'll kill you. Furious, Harris rushed towards the Blood Descendant disguised as the Blood Clan. With just one step, the figure of the new head of Rat Alley disappeared from the spot. Then he emerged from the shadow of the disguised Blood Clan. Harris grabbed the disguised Blood Clan with a ferocious look on his face. On his palm, black condensed. Before he touched the hood of the disguised Blood Clan, the hood began to corrode. Hiss, hiss. With the sound of concentrated sulfuric acid corroding the skin, the disguised Blood Clan revealed his true face. Pale, young, his eyes were scarlet, but without any light flashing. It was a high-level Blood Descendant. Harris became more and more angry. He stared at the eyes that did not flash red light, as if he saw endless mockery. Without any hesitation, the dark palm slammed down heavily. The high-level Blood Descendant did not dodge, slightly tilted his head, and took the blow with his shoulder, while his palm stabbed straight out. Bang! Puff! Almost without any order, the attacks of the two fell on each other. The dark palm slammed on the shoulder of the high-level Blood Descendant. Immediately, the bones and tendons were broken, and the black began to corrode the body of the high-level Blood Descendant. Similarly, the palm of the high-level blood descendant also pierced Harris's soft abdomen. Do you think such an attack will work on me? Harris, whose abdomen was pierced, sneered and didn't care at all. The high-level blood descendant, whose body was corroded, also sneered. How do you know if you don't try? Blood fighter. Never retreat. As he spoke, the high-level blood descendant turned his palm, which was carefully trimmed. The nails that had been soaked in potions for years immediately stirred Harris' abdominal muscles and organs easily. Moreover, when they came into contact with blood, the nails that were sharper than daggers began to release toxins. Harris's face darkened. The new head of Rat Tail Alley felt this change at the first time. Immediately, black rose from the shadow under the feet of the new head of Rat Tail Alley, and began to block the release of toxins in the abdomen, and also healed the wound in a very special way. It's useless. Facing the attack of the Blood Warrior, Harris curled his lips in disdain. If it was the Blood Bride or the Blood Warrior, he would still be careful. But facing the Blood Warrior? No need at all. Seeing such a change, the Blood Warrior opened his mouth and bit towards Harris' neck, but was blocked by black again. The toughness of the black was far beyond imagination. Not only did the Blood Warrior's teeth fail to bite Harris' neck, but were eroded by the power of black. Almost instantly, half of his face was gone, revealing his creepy bones. But the Blood Warrior didn't care at all. He let this power erode him, because his goal was achieved. At this time, Harris also found something wrong. The new head of Rat Tail Alley wanted to get rid of the Blood Warrior, but it was too late. Boom! The Blood Warrior's body exploded directly. The power of the Blood Warrior was almost the same as that of the Blood Warrior. But why is it far more feared than the Blood Fighter? It is because of this self-destruction ability. Even if such a self-destruction requires time to prepare, it is still the same. Because such a self-destruction is not only about the power of the explosion. There is also blood poison. The skin of humans touched will be ulcerated, and the wound will not heal until the blood is drained. The scarlet light flashed, and then the blood mist enveloped the entire square. Harris's screams also rang out. You are not a blood fighter. You are a blood warrior. The voice was full of disbelief and regret. Arthur, who had long since hidden far away, heard this exaggerated shouting and couldn't help curling his lips. It was too fake. When he saw the blood descendant who appeared with Harris, Arthur found something wrong. No one knew the difference between the Blood Clan and the blood descendant better than him. There is no doubt that the blood descendant in front of him should be the substitute of the Blood Clan. Or to be more precise, an early warning mechanism, similar to a mystical alarm, but more flexible. However, this is more beneficial to Arthur. The young medium immediately changed the original plan slightly, making the action of the blood descendants to rob Harris's secret base a little bit bigger. At the same time, began to bluff Harris and the blood descendants. Harris didn't know that the blood family next to him was a blood descendant, and the blood descendants could not communicate with the Blood Clan that created them. Arthur, who played with the information gap, easily got the situation he wanted. Even if Harris found something wrong, it didn't matter. This was also within Arthur's expectations. Moreover, compared with the new person in charge of Rat Tail Alley, Arthur looked at the scarlet mist in front of him, and a little sigh rose in his heart. Chapter 222 Dieter X waiting for X to appear. Under the night sky, scarlet is everywhere. The bright moonlight at this moment is stained with red, adding a touch of weirdness. The young medium standing on the edge of the scarlet mist is full of sighs in his heart. What a great blood descendant. Blood Clan can create blood descendant. Even, to some extent, similar to blood slaves, blood fighters, as long as their own blood is enough, you can create infinitely. But the Blood Clan has never done this since the Blood Grand Duke. Because loyalty. Although the Blood Clan has a natural sense of belonging to the Blood Clan that created them, their own memories have not disappeared. Such memories will affect the sense of belonging. Therefore, the Blood Clan is not 100% loyal to the Blood Clan. Instead, it is like a feeling of an adopted son to his adopted father. But the case of biological sons killing their fathers has happened. What's more, there are such adopted sons. There are some who specifically stab their adoptive fathers. So, being able to do what the bloody warrior in front of him did, and dying for the Blood Clan, is already very good. There is no doubt that this bloody warrior and the Blood Clan who created him should have a very deep relationship, and it takes a very long time to cultivate such a relationship. Moreover, the uncertainty is too great. To some extent, emotions are the easiest to manipulate and exploit. Alas, compared to creating blood descendants, the power of the contract is more suitable for me. If the two can be combined, it would be great. Arthur thought to himself, and stood up with some difficulty. The young medium staggered towards the overturned carriage. However, the next moment he was blocked by a figure wearing a hood, hiding his face and figure, holding a box in his hand. Arthur's eyes were fixed on the box. Because this was his medium box. Sir Kratos, I seem to have found something of yours. I am happy to return it to you, but can you give me a little reward? The other party's voice was hoarse, obviously disguised. What do you want? Arthur asked in a deep voice. The whereabouts of Miss Caesar. The other party laughed. The young medium remained silent at this moment. Facing such silence, the other party continued to smile and said, The appearance of the Herc laboratory is an unexpected surprise. And your feelings for Miss Caesar are an even greater surprise. No one could have imagined that you would actually be willing to stay here to complete the task for Miss Caesar. And let Miss Caesar open the Herc laboratory. What surprised me the most was that you were so knowledgeable that you could easily distinguish the difference between the blood clan and the blood descendants. Let the two parties, who are planning to kill you, start killing each other. It's really exciting, the other party said, while applauding. Well informed? If you can read more books, you can understand the difference between blood clan and blood descendants. Of course, you have excellent perception, and you can easily distinguish them. Even, if you are cautious enough, you can also distinguish them. Arthur said so. The mysterious man on the opposite side trembled slightly, obviously nodded in agreement with Arthur's words. Harris, who was hiding, gnashed his teeth. According to Arthur, he had no idea that the other party was of blood beforehand, and had become a short-sighted, deaf and blind fool. Damn it! I must kill you! Kill you! The new head of Rat Tail Alley roared in his heart. However, the new head of Rat Tail Alley did not take action immediately. He heard the words Herc Laboratory. Only if the laboratory of this god of alchemy, god of magical potions, suddenly appeared, would that bastard Chong Yi leave. Now, his secret base is gone. All his accumulated wealth has gone to waste. However, if he can get the things in Herc Laboratory, it will be able to completely make up for his losses. Thinking in his heart, the new head of Rat Tail Alley began to show burning greed in his strong murderous intent. Through the flash of death intuition, Arthur quickly grasped the other party's position. However, he was not in a hurry. He was waiting. So, after a slight pause, he continued, Change it. I don't want to use Melinda as a bargaining chip. When Arthur mentioned this lady, there was a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Harris, who was hiding in the dark, saw it. The mysterious man on the opposite side also saw it. Both of them curled their lips almost at the same time. Both of them were a little disdainful. But they are fundamentally different. But the mysterious man seemed to be convinced. Okay, I agree to your terms. However, besides that, Miss Caesar, do you have anything else that can attract me? You know, it's about the Hulk laboratory. The mysterious man picked up Arthur's medium box, checked it, and asked leisurely. Of course. As a medium, I know a lot of things that ordinary people don't know. You can ask 3 questions that you really want to know. But you can't get. Arthur nodded affirmatively. Okay, then the first question is, where is the Hulk laboratory? The mysterious man asked directly. Arthur frowned. This is related to Melinda. I said, I won't use Melinda as a bargaining chip. But what if I insist? You are breaking your promise. The young medium scolded. It is the duty of the weak to keep a promise. And it is the privilege of the strong to break a promise. And you haven't realized yet. Have you? I am playing a trick on you? The mysterious man laughed. But the laughter had just started. Boom! The medium box exploded. Explosives, gunpowder, bullets, sulfuric acid, and other things directly engulfed the mysterious man. Arthur, who had dodged in advance, stood up as if nothing had happened. You haven't realized, am I kidding you too? The young medium said this, and was about to leave. Harris, who was hiding in the dark, was about to take action. But someone was faster. It was the mysterious man. The other party was fine. The other party, who was unharmed in the explosion, stared coldly at Arthur. And then, as if he had noticed something, he did not speak again, but rushed over, grabbed Arthur and ran away at a faster speed. Harris, who was hiding in the dark, was about to chase, but he felt something in his heart. Instinctively, the new head of Rat Tail Alley rushed forward and looked back vigilantly. Then, he saw a pair of eyes flashing red. Chapter 223. The main actors on the stage. I am the one. Crack. Crack. With the sound of freezing air, frost began to cover Harris' body surface. The frost power of the members of the Blood Clan. But isn't there a high-level Blood Clan here? Why would a member of the Blood Clan really appear? Shouldn't he be in my secret base? How could he come back so soon? Could it be, is this the layout of the previous Blood Clan? The new head of Rat-Tail Alley, who had no idea what was going on, yelled, and then used his trump card. No! More black power was drawn out from the shadows, and it collided violently with the white frost power covering the surface of the body. With a snap, the frost power covering Harris's body was shattered. At this moment, the new head of Rat-Tail Alley sank directly into his own shadow. The eyes of the members of the Blood Clan flashed red. Then, he chose a direction and chased after him. 100 meters away, Harris fell out of the shadows. At this moment, the new head of Rat-Tail Alley reached his limit. Whirl, whirl. Whirl, whirl. Whirl, looking at the members of the Blood Clan not far behind him. His eyes were full of resentment. He shouted, "I can tell you a secret." Puff. Before he finished speaking, a frost dagger pierced the chest of the new head of Rat-Tail Alley. Moreover, the opponent's body was quickly frozen. It turned into a corpse. Then, when the member of the Blood Clan raised his hand to recall the frost dagger, Harris' body shattered directly, turning into ice chips on the ground. Without even looking at the corpse on the ground, the members of the Blood Clan prepared to chase the mysterious man, or to chase the kidnapped Arthur Kratos. Hulk's laboratory, he heard it clearly. If we get this laboratory, perhaps the Blood Clan can be revived. The thought that came to his mind made the heart of this Blood Clan member beat faster, but the pain that followed made this Blood Clan member cover his chest. The wound that had never healed told him that he had to stay calm. After all, he was the only one left in the entire Blood Clan. In the heart of this Blood Clan, resentment and loneliness intertwined. And just when he felt his injuries gradually healed and was about to get up and chase, a voice came from behind him. "My stupid brother." The voice was cold, without any emotion. But that cold tone seemed to evoke a scene in the deepest memory of the Blood Clan. Without thinking, the Blood Clan member turned around suddenly. The next moment, the Blood Clan member was stunned, because he saw a pair of eyes flashing red, exactly the same as his eyes, and the aura of the Blood Clan, exactly the same. Are there other members of the Blood Clan? The pale face of this Blood Clan member had a strange blush. That was excitement, that was disbelief, and long-lost excitement. Immediately, this Blood Clan wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the descendant of blood on the opposite side. "For so many years, have you just been hiding in a corner? Even your hunting skills have declined a lot. Can't you even tell whether the prey is really dead or pretending to be dead?" Arthur, who was controlling the blood descendant Auburn, spoke in a colder tone. He raised his hand and threw a head in front of the members of the Blood Clan. The head was Harris's. About 2 minutes ago, Harris, whose body was shattered, emerged from a shadow again. Compared to the embarrassment just now, Harris looked almost seriously injured at this time. Not only did his internal organs suffer a backlash and began to break, even his skin cracked, just like a porcelain doll covered with cracks. But even so, the new head of Rat-Tail Alley still cursed in a low voice. "Arthur, Kratos, Miranda, Julius, Caesar, and that member of the Blood Clan. Just wait. When I recover, it will be your death. I will." Ugh. Such cursing did not last long, and it stopped abruptly again, because a member of the Blood Clan appeared in front of him, staring at him coldly. Not the one just now, but the one who triggered the alarm. How did the other party appear here and find him? The new person in charge of Rat-Tail Alley did not know, nor did he want to know. He just wanted to survive now. "Spare me. Poof." Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, would not give the other party any chance. The descendant of blood raised his sword and chopped off Harris's head. The killing by controlling the descendant of blood could not bring corresponding XP, so Arthur chose to confirm Harris' death in a more primitive way. In the air, Gyukin and Muni were scanning the surroundings like two reconnaissance planes. After confirming that Harris was really dead, then he put his body into the box of autos. He went to the member of the Blood Clan with the head in his hand. He had to stop this member of the Blood Clan. Otherwise, it would disrupt the original plan. As for what to do, with Arthur's identity, it was difficult. But with the identity of the descendant of blood, it was really not that easy. In fact, it was also true. Through the eyes of the descendant of blood, Arthur saw the joy of the Blood clan members when they saw him. After seeing the excited and unbelievable expression, he knew it was a sure thing. The original strategy of friendly communication immediately changed to the brother-whipping type. Because the other party lacked this. A member of the Blood clan, who had been fleeing in a panic since the genocide, lacked a sense of security. In addition, the other party was seriously injured and had not recovered. Arthur could fully imagine how frightened the other party had been for more than 30 years. Even if he encountered someone who might have had a feud with the Blood clan, even the Sant family, who participated in the genocide of the Blood clan, needed to be pushed forward by ordinary people. Even so, after so many years, the other party was so cautious for safety that he did not operate a secret force in Nanlos. Otherwise, when the other party saw him, he would not be so surprised. Obviously, for safety, the other party lived in a mode that was completely separated from the mysterious side. And for Arthur, this was really great. If I don't swindle this kind of person out of his underwear, I'll be ashamed of my profession as a psychic. Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, threw Harris's head in front of the Blood clan members. And when they were still ashamed and shocked, he said directly, "You violated the decision of our ancestors. You brought shame to our ancestors' honor. You all." The Blood clan members raised their heads, with a cry of pain from the descendant of blood. In his sight, his brother suddenly hugged his head, frowned, and kept mumbling, "Who am I? Why am I here? Who are you?" Seeing the appearance of the Blood descendant, the members of the Blood clan immediately understood everything. So this is it. Chapter 224 The Moon That Night. Arthur didn't know much about the Blood clan. Besides knowing that the Blood Marquis awakened his bloodline in order to give his son talent, which caused the entire Blood clan to completely disappear in the 7 Years' War, it was confirmed that there was something fishy about the disappearance of the Blood clan. More. That's all. Therefore, in order to perfectly play the role of the brother of the Blood clan member in front of him, this loophole must be filled. Schizophrenia. Amnesia. This is what Arthur thought of. However, compared to schizophrenia, amnesia is more suitable for the current situation. As for schizophrenia, what if there is a secret technique or medicine to treat amnesia among the members of the Blood clan, and it is used on him, or he takes it? It will not be too late for him to have schizophrenia. People always want to leave a way out for themselves. But the medium doesn't need it. Because the medium has a way out everywhere. The Blood clan member standing by looked at Arthur holding his head in pain, felt sympathy, and in just a moment, was pulled back to that night. It was originally the night when Bradley awakened, but countless enemies appeared. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the moon. Thinking back to that scene, the youngest member of the Blood clan, Born, trembled all over. He knew that no one could escape the catastrophe against the Blood clan. Not the Marquis, not him, not his brother. The Marquis died on the spot. He was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. And his brother, to some extent, is in a worse situation. This brother should be one of the secret guards sent by the Marquis at that time, otherwise, he would not have seen him. Misfortune follows you like a shadow. Blood color never fades. When we meet again, it will be the time when the King of Darkness is born. Born unconsciously recited the prophecy of the Marquis when she was dying, and his eyes looking at the descendant of blood became softer and more respectful. He was injured by the witch hunter, and his injuries have not healed. In fact, he will never be healed in this life. Therefore, he is definitely not the King of Darkness. But the brother in front of him is different. Being able to face that terror and escape unscathed is enough to show how powerful he is. Moreover, he might be the candidate for the Marquis. At that time, the clan had held the Red Conference more than once because of the Bradley incident, and many elders had proposed to change the heir. Although the Marquis did not agree, he should have made preparations long ago. The brother in front of him should be the candidate. That's great. Born, who was in a state of panic, cheered in his heart. At this moment, he not only found his tribe members, but also found someone to rely on. And he also unloaded the burden in his heart. What he has to do now is to assist his brother to become the new Blood Marquis. This is not difficult. I believe that the Marquis has arranged everything. The difficult part is treatment. There is a secret technique similar to treatment in the family, but he has not mastered it. If he wants to learn it again, he must return to the tribe. But the terror there still remains. Bourne's face changed repeatedly. Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, saw everything. I should have a suitable identity in the eyes of the other party now. Then it should be, When Arthur was about to perform the next step, Muni sent him a picture, which immediately made the young medium frown secretly. Then, Arthur controlled the descendant of blood to straighten his chest, and looked at the blood clan members with a puzzled look. Who are you? Asked the descendant of blood. Bourne, brother, you can call me Bourne. You must have seen my information in the Marquis's secret guards. The member of the blood clan said, while looking at Arthur expectantly. He hoped that the brother in front of him could recall something through some key words. The Marquis of Blood's secret guards? Arthur quickly received the information, then, confusion appeared in his eyes with red light, then came the pain. And he kept murmuring, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. With murmuring, Arthur controlled the blood descendant, and rushed into the shadows on the side. The youngest member of the blood clan immediately chased after him, with a deep worry on his face. He knew he was too anxious. Moreover, his brother's amnesia was not only because he faced that horror. No! It was because he faced that horror, only then will I choose to forget. Otherwise, death will come. Damn it! Why didn't I notice it just now? As my brother said, the comfort of hiding not only made me lose my hunter instinct, but also made my brain dull? Or, I was also affected by the terror, but I didn't notice it before. Bourne, full of regret, was shocked. The youngest member of the blood clan turned even paler, his body trembled uncontrollably. But the next moment, when he heard the sound of breaking air, his eyes showed surprise. Are you sure you sense the bloodline? And not your father? Amur followed behind Freeman, and kept asking. This was the third time the lady from Tallinn had asked. It wasn't that she was noisy. It was really that after being woken up by Freeman in the middle of the night, the lady's mind had been confused. She had been searching continuously during the day, the lady was already exhausted. And in order to recover her strength as soon as possible, a bottle of tranquilizer was inevitable. And the tranquilizer would not lose its effect because of being woken up in the middle of the night. Yes. Blood. Blood like me. Freeman answered again. And the arrogant smile on the face of this new blood did not subside. He heard the explosion. And he discovered the unusual movement of the Lady of the Long Night. And now, there is another blood. Especially, the aura of this blood descendant is completely different from his. In addition to his father, Nanlos also has other blood clan members. This discovery made Freeman happy. Of course, it is definitely not the so-called intimacy. For Freeman, he just found an opportunity to please his father. Freeman, who was running fast, suddenly stopped, relying on the vision of the blood descendant. He found someone in front of the tree-lined path. And there was more than one. At the same time, the intuition of the blood told him that it was dangerous. Amur also found it, but, before the lady from Tallinn could speak, Freeman laughed grimly. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Freeman raised his arm wildly, and took a fighting stance. Just as Amur, who was still confused, was ready to wait for Freeman to deal with the person in front, the blood turned around and ran. The night wind blew slowly, and rolled up 2 fallen leaves, blowing past Amur. The lady from Tallinn was stunned for a full second, and then came to her senses. Fuck. Chapter 225 Shout. Amur's position on Freeman has always been a temporary subordinate. With such a position, Amur naturally did not trust Freeman. However, what the lady from Tallinn did not expect was that Freeman, a blood descendant, could be so shameless. Asshole. Blood descendant. The lady shouted angrily, but she did not even bother to look back. Because the person who was blocking her way had already appeared in front of her. She could clearly see that not only were all of these people wearing cloaks, but their exposed skin was also wrapped in bandages. However, even so, it still couldn't hide the appearance of these people's rotten hands and feet. Leprosy. Amur's eyes were filled with horror. As soon as he screamed, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The next moment, he took out a potion and poured it into his mouth. When the cool feeling spread in her chest, the lady from Tallinn breathed a sigh of relief. But endless doubts began to arise in my heart. Where did so many lepers come from? Unlike the disappeared black, leprosy has always existed in Nanjun. Every few years, we hear about an outbreak somewhere. In order to unify treatment, these lepers were concentrated in special villages, and isolated from the outside world. 20 years ago, in the former barony of Novia, because leprosy was not properly handled, the entire territory was shrouded in leprosy. Until now, it has not recovered. However, In Nanlos, because of the Nanlos family's governance, although there are occasional lepers, there will never be such a large-scale one. In other words, Dead Poets Society. Almost instantly, Amur thought of that organization that people hate and ghosts hate. And when the name of this organization appeared, the lady from Tallinn was completely awake. She ignored the groups of lepers in front of her. She knew that these guys were just a cover. And the real organizer behind the scenes must be hiding nearby. The most likely place was the dense forests on both sides of the tree-lined path. But she was alone. The lady from Tallinn was not confident in her fighting ability. At this time, "I'm here to support you, Amur." Freeman rushed back, talking nonsense seriously. Behind him, a group of lepers also rushed over. "If there weren't more than 20 lepers chasing you, I would believe you," the lady from Tallinn sneered, but still threw a potion to Freeman. Without any embarrassment, Freeman tilted his head back and drank the potion. Although they had only been together for 2 days, Freeman knew the ability of the woman in front of him very well. Maybe she was just average in frontal combat, but she was unique in making potions. Therefore, when Freeman found out that he was fighting against a leper, he immediately rushed back. Blood descendants are not members of the Blood clan. Facing leprosy, they still feel fear. "Into the forest!" Amur shouted. The front and back roads were blocked, and there must be an ambush in the forest. But it can delay time, giving her a chance to use her trump card. When she thought of the trump card she was about to use, the lady's face immediately became uncertain. But then, she became determined. After all, using her trump card would bring her into big trouble. But if she didn't use it, she would die now. As a human being, she would know what to choose. Freeman seemed not to hear and shouted deafeningly, "Fight to the death." His voice was like thunder, and his face was extremely serious. The lepers who were attacking from both sides were stunned. Then, this blood picked up Amur, tucked under her armpit, turned around and rushed into the dense forest beside the tree-lined path. Amur covered his face. This lady felt very embarrassed. Even though she knew that this was Freeman's strategy, she still felt very embarrassed. There was a thought that it would be better to die like this than to be embarrassed like this. Of course, if he really died, Amur would definitely not want to let him go. She took out one potion after another, and threw it at the leper who was chasing behind her. Snap! Snap! Amid the sound of broken glass, lepers fell one after another. But more lepers rushed out of the woods. In just a few breaths, hundreds of people appeared densely behind Amur and Freeman. The only thing to be thankful for was that these lepers were not moving fast, and there was also the cover of the woods. Otherwise, the two would have been surrounded long ago. But if they continued like this, it would be only a matter of time before they were surrounded. Because there are more and more lepers. Think of a solution, Freeman shouted, but in his heart, he was thinking about whether he could use Amur as a bargaining chip to let the manipulator here spare his life. "Are you thinking about how to exchange me as a bargaining chip?" Amur seemed to have guessed Freeman's thoughts, and asked with a sneer. "Impossible, we are friends fighting side by side." Freeman shook his head. "Oh, Freeman. Please use your rigid brain to think about it. Why did we meet these guys?" Amur continued to sneer. The guy behind them was hired by the old lion of Niwan. "Because I revealed the hidden card, is this to retaliate against me?" With Amur's guidance, Freeman thought almost instinctively. And just as Freeman was thinking, Amur suddenly turned over. Instantly, the two of them switched places. Originally, Freeman was holding Amur and running away, but now it became Amur holding Freeman and moving forward. But more importantly, a dagger appeared in Amur's hand, and stabbed it into Freeman's buttocks. "Poof! What are you doing? Lend me your blood." Amur said this, and pulled out the dagger. The next moment, blood spurted out. The moment the blood came into contact with the air, flames rose up. The blood-colored flames, like a tracking, all fell on the lepers. During this period, some lepers used trees to dodge. The flames fell on the tree trunks. But the flames flowed through the tree trunks like water, and fell on the troublesome patients again. "Medicine!" Freeman, who was being held, saw this scene, and immediately thought of the medicines that Amur had just thrown. This blood descendant was just wondering why the medicines that Amur had thrown were so weak. It turned out to be for this moment. "But why use my blood?" Freeman shouted. "Because the best base material for blood fire is the blood of blood descendants or blood clan. After all, this secret technique is originally the secret technique of the blood clan. Why would you, who was born in Tallinn, use it?" A voice answered Freeman. But Freeman would rather no one answered him. Because this voice was filled with dead silence, and he was too familiar with it. When he was on Moon Street, he had heard such a voice. This blood descendant tried to raise his head. He looked in the direction where the voice came from. Not far away, a paleness replaced the darkness of the dense forest. A figure stood there, staring at Amur expressionlessly. When he saw the blood descendant looking up, the member of the Dead Poets Society nodded slightly. Well, I'll kill you by the way, and then put the blame on the blood descendant who created you. That scene must be very interesting. Right? Heh, do you think you can cause trouble for my father? Freeman sneered, and twisted his waist repeatedly, signaling Amur to point his ass at the bastard. And he wanted to pick him up. The lady from Tallinn did not take any action. Because the arrangement of blood and fire. It takes time. Obviously. The member of the Dead Poets Society knew this, and immediately said disdainfully, Father? What a sincere cry. Now, I will break your limbs and torture you severely. Where is your father? Then, I will dig out your heart and chop off your head. Where is your father? He can't save you. Faced with the assertion of the members of the Dead Poets Society, Freeman's expression was stiff. This blood descendant certainly knew that what the other party said was true. But, after so much difficulty in gaining power, he died so hastily, he really couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Freeman's mind once again emerged with the memory of the blood descendant on Moon Street that convinced him. Uncontrollably, this blood descendant shouted loudly, Father! Help me! The next moment, a strong wind suddenly blew up. Chapter 226 Ice Spear Strikes. Snow falls on the earth. Under the strong wind, trees bend. Amid the flying dry grass, the huge body blocks the bright moonlight. A shadow appears above the head, covering the three members of the Dead Poets Society, Freeman, Amur. Instinctively, the three of them look up. Then, the next moment, the pupils of the three of them shrink rapidly. Bat! Unimaginably huge bat. The members of the Dead Poets Society, who have always remained calm, after seeing the huge bat wings, when his eyes swept over the sharp claws and the solid skeleton armor, he could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened involuntarily, and he could not help shouting, Blood bat! Amidst the exclamation, the face of this member of the Dead Poets Society darkened. Because the other party saw the blood descendant on the back of the blood bat. The blood descendant, who had met him once before, but had no pleasant communication with him, stepped on the back of the blood bat and looked at him coldly. At this moment, the cry of Father, help me is still echoing in his ears. The strong wind blowing across his face is like a slap in the face. The cheeks of this member of the Dead Poets Society are burning. However, what this member of the Dead Poets Society cares more about is what happened to this bloodbat. Back then, they clearly gathered a large number of people and killed all 4 bloodbats regardless of the losses. Why is there another one here? The members of the Dead Poets Society frowned. On the other side, plop! Amur, who was holding Freeman horizontally, knelt directly. The lady from Tallinn spoke without hesitation. The secret art of blood and fire is one of the rewards that Tallinn received after helping Baron Novia treat leprosy patients in his territory. Except that Tallinn has studied it himself, there is no other legend. And the first time I saw you, I have a kind of admiration from the bottom of my heart. I hope you can give me a chance to follow you. I have planted a lot of blood-sucking grass. And I have kept some seeds. I can cultivate blood-sucking grass for you. I am proficient in refining medicine. Whether it is medicine for wounds or medicinal baths, I will satisfy you. I am also proficient in massage, which can help you recover from fatigue quickly, Amur said, and he hoed the ground with his forehead and raised his butt high. After seeing Amur's bottomless appearance, Freeman, after he couldn't help but spit in his heart, he knelt down beside him. Father, have you been well these past 2 days? Although it's only 2 days since I last saw you. It's been years in my heart, especially at this critical moment. You came to save me again. I'm so moved. Woohoo! Freeman, who is 2 meters tall, with an arm circumference of 60 centimeters, dressed wildly, and has a rebellious face, burst into tears. It was fake at first, but later, when he thought about how he almost died, the blood descendant began to cry. That infectiousness made Amur, who was standing beside him, turned slightly, glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and said in his heart, Pooh! He couldn't help but shout, Shameless guy. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Then, without even raising his head, he shouted, Master! The Dead Poets Society also participated in the attack on the Blood Marquis. As soon as he said this, the members of the Dead Poets Society turned around and ran without a second thought. If it was just one blood descendant, he would have nothing to fear. But with the addition of a blood bat, that would be beyond his ability to deal with. In fact, with this blood bat, the blood descendant in front of him has become a force that cannot be ignored in Nanlos. In the illustrious reputation of the Blood Clan, like the 37 Blood Brides, the Blood Bat occupies a pivotal position. In fact, to some extent, the status of the Blood Bat is higher, because the Blood Bat's terrifying flying ability is enough to make most armies helpless. And that is the terrifying attack method. Arthur, who had been staring at the members of the Dead Poets Society since he appeared, saw the other party running away, and gave the Blood Bat an order without hesitation. Immediately, the Blood Bat suddenly opened its mouth. Buzz! Suddenly, an ultrasonic wave spewed out. Instantly, the fleeing members of the Dead Poets Society and the silent white surrounding them solidified at this moment, like a mirror. But the next moment, crack! The invisible hand suddenly hit the center of the mirror. The mirror is broken. Starting from that point, cracks spread in all directions. When the cracks overlapped and converged, that's when it was completely broken. Boom! The flowers, plants and trees, mud and bricks, all flew up to the sky at this moment, were pinched, squeezed, and crushed by the invisible hands, and then thrown far away. Everything within a radius of 100 meters in front of the Blood Bat turned into powder at this moment. Everything was shattered, including the white silence around the Dead Poets Society member and himself. However, the other party did not die. Like a cicada escaping from its shell, before the ultrasonic wave containing extraordinary power shattered everything, he used a secret technique to escape from the ultrasonic range of the Blood Bat. But this did not mean that he was safe. He felt the icy cold. Whoosh! It was as if the cold wind blowing from the far north was gathering behind him. The extremely cold air was raging in the dense forest on the tree-lined path. The flowers, plants, trees, and soil and bricks that had just been crushed began to be covered with thin layers of frost. The Blood Bat, which was still breathing, spread its wings and roared in this familiar low temperature. Moreover, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and it seemed that there was no end in sight. Even snowflakes were floating in the sky. Ice crystals fell on Amur, and the lady kneeling on the ground shuddered violently. When she quietly raised her head and looked at the descendant of blood, the horror in her eyes was almost tangible. The lady vowed to throw all the guys who collected intelligence into the pigsty. Is this what is called controllable? The other party has already reached the arcanal level that can affect the celestial phenomena. Still controllable? Damn it! Damn it! You bunch of bastards, who are doing nothing, are killing people. No! It's not the other party, it's the master. Master! Your loyal servant, Amur, is praying for your victory. You are invincible, and you are invincible. Amur's head drooped even lower, and his buttocks stuck out even higher. She is a little mysterious person, facing an existence of arcana level. Be humble. What is wrong? If the situation did not allow it, she would crawl over and lick her master's toes. This was something that others would never think of. As long as her master could protect her and live a long life, that would be enough. Freeman, who was kneeling on the side, completely ignored Amur at this time. The Blood looked at this scene with a fanatical look. That's right. That's it. This is the power of Father. Destroying everything. The music of the wailing of all things. The sonata of chaos and terror. Ha ha ha. It's so beautiful. Freeman couldn't help laughing wildly. Although his body was crawling on the ground, it didn't stop the laughter at all. In his mouth, which was open because of the laughter, his tongue was flying wildly. He tasted the snowflakes falling from the sky. He felt the power of ice with his own mouth. His laughter was even more wild. The members of the Dead Poets Society were full of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could you reach the arcanal level? The opponents shout. Blood Descendant heard it. Blood Descendant also heard Freeman's wild laughter. Blood Descendant ignored it. He just raised his hand. Blood Descendant immediately. A crystal clear, 2-meter-long ice spear appeared in his hand. Blood Descendant gently stroked the ice spear. His scarlet eyes were filled with memories. A hint of sadness appeared on Blood Descendant's face, although it disappeared in an instant. People with a keen eye saw it, and just as these people were imagining, the ice spear shot out. In an instant, ice and snow covered the sky and the earth. Chapter 227. This spear, 2,000 gold coins. Can you block it? Fingertip-sized snowflakes danced with the north wind, one after another, spinning, quickly condensing into a ball, and then exploding. Boom! The pure white light illuminated most of South Los at this moment. In a breath, everything turned into a silver blanket. The big trees on both sides of the tree-lined path were covered with ice and snow, like fog and illusion. The road of the tree-lined path was completely immersed in ice and snow. The tree-lined path at this moment is not like the tree-lined path in South Los at all, but it looks like the extreme north of North County. The member of the Dead Poets Society fled frantically. The props in his hands flashed the light of secret magic one after another, and the tufuyu in his mouth never stopped. The other party's face had long lost the calmness it should have, and was filled with panic. Arcana level. The other party never thought that the descendant of blood, who had met him once, was actually at the Arcana level. There is an Arcana level existence in the Blood Clan. With an Arcana level existence, the so-called destruction of the Blood Clan is a complete joke. As long as this blood descendant is there, plus a remote territory that is not noticed by others, with only 20 to 30 years of recuperation, the Blood Clan can be revived. But why is there an Arcana level existence in the Blood Clan? In the eyes of the other party, it was simply a fantasy. And I couldn't figure it out. Could this be the backup plan of the Blood Marquis? Suddenly, a thought appeared in the other party's mind. Then this thought became extremely certain. Apart from the Blood Marquis, the other party couldn't think of anything else. As this thought came up, the escape speed of this Dead Poets Society member became faster. But it was useless. The power of Frost invaded. The props in the hands of this Dead Poets Society member were instantly frozen. Even the opponent himself, while maintaining the posture of running away, was frozen into an ice sculpture. It was not that the opponent did not want to use the secret technique to escape again, but when the frost power covered him, even the opponent's ability to think was frozen, and he had no time at all, and the whole person fell into endless darkness. And when more ice and snow flew over, the ice sculpture shattered. And the clothes on his body, the accessories, etc., were all shattered. Standing on the back of the blood bat, Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, looked at this scene and sneered in his heart. This spear, 2,000 gold coins. Can you block it? The frost power just now was not the ordinary arrow that consumed half of the blood of the exquisite human puppet. In order to completely kill this member of the Dead Poets Society, Arthur controlled the descendant of blood to continuously absorb the gold coins in the box of autos, held in his left hand. It stopped only when it reached the limit of the exquisite human puppet. This time, not only the gold coins in the box of Athos were used up, but also the gold coins brought from Oak Manor were all used up. And 51 gold coins were even replaced from the gold coins obtained from Harris's secret room. However, the scene in front of Arthur was satisfying. Just one strike, and the world changed. This scene reminded Arthur of the Countess. But unlike the other party, he only had one strike. And he had already reached his limit. At the same time, it was very expensive. Looking at the fragments of the secret magic props on the ground in the distance, Arthur felt distressed. He wanted to control the power very finely, so that it could only kill the member of the Dead Poets Society and leave the props with him. Unfortunately, it was the first time that Arthur came into contact with this level of power, and he couldn't do it at all, affecting the celestial phenomena. Is it the so-called Arcana level? Arthur recalled the screams of the member of the Dead Poets Society before his death. Silently memorized this unfamiliar term in his heart. The young medium knew that he had touched upon more advanced knowledge in the mysterious side. However, now was not the time to study. The blood bat flapped its wings in the ice and snow, with tiny cries in its mouth, appearing extremely happy. The blood descendant cast his eyes downwards. The peepers in the ice and snow immediately shrank their necks, not daring to move. When the eyes of the descendant of blood swept over them, they felt as if they were being cut by a knife, and were in unbearable pain and terrified. Facing an Arcana-level existence, they had no intention of resisting at all. At this moment, they were extremely envious of the guys, who had quickly escaped before the ice and snow erupted. They envied their intelligence. They hated their own stupidity. However, the next moment, these peepers began to rejoice again. Because, brother, a figure appeared on the tree-lined path after a shout. Looking at the members of the Blood Clan with red eyes, these peepers were full of surprise, and then ecstasy. They were happy for the secrets they had discovered. Then, the joy was frozen on their faces. The frost power that had not yet dissipated allowed the Blood Clan to kill these guys easily. Without any more expenses, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Arthur had already discovered these peepers, using the Son of Blood, state of the exquisite human puppet, and even knew about the group of people who escaped early. However, Arthur did not stop them. He needed these people to establish a new reputation for the descendants of blood. However, only some people should pass on the message. The rest? Of course, they will be used for education. Born, a member of the Blood clan, looked at his brother's disappointed eyes on the blood bat with a happy heart. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Just now, when he saw his brother summon the blood bat, this member of the Blood clan was already full of surprise. As a member of the Blood clan, he understood what it meant to them to have a blood bat. It meant they had the power to fight back. It could make those enemies afraid. And then, when his brother showed the power of the Arcanal level, this member of the Blood clan was almost crazy with joy. If the appearance of the blood bat would make many people fearful, then the elder brother, with the power of Arcana level, would make those guys learn to respect him. Even, he could go to a remote place and seek a territory. Even though it was far from the original Blood clan, it was enough to make Born excited. It was precisely because of this that the young Blood clan member Born, who could not restrain himself, rushed out. However, when he met the eyes of the descendant of blood, Born came to his senses. He regretted his impulsiveness and lack of etiquette. Sorry, brother. Born knelt on one knee. In the strict rules of the Blood clan, one must always remain calm and elegant, especially when there are outsiders present. Etiquette is even more necessary. Arthur glanced at Born, and his eyes looked at Freeman and Amur again. Or to be more precise, Freeman. Arthur found something wrong with the other party. That kind of posture is not what a blood fighter should have. Is it because it is made of a broken blood-sucking ancestor worm? Or is it because the blood of the exquisite human puppet is mixed in? Arthur guessed in his heart. Then, he suddenly smiled in his heart. Because the hook is bitten over there. Chapter 228. No coincidence. Time moves forward 10 minutes. The mysterious man grabbed Arthur and rushed out of South Los, and continued to run at full speed, heading straight for the inland river. South County and North County are separated by the Alan Mountains. The peaks on the North County side are towering into the clouds, extremely steep, while on the South County side it is extremely flat, and a canal was dug by the former Bowl 7, which was called the Bowl Canal at the time. When the empire collapsed and fell apart, several battles broke out on the Bowl Canal, causing the canal to become wider and wider, like a river and a lake connected. After the establishment of the Holy Empire, the Bowl Canal, which almost ran through the entire South County, was renamed the Holy Canal. In the early Silver Age, local lords began to repair the canal on their side. From this time on, the so-called Holy Canal was collectively referred to as an inland river, and at most the name of their territory was added in front of it. For example, this section of the inland river in South Los is called the South Los Inland River. It is obvious that the mysterious man has hidden a boat in the inland river outside the city. Arthur, who discovered this, began to struggle. The young medium knew very well that once he got on the boat, and the boat left the range of South Los, he would become a lamb to be slaughtered. Don't move! The mysterious man punched the young medium hard. This punch hit the lower abdomen without rib protection. Bang! The sound was dull, making the young medium bend over and not move. Looking at this scene, the mysterious man sneered twice, and immediately quickened his pace. After a while, the rumbling sound of the river was heard. A small boat was vaguely seen on the bank. The mysterious man quickened his pace. But just as the other party was about to approach the boat, the mysterious man suddenly froze and fell to the ground. On the contrary, the young medium patted the dust off his body, just stood up. Poison? When was the poison administered? The mysterious man questioned while lying there. When you punched me just now. The young medium said this, while walking towards the other party, shook his sleeves, and a dagger appeared in his hand. Now, I want to ask you. Before the young medium finished speaking, he realized something was wrong, and his slow steps turned into a sprint. He jumped over the mysterious man, heading towards the boat. But before he got close, he was blocked by a fog. The green fog, with a strong stench, enveloped the boat. Arthur covered his mouth and nose and stepped back, looking at the man behind him with vigilance. But at the first sight of the other person, Arthur heard whispers and wails in his ears. And in his eyes, there appeared countless people lying on hospital beds, suffering from torture, with faces full of despair. Like illusions, but also like reality. Even those who were tortured wanted to drag Arthur into it. Arthur immediately took a step back. His eyes became more alert. Facing the alertness in Arthur's eyes, the man in the white robe took off his hood, revealing a peaceful middle-aged face with a warm smile on his lips, clean face, nose stubble, hair combed in the middle, covering the exposed scalp. On the surface, this is completely an ordinary middle-aged man, walking on the streets of South Los. 6 or 7 out of 10 middle-aged men look like this. But none of the 10 middle-aged men can make Arthur feel dangerous. Unconsciously, Arthur took another step back. At this moment, the distance between him and the poisonous fog behind him was less than 10 meters. The young medium would certainly not choose to board the ship again, but was ready to jump into the inland river to escape. The middle-aged man who suddenly appeared saw Arthur's intention and immediately smiled and said, "Death is not pure white, but various. Good evening, Mr. Kratos. I am Grover, a member of the new Dead Poets Society. It is an honor to meet you. I have no ill will towards you. I just want to ask you 2 questions," the other party said. Arthur smiled bitterly. "Is it also about the Hulk laboratory?" the young medium asked. The new Dead Poets Society member nodded immediately and added, "In addition to this, there is one more thing. Can you tell me why the aura of death on you is so strong? It's as if anyone who touches you will die suddenly at any time. As if an accident has occurred." The other party's words seemed to describe a disaster, which made the young medium frown and his voice became stiff. "I don't understand what you are talking about. Hee. Please don't refuse the favor of death. Do you know? Your existence is a natural advantage in the Dead Poets Society. It is envied by everyone. The ritual that ordinary people need to go through a lot of hardships to complete, and the realm that you reach, for you, is as simple as drinking water and eating. As long as you are willing to tell me this secret, I can teach you one of the 3 rituals of the Dead Poets Society, and 2 of the 7 secrets that I know. Believe me, with the talent you have shown, it is just around the corner to reach the Arcanal level," the new Dead Poets Society member said. He bowed sincerely. Arthur remained unmoved. Or to be more precise, he was not unmoved. He could not be moved. He was also very curious why he always encountered so many coincidences. It couldn't be because he was resurrected from the dead that he was contaminated with the breath of death, causing the people around him, who were not strong enough to die one after another. Even if the world in front of him had a mysterious side, was this kind of thing too exaggerated? Unfortunately, now is not the time. Arthur sighed in his heart and remained silent. This silence made the new member of the Dead Poets Society on the other side feel dissatisfied. However, the smile on the other side's face became warmer. But Arthur would not be confused. Death intuition flashed had already told him everything. "Maybe you have some misunderstandings about me. I am not discussing with you again, I am just here to inform you, and I will definitely get the answer from you. I don't like the pretense of the traditional death faction. My methods will be more direct. Please believe me, poison, plague, can do this. As for your death, don't forget, I came from the Dead Poets Society. Although I am not good at interrogating souls, but I can do some. So, I am willing to give you another chance. Tell me the location of the Hulk laboratory. At the same time, tell me the secret of the strong smell of death on you. As long as you tell me, my promise just now will still be valid." Grover bowed again, looking very polite. But Arthur's death intuition flashed faster and faster. It was obvious that this new school Dead Poets Society member had no intention of keeping the agreement. And after seeing that Arthur remained silent, this new school Dead Poets Society member walked straight towards Arthur. As the other party walked, Arthur also began to move towards the river. This scene made Grover laugh out loud. "Give up struggling, Mr. Kratos, here, no one can save you. Unless you can perform a miracle." After saying this, finally checked all around. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Grover no longer hesitated, and prepared to capture Arthur for further interrogation. As for the poison that the young medium had, Grover didn't care at all. How could the New School Dead Poets Society members be afraid of poison? But just as this New School member of the Dead Poets Society walked in front of Arthur, a dagger pierced his body from behind. This New School member of the Dead Poets Society looked down at his pierced chest, and then turned his head to look behind him. When he saw that the sword holder was the mysterious man who fell to the ground due to poisoning, his eyes were full of disbelief. In Grover's perception, this mysterious man was really poisoned. And it was an extremely strong poison. He should have lost his ability to move. We are not enemies. Although he didn't understand why this mysterious man could survive such a strong toxin, Grover understood that he had to explain the misunderstanding between the two sides. He didn't want to die in such an unclear way. But before he finished speaking, the voice of this new school Dead Poets Society member stopped abruptly, because the mysterious man took off his hood and revealed his true face. It was Melinda. Chapter 229 Stares in the Wind. Grover looked at Melinda, who had short blonde hair and blue eyes. No matter how stupid this new member of the Dead Poets Society was, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. However, Grover was still a little unwilling. Is the news about the Halt Laboratory false? The new member of the Dead Poets Society ignored Melinda, but looked at Arthur and asked pleadingly. Arthur refused to answer such a question. Melinda, on the other hand, said with interest, well, if it's true, it's absolutely impossible to let people know like this. Of course, you should also be glad that this news is false, otherwise, they are not the only ones plotting against you. In response, the young medium nodded, indicating his approval. If the bait was the real Herc laboratory, how could it be possible to catch these small fish and shrimps? The old lion of Niwen would be skinned before leaving. Is that member of the Blood Clan also fake? Grover continued to ask. That's not the case. The members of the Blood Clan are real. And it's also true that they lured you out. Melinda answered seriously. At this time, Arthur already understood what the lady in front of him was going to do. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Melinda didn't just need to capture or kill the other party. She wanted to defeat her opponent from a spiritual level. What a nasty woman. But, you did a good job. Arthur looked at Melinda with a little more appreciation. He was not a mean or stingy person, and of course he knew how to express his emotions correctly. In other words, I fell into your trap from the beginning? Grover lowered his head, making it difficult to see his face. Of course. Melinda nodded. Oh, Ms. Long Night and Nanlo Psychic are so arrogant and presumptuous. Don't you think I still have a trump card? Grover raised his head as he spoke, first looking at Arthur standing opposite him with disdain, then looking at Melinda behind him with difficulty but mockingly. Then, he shouted loudly, come out, my plague army. As he shouted, the new member of the Dead Poets Society had a solemn face and clapped his hands vigorously. Snap! The crisp applause echoed in the night. But nothing happened. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Only, it was also the only one on the field. The sound of the flowing water in the inner river made Grover's forehead sweat a little. Come out, my plague army. But there was still no response. Grover was a little flustered. He immediately clapped his hands again and shouted in a higher voice. Please show up and help me. Pure white death. But still nothing happened. However, what embarrassed this new member of the Dead Poets Society the most was the look in Arthur's eyes opposite him. The look that looked like he was looking at a fool made the new member of the Dead Poets Society start to shout angrily. Don't forget our contract. We agreed. Snap! Melinda slapped Grover in the face, interrupting the new member of the Dead Poets Society. Then, without waiting for the other party to react, she slapped him again. Let a group of lepers pretend to be a plague army. Right? Snap! An old-school member of the Dead Poets Society, will I become the pure white god of death? Snap! There is still a promise, right? Snap! He slapped Grover on the face again and again, smacking. Arthur felt the pain, but the young medium did not stop his partner's actions. After slapping Grover on the face several times, Ms. Long Night drew out her dagger and slashed Grover twice more, confirming that the other party had really lost the ability to move and resist. Then she picked up her pipe. Huh? Thick smoke sprayed on Grover. The next moment, the figure of this new member of the Dead Poets Society immediately disappeared as the smoke dissipated. There are space equipment that can hold living things. How enviable. Arthur looked at this scene and couldn't help but tut-tut. Doesn't Cat Pie Black have it? Melinda asked back, seemingly casually, but in fact with a probing tone, just like Arthur, who had just spoken with a tut-tut. Of course. Malpie, Hay has similar props. But that's the accumulation of hundreds of years. But you, Melinda, have only been in South Los for a few years. And you have such a high status. I'm really curious. Of course. It's just curiosity. No malice. The young medium laughed. His eyes almost narrowed into slits. So, when you found the Dead Poets Society in South Los, you deliberately made a fuss. Attract my attention? Not only can he use me to deal with the enemies of Cat Party Black, but he can also find out my details. What a disgusting guy. Melinda held her pipe in her mouth and exhaled another puff of smoke. Same here. Arthur smiled at Melinda. The lady snorted and said, Don't worry, he was captured by us together, and the information obtained through torture, you have a share. If there is any secret about Cat Party and Cat Hole, I swear in the name of Caesar, I will never reveal a single word. Saying this, Miranda stretched out her hand to Arthur. Isn't this my reward? Arthur took out a pearl the size of a thumb, with a look of surprise on his face. Name, Pearl of Fantasy World. Type, Other type. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Fantasy World. Note, in the 25th year when the thief Carmen turned to studying alchemy, the thief accidentally made this pearl. Afterwards, he tried to copy it more than once, but failed every time. This made the thief very upset. However, he soon put it behind him because he had a new goal. The treasure house of Baron Novia. Illusion. Construct a barrier with a radius of 100 meters. Isolate the sound and image outside the barrier, and create illusions inside the barrier, and can slightly affect the emotions of all creatures in the barrier. But create a continuous barrier. Illusions consume the holder's physical strength. Note 1. Illusions in the illusion world have actual touch, taste, etc. to people other than the holder, but cannot cause harm. Note 2. Food and drinks in the illusion world cannot fill the stomach or quench thirst. Note 3. Illusions in the illusion world must be seen by the holder. Note 4. Illusions in the illusion world cannot create living objects. Arthur reluctantly threw the pearl of the illusion world to Melinda. Then, the sailboat on the river bank disappeared. You want it as a reward. It's not impossible, as long as you are willing. Help you find the most hidden member of the Dead Poets Society? Arthur asked. Yes. Compared to these two guys who jumped out on their own initiative, the one who hid in South Los in the most dangerous way is the one I care about the most. I even suspect that these two guys came out at the instigation of that bastard. However, that was before. Now, as she spoke, the lady's eyes became solemn, and her voice became low. Now I am more concerned about the blood descendant. You should know what Arcanal level means. Right? And what does an Arcanal level blood descendant mean, you should also know. Right? What the hell do I know? Arthur thought to himself while saying this. Nan Los, the wind is blowing, the young medium said as he brushed off the dust on his body. He stood by the river and quietly watched Nan Los in the night. There, it was not peaceful, and there was noise. But it was rich enough. Under the night, it was especially attractive, and therefore it became beautiful. Melinda walked to Arthur's side. The lady sighed softly and said, Yes, the wind is blowing. Arthur, what are you going to do? Ms. Longnight said as she turned her head to look at Arthur beside her. Then she saw the young medium laugh. Then she heard the young medium's calm but unhesitating words. Rise with the wind. Chapter 230 Intimate. The night breeze was blowing gently. The bright moonlight was shining on the rushing river. The river was rumbling. Arthur took the initiative to confess some of his ambitions to Melinda. It was not because he trusted this lady. It was not because he had any idea about this lady. It was simply, this lady knew too much. Not to mention that before, it was almost the other party who personally ran the Miss Jo Security Company, and the 5 gentlemen exchange that she would definitely participate in the future. Just for the identity of Cat Pie Black, Arthur must have ambition. After hiding for a long time, he suddenly appeared again. It is doubtful to say that he has no ambition. It is better to be honest, so as to dispel the other party's doubts. Melinda looked at Arthur, who smiled at her again in the night, and waved her hand in disdain. Then, the lady took a puff of her pipe, and blew the smoke into the night sky. The smoke flew half a meter, and then began to slowly dissipate. Staring at the dissipating smoke, the lady asked directly, How are you going to face the Countess? No euphemistic question, but straight to the point. Facing her collaborator, the lady behaved as usual, but Arthur keenly grasped the scrutiny that flashed across the depths of her eyes. Obviously, it was another test. Arthur was not surprised by this. After all, in South Los, if there is ambition, the Countess is an existence that can never be bypassed. This is true for Arthur. This is even more true for Melinda. In fact, in some ways, this lady's ambition far exceeds Arthur's. Therefore, this lady is always so cautious. This is a question related to the future cooperation between the two. This lady did not blink, waiting for Arthur's answer. Then, she saw Arthur sigh slightly, reveal a smile, and his narrow eyes narrowed completely. Stop laughing. You look like a fox. Facing Arthur, who was squinting at the moment, the lady gave a fair evaluation. Then, she urged him, Tell me, what are your plans? I like women, Arthur replied abruptly, when the lady gave him the shares. The young medium had signed a contract not to take the initiative to do anything that would harm the interests of Melinda Julia Caesar. If he violated the contract, I can't like women in this life. At this moment, he used this contract to inform the lady that he would cooperate with the other party. TSK. Melinda made a very rude sound and looked at Arthur with more contempt. A guy like you would care about these? You are such a cunning medium. She said this, but Arthur could feel the ease in Melinda's tone. At least, that was the feeling he got. Of course, it was probably just a show for him. So, he also cooperated. Shouldn't I care? I am the only heir of this generation of the Kratos family. I have to consider the Kratos family, Arthur said righteously. But Melinda ignored him. After throwing out a palm-sized iron box, she walked straight towards Nanlos. Name, magic poker box. Type, other types of items. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1. Flying cards, 2. Card change, 3. Transformation, 4. Explosion. Note, for the busy Imperial Court clown Harrington, the court wizard Chariko is simply a dogskin plaster. Not only does he take the huge empire funds and do nothing every day, he also often disturbs his normal work. Especially recently, he even pesters him to play cards, which greatly affects his daily work progress. For this reason, the clown made this poker box. Flying cards. 54 cards can be thrown out by themselves. It can also be thrown, but it cannot exceed the first time it is thrown. The radius of the box holder's position when thrown is 25 meters. At the same time, depending on the throwing method and strength, the flying cards can cause damage. Card change. The box holder can transform 54 cards at will and turn them into the cards he wants. Transformation. The little ghost card can be transformed into a single flower. The big ghost card can be transformed into a whole bouquet of flowers. And the remaining cards can be transformed into pigeons. Explosion. Each card can produce an explosion similar to firecrackers. When the Joker explodes, it can produce thick smoke. Note 1. Any transformation, explosion, means the loss of this playing card. Note 2. Select the standard size. And any paper weighing no more than 1 gram can be put into the box to produce new cards. Note 3. It takes 3 days to produce the Joker, and 1 day to produce the rest of the new cards. Note 4. When producing new cards, the box needs to be bathed in sufficient moonlight or consume gold. Note 5. When the rest of the cards become Jokers, it does not have the unique transformation of the Joker, explosion. When the Joker changes into other cards, its own unique transformation, the explosion can be retained. Arthur looked at this magic poker box, and a trace of weirdness appeared on his face. He always felt that Melinda gave him this for a purpose. In fact, it is also true. It is the reward for you finding the member of the Blood Clan and luring these guys out before. Of course, I chose it, definitely not because your profession of medium who pretends to be a ghost is very suitable for performing this kind of street poker magic. By the way, if you are questioned by the Earl's guards when you return to Nanlos, just tell us your name. Melinda walked away without stopping. While saying these words, she quickened her pace. Street magic? Who cares about that kind of thing? Arthur muttered, and threw the magic poker box. All of a sudden, 54 cards flew out 2 meters, like flowers scattered by a fairy, and then, as Arthur raised his other hand, the cards flew back again. A poker tower in the shape of a spire was built on the ground. Arthur raised his hand and picked up the 2 cards on the top of the tower. The Joker card immediately appeared. Crash. Without the 2 Jokers, the poker tower seemed to have no support and collapsed directly. But in midair, it returned to the magic poker box, like a bird returning to the forest. It's really not fun, Arthur commented. But he put the 2 Jokers in his hand and rubbed them. Seeing the Jokers turned into 2 A's, the young medium raised his lips. After changing the cards several times in a row, the young medium put the 2 Joker cards back into the magic poker box and walked towards Nanlos. His steps were brisk, and he was humming a local Nanlos tune. Just as the young medium disappeared completely, Melinda came out of the mist on the side. The lady whispered, "Childish." After that, the figure disappeared. Arthur, who was walking briskly, seemed to be unaware of this, and just said silently in his heart, "Oh, a suspicious woman. But, next time you watch my performance, you have to charge me." Arthur didn't believe that this magic poker box, that Melinda said was very suitable for the profession of medium, was just another prop to test his ambition. He? Of course, he had to cooperate. Not only did he have to cooperate, his vest also needed to cooperate. Thinking in his heart. The next moment, the young medium began to manipulate the exquisite human puppet. Chapter 231 Hidden Palpitations. In the ice and snow, the mad bat flapped its wings, raising snowflakes. The dark figure stood on the mad bat's back, looking indifferently at everything he had done. When countless snowflakes rolled and swirled around him, the figure raised his hand, catching one of them, feeling the coldness of the snowflake. Watching the snowflake quickly turn into snow water in his palm, ripples appeared in the scarlet eyes of the blood descendant. The three people in the snow watched this scene quietly. They didn't dare to make a sound to disturb them. However, the three people had different expressions. Freeman had a fanatical look on his face, and kept murmuring in an ambiguous way. Amur stuck his butt up high, and lowered his head again, relying on the snow to cover his horrified eyes. Miss Talon, who had seen but never experienced the power of the Arcanal level, began to have more thoughts in her heart. In order to survive, some things are not shameful. If you can still eat, and wear warm clothes without working, that's even better. Born, who was kneeling on one knee in front, was different. The youngest member of the blood clan had heartache in his eyes. He felt sorry for his brother. He knew very well that the scene in front of him should have awakened his brother's memory of a certain period of time. And the scene that followed confirmed the guess of this young member of the blood clan. The blood descendant jumped off the back of the blood bat and stepped lightly on the snow. With a creaking sound, the blood descendant walked away. Born immediately stood up and chased after him. As a member of the blood clan, Born had the qualifications. Freeman and Amur did not dare. A blood descendant and an outsider silently watched the blood descendant's back as he walked away. More thoughts appeared in the minds of the two. The blood descendant was quite simple, and just wanted to get closer to his father. Arthur Kratos? What does this medium like? I can't just give him money. Right? Freeman was full of worries. But Amur's eyes flickered. There must be something wrong here. Should I check it out? The lady from Talon was quite tempted, but then she shook her head fiercely. There are some things that cannot be participated in. Once you participate in it, at the least, you will be unable to control yourself. At the worst, you will be crushed to pieces. She doesn't want to encounter such misfortune. She hadn't collected all the Pluto's dolls yet. The two people with different thoughts stood up from the snow. They looked at each other, then they turned their heads at the same time and spit at the side. He-tue. They were stunned, and then they raised their hands and pointed at each other. Shameless guy, they said in unison. The next moment, they were stunned again, and before Amur could speak, Freeman spoke first. Bad luck. After saying that, Freeman turned around and walked towards the white bird area behind him. Amur, who saw the scene, said with disdain, "Oh, a villain succeeds." After saying that, Amur also walked towards the white bird area. The two never mentioned the original mission again, because they knew very well that with the scene just now, their mission had already changed. Especially Freeman. Although he didn't know what kind of strength the Arcanal level was, he knew that with the strength of his father, his position with Countess Nanlos will not only become more stable, but will also rise sharply. Oh! And those bastards in the inner bay. Thinking of the scene just now, Freeman lowered his eyelids, and a strong murderous intent rose in his red eyes. Originally, he wanted to invest on both sides. But now it seems, it's not necessary. Immediately, Freeman made up his mind. At the same time, Born, who had been following behind the descendant of blood, also made up his mind. The youngest member of the blood clan was ready to tell his elder brother everything he knew. But before he opened his mouth, he found that his elder brother had stopped walking and was staring at him with his cold eyes. Suddenly, Born panicked. Brother, you want to escape? The blood clan asked coldly. Born's expression just now was too obvious. He undoubtedly wanted to tell some secrets of the blood clan. But Arthur, who was controlling the descendant of blood, saw the flash of death instinct. This time, the flash was inexplicable, because there was no one around. With the cooperation of Fujin and Wuni, and the blood bat beside him, Arthur was very sure of this. There was no one, but death instinct was flashing. In just a moment, Arthur thought of the experience when he first learned Tu Fuyu. The danger and murderous intent hidden in the void left Arthur with a lingering fear. Even that strange feeling. Thinking about it now, Arthur felt suffocated, as if an invisible hand was pinching his heart, tightening it continuously. Is it a secret technique or ritual arranged by the Blood clan to deal with the coveters? Or is it an accident that I don't know about? Thinking in his heart, Arthur interrupted Bourne without hesitation. The Blood clan's legacy is very valuable. It must be a treasure that everyone covets. But before there was a way to resist such a danger, Arthur chose to refuse. I'm not. I didn't. Bourne stuttered and couldn't say a complete sentence. Because Bourne just had the idea that he could be relieved by saying everything. Looking at the Blood descendant, who was calmly looking at him, the youngest Blood clan couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Sorry, brother. I don't need your apology. I just hope you can know your responsibilities, don't forget them, and don't resist them. If you need help, go to the Horn and publish a post as Dracula to find Kane. Remember to hide XYZ between the lines. I will find you after I see it. Facing Bourne's apology, Arthur, who was controlling Blood descendant, felt that the CPU was almost done, directly informed the contact method that had been thought of long ago. Although because of the bloodbath, Arthur had decided to let the Blood descendant stay in Harris's secret base in the mountains and forests outside the city. But for the sake of safety, this place will not be exposed for the time being. Understood, brother. If you need to find me, please come directly to the Blackbeard Tavern in the new city. That's south my place to stay. Compared to Arthur's stinginess, the youngest member of the Blood clan is much more generous. The descendant of Blood nodded slightly. Take care. After saying that, the descendant of Blood leaped onto the back of the bloodbat. As the bloodbat flapped its wings, it quickly disappeared into the night sky. Bourne watched the descendant of Blood disappear, then lowered his head, and whispered softly, Brother, may you be safe. As he said that, the young member of the Blood clan also bowed respectfully in the direction where the descendant of Blood left. Then left. Faucon passed this scene to Arthur. Although Bourne showed enough respect, Arthur continued to let Faucon stare at this member of the Blood clan. At the same time, Arthur raised his hand and took the box of Athos from the descendant of Blood from under Muni's claws, feeling the weight of the box of Athos in his palm. Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only half a night, Arthur felt as if half a century had passed. Feeling the long-lost sense of security, he raised his mouth and headed towards Garden Street. Before dawn, there is still one thing to do. Chapter 232 The Sixth. The huge explosion woke up Haight, who was already in a light sleep. Since the evening, the owner of the Haight furniture store felt uneasy, as if something big was going to happen. And at this moment, when he heard the huge explosion, Haight's face changed immediately, and he sat up. Because the direction of the explosion was Alta Square. Something happened to the clock tower. Haight didn't bother to check it carefully. When this thought came to his mind, the owner of the Haight furniture store crawled towards the secret passage under the bed. Relying on his superb carpentry skills, the furniture store owner built himself an emergency escape passage like a slide. This passage is connected to a secret room 10 meters underground. When he entered the secret room, the furniture store owner began to count silently. 180, 179, 178. This is what the adult told him. If you don't want to lose part of your memory, you must stay in this secret room 10 meters underground and count to 180. After that, take action. After counting to 180 at a constant speed, the furniture store owner still did not give up. After counting 20 more times, he climbed up from the small door on the side of the secret room. This led to his neighbor Henry's house. He was not familiar with Henry, and they were just nodding acquaintances. However, he was very familiar with both Mrs. Henry and had had in-depth exchanges with them. Compared to the first Mrs. Henry, who discovered his secret and had to be buried in the secret room by him, the second Mrs. Henry was younger, prettier, and more obedient. At least, she would not blackmail him. What a pity. There will be no chance in the future. Hatter, who had climbed out of the secret passage, looked at the 1.5-story building of his neighbor's house and sighed in his heart. Then, he completely closed the secret passage. After doing all this, the furniture store owner carefully observed the surroundings. Garden Street was quiet. There was no movement. This kind of power is so desirable. The furniture store owner thought silently, with a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. He had already decided to go to the inner bay. Since this kind of power cannot be obtained in South Los, there should be a larger inner bay. Right? However, before that, he needs to get the startup capital. 23 golden canes. If converted into gold coins, that is 17,250 pieces. If converted into gold notes, that is even more. It was enough for him to change his appearance in Niwen and continue to pursue this mysterious power. When he thought of the more comfortable life in Niwen, he didn't have to get up early and work late to do carpentry work. Especially completely getting rid of the control of Lum and the member of the Blood Clan. And Hate's steps immediately became lighter. For Lum and the member of the Blood Clan, the furniture store owner was not very grateful. The two sides were just in a cooperative interest relationship. Even, to some extent, he has to pay more. Moreover, Hate still has some resentment towards those members of the Blood Clan. They clearly have such power, but why don't they teach him? He has already paid so much. Humph! Just wait. Even if you don't teach me, I will learn more powerful power in Niwen, and then, the furniture store owner sneered. He has already walked out of Garden Street and bypassed Kirk Street, entering Dow Lane, although he set up 2 safe houses in Garden Street. The real safe house is in Dow Lane, which he bought with another identity. On weekdays, he would ask the reputable Andoran grandmother to take care of it. When he came back, he would give her the corresponding reward. He walked to his safe house, checked the door lock, and confirmed that no one had moved it. Then, the furniture store owner unlocked the door and walked in. 22 of the 23 golden canes are here. All were put into a large canvas bag. As for the 23rd one, it was probably exposed. Damn Tate! The furniture store owner muttered. His eyes were full of ferocity. Should I kill him before I leave tonight? When this thought came up, the furniture store owner could no longer bear it. Even if he lifted the 66-pound canvas bag, it pulled at his wounds and made him grimace in pain. The furniture store owner didn't care. What he needed now was hot blood to calm his nerves. Impatiently, the furniture store owner was ready to change his clothes and act. As a safe house, it not only stored the golden cane, but also the corresponding clothes, wigs, false beards, etc. Of course, there were some change in medicines. And just as the furniture store owner was choosing the wigs and false beards in the box by the moonlight, an invisible hand suddenly covered his mouth and nose. Then, an invisible hand holding an invisible sword silently cut his throat. And then a third invisible hand holding a dagger stabbed his chest continuously. Puff, puff, puff. A series of metal cutting flesh and blood sounds. Hate's eyes widened, and he was silent. Then, the body disappeared into the box of autos. In the secret place created by Harris, the box of autos that had just vacated the body once again took on a heavy responsibility that it should not have taken on. Who would use a precious space prop to store a corpse? Arthur, who remembered this sentence, didn't care. After all, this was said for others to hear. Wouldn't anyone really believe what a medium said? You know, props are a kind of tool. And the purpose of tools is to facilitate the user. Fortunately, it's not stained with blood. Arthur carefully examined his golden cane, feeling its weight, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At the same time, he did not forget to command the hand of nothingness to clean up the blood on the ground. Then, the young medium checked and confirmed that everything in the room was restored to its original state before leaving. Like the safe house hidden in the mountains and forests chosen by Harris, Arthur thought that he might also use the safe house here, although it was only a possibility. What if? No one knew what would happen in the future, and it was always right to leave a way out. Arthur, keeping cautious, walked along the shadows towards the Shire District Police Station. His cat, Pendragon, was still inside the police station. Pendragon, who was brought back by the patrolman acting as the driver, was pushing the sheriff away from the cat bowl, burying his head in the cat food, eating it with a crunch. Every bite made the sheriff whimper carefully. When Pendragon finished eating, the sheriff came to the cat bowl. Looking at the cat bowl with no grain in it, he meowed in grievance at Maltz. It's right to be courteous to guests, and isn't Pen your good friend? Old Sheriff Maltz picked up his cow cat and softly comforted it. Looking at the tearful look of the sheriff, he immediately poured out new cat food, and Pendragon, who was lying there and almost asleep, moved his ears, and immediately stood up, and occupied the cat food bowl again. Even Maltz was stunned when he saw this scene. You know, this is not the first bowl. It is the third bowl. His sheriff only eats one bowl a day, and Pendragon eats 3 bowls in one meal. This orange cat is too greedy. Isn't it? The old sheriff couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then, the old sheriff heard the familiar voice. So, as an old father, I have to make money faster. Otherwise, I can't even support Pen. The old sheriff turned his head and saw his partner, Pendragon, who was showing off the cat food, glanced at his owner, and continued to eat with his head down, not wanting to pay attention to Arthur, who made him take the blame again. And just as Pendragon was chewing, suddenly a whisker fell. Chapter 233. The boat raises the sail. Pendragon's whiskers fell lightly on the edge of the cat bowl. A touch of joy flashed through Arthur's heart. Half a month has passed. Finally, he has gathered the 6 whiskers needed for Cat Orange. Do you know how he has been doing for the past half month? Walking on thin ice. Frightened. Afraid that if he accidentally revealed a flaw, he would be killed. You know, for the past half month, when he went to bed every day, all of them had to open one eye. Now it's finally okay. As long as we wait until the full moon after completing Cat Orange, he can at least sleep peacefully. The young medium glanced at the waxing moon outside the window, and his heart was full of expectations. 3 days. There are still 3 days until the full moon. When that time comes, I will have a good meal to celebrate for myself. Now, I need to consider how to complete the Cat Orange ritual quietly. Arthur walked towards Pendragon. He thought calmly. You know, since he became famous, there have been many more eyes around number 2 Kirk Street, always staring at him vaguely. It is not easy to avoid the prying eyes and complete Cat Orange. So, should I kill them all? Facing his first ritual, Arthur was more cautious than ever before, and various extreme plans began to emerge in his heart, but they were quickly rejected by Arthur. This kind of eyes. Kill one batch, there will be another batch. Moreover, once you take action, you will alert the enemy. It may even backfire. Let those guys pay more attention to you, and increase the difficulty of completing the ritual Cat Orange. Quietly. Do I have to leave Nanlos temporarily? Emer Manor? Arthur subconsciously thought of the manor in the Gar Mountains, far away from Nanlos. As for Oak Manor? When I thought of that weird, living golden oak tree, Arthur directly denied it. However, even if we go to Emer Manor, we still need to make some arrangements. His mind raced, and the young medium had already made a plan for the short distance of a few meters. Then, he looked at Pendragon with a doting smile, while gently brushing his fingers over the top of the orange cat's head, while putting away the whisker without leaving a trace, and at the same time, he did not forget to say, Pan, if you eat any more, you will be called a kitty. Meow. Faced with the sudden bad words, Pendragon, who had just shown off the cat food, raised his head, and his face was stunned. Although it could not really understand the meaning of its owner's words, but the kitten was quite sensitive to the malice in the owner's words. However, without waiting for the kitten to react, Arthur held it in his arms, signaling to the old sheriff that he could feed the sheriff. When the old sheriff began to pour cat food again, Pendragon was obviously moved again, unfortunately. The orange cat, who was tightly bound by Arthur, could not escape from his clutches. This scene made the old sheriff admire him. Pan is really docile. He wanted to eat cat food so much, but faced with your restraint, he did not stretch out his claws, and did not bite anyone. As the old sheriff spoke, he looked at the sheriff, who was eating cat food 1 grain at a time, and his admiration rang out again. Of course, the sheriff is the same. In such a dangerous world, it's great to have a kitten, the old sheriff said, with a happy smile on his face. Just tell me, is there a possibility that Pan is full? Arthur's words froze the smile on the old sheriff's face. If Arthur was not his partner, the old sheriff would have to let such a disappointing person understand why the belt in the police uniform is so wide and resilient. Faced with such a dangerous world, can't you let me have a little fantasy? The old sheriff looked at his partner helplessly. Compared to fantasy, let's do something practical, Arthur said, and put the canvas bag containing the golden cane in front of the old sheriff. In the face of the other's surprise, he whispered, Our first ship should be able to be launched. Of course. Arthur, what do you think of our first ship? Mounts glanced at the canvas bag containing the golden cane, asked immediately. However, the eagerness in the old sheriff's eyes surprised Arthur. The young medium could see that the eagerness in the old sheriff's eyes was definitely not greed for gold, but a desire for ships in the sea? Martz, do you like sailing very much? Given the relationship between Arthur and Martz, he had doubts, so he asked directly. Yes, I like it very much. If the 7 Years' War hadn't broken out, I should choose a ship to board and become a sailor, accumulate my own experience over time, become a boatswain, first mate, and eventually own my own ship, explore the new world as an adventurer. Martz nodded, with unprecedented enthusiasm on his face, and a gleam in his eyes. That was the yearning for freedom. It was also the old sheriff's dream. Even after decades, this dream still makes the old sheriff excited. This is good news for Arthur. At least, judging from the old sheriff's performance. The other party is not an amateur. The fact that he has been so enthusiastic until now proves that he should always pay attention to the movement of ships and the sea. So, Captain Maltz, what suggestions do you have for our first ship? Arthur firmly believes that professional matters should be left to professionals. Any amateur's comments will only make things difficult. If these gold coins are exchanged for gold notes, it is enough to exchange for a 70% new cog and 2 old 30 or boats. These 3 ships can form a small fleet. Let us start coastal trade. Starting from the South Losses port, the local specialties acquired here will be sent along the inland river to the Kilgore port in the inner bay. On the way, we will pass through the territories of the 3 nobles, Marquis of West Berlin, Marquis of Einhaz, and Count Beth. There is no need to worry about supplies, so we can enlarge the cargo hold, carry less supplies, and more cargo. If necessary, we can continue to depart from the Kilgore port in the inner bay, and continue along the inland river to Fort Sidian. It is also quite prosperous under the management of the Yao Jin family. However, I recently heard that a pirate general appeared in the West Sea. Although the other party cannot enter the port, I think we should be more careful and concentrate on the route from South Los to the inner bay. As long as there are no accidents, we can make a round trip in a month. 2 years will be enough for us to make back our investment. The old sheriff didn't think about it, and blurted out his professional attitude, which made Arthur applaud softly. Then I'll leave it to you. Saying this, Arthur put Pendragon back into the cat cage and stood up to say goodbye. Huh? What do you mean you'll leave it to me? We sailors, Captain Recruitment, firepower allocation haven't been discussed yet? The old sheriff was stunned. You are professional. I believe you. And I need to deal with more important things. Arthur, who had already walked to the door of the sheriff's office, turned his head and smiled. Then, without giving the old sheriff a chance to stay, he walked out quickly. This was not an excuse, but he really had something to do. Carefully check and count the spoils obtained from the secret shelter of Harris, the new head of Rattail Alley. Chapter 234, The Art of the True Shadow. When the kitchen boiler was filled with ignited firewood and charcoal, the temperature in number 2 Kirk Street began to rise rapidly to a temperature that Arthur and Pendragon felt comfortable with. When Arthur put Miss Anna away, Pendragon had already crawled into his cat bed. When Arthur came out of the kitchen with a cup of hot cocoa, Pendragon had already fallen asleep. He looked at his orange cat with envy. The kerosene lamp in the medium small hall was turned on. Arthur began to count the spoils he had obtained from Harris. The spoils were divided into 3 parts. The first part, gold. The second part, notes. The third part, secret arts. The fourth part, props. The first thing Arthur counted was gold. It was not that gold was more important than notes and secret arts, but that gold was more visible. The gold bars, each weighing 1 gene, were neatly stacked in the 2 boxes. There were 400 bars in total. If we calculate based on 1 gold coin and 2 grams, this is 100,000 gold coins in anyone's hands. This is a fortune that cannot be ignored. Moreover, this is the number after Arthur left 10 gold bars for exquisite human puppet. Just in case, Harris is really bold. He actually intercepted Isidore's wealth. TSK. Sure enough, in South Los, the old lion in Niwan is the best scapegoat. Although it was expected, but when he really saw the 400 gold bars, Arthur was still surprised by Harris's boldness. Without hesitation, Arthur picked up the notebook. He hoped to find some answers from it, and the result did not disappoint Arthur. Although this notebook was mainly an experimental notebook, it also contained some things that Arthur cared about. My father actually chose to cooperate with those guys. Those guys are jackals. There will be no good results. I must persuade my father. My father's stubbornness was beyond my expectation. We already had the power, and we could live comfortably here. Why should we take risks just because of my grandfather's experiment? I don't understand. My father came back, and those jackals were killed. My father robbed his fellow thieves. I was shocked. I never thought my father would do such a thing. I had a big fight with my father, and temporarily left home. 3 years later, I returned home again. My father was still the same. He didn't say much about my return. He just took me to the laboratory and asked me to participate in the experiment of extreme illusion true shadow technique. At this moment, I realized how great my grandfather was. Extreme illusion true shadow technique was too powerful. It was stronger than any secret technique I knew. But the way my father looked at me was a little strange. As if he was jealous? No. How could my father be jealous of me? I must have seen it wrong. I have completed the second stage of the extreme illusion true shadow technique. I can now easily absorb the dark energy that corrodes everything from the shadow. It is really an attack and defense in one. But for the third stage, I have no idea. And my father's eyes are getting weirder. Today is my 29th birthday, and my father suggested celebrating. I drank some wine, and I am very happy today. The talent of the number 17 test subject is far beyond my imagination. This kind of blood will definitely help me. No effect. Why is there no effect? I have already drunk all his blood. That's right. It must be that there is not enough blood. I need more test subjects. Damn it, are those hunters crazy? I have already left Adelt. Why are they still chasing me? You forced me to do it. No, I must stay away from Baron Novia. The leprosy prepared by that bastard from Dead Poets Society is really terrible. I have to leave. But those hunters will definitely die. Ha ha ha. Oh, Nanlos. Charming Nanlos. Sufficient population, it won't be a problem if a few are missing. Right? No. Be careful, that countess is scary. Ha, look what I found. Rat Street. A place that meets my needs perfectly. This must be heaven. I can definitely complete the extreme illusion true shadow technique. Damn it, test subjects 18 to 29 all failed. Do we still have to find test subjects with talent? Test subjects 30 to 47 failed. Lozek seems to have discovered my experiment. Humph, if he dares to talk too much, I will kill him. Finally, the third stage was successful. I can freely shuttle through the shadows, but the distance is too close. I need to work hard to complete the fifth stage. Bloodline. Bloodline. Bloodline again. I need to find a bloodline that can react to shadows as support. However, before that, I need to find a way to control my out-of-control emotions. No. Not out-of-control emotions. I'm just a little anxious. Shadow Snake Sayudik actually came to Rat Tail Alley. His bloodline seems to work. The transaction with Shadow Snake Sayudik was pleasant. The other party is much easier to deal with than rumored. The other party's blood is also effective for extreme illusion true shadow technique. Damn it, why did the people in the 46 towers investigate me? Sudik, I'm going to kill you. Seal everything. That guy actually wants to sell this thing? Is it a trap? Harris's notes were extremely messy, especially mixed in with many experimental notes, so Arthur had to spend more time looking for information from them. Has this guy also been backfired by spirituality? Or is it the backfire of the secret technique called extreme illusion true shadow technique? Arthur glanced at the sky that had already brightened. He stretched his body and guessed in his heart. He was too familiar with the other party's recording method. The words revealed a style of Toad Graham. Moreover, he was even crazier than Graham. After just 2 times of getting along, the other party did not show it. Have you found a way to control your emotions? Arthur's eyes looked at the booklet recording the secrets next to him. Compared with the method of controlling emotions, he was more concerned about the secrets. Arthur was quite envious of Harris's ability to shuttle through shadows. If he could master this secret technique, his ability to survive would increase dramatically. And he had Dark Snake. However, the incomplete marking of Dark Snake made Arthur uneasy. Therefore, when he picked up the secret technique notebook, Arthur was very cautious. Discovered the extreme illusion true shadow technique incomplete. Judging. Possessed the bloodline of Dark Snake. Incomplete. Judged passed. Do you want to consume 300 XP points? Learn the extreme illusion true shadow technique? LV1 requires 300 XP points? And it's a secret technique for bloodline. Could it be the core inheritance of some noble who has disappeared? And who is that guy? Can't you just write down his name? Arthur stroked his chin and thought. At this stage, of course, he can't learn extreme illusion true shadow technique. Remnant. But soon, after completing the cat orange ritual, everything will be on the agenda. Thinking in his heart, Arthur picked up the item from Harris's spoils. An item with the appearance of a kerosene lamp. Name, alert oil lamp. Type, other type items. Quality, mystic. Attributes, 1. Light. 2. Alert. Note, during the 7 Years' War, the great nobles on the west coast fought in the winter in the North County. This item was one of their favorites. It not only brought light, but also kept the tent warm. It was also a reliable sentinel. When the nobles on the east coast found this item, immediately imitated it. But unlike the original, the imitation cannot keep warm, nor can it summon the lamp shadow sentinel. Light, the basic function of the oil lamp, but it will be brighter than the ordinary oil lamp. Alert, with the oil lamp as the dot. The area within a radius of 50 meters will be in alert state. When a creature breaks in, it will be discovered by the oil lamp placer, and the appearance of the intruder will be recorded. Not a bad prop, Arthur commented objectively. Even if the alert oil lamp is incomplete, cannot keep warm, and cannot summon the light shadow sentinel, but the basic alert is still enough. Arthur immediately turned on the alert special effect of the alert oil lamp. Then, the entire number 2 Kirk Street was enveloped. The next moment, more than a dozen faces were transmitted back. When he saw one of them, Arthur's mouth curled up, and his heart was full of joy finally here. Chapter 235. Gunshots were heard loudly in Bernice Manor in the early morning. Under the efforts of the Countess's guards, Kirk Street in the early morning still maintained its tranquility and vitality. The shouts of the newsboys, like an alarm clock, woke the family from their sleep. Mothers began to prepare breakfast, and fathers habitually went out to buy newspapers. Neighbors who were familiar with each other would greet each other in the yard. When old Charlie was there, he always had a warm smile, greeting the neighbors around. When it was Arthur's turn, it was the same. Except that with Arthur's rising fame in the past half-month, the neighbors' smiles when they saw Arthur were always a little stiff. And they would quickly return to the house in various ways, and with various excuses. This morning was no exception. Morning, sorry, I need to go to the toilet. Arthur waved to his neighbor next door, Mr. Durr, who was said to work in a trading company. Mr. Durr, who was also a middle-level leader, stammered in response, and turned around and ran into the room. You know, Mr. Durr was a chatterbox in Arthur's memory. Every time he met old Charlie, he would chat with him for 10 minutes, or even longer. Not like now, alas. Time is gone forever. Arthur sighed, looking at Mr. Bernice and his butler, and 3 bodyguards, who walked to the door. Good morning. Arthur smiled at Bernice. This big businessman would not flee like Mr. Durr. On the contrary, this big businessman smiled and said, You predicted my arrival? Mr. Kratos' ability really impressed me. Unlike the previous caution and vigilance, after yesterday's experience, this big businessman was obviously much more enthusiastic. Of course, the more important reason was that the other party needed help. Arthur knew this very well. If getting up early and reading can be called precognition, then there must be thousands of profits in Nanlos. Arthur joked, waved to the newsboy, paid the money, and invited Bernice to enter number 2 Kirk Street. Among the 3 bodyguards, only one followed in with a huge box, and the other 2 stood outside the door. Even this bodyguard did not really enter the medium-small hall, but just put the box down. He walked out of the door respectfully. In the small hall, there were only Arthur, Bernice, and the other party's butler. This is the reward agreed yesterday. 20,000 gold coins. Bernice pointed to the box and said. Then, he took out a small black velvet bag from his arms, which contained a ruby the size of a thumb. The big businessman pushed the ruby and the small black velvet bag in front of Arthur. This is my extra thanks to you, and I hope you can understand the difficulties of a father. As he spoke, the big businessman looked at Arthur with pleading eyes. Arthur glanced at the ruby calmly, and was once again amazed at the wealth of the big businessman. You know, with this size and brightness, the value of this ruby is definitely not less than that box of gold coins. 40,000 gold coins were spent at once, far exceeding the wealth that Hatter had carefully planned and carefully accumulated for half a lifetime. This was not because Hatter was not working hard enough, but because Bernice's industry was too special. Ship pressure, land, really rich, really caught up with the times. Arthur smiled and nodded. Understand. That is good. That is good. The big businessman repeated. When he said the second sentence, his tone was even more uncontrollably rising, with a little bit of ease, and then, the big businessman promised. I will definitely discipline Edith. I will never let her step out of the Bernice Manor again. That couldn't be better. Arthur still smiled, but he was sneering in his heart. Never step out of the Bernice Manor? He would never believe such words. At the beginning, maybe it would be like this. What about later? As time goes by, such a ban will inevitably be in name only. Yesterday, Arthur decided not to let Edith live. With the twisted character of this lady, and the wealth of the Bernice family, as long as she is alive, Arthur feels that he can't sleep well. Not to mention the secret technique of controlling pigeons. The pigeon breeder only learned some basics from the other party, and did not involve the mysterious side, while Edith's control has already touched the mysterious side. Whether it is unintentional self-learning, or someone else teaching, this means that the other party is more threatening, and this level of threat is no longer a sleep deprivation, but a loss of taste for food. So just now Muni, carrying the gift, set off. At this time, I could already see the Bernice manor from a distance. At the same time, I also saw a person with my almost extraordinary vision. An acquaintance. Camille's old butler. Or, who had taken off his butler's uniform, was wearing a coarse gray-brown outfit, with withered branches and leaves, and mud all over his body, especially his gray hair, which was covered tightly. He was crawling on the hill outside the Bernice manor, holding a musket with a very long barrel in his hand. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at a place in Bernice manor. That was Edith's bedroom. When Arthur confirmed the room with his vision, the old housekeeper pulled the trigger. Bang! An obviously specially made bullet flew out of the muzzle, and after a distance of 300 meters, it hit the target steadily. The head of Edith, the daughter of Bernice, was like a watermelon falling from a height, and was smashed straight into pieces. The sound of the body falling to the ground startled other people in the manor. Two mysterious people who were obviously not ordinary people rushed into Edith's bedroom. Then they rushed to the hill where the old butler heir was. The old butler heir lay there motionless, until the two people came less than 50 meters away from him. He suddenly pulled the mechanism set up last night. Boom! The explosives roared, and the fireball rolled. The two mysterious people were directly smashed to pieces. Looking at this scene, the old butler heir did not get excited at all. He treated it as usual first. He slowly retreated to a safe enough position. Then he stood up with a special-shaped gun. He waited quietly for 10 minutes. And there was an obvious disappointment in his eyes. Bernice, you are old too. The old butler said this, raised his head, and looked at the crow holding the explosives, showed a warm smile, and bowed in a standard way. Then, he went into the nearby forest and hid completely, just like being invisible. Arthur, who was watching this scene with the help of the fog vision, let out a sigh in his heart. Sharpshooter. A real sharpshooter. Arthur knew that it was definitely not easy for Miss Camille to have the current family business, but he never thought that the other party's housekeeper would be a sharpshooter, and the few people with this sharpshooter. TSK, my grandfather, you have provoked an extraordinary lady. But if you can protect it, you only provoke such ladies, then can I just lie down and rest? Even, I can write a book in my old age. I relied on my grandfather's powerful ability, so I can live a long life in wealth and leisure? Arthur couldn't help fantasizing in his heart. As for being discovered by the other party, Wu and I, never underestimate the eyes of a sharpshooter, just as you shouldn't underestimate their intuition. Arthur even thought that Wu and I was able to discover the other party, because the old butler did it on purpose, and the other party was showing goodwill. After all, the other party must know the relationship between old Charlie and Miss Camille. And on this basis, old Charlie is still alive, which is enough to show that the old butler recognizes old Charlie. However, how did my grandfather get the recognition of a sharpshooter? Well, it can't be. For some reason, Arthur subconsciously thought of the muskets in his own arsenal. Suddenly, the young medium heart skipped a beat. Moreover, the young medium did not hide his abnormality at the moment. The big businessman Bernice immediately discovered the abnormality. Before the other party asked, the young medium changed his face. Not good. Chapter 236. There is only one place in the world where there is a trick. And that is, after a sudden bad sound. Arthur frowned, and the surprise and astonishment on his face startled Bernice, who was sitting opposite. The big businessman subconsciously thought that he had encountered a charlatan routine again. But immediately, the big businessman shook his head secretly. You know, he just paid more than 40,000 gold coins. Although human greed is endless, but 40,000 plus gold coins at a time is enough to make any charlatan cautious. They will worry about losing the gold coins. Of course, more importantly, this big businessman does not think Arthur is a liar. Then, this big businessman saw Ms. Anna walking in from the medium's small hall. Even though he knew some rumors about this lady and had contact with mysterious people, Bernice still felt uncomfortable at this moment. The butler beside him was sweating on his forehead. The wealth and reputation of this big businessman made the mysterious people who took the initiative to contact him show him all kinds of magic. But never so. Weird. Yes, it's weird. Bernice thought for a while before finding an accurate word to describe it in his mind. especially when he saw the lady floating in the ear of the young medium and whispering. Bernice felt uneasy. You know, since he gained amazing wealth, prestige, and status, Bernice no longer had this feeling of uneasiness. The last time he felt this uneasiness was when he first pressed the ship. However, after killing 2 pirates, everything became normal. And now, he actually began to feel uneasiness again. Eyes like torches, observing words and expressions, flashing. Feeling that the time had come, Arthur began the next step. Sitting in the chair, Bernice's eyes were a little dazed. But immediately, Bernice's pupils began to shrink sharply, because of the sound of crackling, with a sound that made people's teeth ache. Ms. Anna turned her head 180 degrees and looked at him coldly. Normally, the terrifying and hideous face would be enough to scare people. This sudden turn of the head would give people nightmares. Not to mention the low sound of woo. Woo! That seemed like crying or the sound of wind blowing through branches, echoing in Bernice's ears. This time, Bernice's forehead was also sweating. As for the butler, his face turned pale, and he took a step back in fear. Even after he came to his senses, he immediately returned to his original position behind Bernice. But the butler's breathing became rapid, and this rapid breathing sound became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Feeling the hot breath of the butler on his head, the big businessman felt that the light in the small hall in front of him began to dim, then the desk, the chair, and even the medium in front of him began to become distorted. The normal face was spinning like a whirlpool, forming a face that could not be looked at directly. An extremely sharp cry appeared in his ears, saying something that could not be expressed in words. A huge pulling force appeared on his body, and it suddenly wanted to pull him down. It seemed to pull him into the legendary hell. He did not dare to lower his head at all, because he felt that the palms of his hands had firmly grasped his feet, ankle, calf. At the same time, more cries appeared in the ears. Captain, Captain, why did you push me off the boat? Dear, you said you would marry me. Why did you bury me in the ground? You said, we are the closest partners. Why did you hurt me? This land was left to me by my father. I will not sell it to you. One voice, one sentence, brought up the scenes that Bernice was most reluctant to recall. Every scene is bloody. Every scene is filled with corpses. Especially the scene about the land. A strong burnt smell appeared at the tip of Bernice's nose, making him unable to hold back any longer. Ah! A scream came from Bernice's mouth. 6 burnt corpses of different sizes had crawled out of the hell filled with blazing fire, clinging on his body, still moving upwards finally, to the level of his eyes. The pairs of burnt hands tried to pry his eyes shut tightly, wanted him to see their appearance clearly. But Bernice definitely didn't want to see it. Not only did he not open his eyes, he also shook his head back and forth, and waved his arms at the same time, as if he wanted to push all the charred corpses away. And the breathing between his mouth and nose became more and more rapid. The butler standing behind Bernice was directly shocked by the scene of his master closing his eyes and dancing in the chair. The panicked butler, completely out of instinct, subconsciously looked at Arthur sitting behind the long table. In fact, Arthur was also a little confused at this time. He had just used Hand of Nothingness to manipulate Ms. Anna, and then used noise to make everything seem real. But the illusion that followed had nothing to do with him. It was Bernice who was scaring himself. Arthur was sure of this. His spiritual did not detect any abnormality. Similarly, his death intuition did not flicker. The temperature in the medium small hall did not drop. There was no noise in his ears. And the furniture and books in the hall did not move at all. All of this proved that Bernice was just scaring himself. How many bad things did this guy do? Just being slightly scared. He became like he was in a fantasy. If this is the case, the young medium thought to himself, and stood up from the chair. Then, a loud slap. The big businessman was hit on the face. The huge force not only knocked out several teeth of the big businessman, but also knocked him off the chair. But the big businessman was not angry at all. On the contrary, his eyes looking at Arthur were full of gratitude. Huh? Huh? Thank you. Bernice, sweating profusely, thanked Arthur with difficulty, and then he looked at the chair he was sitting on and Ms. Anna, who turned her head away from the desk with lingering fear. Mr. Kratos, everything that happened just now has nothing to do with my chair, and even less to do with Ms. Anna. In fact, to some extent, it was Ms. Anna who saved you. And the misfortune is not over yet, Arthur said vaguely. Then, without waiting for the big businessman to speak again, he walked outside the medium small hall and made a gesture of invitation. The hand of nothingness in the distance cooperated to open the door of number 2 Kirk Street. Immediately, the sun shone in. However, facing the warm sun, Bernice did not take a step forward. Instead, he looked at Arthur pleadingly. The big businessman who had always shown a firm will was really scared. And this will also be the death of the other party. Chapter 237 Death is approaching. Before, there was a question that bothered Arthur. That is, why did Bernice, who was able to contact the mysterious side, not believe in mediums and psychics? According to common sense, having contact with the mysterious side, one should believe in mediums and psychics more. After all, people on the mysterious side themselves firmly believe in psychics. And the scene just now made Arthur understand. It's not that Bernice doesn't believe it, but I dare not believe it. Because, once Bernice believed in the words like medium and psychic, he would have to believe in the existence of ghosts and spirits. If ghosts and spirits exist, then would the people he killed come to seek revenge on him? The answer is yes. They will definitely come to him. And they will definitely take revenge on him in the most vicious way. Even if someone from the mysterious side explained that the formation of ghosts and spirits is extremely demanding, it is useless for ordinary people to worry about it. Because Bernice has a trick in his heart. And it is a trick that has been nurtured by Bernice himself to the point that no one else can match it. As long as there is a slight disturbance, Bernice will be scared to death. After several consecutive times, Bernice will most likely die. Especially for things that were originally normal, Bernice will most likely think of them as bad luck. If they are not considered, then he will help Bernice think so. The arrival of bad luck cannot be stopped. Because their resentment has long been unstoppable. They will affect everyone around you. They will make those close to you dangerous, terrifying. Originally, Clay's innocence and kindness built a barrier, protecting you and your family, but with Clay's tragic death, this barrier has disappeared. As for Edith, alas! Facing Bernice's pleading, the young medium seemed to be reluctant. He couldn't help but lower his voice. But when he mentioned Edith, he sighed directly. Bernice clenched his fists. I must teach her a lesson. The big businessman growled. No! You have to stay away from her. She brought disaster. And she enjoyed the disaster. The twisted Edith is far worse than you think. She doesn't care about family affection at all. And has already regarded everything that comes next as a hunting game. Looking at Bernice's appearance, Arthur immediately added fuel to the fire. Edith's death in the attack would certainly make Bernice suspicious. Then Arthur magnified such suspicion countless times. He wanted Bernice to doubt everything. After several shocks, Bernice would naturally know what to do. You know, once the seeds of doubt are planted, they will definitely take root and sprout. And as long as they are watered a little, the sprouts that break through the ground will definitely grow into towering trees. At this moment, Arthur planted the seeds first. As for watering, Scott's cooperation is naturally needed. The early reports with titles such as Bernice's bad luck and the psychic medium, the innocent people that Kratos doesn't want to face, are enough. Then, he started to dig deep into Bernice's history of making a fortune. 1 point is true, 9 points are false, and 9 points are groundless, which is enough to make everything real. If he cooperates and leaves Nanlos, it will be even more real. This will not hurt his reputation, but will make the lower classes praise him. Because most of the innocents he doesn't want to face are from the middle and lower classes. Arthur swore. He definitely didn't do this for a reasonable excuse to leave South Los. He just thought that the 5 Gentlemen Exchange could have more warehouses. Once something happens to the Bernice family, other chambers of commerce in South Los will definitely not sit idly by. They will definitely add insult to injury, and take a share of the pie. That time was his chance. Thinking in his heart, the young medium sighed again, and made a gesture of invitation again. This time, Bernice did not hesitate any more, and walked out quickly. The big businessman could not wait to return to the manor, and then send Edith away, either to the inner bay, or to the farther city and castle. In short, the big businessman decided to never see this extremely twisted guy again in his life. Arthur watched the carriage of Bernice's family leave. From beginning to end, there was a hint of sadness on his face. This scene was first seen by the neighbor Mr. Durr. Then, it was the other neighbors. Moreover, this time Arthur was very abnormal. He did not greet everyone with a smile. Although all the neighbors were somewhat avoiding this famous neighbor. But it was precisely because of this avoidance that they paid more attention to Arthur's every move. And, unconsciously magnified. Some good neighbors are ready to go to the newspaper to provide materials. For example, Mr. Durr. The door of number 2 Kirk Street was closed, but the sadness on Arthur's face did not disappear, and he looked at the darkest place in the room sincerely. Do you agree with me doing this? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Thank you. Pendragon walked slowly past his master. Without even looking at Arthur, the kitten's intuition told Pendragon that his master was lying again. Or, lying to ghosts. In short, Pendragon showed disdain for his master. However, Arthur would not let his cat go. The young medium hugged the passing kitten from behind, lifted it up high, and then placed it horizontally in his arms. Kitten, look at what this newspaper is. It is a great invention, because it records great people. For example, me. Look at this report. Gambler murder case, and this one. The deeper culprit, they are all talking about me. Holding the horn. South Los Daily. Arthur was spreading common sense to his kitten. And at this moment, the XP prompt appeared again. Horn's follow-up report on the human chair case was shocking. No one could believe that Height was the one who hid the deepest, and he was also with Fernac, NAK as an accomplice. Especially the hidden truth of the Sanka family murder case 20 years ago. Which makes people marvel at your ability. XP plus 50. South Los Daily reminds citizens to face the harm of gambling, and commends you for your heroic performance in the accidental explosion caused by the laying of gas lamp pipes in Elta Square last night. Experts suggest that gas lamps should be used with caution. XP plus 50. More people have heard your name. XP plus 10. Unlike yesterday when it was only 10 o'clock, today was another small harvest. Of course, last night was still Christmas Eve. Nothing happened. Didn't you see that the gas pipes that had just been laid collapsed in Elta Square? Arthur has gotten used to it. Looking at the XP he had just gained, the young psychic introduced the contents of the newspaper report to the kitten with a more enthusiastic attitude. In his mind, he was thinking about what he would need when traveling. But at this moment, the doorbell of number 2 Kirk Street rang again. It was still the postman. It was also a letter from Emer Manor in the Gar Mountain area. However, when he saw the content of the letter, Arthur narrowed his eyes and whispered softly, Interesting. Chapter 238 Cat Hole. 9 lives. When the errand boys from Dow Lane brought back 5 pots of fresh catnip, cat grass, mixed wheat seedlings, 1 bag of similar seeds, 2 bags, 300 grams, of dried fish and 1 bag of cat biscuits, 300 grams, chicken biscuits with catnip, for Arthur, Melinda had already arrived. This lady clearly had not slept all night again. At this moment, she was smoking her pipe to keep herself awake. Don't tell me. You are going to plant catnip and cat grass in the yard. Seeing Arthur put 5 pots of catnip and cat grass on the shelf beside the door like potted plants, and picked up a shovel and hoe. The lady couldn't help it. Although she didn't have a cat, she still knew the attraction of catnip and cat grass to cats. If a lot of catnip and cat grass were planted in the yard, it would definitely attract a large number of cats. The scene at that time. It is spectacular. Of course not. You and I will plant together. Arthur handed the hoe to Melinda. The latter was stunned, but she still took a deep breath and took the short-handled hoe. Although the errand boy did not tell her exactly what happened, Melinda knew very well that Arthur did not ask her to come here to help plant catnip and cat grass. It must be something important. And this kind of planting now. Are all mediums as bad as you? Melinda, squatting in the small courtyard on the side of number 2 Kirk Street, asked while digging the soil. If you had witnessed some of the scenes just now, you would never say that I had a bad taste, but you would be surprised that I could resist killing Bernice. Arthur shoveled the soil that Melinda dug to one side and sighed softly. Bernice? Melinda narrowed her eyes. And Arthur did not wait for Melinda to ask. And after slightly processing the scene that just happened here, he told her everything. Of course, he did not hide the part about Edith. After all, such a thing could not be hidden from Melinda, who was investigating. Oh, the evil spirit's killing curse. This guy really deserves it. Melinda sneered and said a word that Arthur was unfamiliar with. Is there really a similar curse? The young medium guessed in his heart. But on the surface, he continued to shovel the soil without any expression, as if he did not comment. Because he couldn't be sure whether what Melinda said was true, or was she just bluffing him? Or to be more precise, was this another opportunity to test him? If you can't be sure, then wait. We are not those so-called omniscient and omnipotent gods. Don't be ashamed of it, and don't feel guilty about it. Old Charlie said something similar, and after Arthur read it in his memory, he kept it in mind. because he had heard another similar saying, "Let the bullets fly for a while." In fact, after just 2 or 3 seconds, looking at Arthur who didn't respond at all, Melinda sighed softly. "Sure enough. You know this secret curse. But that's normal. Although you are a fake medium, you must have known about the deeds of Sigmund, who is known as the greatest medium, even though because of these deeds, in the Holy Empire era, Sigmund was considered a taboo. However, Master Sigmund's soul school has been secretly circulated." Melinda paused deliberately to check Arthur's expression. When she found that Arthur still looked indifferent, the lady finally gave up the test. "Well, I suspected that Cat Pie Black had obtained some knowledge from the soul school. Now I want to ask you, did Cat Pie Black obtain the knowledge from the soul school? And what part of the knowledge was it? And did you cast the evil spirit-killing curse? Okay, stop pretending. Make an offer." Melinda looked at Arthur unhappily. The lady thought that the young medium was once again waiting for a price. "However," Arthur said firmly, "I don't know anything about the medium Sigmund. I don't know the so-called spirit school. I don't know the evil spirit curse either." After the young medium finished speaking, he began to sow seeds into the turned soil. This scene made Melinda even more suspicious. The lady took 2 quick puffs of her pipe, and the thick smoke began to drift away. Although her lips did not move, her voice was clearly heard by Arthur. "I know a little about the core secret of the cat hole. 9 lives. Cat hole. 9 lives. The core secret of the cat hole is said to give the practitioner 9 lives. It is not that after death, the practitioner will be resurrected 9 times. Instead, with his own memories, power, he reincarnated 9 times. The most important thing is, each time he reincarnates, he can inherit the power he had previously acquired. You should know that the golden lion cat Iolia once shouted to the Pope of the Holy Empire, 'This punch of mine, I will reincarnate for 9 lifetimes.' Then, the contemporary Pope was beaten to pieces. You should know that. That was the Pope of the Holy Empire in its heyday, who called himself the God of the world. Because of this, everyone believed that the rumored cat hole really had the so-called 9 lives secret. Of course, some people were dismissive. 'What a great clue! But unfortunately, I can't afford it.' Arthur said this, and walked towards number 2 Kirk Street. He knew that Melinda would not lie to him about such a thing. But because Melinda would not lie to him, Arthur realized that he could not know the clues about the secret of Cat Hole. 9 lives. Even if it was just a little clue. As for exchanging the so-called knowledge of Sigmund's soul school, he has to know that. However, Arthur's behavior caused Melinda to misunderstand. The lady stared at Arthur with suspicion. "Did you guess it? Damn it! I knew you had bad intentions when you approached me. You bastard!" The lady muttered, and glared at Arthur from behind. Arthur frowned secretly. Guessed it? Could it be someone or something around me? Or, is this guy testing me again? The young psychic decided that as long as he had enough XP, he would upgrade his sharp eyes and reading expressions skills. Otherwise, he was really afraid that he would be tricked by Melinda one day. Of course, that was later. Now, Arthur handed the previous letter to Melinda. "If you dare to come to Emer Manor, I will kill you." The lady read out the letter cut from newspaper. Then, the lady narrowed her eyes, and immediately guessed what Arthur wanted to do. "Cooperation?" the lady asked tentatively. "Otherwise? Why did I ask you to come?" Arthur asked back. "Black-hearted guy, you must have set your sights on the Bernice family's property early on, and only a black-hearted guy like you can guess that the clue of Cat Hole 9 lives is." Melinda said this, still indignant, but she concealed the word in the key part. Even though he was full of regrets, Arthur still looked calm on the surface. But the next moment, the young medium's heart moved. Could it be that thing? Chapter 239. The morning of the trip. Arthur thought a pearl of fantasy. Or to be more precise, the last sentence in the note, a pearl of fantasy. Baron Novia's treasure house. Arthur couldn't be sure whether the thief Carmen successfully took what he wanted from Baron Novia's treasure house, but he thought carefully about his contact with Melinda, except that this treasure house seemed to be related to a little clue of Cat Cave. 9 lives, other things were unlikely. It can't be that the clue related to Cat Hole 9 lives is the egg tarts made by Miranda's cook Mary. This is too far-fetched. Baron Novia? Arthur muttered the name in his heart. Unlike Nanlos, Siberian, Einhaz, Beth, Inner Bay, Rorschach, Sidion, the 7 noble families divided the inner river equally, relying on coastal trade to obtain a large amount of taxes. They were able to build their territory, arm the army, And the civilians in the territory also lived a stable life. Especially South Los, because it is the export of ocean trade, its wealth is so rich that people are envious. But Novia, Rude and Carter Demon are different. The three are completely inland territories. Most of them rely on breeding, the traditional way of animal husbandry, to be self-sufficient, but Novia is particularly special. Because there are a lot of iron ore there. Although the land cannot grow crops, there are no livestock to raise, but because of the mines, Novia is still a desirable territory. At least the previous Baron of Novia was still like that. As for this Baron of Novia, during the 7 Years' War, he blindly advanced, and lost 2,000 of his own elite soldiers. When leprosy appeared in the territory, he let it run wild, causing 1/5 of the civilians in the territory to die. Moreover, he lived a life of luxury on weekdays, raising taxes to an unprecedented 75% since the Silver Age, almost catching up with the 90% sin tax during the Holy Empire period. However, Novia territory is still stable, because this Baron is strong enough. For years ago, there was a conflict over taxation in the territory, and the Baron's tax collector was hanged. Then, this Baron slaughtered the entire town by himself, killing about 700 people, all of whom were hanged, without any escape. This added tyranny to the prefix of Baron Novia's extravagance. Even, some merchants were reluctant to go to Baron Novia territory. Recalling everything about the Baron of Novia in his mind, Arthur couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his chin. It was obvious that because of the existence of the mysterious side, the real nobles in the world in front of him lived a much more comfortable life. And there was no possibility of being overthrown by the common people as imagined. No wonder they are so active in pursuing power. Once awakened, they will really have nothing to worry about, Arthur thought in his heart. Then, he subconsciously thought of Count Nanlos. Compared with the 75% tax of the Baron of Novia, the half to 30% half tax carried out by the Tigress according to different professions is simply the incarnation of the Virgin Mary. Whoosh! The thick smoke blows in the face, mixed with a faint cocoa smell and an extremely obvious sweet fragrance. Have you changed your tobacco? Arthur glanced at Melinda, who was sitting in a chair with her eyes squinting as if she was dozing off, in surprise. Before, Melinda's cigarettes had a more woody aroma, sometimes with a hint of wine, and were far less sweet than now. I didn't change all of them. It's just a little bit of aged burley and Cavendish mixed in, Virginia flavoring grass. Do you feel my friendliness towards you? The lady said, and winked at Arthur. Hot cocoa and tobacco are two different things. Arthur rolled his eyes, not appreciating it at all, because he knew that Melinda was so flattering, just because of Sigmund Soul's school. Obviously, the so-called Soul School was extremely important to this woman. You know, Melinda is a very realistic woman. There is no such thing as a prophet without early rise, which is how this woman is described. However, Arthur doesn't hate her, because this woman doesn't have any unrealistic fantasies, but prefers to use benefits to bind him. Just like after she found out that he was the contemporary Black Cat. She didn't ask for help directly, nor did she make promises, but gradually deepened the relationship between the two parties with benefits. Arthur knew very well that only when he really couldn't leave her, this woman would make demands. So, this woman became his partner. No one would reject such a far-sighted partner. Arthur was no exception. In fact, to some extent, Arthur preferred such a partner. It was definitely not with the idea of taking advantage. It was a true mutual benefit. Bernice should come to me soon. Before that, I need to leave Nanlos and go to Emer Manor in the Gar Mountains. After that, it's up to you, Arthur said. Well, lazy guy. Melinda, whose little thoughts were exposed, responded to Arthur with words, but her eyes were shining with excitement. Just as Arthur guessed, this lady was not in a hurry. With an excellent family education, she knew that the future was important, but the present was more important, because only with the latter can the former continue. How is the other party's eldest son Clay? Arthur began to pack his luggage, while asking, not as smart as the outside world describes, and quite greedy. With the previous deal between Bernice and me, we can definitely use this as a breakthrough point. Compared to here, you have to be more careful. The old lion of the inner bay. Melinda suddenly lowered her voice. Although I left Nanlos, I am still in Nanlos. Have faith in our Lord Earl, Arthur said with a smile. The young medium certainly understood Melinda's reminder, but that didn't stop him from praising the Tigress of Nanlos. Although the other party couldn't hear it. But what if? Praising others in person is a good way to get closer, but praising them behind their backs is the right way. Old Charlie's words always benefited Arthur a lot. Heh! Melinda sneered. It wasn't directed at the Earl of Nanlos. It was directed at Arthur's shamelessness. People like you will be safe and sound, because only shameless people like you can live long. After saying that, Melinda stood up and walked out. She had already had a short rest. Next, of course, she had to work. Arthur sent the lady out of number 2 Kirk Street, watched her get on the carriage and leave, and then waved to the children in Dale Lane who were looking at this place eagerly. Immediately, a thin black-haired, white-skinned child who ran the fastest rushed to Arthur. Sir Kratos, good morning. What's your name? Arthur looked at the child who had served him several times, and asked with a smile. Merlin. The child from Dale Lane answered, and then, as if he had thought of something, he immediately bowed slightly. Merlin, I'm happy to serve you. Chapter 240 Barney's Selena. When he learned that Arthur was going on a long journey, Arthur's friend Scott rushed to number 2 Kirk Street. The young reporter who hadn't been seen for a few days had messy hair, red eyes, and was a little staggering when walking. Scott, are you sure there's nothing wrong? Arthur looked at his friend, with worry on his face. I'm fine, Arthur. Don't worry. I'm better now than ever before. Scott emphasized repeatedly, but it was precisely because of this emphasis that the young reporter seemed more and more tired, as if his brain was dull. Mounts came over, put his arm around Scott's shoulders, and looked at Arthur. It's okay. Everything will be fine. I have a feeling that your long journey this time will give me and Scott a long vacation. No shooting. No poisoning. No explosion. No strange murders. The whole of South Los will return to its former peace. After all, our god of death and son of disaster is far away from South Los. The old sheriff said seriously. Arthur knew that the old sheriff was joking, but this serious look always made him think it was true. Okay, Martz, I feel your sense of humor. But next time when you joke, remember not to be so serious, it will affect the effect. Arthur said, and motioned to Simon beside him to move 5 pots of fresh mint leaves and cat grass onto the carriage. As a special consultant to the Shire District Police Department, Sir Arthur Kratos, who enjoys the treatment of a first-class police officer, sergeant, will not travel alone. According to the rules and regulations of the Shire District Police Department, a first-class police officer can not only use the police department's special carriage when traveling on official business, but also bring a police officer, trainee, and 2 to 3 patrolmen with him. The expenses incurred during the trip will be fully reimbursed. At the same time, there will be additional subsidies based on the number of days of travel. With such welfare benefits, of course Arthur would not refuse. He was just going on a long journey, not practicing. Therefore, he immediately asked Simon, Hunter, and Newt to accompany him. Simon was diligent, hard-working, and careful. Hunter and Newt had a lot of bad habits, but when traveling, having 2 such people around, sometimes even more useful than Simon. As for strength, Arthur knew very well that if something went wrong during this long journey, even if he brought Dicko, Andy, and Rooney, the strongest men in the police station, with him, it would be useless. Everything depends on him. Therefore, the descendant of blood is ready to go. As long as there is gold, this descendant of blood is the best bodyguard. Coincidentally, Arthur really has no shortage of gold recently. Harris S. 400 gold bars are enough to make Arthur feel safe. As for Bernice S. reward, this money is above board, there is no fear of investigation, so Arthur plans to use it to buy the haunted house in South Los, which will save him a lot of trouble. Thinking about what he might encounter during his trip, Arthur walked towards Merlin, who was looking around with a curious look on his face. I have a commission here. Merlin. I'm happy to serve you. The child from Dall Lane immediately responded happily. I'm going on a long trip. It will take 10 days if it's fast, or 20 days if it's slow. During this time, I need you to help me water the cat grass and catnip in the yard, and clean the yard. If someone visits me, just tell them about my journey. How about a reward of 50 cents a day? Okay, sir. Merlin nodded immediately. In the eyes of the children in Dale Lane, watering cat grass, catnip, and cleaning the yard are just like playing. Only when receiving visitors, you need to be cautious, because those people may be big shots. However, the big money of 50 cents a day doubled the courage of Merlin in Dale Lane. You know, he only gets $1 to $20 for running errands. And there are not errands every day. Of course, If he goes to some dangerous places, there will be high rewards, but Merlin does not want to get involved in those bad things. More importantly, there are many children missing in those places every year. Look forward to your performance, Arthur said. The reason why he chose Merlin among the children of Dale Lane, besides being familiar with him, is that this child can complete his orders properly every time. He believed that this time would be no exception. However, Arthur did not give the money directly to Merlin, but asked Merlin's parents to come. Although the advance payment of 5 sols was not much, it would still be dangerous for a child from Dale Lane to take it. To Arthur's surprise, Merlin's parents were not his parents, but an uncle with gray hair and a slight baldness. He had thick cheeks and a fat body, but he was flexible and knew etiquette. I am Merlin's uncle, Gaius. Thank you for your trust in Merlin. I will urge him to do everything he should do. Gaius took Merlin to salute again. Arthur immediately responded with a smile. Not far away, mouths, Scott looked at this scene with worry. The two kept exchanging glances. Nothing will happen. Right? It shouldn't, as long as Arthur walks fast enough. The god of death won't come. Don't let anything happen. I don't want anything to happen to my uncle and nephew. And they have been working overtime for 10 consecutive days. Me too. After Arthur left, let's go drink. How about that? I know a good club. When the club was mentioned, the two of them immediately showed a smile that only men can understand. What are you two talking about? Why are you laughing so obscenely? Arthur, who had already arranged everything, came back. After you come back, let's go to number 44 White Bird Street to hold a salon. Without the blessing of your friends, that house will not really belong to you. Mart said seriously. Scott nodded seriously. Well, wait for me to come back. Arthur nodded in agreement, and then boarded the carriage. The carriage was driven by Simon, and Hunter and Newt rode on horseback. The group quickly left Kirk Street, drove onto Westmeck Avenue, and then left South Lowes. Just when Arthur left South Lowes, young Camille finally arrived in Barney. Miss Camille did not look for anything, but went straight to a farm in Barney. Where else would old Charlie go? Miss Camille didn't know. But in Barney, Miss Camille knew where this old guy would go. Selina's farm. The tall and strong, fierce-looking farmhand Chief Dessa stood in front of Miss Camille's carriage, staring coldly at the old man Fent in the carriage. I thought it would be the old guy who would come. Dessa grinned. Didn't come. Me too. Want to try? Fent loosened the reins and grabbed the musket. At the same time, in the dark of the farm, cold eyes began to stare at the carriage. Fent sneered, and figures suddenly swayed around the carriage. The two sides confronted each other, and neither gave an inch. Dessa. Fent! The two shouts rang out at the same time, and the tension between the two sides disappeared, and in the shadows, the people in the dark avoided one after another, leaving only the confrontation between the two ladies. A lady who looked just as good as Camille, but was full of wildness, came out of the farm. Even though she was only wearing dungarees and a linen shirt, her muscles were still visible. As she walked forward, her body brought up strong winds, which sounded like the roar of a tiger or a wolf, making people tremble with fear. The wildness on her face made it even harder to determine her age. Hey, wild girl. Long time no see. Camille greeted. Long time no see. Silly nurse. Selina replied. Then, they both asked at the same time. Where's Charlie? Chapter 241 The Insidious, Cunning, and Scheming Old Charlie. Camille and Selina were stunned at first, then they said in unison. He didn't come with you. He's not with you. After saying that, the two ladies looked at each other. When they confirmed that the woman opposite them was not lying, the two ladies shouted in their hearts, because this is not in line with the style of old Charlie. Although old Charlie is a guy who is merciful everywhere, but he takes every relationship very seriously, and is not a jerk who will just run away after taking advantage of others. So, if old Charlie comes to Barney, he will definitely look for Selina. Even when he knows that Camille is looking for him, he will never avoid her. And even if he is severely punished, he will never run away. Even if he loses his life, he will do so. When facing the criticism from the daughter of Baron Novia, old Charlie would rather let Baron Novia stab him 3 times without dodging. You know, one of the swords had already injured his heart. And when facing the test of the twins from the Yao Jin family in City and Castle, it was the same. The twins held a dagger to their throats, and asked old Charlie who he would choose. Old Charlie frankly said that he couldn't give up either of them. And then he drew his sword and cut his own throat. If Baron Novia's daughter hadn't passed by at that time, old Charlie would have really died. But because of this, old Charlie lost his voice for 6 months. And lived in Novia for 6 months. Then, he was stabbed 3 times by Baron Novia and expelled from the territory. He also warned old Charlie that if he dared to step into Novia again, he would break his legs. However, after his injuries were almost healed, old Charlie broke his legs, climbed up the window of Baron Novia's daughter, and got in. Camille. Selina knew old Charlie's character very well. But it was precisely because of this that the 2 ladies were worried. Because there is only one reason why old Charlie can avoid them. Old Charlie is in danger and does not want to involve them. This old bastard is already 72 years old. What else is worth his life? He is really not worthy of people. Selina cursed angrily, but halfway through the curse, the lady stopped. Because this bastard old Charlie really has someone worth dying for. For example, them. Old Charlie can die for any of them. And family. Thinking of this, Selina couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her right hand and whistled. Half a minute later, more than 100 fierce, murderous, and fully armed farm hands appeared on the farm. Go find old Charlie for me. As long as he is in Barney, find him for me, and bring him back safely. Yes, miss. Dessa addressed Selina as usual. Then, according to the standard old-fashioned aristocratic manner, the farm workers were divided into 12 teams of 10, and rushed into Barney to look for old Charlie. Seeing this, Camille frowned slightly. Don't bring more trouble to old Charlie. Hee hee. Barney was originally my family. It was. It is. And it will be in the future. Selina sneered and didn't care at all. Time passed quickly. And one team after another of the cavalry returned to the farm. The first 11 teams had no news of old Charlie. When the cavalry led by Dessa also brought back the same news, Selina became more and more impatient. She paced in the room. And every step she took was accompanied by the sound of tigers and wolves howling. Notify others. Old Charlie must have really encountered a big trouble. He told his grandson that he came to Barney. In fact, he hoped that after Arthur encountered trouble, he would come directly to Barney. After all, as long as Arthur came to Barney, you would definitely find Arthur and keep him safe. It's a pity that old bastard never thought that Arthur had awakened the medium bloodline, and now he is doing well in South Los, and he will probably be summoned by the little tigress soon. Speaking of this, Camille's tone was slightly sour. Although her uncles are very powerful, but in the heart of old Charlie, is Selina more trustworthy? Camille was sour, but Selina laughed. Little Arthur? When the little guy was 2 years old, I held him in my arms. I don't know if he can remember me. Dessa sent the secret art of the Barney family to Arthur, which should be helpful to him. Heh. You don't have a noble title, but you master the secret art of the nobles. Do you want Arthur to be hated by all the nobles in South County? Miss Camille sneered and interrupted Selina's words. Barney can have a new heir. Miss Selina stiffened her neck. The height of 2.2 meters immediately brought pressure to Lady Camille. But Lady Camille was used to it. The lady said lightly, You have lost your title and nominal territory. Arthur should not fall into the quagmire of the Barney family, and if you do this, do you believe that the twins of the Yao Jin family, the madman of the Novia family, will take the lead and crown Arthur with their family blood, and immediately declare that Arthur has the first right of succession? What we need to do now is to smooth over the relationship with the little tigress, so that Arthur can obtain the title of Knight of Nanlos in a logical way, and then own a piece of legal and compliant land, and be promoted to the title of Lord, and then unite with Barney, Novia, Sidian Castle and other places to undermine the little tigress. When mentioning the weight, Miss Camille pursed her lips, looking a little helpless and a little unhappy. Miss Selina also clenched the iron sword at her waist angrily, with a crisp sound of crackling. Several fingerprints were left on the hilt. Looking at the broken hilt, the lady simply pulled out the long sword and kneaded it like dough, kneading the entire long sword into an iron ball. Humph! If it weren't for those guys, how could Charlie be defeated by that woman? When the woman was mentioned, even Miss Camille couldn't keep her composure, and her breathing became much more rapid. She is already a thing of the past. She is just a little. We don't need to be afraid of her at all. Moreover, what we need to do now is to know what happened to the old bastard Charlie. Only in this way can we help him, Miss Camille reminded Miss Selina. Afterwards, in the farm, the 2 ladies quickly wrote letters to Novia and Sidian Castle, but the remaining 9 letters made the 2 ladies hesitate. However, they finally wrote them. Soon, 11 pigeons with special bloodlines brought 11 secret letters. They flew all over the world. 3 in South County, 3 in North County, 1 in a secret place on the East Coast, and 3 flying straight to the West Coast. 1 even flew to the depths of the sea. But all these pigeons were intercepted. In a place full of shadows, a tall old man with silver hair, wearing single-sided glasses, squinting his eyes when he smiled, and like a fox, was striding forward. Suddenly, he looked up with a sense of something. "You must be safe." The old man said this, and waved his hand. Thousands of miles apart, blocked by special space and dimension, but still unable to stop this force. These pigeons with special bloodline were immediately confused. This is incredible for any existence. But it is not difficult for the old man. After all, these pigeons were bred by him. But a certain existence does not know. The white warhorse pulled the pure white carriage, and the low moans of countless dead souls slowly appeared in front of the old man. The carriage was gently opened, and an old gentleman in a black suit, with his hair combed back, meticulous, and a neat face came down. The old gentleman leaned on a crown-shaped cane, and wore a silver ring inlaid with bones on his right ring finger. The invisible wind blew the shadows around. The shadows that should have filled life at this moment also turned into withered leaves, and quickly withered. The old gentleman looked at the old man, handed the cane to his left hand, and stretched out his right hand, smiling, and said, "Long time no see, the sinister, cunning, and scheming Charlie. You cheated me of 1,800 years of life. Should you pay it back?" Chapter 242. I bet with death once, and won 3 times. Faced with the debt collection of the victim, Charlie Kratos did not panic at all, but looked at the old gentleman in front of him with an extremely unexpected look. "Sir, please don't use the word cheat. This will make others misunderstand my ethics as a medium. We are obviously just betting. It just happens that you lost," old Charlie emphasized. "Oh, lose. Facing the sophistry of your death is the moment before my death. I don't think I lost." The old gentleman clenched his cane tightly, and the blue veins on the back of his hand began to emerge. Anger filled the old gentleman's heart. Immediately, the power of death that makes everything wither began to fluctuate. Large swathes of shadows began to die. They appeared without knowing it, and died without knowing it. As if in the cycle, a large area was cleared. But no light appeared, there were only more shadows. They surged like waves, with the emptiness that corroded power, with the hatred that corroded the mind, like a natural disaster. This made the already angry old gentleman even more angry. "Get out! Go back to where you should be." With a low roar, an illusory skull appeared on the neat face of the old gentleman. It was not the skull of the dead. It represented the power of death. Or, it represented the god of death. The shadow that surged like a tide was frightened like never before, and shrank back at a faster speed, away from this area, and returned to the place where it should be. In this area, there was only silence. Pure white silence. Looking at the silence around him, old Charlie showed an expression of admiration and flattery. "Your power is really awe-inspiring. Even the unconscious shadow is afraid of you." But the old gentleman, who saw this scene, became more and more angry. As the dead, he actually began to breathe rapidly, because not only did he know that old Charlie had no fear of him, but he also knew that he had been deceived again. Just now, he felt it. The second time. This was the second time he was fooled. The increasingly aggrieved feeling made the old gentleman want to smash the old medium's head with a cane. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it, unless he wanted to return to death itself. "Do you think you have one?" the old gentleman whispered. No. No. No! You misunderstood me from the beginning, just like you took the initiative to find me at the beginning. First, I didn't provoke anyone or anything. Second, the 301 years when you tortured me, well, according to our time, it should be this. Sorry, since I have almost the same lifespan as you, I am not used to your time. It was only 3 days here, but for us, more than 300 years have passed, but it doesn't really reflect the time I'm used to. This makes my perception blurred. Even, it makes me feel like I can live until the end of the world. After all, at a certain moment you and I are both in eternity. I'm really sorry. Did I make you misunderstand something again? Please don't be angry, we can talk. Just like when we first met, I still remember your elegant manners and graceful demeanor," the old medium said slowly. Every word he said hit the old gentleman's mind. When he said the last word, the old gentleman really swung his cane. However, he stopped at the last moment. The old gentleman frowned slightly, thinking about something. Suddenly, his brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. From the moment I discovered you just now, you wanted to irritate me. No, just now you took the initiative to let me discover you. You did it on purpose because, in order to pull your precious grandson back from the reincarnation, I have exhausted the power you cheated from me. But you care about more than just him. His parents, your son and daughter-in-law, you are still looking for them, right? Facing the questioning of the old gentleman, the old medium did not deny, but still emphasized. It's not cheating, it's just that during the 301 years of torture, I unconsciously realized some of the power you have and use. As he said, the old silver-haired medium took off his monocle, took out a handkerchief, and wiped it gently. But the old gentleman was not angered this time. The other party, who thought he had grasped the key to the matter, still kept smiling. Well, you have a talent that amazes me. However, you still underestimated my power. Although you successfully pulled him back from the reincarnation of the next life, you did not realize at first that your grandson was tainted with a trace of death. Now he is like the son of death. No, he is more favored by death than the son of death. Anyone who is not favored by fate, who appears beside him, will be watched by death and disaster. When you find something wrong, you can no longer solve this problem with your power. So, you choose to expose yourself again and cheat me here. Looking at the steady hand of the old medium wiping the lens, the old gentleman, who thought he had discovered something else, he immediately became cheerful. Then, sir, shall we make a bet? Shut up. Hearing the word bet, the old gentleman shouted loudly, but then softened. He looked at the old medium and asked the question that he had asked him at the beginning again. How did you escape the restrictions? What? What are you talking about? I don't understand. The old medium looked confused. Very good. You gave up my last bit of forgiveness for you. The first time you cheated me of 1,800 years of life, you used my power to deceive the land of reincarnation for the second time. And now, you want to deceive me for the third time. Damn medium. I curse all the mediums outside the Kratos family. And they all die miserably. The old gentleman growled. Suddenly, black lightning appeared in the pure white and silent land. In the endless black lightning, the old gentleman's figure became extremely tall, like a giant standing tall, and he cursed in the name of death, cursing all the mediums except the Kratos family. This is venting anger. Unable to face the old medium in front of him, and unable to attack the old medium's loved ones, he chose the old medium's profession. Of course, he still excluded the old medium's family. After all, he and him are closely related. You have shown your arrogance again. You will encounter big troubles in the future. You will most likely regret what happened today. The old medium sighed, as if he had glimpsed the future. The old gentleman was dismissive of this. He boarded his carriage, sat back in his seat, and did not bother with the old medium again, because he found a way to make the old medium surrender. He would do it carefully. He would not let the old psychic find out. This would definitely take a long time. But what he lacked the least was time. The white horse pulled the white carriage, carrying the old gentleman away, leaving only the old medium sighing. We just made a bet. I never cheated you. Moreover, we only made a bet once. How could we win you 3 times in a row? Chapter 243. The medium who mixed into the wolf pack. The shadows rolled outside, and the pure white dead land gradually disappeared. Sighing, the old medium put on his monocle again. He touched the pure white around him, carefully feeling the changes in it, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap! The white warhorse pulled the pure white carriage and rushed out of the heavy fog amid the low moans of countless dead souls, and the shadows retreated again. The door of the carriage slowly opened. The invisible steps were laid at the feet of the old medium. The old medium climbed up step by step. When he was about to enter the carriage, the old medium said softly in a voice that only he could hear, Arthur, you must remember what your grandfather said to you. After that, the old medium walked into the carriage. The carriage door slowly closed. The next moment, the white warhorse pulled the pure white carriage and galloped on the shadowland. Like a pure white sword, the shadow was split in two, and countless souls, who died in the shadow, followed closely behind. They instinctively chased the new king's carriage. Old Charlie sat in the carriage expressionlessly. He didn't think. He couldn't feel any guilt. He needed to deceive them, so he had to make himself like them. The bumps of the carriage woke Arthur up from his dream. He yawned loudly and raised his hand to wipe the liquid from the corners of his eyes. Hunter! Seeing Arthur awakened by the shaking, Simon immediately frowned, slapped the car hard, and shouted, Officer Simon, don't blame me. I have been as careful as possible. It's too dark, And the road here is too difficult to walk. Damn, guys. The Earl obviously allocates funds every year. Hunter looked aggrieved. This evasive look made Simon unhappy. However, he didn't say anything more, because Arthur was waving at him. How long have I slept? Arthur asked. It's been about 8 hours since we set out. And it got dark 2 hours ago, Simon said truthfully. Obviously, because Arthur fell asleep. Simon would never stop and look for a camp without Arthur's order. I've been too tired recently. Let's find a place to camp. The dry food and water we brought should be enough. Also, we are not in a hurry to go to Emer Manor. There is no need to rush. Arthur would not blame a subordinate like Simon. He knew that Simon had good intentions. He also knew that Simon did this to make himself more worthy of the status of a trainee police officer. Not just to flatter or show off. He was just a little anxious. Understood. Simon nodded, and immediately patted the carriage again. Then, the carriage and the 2 horses behind it stopped at an open space on the side of the road. This was obviously a place for travelers. The camp was often used by merchants. Not only were the weeds and bushes on the ground cleared, but a fire pit was also built with stones. More importantly, there was the sound of a stream nearby. Although there were 2 buckets of fresh water on the carriage, Newt still carried the pot and went to the stream to fetch water. The 2 buckets of fresh water were boiled. Lemon juice was added, and then sealed. This was a method learned from the ocean sailors at the dock, which could preserve fresh water for a long time. However, once opened, the storage time will be greatly reduced, and it is still necessary to drink it as soon as possible. There is no shortage of water sources near Nanlos, but it is not necessarily near the Gar Mountains. Therefore, if there is a water source, it is better to get water directly. When Newt went to get water, Hunter had already picked up firewood from nearby and lit the fire pit. Under the light of the fire, the darkness around was dispelled. In order to see farther, Simon lit 3 torches and placed them at the edge of the camp. As the first night watchman tonight, he had to be fully prepared. So, while Hunter and Newt were cooking dinner with the dry food they brought with them, the trainee police officer had already started to sort out his 4 muskets, 1 long and 3 short, and his sword. You guys take a rest tonight, I'll keep watch. Arthur, who was holding Pendragon, suddenly spoke. Advisor? Simon, Hunter, and Newt were surprised. According to regulations, Arthur, who was treated as a first-class police officer, did not need to keep watch. If I sleep too long in the afternoon, I will have a hard time falling asleep at night. Besides, night is a good time for mediums to meditate, especially the quietness in the wild. I feel that I will gain something. Please trust the intuition of mediums. Arthur's seriousness made Simon, Hunter, and Newt look at each other, and then they agreed. There was no need to keep watch. Hunter and Newt happily went to get a blanket. If you need it, please wake me up directly. Simon, who had taken his own dinner, said again. Of course. I am just a medium, not a warrior, and I will never show off my strength. Arthur first took 2 dried fish to Pendragon, and then put boiled water in a cat bowl and put it aside, and then took his own dinner. Baked potatoes, grilled sausages, toasted bread and salted oatmeal. Everyone's food is the same, and in the wild, such food was considered rich. It was better than cold, hard dry food. The fatigue of the journey made Hunter, who had just finished dinner, turn his head and fall asleep. 10 seconds later, his snoring shook the world. Even Simon, who gritted his teeth and persisted, fell asleep after a few minutes. Arthur sat on the crossbar beside the fire, and Pan, who had eaten and drunk enough, curled his front legs and squinted at the fire. Be careful not to burn your face. If you don't collect all 6 whiskers, Arthur would never allow Pendragon to do such a dangerous thing. But now, Arthur raised his hand and added 2 pieces of firewood to the fire pit, making the flame stronger, making Pendragon and the accompanying Simon, Hunter, and Newt feel warmer. Crackling, crackling. The firewood made a unique sound in the flames, but Arthur, who was sitting in front of the fire pit, had a vague look in his eyes. Since he woke up, he recalled a dream in his memory. Blurred, it was still very messy, but his intuition told him that this was very important. As spirituality increased, Arthur understood very well that intuition was often the answer. Old Charlie seemed to want me to remember what he said. With the help of the quietness of the night, the young medium gradually recalled what old Charlie said in the dream. But here comes the question. Old Charlie said so many things. Which one was it? Arthur sat by the fire pond and thought carefully. Finally, he chose to give up. There were too many things, so he decided to adapt to the situation. Then, the young medium raised his head and looked at the night sky. At this moment, the moon above the night sky was almost full. Tomorrow night, it will be a full moon. It is also his most important moment. I hope I can be safe, Arthur thought silently. And the next moment, an unprecedented strong palpitation appeared. Chapter 244, Asking People About Driving Away Snakes. The sudden palpitation did not frighten Arthur. The young medium would not stand up to look around. He just sat on the crossbeam of the fire pit and looked around calmly. On the night of early autumn, the wild was not only cooler, but also darker. And the occasional chirping of night birds was even more absurd. But other than that, there was nothing worth Arthur's attention. Nothing was found in the field of vision. Spirituality. Nothing existed. Death intuition. No flickering. Warning oil lamp. No reaction either. But the palpitation just now was definitely not an illusion. What is going on? Arthur thought quickly in his heart, but his face became more and more calm. He raised his hand to add firewood to the fire pit, while switching the perspective. Let the descendant of blood hidden in the darkness further away begin to patrol the surroundings. At the same time Fukin, who was resting in the forest, also flew up. Arthur only brought one crow, and the other one was left at number 2 Kirk Street as a guard. And soon, Fukin's extraordinary vision locked onto a guy. At the same time, the descendant of blood also found a group of people. 2 groups of people? One group should be the people of Niwen Old Lion. What about the other group? The palpitations just now was caused by this group of people? Arthur was slightly surprised in his heart, as a young, upright, simple and kind-hearted medium. He always remembered the teachings of old Charlie. To be kind to others, and to destroy the whole family. Why are so many people watching him? It's definitely not me. Maybe old Charlie has offended a lady again. It could also be that Drake or Cassandra has caused some trouble. Drake is more likely. Cassandra is average. The young medium thought firmly in his heart. The memory of this uncle and aunt appeared in his mind. The former was obviously much older than him. But he was still laughing and joking every day. And was extremely restless. The few times he was confined in his memory were all related to each other. The most recent one was because of the club. Drake, the unreliable uncle, said he would take him to see the world of adults. Then, as soon as he stepped into the club, he met old Charlie who came out of the club. Arthur begged me several times, I can't help it. Because of this sentence, he was put in solitary confinement by old Charlie for a week. As for Drake, he was put in solitary confinement for a month. Aunt Cassandra was much better. Although she was cold to outsiders, and her words were sharp, she was gentle and kind to her family. When he was put in solitary confinement, it was this aunt who secretly sent him desserts, using desserts to comfort his heart. This aunt basically would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Of course, if someone messes with her, then they will have to experience the greetings from the Kratos family. If language talent is also considered as awakening blood, the young medium believes that the Kratos family is the best in the world. Even when facing gods, they can perform well. Especially the ladies with the Kratos family bloodline. They can use it to the fullest. The memories of the previous family members turned in his mind. Arthur's face became more relaxed. He was no longer anxious. Since he had discovered the other party's existence, he just had to wait. The rest? Leave it to time. The firewood in the fire pit burned all night. Simon woke up just before dawn. Looking at Arthur, who was on guard, the trainee police officer immediately went to find more firewood. After the trainee police officer made a cup of hot cocoa for Arthur, Hunter, Newt sat up dazedly, and the 2 patrolmen approached the fire pit, while moving his stiff hands and feet. He checked Arthur's expression. When he found that Arthur was not angry at all, he was relieved. Hunter. Newt. Arthur suddenly shouted. Advisor. The 2 bowed and responded immediately. Today, you 2 need to go ahead. Simon and I will leave a day or 2 later. You need to go to the GR Mountains in advance to find out everything about Emer Manor. Remember to be careful. After hearing Arthur's instructions, the 2 patrolmen put their worries to rest. What they feared was being targeted. As for such a task, both patrolmen laughed. Perhaps fighting and the like, they were not good at, but gathering information was easy for them. Leave it to us. Well, leave it to you. I will talk to Mounts about the allowance for the business trip. Arthur's words made the 2 patrolmen overjoyed. Because they had made mistakes before, and both of them were in the punishment period. Not only did they not have any salary or allowance, they did not even have any allowance for this business trip. However, the two knew that with the advice of the consultant, the sheriff would definitely give them a full subsidy. If they did a good job, the penalty period might be gone. Suddenly, the two of them ate breakfast with great enthusiasm and set off on horseback, in front of gold coins. Even the king has to take off his hat, let alone two patrolmen. It only takes a little price to make the people who do things full of enthusiasm. Arthur was quite happy to do it. As for this kind of thing, which was just a word, and didn't need to spend his own money, it was even more necessary to do it. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Earl. Arthur was grateful, and bowed in the direction of Nanlos in a formal manner. Simon on the side was completely confused. However, the trainee police officer didn't ask much, but just remembered his own duties. Advisor, should we rest here for a day before leaving? Or should we rest in the town ahead? Let's go here. The scenery here is pretty good, Arthur said with a smile. The moon is full tonight. He left South Los to avoid the eyes of others. This wilderness is just right. Not only are there no more people, but the stalkers are also under control. Especially the latter. Arthur is very concerned, especially after discovering that he has a fire pit here. Snakes and insects dare not approach, and those stalkers are troubled. He made a decision. It must be this. For no reason, I just hope I can eat more snakes and insects. After all, he still has the blood of the dark snake. Even if it is a broken one, it belongs to the same camp as the snake. Then I'll go hunt some game. Simon took the longbow and arrows from the carriage and walked to the jungle on the side, while Arthur strolled around with Pendragon in his arms, as if he was enjoying the scenery in the wild. Then he returned to the camp with little interest. But the stalkers suffered. The snakes around them rushed towards them like a riot, even though most of the snakes were non-venomous. The large group of stalkers could not stand so many snakes. After one of the stalkers was bitten by a poisonous snake, the group gave up. Under Fukin's watch, the group retreated, but the stalker with only one person did not retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also came straight to Arthur's camp. When the stalker appeared in Arthur's sight, when he confirmed that Arthur had seen him, he took off his hood, revealing a long and narrow face. His Highness the Grand Duke of Niwen's advisor, Untitled, has met Mr. Arthur Kratos. On behalf of His Highness, I would like to invite you to visit Niwen. The other party smiled, introduced himself, and made a malicious invitation. Arthur was very sure of this. The malice and ridicule in the other party's eyes were not hidden at all. Arthur saw all this, but his face showed a look of regret that shocked the other party. Just when the other party was confused, Arthur spoke. Isn't it, Constructor? War Elephant or Blood Shadow Thorn? As he said this, the young medium sighed. Suddenly, the Duke's advisor, who was originally smiling, became stiff. Then, the advisor's face became gloomy. Mr. Kratos? You? But before the other party finished speaking, Arthur waved his hand to interrupt the other party's words. And then, with a mysterious look on his face, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The sky? The Duke of Niwen's advisor was stunned, and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, his pupils shrank. Chapter 245 Double Act. The particles formed by ice crystals fluttered down like dust, and fell on the face of Untitled, the advisor of the Grand Duke of Niwen, and it was cold and stinging. At this time, how could it snow in Nanlos? Throughout the year, Nanlos could only snow in the winter, and now it was early autumn, so it was impossible for it to snow naturally. Apart from nature, then only man-made snow could be involved. Arcanal level. The answer that burst out from the bottom of his heart caused the pupils of the advisor of the Grand Duke of Niwen to shrink rapidly. It was completely instinctive. The other party turned around and was about to run away. At the same time, I was extremely puzzled. Why? Why didn't he know that there was an Arcana level expert next to this medium? Or to be more precise, a new Arcana level expert appeared in Nanlos. Why didn't he know? Just yesterday, he asked the spy for important information about Nanlos. If there was news about an Arcana level expert, the spy couldn't he possibly not tell him. Unless something went wrong with the spy. When he thought of this possibility, the heart of the Grand Duke of Niwen's advisor suddenly tightened. The other party knew very well that, if it was really as he thought, it would be a devastating blow to Niwen. Because the spy he had contacted was already close to the highest level. I must pass this message back. This is the most important thing at the moment. Senkijia. who had originally run away instinctively because he had encountered an Arcana-level strongman. After finding a suitable excuse for himself, he immediately ran away with all his strength. But an ice arrow shot out from the forest on one side. Puff! The ice arrow pierced the lower abdomen of the Grand Duke of Niwen and nailed him to the ground. The blood was frozen by the ice arrow before it could flow out, and most of his body was also frozen to the ground. But this did not hinder the Grand Duke's struggle at all. He ignored the bone-chilling cold. The other party propped up his upper body with all his strength, with difficulty. He used gestures and words to drive the mysterious power. The invisible wind began to gather, but the next moment, it disappeared without a trace. A pair of black boots appeared silently in front of the Grand Duke of Niwen. The scarlet eyes shone with a bright glow. The Grand Duke lowered his head. The other party tried his best to hide the expression on his face in this way. But in the bottom of his heart, a storm had already been stirred up at this moment. A member of the Blood Clan. In the previous news, he knew that a member of the Blood Clan appeared in Nanlos, which was consistent with the fact that the Blood Clan member who was being hunted disappeared near Nanlos. However, this Blood Clan member actually reached the Arcana level, which he could never imagine. You know, although the Blood Clan is weird, powerful, it also has great potential, but their growth is extremely slow. Normal noble descendants, as long as they have extraordinary talents, can successfully awaken their bloodline, and with the family secrets, rituals, and a large amount of resources, can reach the Arcana level at around 40 years old. Some extremely special ones can even be promoted to Great Arcana. But the Blood Clan is different. The special bloodline determines that even if they have a lot of resources, they still need time to settle. According to the records of the Blood Clan, every Blood Clan member who reached the Arcana level was already over 100 years old. Similarly, this made other nobles particularly jealous. Because, even if a noble was promoted to the Great Arcana level, when he reached 100 years old, he would be old and his life would soon be extinguished. But what about the Blood Clan? They are still young. You know, the Blood Marquis was one of the founders of the Silver Age. The other party's father, the Blood Grand Duke, was extremely active during the Holy Empire period. Therefore, many people speculated that the demise of the Blood Clan was because someone was spying on this special bloodline, which led to the subsequent massacre. Of course, these have nothing to do with the Grand Duke's advisor. The Grand Duke's advisor did not know the truth of the year. But the other party knew what an Arcana-level Blood Clan represented. It represents the hope of the revival of the Blood Clan. And this is what His Royal Highness, the Grand Duke, absolutely does not want to see. It is also what many nobles do not want to see. So, we must eliminate the trouble forever. Thinking in his heart, the Grand Duke's advisor expressed his obedience. Such obedience is reasonable. After knowing the gap between himself and the Arcana-level strongman, he realized that any resistance is futile, especially the torture methods used by the Blood Clan members after they reach the Arcana-level strongman. It will make people shudder. So obey. But only obey, not surrender. Because, although the opponent is not as powerful as the Arcana level, the one behind the opponent is far beyond the Arcana level. Therefore, the opponent expressed confidence. According to common sense, there will be a series of torture. And at that time, it's my chance. The advisor of the Grand Duke of Niwen thought confidently, even though the whole person was frozen. There was still a hint of pride on his icy face. The descendant of blood lowered his head, looked at the ice sculpture, and stepped on it. Crack, 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 bang, in a series of teeth-grinding noises. The ice sculpture finally shattered, and the descendant of blood didn't even look at the shattered ice on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Arthur. The red in his eyes became more and more intense. According to the contract, we don't owe each other anything. I thought you had to reach the level of constructor, or elephant or blood shadow thorn to complete the contract. The young medium had a playful smile on his face. It's already marked on the contract. I'll tell you some information about the Dead Poets Society in Nanlos. And you'll help me get a consultant from the Old Lion in Niwen. As long as he's at the consultant level. It's fine. After the blood descendant frowned slightly, emphasized. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. Has anyone ever told you that you lack a sense of humor? The young medium spread his hands helplessly. In response, blood descendant ignored him, and just said directly, the contract is completed. Is it really just this step? No further? You didn't ask anything. The young medium pointed to the corpse on the ground. If you are still healthy, I will choose to go further. But your previous battle with the Shadow Snake Sayutic has already made you unable to use all your strength in the short term. This is too dangerous for me. I will wait for the day when you recover. And I need time to find the guy who hid behind me and accidentally exposed me. I never thought that I would appear in the public eye in this way. If I don't repay that guy, I will be unable to sleep or eat. If you have any news about that guy, I am willing to pay a high price for it." After saying that, Blood Descendant turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared from the spot. "He is more cautious than me." The young medium shrugged and sighed again, while thinking silently in his heart, "Did you see it all?" Chapter 246 Ritual. Why did Arthur and the Descendant of Blood perform a double act? Of course, it was because there were audiences. The stalkers driven away by the snake withdrew, but there was still a thing left. With the help of Fukin's eyes, Arthur saw it clearly. So, Arthur decided to reveal more information. Not only his cooperative relationship with the Descendant of Blood needed to be known to more people, but also his serious injury. It also needs to be known by more people. The former is to reassure people. These people include, but are not limited to, Melinda. Of course, this lady has the highest priority. After all, she brings him the most benefits. And the latter? To some extent, it is more important than the former. Arthur knows his own strength very well. In extremely special circumstances, he is fearless, but in normal circumstances, he is like a paper giant. It broke with one poke. And the situations that can be called special are naturally rare. Most of the time, it is still normal. So, he needs to create some more favorable fighting conditions for himself. Anyone facing a guy who is still seriously injured will be careless. And this gives him a chance. Of course, what is more important is his own strength. It's almost there. It's almost there. Tonight is the full moon. Arthur thought to himself, and put Pendragon back into the cage. He took out a shovel from the carriage, and began to bury the body. The Blood Descendant had already touched the body for him. With continuous use, Arthur became more and more familiar with the power of the Blood Descendant. The control of the power also began to become more refined. At least, when covering the enemy with frost power, he could touch the corpse to see if there were any valuable items on the body. Just like Xian Kajia, who was being buried. He did not have any real secret props on him. There are 2 scrolls. But they have been destroyed under the cover of frost power. As the advisor of the Old Lion of Niwen. He is so poor. He must be the least valued among the advisors. It is precisely because of this that he came to Nanlos to try his luck. Hoping to make a major discovery, and win the favor of the Old Lion. Just like the staff group of the Count of Nanlos. The Grand Duke of Niwen also has a similar existence, which is called the Advisory Group. Similarly, such an advisory group also has different levels. Ordinary Advisor, Silver Main Advisor and Gold Main Advisor are the 3 levels known to the outside world. Corresponding to Count Nanlos as 16th Advisory Group, 66th Advisory Group and Advisory Group. Of course, these are all announced to the outside world. They are known to the outside world. Arthur guessed that. In addition to these, there must be some that are unknown to the outside world. However, those were not things he could touch right now. He just hoped it would get dark soon. He was looking forward to the changes that the ritual cat orange would bring him. I hope it won't be too bad. Facing this critical moment, even Arthur was a little nervous. And the best way to eliminate nervousness was to eat. Or pet a cat. Coincidentally, Arthur had both of these conditions. After burying the body of the Niwen consultant, and confirming that the eye had disappeared, Arthur set up an iron pot and began to cook the dry food, which was a kind of food similar to the military biscuits in Arthur's knowledge. All he had to do was boil water, put it in, and boil it repeatedly to form food similar to porridge. Of course, don't expect the taste to be very good, but it was enough to fill his stomach. In the early days of the 7 Years' War, it was widely praised by the new soldiers. But at the end of the 7 Years' War, it was disliked by most of the veterans. Those who give it a good review and those who dislike it are the same group of people. However, there are some exceptions who always love it. For example, mouths. These dry food were given by mouths. A full bag. In the words of the old sheriff, this is a normal soldier. A month's rations. And it will make you feel at ease when you carry it on the road. Arthur agreed with this. He knew very well that when a person is really hungry, he is no longer a human being. All ethics and morals will be thrown out of the window. All that's left is eat. What to eat? It doesn't matter. As long as it's edible. It's fine. Arthur stirred the spoon. The porridge in the iron pot was bland. He began to add sugar to it. Anything, as long as it becomes sweet, will taste good. Simon also agreed with this. The trainee police officer who shot 2 hares came back with his nose twitching. What a nice smell. Sweet smell. The trainee police officer was motivated to go to the stream to skin and gut the rabbits. The rabbits in early autumn had become plump, especially the hind legs. The fine fat turned into liquid oil under the scorching flames, and flowed all over the body as the iron rod turned. When a large amount of pepper, salt and cumin were sprinkled on, the aroma of the oil was instantly stimulated, and those who smelled it could not help but swallow their saliva. Advisor. The trainee police officer handed the fatter leg to Arthur. Choose another one yourself. The front leg meat that has never been seasoned is Pendragon's. The 2 people and the cat had a happy lunch. In the afternoon, Arthur spread out the soft sheepskin blanket and lay directly on it, and fell asleep while holding Pendragon. Last night was Arthur's night watch, so it was natural for him to catch up on sleep at this time. Simon did not complain, and began to clean up the surroundings quietly, and picked up more firewood. When the trainee police officer brought back firewood for the 4th time, the sky was gradually getting dark. When the flames in the fire pit jumped up due to the addition of firewood, the sun had already set completely. As night fell, Arthur let go of the struggling Pendragon, letting the kitten look at him with disgust, and then began to lick his fur. Arthur waited patiently until Pendragon finished licking his fur. The young medium, who had been waiting for a long time, deliberately used his hands full of water to rub Pendragon from head to toe. The kitten stared at Arthur with its emerald eyes, with disbelief in its eyes. It meowed with dissatisfaction, but in the end, it could only lick its fur helplessly again. Advisor, you and Pan have such a good relationship. Simon, who had already prepared dinner, had an envious look on his face. Believe me, keeping a cat will make people happy. You can keep one too. Arthur gave the trainee policeman advice. Immediately, the trainee policeman scratched his head. He wanted to, too. But he, who lived in the police dormitory, did not have such conditions. After I become a regular employee and have a real single dormitory, I will also have a cat. The trainee police officer thought to himself. There was no need to elaborate on the simple dinner. Arthur refused the trainee police officer's request to keep watch on the grounds that you need to drive tomorrow, and quietly waited for the other party to fall into a deep sleep. Then, Arthur stood up and walked to the fire pit. He put 6 Pendragon whiskers, a piece of fresh catnip, 1 stalk of Polygonum multiflorum, 50 grams of salt, 100 grams of dried fish, are placed in a clean cast iron pot according to the cat orange ritual. When the 6 whiskers are completely absorbed by the salt, Arthur crushes the remaining ingredients vigorously. Then, he takes out the golden acorn and carefully places it in the pot. After doing all this, the young medium takes a deep breath and waits for the changes. 10 seconds later, the crisp and tender sound of a cat, which makes Arthur's face light up. Chapter 247: The Secret of the Orange Cat. According to records, when you hear the crisp and tender sound of a cat, it means that the most critical part of cat orange is completed. The rest is to eat the golden acorn that is a mixture of various base materials. Then, feel the changes brought about by cat orange. Arthur did not hesitate, and took the golden acorn out of the iron pot directly. From the outside, it is several circles smaller than when it was just thrown in. The shape also became rounder, and the color was light gold. It looked a bit like a golden date. It smelled a bit like a date, too, with the unique fragrance of dates. After observing for a few seconds, Arthur directly threw the golden acorn, which had changed greatly in appearance, into his mouth. It had a slightly floury texture, but was full of oily soup. After a bite, although it was not as crisp as the imagined date, without the date pit, when chewing it, a feeling of refreshing arose spontaneously. The salty and fragrant taste is just right. At least far less than 50 grams of salt. The salty and fragrant fat matches the soft texture. Flour rolls stewed in an iron pot. Arthur's eyes lit up, and he swallowed all the food in his mouth while moving up and down his throat. Although according to the standard name of the mysterious side, this transformed golden acorn should be called a ritual object. But the appearance and taste, especially the latter, really made Arthur unable to call it a ritual object. Finally, I chose to call it food. After all, whose flour rolls stewed in an iron pot can be used as ritual objects? It's not like I went to Urban, where even frozen pears have to be placed on a plate. Is it delicious? Delicious, Arthur answered without hesitation. This is definitely not a statement against his will, but Arthur's truest feeling at the moment. Apart from cornmeal pancakes stewed in an iron pot, Who can compete with flour rolls stewed in an iron pot? Even if the iron pot stew can be mixed with rice, that's a bit different. Arthur's answer was instinctive. But after the words came out, the young medium became alert, and then the scene in front of him changed. He first saw Pendragon eating cat food. While eating, he purred, as if he was saying that it was delicious. When he was full, he curled up there and began to sleep. Then, he saw Pendragon eating dried fish, 2 bites apiece of dried fish, excitedly saying that it was delicious. When he was full, he curled up there and began to sleep. Then, he saw Pendragon eating the biscuits of the sheriff, wolfing them down like a bulldozer, drinking half a bowl in one gulp, and when he was full, he curled up in the cat bed of the sheriff and began to sleep. There were about dozens of pictures, all of which were of him sleeping after eating and eating after waking up. Why do I feel like I'm watching a glutton? Arthur looked at the pan in the picture, and thought subconsciously. Then, more pictures appeared. Arthur saw some fragmentary scenes of Pan when he was still wandering. He was either stealing food from other cats, or on his way to steal food from other cats. When he became strong, he began to gather other cats to steal the territory of cats on other streets. Just like a snowball, he quickly occupied the streets with the most food. Looking at this scene, Arthur's mouth curled up. "You are worthy of being my cat," Arthur commented. But then, a picture appeared, but the young medium narrowed his eyes. Beggar. The crazy beggar who taught him swordsmanship. He was feeding Pendragon. He found the round Pendragon by chance in the alley behind Simic Avenue. Although it was round, it did not prevent Pendragon from looking for food. Or, the round Pendragon was so cute that people could not help but feed it. This is what a confused beggar is like. Moreover, while feeding the kitten, the beggar was talking unconsciously. There was everything in his words, including the breathing method of the so-called swift bird sword technique, meditation method, many secret techniques, and many unknown secrets of the mysterious side. It was just that kind of topsy-turvy narration that made Arthur frown. But there was one thing that the other party was quite sure of. It was about the Countess of Nanlos. That is really a unique charm. The other party called the Countess of Nanlos like this. Then, he said another sentence. I didn't expect it. It turned out to be like this. Just when Arthur wanted to continue listening, the other party's words became confused again. Moreover, from Pendragon's perspective, this beggar was very elusive, and there were always strange things happening around him. Even if he did nothing, a hand would reach out from the wall. Sometimes he would just lie there in the sun, and the shadow would stand up by itself and strangle the beggar's neck. Pendragon was frightened several times, but Pendragon quickly got used to it. No wonder he was so calm even after meeting so many murders with me. So that's what happened. Arthur was surprised before that Pendragon was so careless. In his impression, cats should be very sensitive creatures. But Pendragon was a little slow, not making a fuss or making a fuss, eating cat food when fed, and sleeping when full. This made Arthur very worried that his cat might have a brain disease. Fortunately, it didn't happen. After that, my legs were broken, I was covered in wounds. Arthur was thinking. The scene changed. Pendragon saw a doll holding a long kitchen knife, similar to Ms. Anna. But unlike Ms. Anna, this doll was really moving on its own. This doll appeared alone in front of Pendragon. It cut Pendragon with each cut. Pendragon resisted, but Pan's power was not enough for the other party. It was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With one blow, the hind legs were almost completely cut off. Although he knew the subsequent result, Arthur's eyes were still slightly narrowed, and a strong sense of coldness rose in his eyes. Remember this doll? Pendragon was tortured to death. The beggar appeared again, waste. With just this sentence, the beggar turned and left, leaving Pendragon waiting to die in the back alley, just like other wild cats. Very good, Arthur commented in his heart. He, once again, remembered this beggar. Then, the picture stopped. Everything was stopped. But the heart did not. On the contrary, Arthur's heart beat more and more strongly. Boom, boom, boom. Each beat was like the beating of a war drum. Each beat sent a large amount of blood to the whole body. Moreover, the speed was getting faster and faster. The heart was about to explode. He was about to face death. Arthur felt this clearly, but what was even clearer was the crisp and tender meow of the cat. Meow. The heart that was about to explode calmed down. Death was lingering but not far away, and everything that was stagnant was still stagnant, but in a trance, Arthur discovered something unusual from this stagnation when he was lingering with death. Light. Orange light. These orange lights, gathered together little by little, attached to him, entered his heart. As the heart beats, it flows through the body. And in front of Arthur, words begin to appear one by one. Cat orange, judging. Base material, judging past. Spiritual, judging past. Will, judging past. Cat orange, completed. A soothing feeling emerges throughout the body, and Arthur feels as if he is soaking in a bathhouse. This comfort makes Arthur unconsciously want to close his eyes. But the next moment, the young medium suddenly opened his eyes. No! Chapter 248, Orange and Death. The words in front of him told Arthur that Cat Orange was completed. But the death aura did not disappear. It was there. It was still lingering. In order to confirm, Arthur carefully checked the words in front of him again. Ritual Cat Orange completed. Cat Orange, derived from the complete orange school in the cat cave. It is also the school to which Iolia belongs, derived from the original demon cat, different from the concealment and seclusion of Cat Black, the agility and strength of the Cat S Raccoon, the talent of the Cat S Flower. The recipients of the Cat S Orange ritual are more stable and have the adaptability, recovery, and endurance that other recipients of the rituals do not have. Effects: 1. Receiving the precepts. 2. Feasting. 3. Self-healing. 4. Fitness. 5. Gold thread. Receiving the precepts. When facing food, you cannot be picky, and you must finish it. There is a sleepiness period of at least 6 hours every day. Feast. All the food eaten will be completely digested, converted into the body's muscles and fat, making the body grow slowly. Self-healing. When facing injuries, negative states, it has better recovery ability. Adaptability. When facing unfamiliar, extreme environments, it can adapt more quickly. When facing special requirements for props, it can reduce the demand. Golden thread. Those who complete the ordination ceremony will be able to reconcile 3, including 3, of the spirituality at the same time. When the receiving precepts are completed over the years, the harmony value will steadily increase. Note 1. If the receiving precepts are not completed, the spirituality will be disordered for a short time. If the receiving precepts cannot be completed for a long time, the golden thread state will be damaged. Note 2. When facing food with toxins and full of malice, the receiving precepts can ignore it. Note 3. Under the blessing of feast, the receiving precepts will break through the original size limit as the physique increases. Note 4. Cat Orange can not only perfectly integrate the other cat holes, other rituals of the cat school, can also well superimpose the spirituality brought by the secret props. Note 5. When the ordained learn other schools, the secret rituals, Cat Orange also has strong adaptability, especially the longer the ordained time, the stronger the adaptability. Note 6. Harmony. When adapting to superimposing the spirituality of the secret props, cannot exceed the limitations of the props themselves, but adaptability can make some changes. Note 7. Feast. Self-healing. Fitness will also slowly increase as the receiving time gets longer. No! There is absolutely no mark about the smell of death. It's just the power of Cat Orange. Not only is it comprehensive, it can also adapt to other rituals. And it can even grow. Arthur looked at the introduction of Cat Orange and suddenly understood why the first person in the cat cave was called a demon cat. Because the older he gets, the more evil he becomes. As long as he is given enough time, he can really grow into a terrifying existence. However, this time is probably extremely long. Have a long life? Hulk's Golden Potion. Arthur almost subconsciously thought of the alchemist, the Golden Potion, the first of the 4 great potions made by the Potion Master. It is said that after taking it, one can become an immortal with a long life, which is a perfect match with Cat Orange. I must get it, Arthur thought with great determination. But that's later. Now? He looked at the lingering smell of death. Spirituality did not tell him of danger. Death intuition did not flicker either. It seemed to be simply lingering. But why was it lingering around him? Curse? So this is the work of the Dead Poets Society? Arthur thought almost subconsciously. He had destroyed the arrangements of the Dead Poets Society several times, and it was only natural that the other party would attack him. In fact, on this trip, the other party should have shown up. Such a good opportunity. If the other party did not show up, Arthur would have been even more worried. However, was this death aura too pure? Arthur had seen the members of the Dead Poets Society attack. To some extent, he had even experienced it himself. Compared with the death aura possessed by the Dead Poets Society member, and the death aura in front of him, The former is sewage from the gutter, and the latter is pure water. There is a huge difference. Could it be the legendary president of the Dead Poets Society who personally took action? Arthur narrowed his eyes, and then shook his head in his heart. If it was really the president of the Dead Poets Society who had fought the old lion of Niwen twice, then death intuition would have been flashing like a bright light. But now death intuition has not changed at all. Just when Arthur was puzzled, this breath of death suddenly stopped wandering. Under Arthur's spiritual perception, this breath of death stopped. It was like a lost child who saw his relatives. Then, with cheers and joy, filled with coldness and silence, it rushed towards him surrounded by disaster and misfortune. Arthur subconsciously wanted to dodge, but this breath of death was too fast. So fast that Arthur had no time to really react. The next moment, death intuition began to flash. Not a warning flash, but a promotion flash. Death intuition, having experienced death once, you have encountered the purest death again. Your sensitivity to death has long surpassed the so-called death god. When the death that targets you approaches you, you will always be aware of it, not only in the present time, but also in the short future time. It is still the same. And this is not the end. Death intuition. The flashing stopped. But the word still appeared. Breath of death. The purest death gave you one of the original talents. From today on, your bloodline descendants will also have a secondary death talent. This talent will gradually disappear until the 10th generation of descendants. But as the source of talent, when your descendants see you, even the 10th generation of descendants, it is possible to activate the weak death talent. At the same time, you who possess this talent will bring disaster to any creature that comes into contact with you. Any creature that is not favored by fate. And make them, suffer disaster, face death. And such death will always bring you more death breath. Effect 1. Death breath. 2. Deterrence. 3. Extreme longevity. Death breath. The breath of the surrounding creatures after death will be absorbed by you. And these death breaths can be accumulated when you use this dead energy to attack or defend. The dead energy will be consumed. When the dead energy is consumed, the breath of death will enter a state of rampage and indiscriminate disaster. Unless fate favors you, all creatures within a radius of 100 meters around you will be killed. Deterrence. When facing undead, ghosts and other dead creatures, you have a natural deterrent power. Extreme life. Your lifespan has been extended to the limit of your species. Note 1. The absorption of dead energy cannot be rejected, cannot be exempted, cannot be spied on. When the dead energy controlled by others attacks you, you can choose to absorb or reject it. When rejected, the dead energy attack of others will dissipate into dead energy that cannot be rejected and absorbed by you. Note 2. Deterrence can be increased by dead energy. Note 3. Jisho cannot be exempted from accidents, because that is a joke of fate. Note 4. Current dead energy 44.4. The star of misfortune. Arthur saw the effect of death breath. When marking, this thought came to my mind. How did this talent come about? Is there really a so-called god of death? And why do you think so highly of me? Arthur, who had returned to the campfire and sat on the crossbar, was puzzled. He was like an old man in the subway looking at his phone. At this moment, the dead white appeared. Dead Poets Society. 30 choirs. Morilk met Mr. Kratos. Death. Let you and I meet. So, I hope you don't let death down. And you can choose? Surrender. Chapter 249, The Entry. Morilk, wearing a pure white cloak representing death, looked at Arthur with indifference. It can even be said that he ignored him. Morilk, the base of the Dead Poets Society. 30 choir. Has the qualifications. The ordinary members of the Dead Poets Society. 30 choir are already the elite of the Dead Poets Society, not to mention the death base. Male. Morilk, one of the 4 tones, his position in the Dead Poets Society. 30 choirs is only below the right patriarch and the left cantor. He is a genuine Arcana-level strongman. If it weren't for the special identity of the hidden man, a strongman of this level would not care about the affairs of one place at all. Even Nanlos is no exception. Their eyes are always on the more core places. For example, Niwen, compared to the tigress, who is not strong enough, the old lion, who is gradually declining but still has some power, is their target. Not only because of the president's preference, but also because of the secrets held by the old lion, which is what they are concerned about. As for Arthur, although he had heard of Charlie Kratos' reputation, He still didn't care about this death-based man. And Arthur himself? He is an insignificant character. And he can be brought back to exchange for the captured Grover. If Grover dies, then you should be buried with Grover. Although the Dark Man once mentioned in a secret letter that Arthur Kratos has an extraordinary talent for death, he does not feel it now. And, since he has the talent for death, it is impossible for him not to be noticed by the Dead Poets Society. The Right Patriarch will perform divination every 3 years to determine the members who have the talent for death. Then, he was brought back to the base for training. With the caution of that adult, how could he miss Nanlos? With the strength of that adult, how could he not be able to divine Arthur? So, it was just a coincidence. Everything was a coincidence. Morilk stood there and looked at Arthur, the gray in his eyes, without any emotion, and he would not be surprised by any resistance from Arthur. The ignorant will always please him with their actions. In this regard, he didn't hate it, just treat it as the only fun of this journey. The member of the Dead Poets Society thought so. In order to conceal his whereabouts, after receiving the secret letter from the hidden man, Morilk set out at night, without making a big fanfare, and almost without resting halfway, and finally arrived in South Los. But after arriving in South Los, he found that the target person had left. This forced Morilk to chase again. Fortunately, encountered the fools of the Cloak Society. These fools actually knew the whereabouts of the target. No need for more actions, just say the name. These fools took the initiative to lead the way. However, the Arcanal-level Blood Clan members mentioned by these fools made Morilk quite concerned. Therefore, he searched the surroundings carefully, and only showed up when he confirmed that the other party was not nearby. Maybe I can absorb him. The legacy of the Blood Marquis. That is quite rich. Morilk thought in his heart. The gray eyes looking at Arthur began to show impatience. From the beginning, the target began to check his cat, looked at his companions, and then added firewood. Morilk didn't understand why the target did this. However, Morilk's patience was gone. This member of the Dead Poets Society, 30 Choir, was ready to take action. However, before taking action, he still said as usual, "I'm glad that death can let you and me meet." After saying that, the other party was ready to attack. At this moment, Arthur, who had checked Pendragon and Simon and confirmed that they were fine for the time being, replied without raising his head, "You are too happy too early." Morilk, who had already raised his hand, was shocked by this sentence. The next moment, he shouted, "Disrespectful." Then he swung it heavily. The thick gray-white color like fog was like a giant python emerging from a mountain stream. With the wail of death, rushed straight towards Arthur. The young medium seemed to be intimidated by such death, sitting there motionless, allowing himself to be swallowed by the grayish-white death aura. Heh! Looking at this scene, Morilk sneered. Pretending. In his heart, this member of the Dead Poets Society, 30 Choir, commented like this, and at the same time, began to control the output of the death aura. What he needed was to capture the other party, instead of killing the other party. However, when he wanted to control the death aura, he suddenly found that his death aura was no longer under his control, and was being absorbed by Arthur continuously. This surprised Morilk. Almost subconsciously, this Dead Poets Society, 30 Choir, increased the output of death aura. Boom! The gray-white fog, which was originally as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, instantly became as thick as a water tank. Moreover, if it looked like a giant python before, it has become a giant python now. The thick gray-white mist is like a real object, building the body of the giant python eyes, letter. The gray-white eyes, which are larger than watermelons, stare at Arthur when the hostility emerges. The wind appears out of thin air. It is mixed with a fishy smell, and it is a fierce wind. This wind blows around. The flowers, plants and trees that have been withering in early autumn, withered in an instant. The vitality disappears. Only death remains. Roar! The upper body of the death python stood up straight, and its body was as high as 2 stories. The shadow it brought directly covered Arthur, who was sitting on the crossbar beside the fire. It looks real, but it's a pity that it's fake after all. It can't be eaten. The young medium raised his head and took a glance, and sighed like this. This irritated Morilk, a member of the Dead Poets Society, 30 Choir, and he said sternly, "Although I don't know what method you used just now, I was just careless just now. Now I have my true strength. The Arcanal level. I hope you can always be so calm." As he spoke, the death python bit Arthur with a fishy wind. A sneer appeared in Morilk's gray eyes. Now Morilk has given up the idea of taking prisoners. Arthur's rudeness just now made this member of the Dead Poets Society 30 choir decide to kill Arthur. Of course, not to kill him directly, but to torture him. The fury in his heart made the face of this member of the Dead Poets Society 30 choir become ferocious under his hood. But the next moment, such ferocity became dull. The bloody wind that plundered life blew by, like spring breeze and rain. The horrifying giant python rushed by, like a mayfly shaking a tree. It was useless. Not only did the death python lose its due function, what frightened this member of the Dead Poets Society choir of 30 was that this time, not only was the death aura he released no longer under control, but the death aura in his body was also continuously sucked out. All of it poured into Arthur's body. This major arcana, no. No! Marilk was horrified and shouted instinctively. But the words didn't feel right. He had seen strong men of the major arcana level, but they didn't have such power. The next moment, this member of the Dead Poets Society choir of 30 suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Entry! Chapter 250. The meaning of black is unknown." Enterer? What is that? Arthur guessed in his heart. He still hasn't figured out the level of arcana, and another new, very important word has appeared. And the appearance of this new word is just that he changed his rejection state of death energy to active absorption state. Spare my life, my life. Marilk, a member of Dead Poets Society 30 choir, respected as one of the 4 notes of the choir. He no longer had the arrogance and contempt he had when he first met Arthur. He was left with only fear and terror. Fear filled his heart. Fear covered his face. His eyes even lowered with his head. And he no longer dared to look directly at Arthur in front of him. An entry! This is an entry! Marilk was panicking. And the aura of death was completely out of his control, pouring into Arthur's body like a river into the sea. In 2 breaths, Marilk was sucked dry. The grayish-white color filled the whole body of this member of the Dead Poets Society 30 choir. Then, crack! With a crisp sound like porcelain breaking, Marilk broke into pieces. The broken body flowed down like sand, leaving only a white cloak rotting in the sand. He is dead now? Arthur, who was sitting on the crossbar, was filled with astonishment. He really just took the initiative to absorb the death aura. The rest did nothing. As a result, the other party was sucked to death. Death breath is naturally strong against all dead air, and those who manipulate and use dead air. The young medium had such a realization in his heart. If that is the case, many thoughts appeared in the heart of the young medium, but he did not even look at Marilk, who had already turned into sand on the ground, but swept his eyes to the dense forest on one side. There were 7 people there. These 7 people came with Marilk. Arthur was not unfamiliar with these 7 people. These 7 people were the numerous stalkers before, the ones who were scared away by the snake and left the eyes. And now, these 7 people looked at Arthur tremblingly, because, when they came with Marilk just now, they activated the eyes again. This was Marilk's order. What Marilk wanted to do. These 7 people naturally knew it well. It was nothing more than using the name of their cloak society to spread everything, so as to exchange hostages with the Count of Nanlos. To this end, the 7 people did not think there was anything wrong. As everyone knows, they were just intermediaries, and nothing had anything to do with them. At least, that is what they thought just now. But now, there is a big problem. An enterer actually hid in Nanlos, and he must have an ulterior motive. Now they have been exposed. Then, the 7 people trembled even more. Compared to Marilk, these 7 people couldn't even beg for mercy. Fear made the 7 people's brains blank, and they just stood there trembling. Let everything be left to fate. A soft sigh, from the young medium, came into their ears. The 7 people didn't understand the deeper meaning. They just felt that this enterer didn't seem to intend to pursue them. Can they survive? Thinking of this, the one who reacted faster among the 7 people turned around and ran. When this person ran 4 or 5 meters, the rest of them followed him. And the last one of them did not forget to take the eye with him. A fist-sized, pebble-like secret tool. Perhaps because he was too anxious, too hurried, the one who took the eye did not pay attention to his feet at all. A branch was right under his feet. He tripped, just in front of the person who fell. There was a sharp branch, which pierced the other person's eyes. The severe pain made the other person throw away the eye in his hand. Woo! With a dull sound of breaking through the air, the pebble slid through a beautiful arc and hit the back of the head of the fastest runner. Bang! The fragile back of the head was directly shattered. And the brain burst. The seemingly hard pebble was also shattered under this blow. But the two people following closely behind him didn't care about these things. When they saw the brain burst, they stopped in fear. The two stopped, but the three people following them did not. Suddenly, the five people collided with each other. The next moment, the five people became rolling gourds. And they crashed hard into a dead tree that required two people to hug. There was a big tree hole on the dead tree. And there was a faint fishy smell coming from inside. And a low hissing sound made the creatures in this dense forest understand the danger. All creatures with normal brains would stay away from this place. But the five people who fell into a ball would not. The five people hit the dead tree hard. The venomous snakes that built their nests in the tree holes were disturbed and swarmed out. Hiss! Ah! The scream suddenly arose, and then quickly returned to silence. This group of venomous snakes got a meal unexpectedly. But none of them dared to enjoy the food, but they all raised their upper bodies towards the open space, lowered their heads, and hissed softly. Fate does not favor you. The young medium said softly, and waved his hand slightly. This group of venomous snakes that he had driven before immediately dispersed one after another. When there was no one watching around, the young medium could no longer bear it, raised his hand to cover his face, and whispered, Fuck really? Death is coming. Sitting here, Arthur didn't dare to move. He was afraid of causing a chain reaction. An active chain reaction, Arthur was not afraid. Because that was what he wanted. He could accept it calmly. And bear it wholeheartedly. But Arthur did not want this unintentional passive chain reaction. He wanted to stop this chain reaction. He could not do it himself. But he knew there was someone who could. If the other person could not do it, Arthur decided to live in seclusion for a while. Otherwise he was afraid that if he slept, the whole city would be hit by a meteorite. It didn't matter to others. He didn't know him. But what about Mouths? Scott and other people he knew? And what about Pendragon? So you must have a way, Arthur thought in his heart. And his consciousness communicated with Wu Ni, who stayed at number 2 South Lowskirk Street. Before, Arthur couldn't do this at all. But after the talent Breath of Death appeared, the two crows completed the promotion, not only saving nearly 100 days of promotion time, but also becoming stronger. A feast for crows. It is still in a damaged state, and the notes have not changed at all. But the attribute crow has changed. Crow, Gyukin and Muni, who were raised by a feast for crows, have already gradually become magical creatures after a long time, but when you, who possessed the Breath of Death, appeared, they instantly completed the promotion, and now, they have extraordinary wisdom in body, and can understand your words. They can also understand other people's language, can help you detect, can tear metal armor with their claws and beaks, or can spit out death breath to cause more terrible mystical damage. Fujin Muni, we are black, we are regarded as ominous, we will bring bad luck, we harvest lives for our masters, and put them in their pastures. Note 1. Fujin, who completed the promotion in a special way, Muni has been freed from the shackles of Feast for Crows. They only see you as their master. Feast of Crows allows you to tame 2 more crows. Note 2. Fujin, who is promoted to a magical creature, can choose normal food, but they prefer to swallow gold coins or death gas, which will slowly grow into a more powerful magical creature. Note 3. Fujin, the spirituality of the Muni is improved. You can remotely control them, and use their mouths to communicate with others. Note 4. When Fujin, the Muni is injured, death breath can heal them. Note 5. When Fujin, Muni dies, you can consume 100 death breath to revive them, but a corpse is required. Note 6. When Fujin, Muni dies, and there is no corpse, you can consume 1,000 death breath to revive them. The new crow. The vacant feast for crows. Both gave Arthur a lot of ideas, but Arthur knew better that these ideas needed to be based on the woman's ability to help him. Otherwise, it would be useless. Gaw! Muni cried, turned into a shadow, and ran straight to number 6 Whitebird Street. That speed was extremely fast. But there are some things that are faster. For example, rumors. Chapter 251, Langbine and Garcia. Langbine is a gentle gentleman. People who know him say this about him. Every time he hears this kind of comment, Langbine always responds with a humble smile. Because of this, he hates his job more and more. Intelligence dealer. Although the Cloak Society has various names, it is still an intelligence dealer in essence. Langbine has seen through this. As one of the earliest members of the Cloak Society, Langbine originally joined the group just to make a living. At that time, he had no idea that the Cloak Society would be able to grow and develop. In Langbine's estimation, it would be a miracle if the Cloak Society could exist for 3 to 4 months. Who knew that it would exist for 14 years? Moreover, its coverage is getting wider and wider. However, Langbine still does not think highly of the Cloak Society, because someone like him only has a little bit of talent. But facing the danger and weirdness of the mysterious side, the guy who was full of fear and dared not move forward was actually considered by the president to be an excellent intelligence collector and was assigned to be the head of the Cloak Society in Nanlos. You know, he just did his job. He can't be called excellent at all. Just like now, after processing the video between the medium, blood descendant, and the Grand Duke's advisor sent during the day, Langbine was ready to go off work. 9 to 5. No weekends off. This is the case every day. Keep an eye on this place. If anything happens, remember to let me know. When leaving the base at 94 Clara Street, Langbine, who is an art lover and knows some painting and sculpture skills, he gave instructions to his deputy. This deputy was recommended by a senior member of the Cloak Society. He did not refuse. Nor did he want to refuse. Compared to the petty intrigues of the Cloak Society, he prefers the sunshine, food and rich and peaceful life of South Los. If it weren't for this secret identity, he would have chosen to buy a small farm outside of South Los and live a retired life. And now, after touching his bald head and putting on his hat, Langbine walked towards the sea. He wanted to listen to the sound of the sea. After Langbine left, the other party's deputy became more and more presumptuous. When Langbine was there, he could still restrain himself from going too far. After Langbine left, the deputy began to check some valuable things by himself. This is of course against the rules on the surface. But secretly, everyone does this. Otherwise, the salary paid by the company is not enough to maintain a decent life, not to mention going to high-end clubs. That little money is not enough. Especially since he recently wanted to meet a lady in a high-end club, and hoped to have in-depth communication with her, the expenses required made him more urgent. Unfortunately, they were all trivial matters, which made the deputy extremely annoyed, especially when he thought of the lady's every move and smile. While he could only watch, he became more and more angry. Time passed by. The sky soon darkened. Then, the communication stone flashed again. The images of Medium and Dead Poets Society. 30 choirs were transmitted back. Looking at this image, the deputy immediately became excited. He knew the opportunity had come. But, should he do it? The risk is a bit high. But when he thought of that lady, the deputy immediately gritted his teeth and decided to do it. Not only to do it, but also to do it thoroughly. He wanted to sell the information in the communication stone to the big forces he knew, and then take the money and take the lady away. Nanlos can't stay. But Niwan is also a good choice. If the lady doesn't want to go to Niwan, they can still go out to sea. When he thought of the beautiful days with the lady in the future, the deputy rushed out of 94 Clara Street in excitement. Mr. Garcia, I'm sorry. In the editor-in-chief's office of the Clarion newspaper, Scott returned the manuscript in his hand to the middle-aged man in front of him, Mr. Garcia, who was frowning. Scott admired this gentleman from the bottom of his heart. The other party has been submitting articles to the Clarion newspaper unremittingly for 10 years, but none of them have been accepted. It's not that the other party's writing is not good enough, on the contrary. The other party has a solid foundation and a rigorous logic. It's too absurd. It's not wild and unrealistic, but fake. After reading each manuscript, people will feel a sense of fake. Too fake from the bottom of their hearts. Scott also felt the same way after reading it. After all, he could understand spies, but completing espionage work based on guesswork alone made the young reporter feel impossible. Therefore, this rejection happened. Watching Garcia leave, the young reporter began to pack up and prepare to leave work. The days without Arthur are really free, the young reporter whispered to himself. After talking with the old sheriff last night, the two confirmed that Arthur must be favored by the god of death, otherwise how could those cases happen continuously? However, as Arthur's friend, the young reporter thought that he should consider Arthur's face. So, while Arthur was away, the young reporter asked the old sheriff to go to the club for a drink. He heard that there was a very nice lady recently. He wanted to meet her. The young reporter walked towards the Shire District Police Station, while Garcia, who left the Clarion, walked towards his home on Clara Street with the manuscript. Alas! I am really a guy without talent. I thought it would be a good story. Garcia sighed. What made him sigh even more was that he had to stop writing for a while. He had no money. He had to do something else. For example, selling intelligence. He was not a professional intelligence dealer. He just observed carefully after occasionally discovering some things at number 94 Clara Street. Later, he found some ways to supplement his life. While thinking in his heart, this unsuccessful writer found that the deputy at number 94 Clara Street stood in front of him, blocked away. Garcia didn't like this assistant, even if he had glimpsed his second job from his identity. Because, through glimpsing, Garcia knew who the other person was. Greedy, lazy, and vicious. In short, Garcia could put all the negative words he could think of on the other person. "What do you want?" Garcia asked cautiously. "News. A very good news. You only need to pay a little money." The deputy, who had sold the information, returned to 94 Clara Street to get the thing and leave. Then, the deputy found Garcia going home. Seeing Garcia being led on the road by him, the deputy's heart moved. He planned to make more money. But Garcia didn't buy it at all. He bypassed the other party and prepared to go home. "Don't worry. Take a look first." The deputy took out the communication stone and handed it to Garcia. Garcia, who also had a little talent, he manipulated the communication stone skillfully. This was also taught by the other party. He took 10 strings from him. When he saw some of the contents in the communication stone, Garcia's eyes widened immediately. The members of the Dead Poets Society were big shots that Garcia could not afford to offend. As for the higher-level choir of 30 members, he dared not even think about it. Not to mention the high-level choir of 4 tones. 100 strings. This communication stone is yours. I promise that the follow-up content will be more exciting, the deputy said with a smile while keeping the time. He had already planned to run away. Although the communication stone was valuable, it might have the mark of the Cloak Society, so he didn't dare to take it with him. It would be better to give it to Garcia, so that the other party could divert their attention. But Garcia didn't respond at all, and after returning the communication stone to the other party, he turned around and left. 50, 30, 10 soda. Is 10 okay? The deputy immediately offered the price. It has come to this point, he doesn't want to return empty-handed. No matter how small the mosquito leg is, it is still meat, at least it can allow him to hire a carriage. Garcia stopped. 10 soda, he really has it, it is all his assets. Although he is sure that the deputy must have sold the news, the person who sold it must be a big shot. Some small people definitely won't have it. The blockade of small people like them by those big people is beyond imagination. If he sells it, he can earn a living. He can continue to write behind closed doors. Thinking of this, Garcia nodded. Then, the picture of the battle between the medium and the Dead Poets Society. 30 choir spread in an extremely weird way. In the mysterious side of South Los, many upper-class people knew about it. Many people at the bottom of the society also knew about the mysterious side of Nanlos. Then, it spread. It spread at an unparalleled speed. At this moment, Wu and I had just flown into number 6 Whitebird Street. Melinda, who was squinting to rest, opened her eyes the moment Wu and I flew into number 6 Whitebird Street. The obvious aura of death made the lady angry. She thought it was a provocation from the Dead Poets Society. Immediately, the lady was ready to intensify the interrogation of Grover. She wanted to torture him to find out everything he knew. Then, of course, she would take revenge on the Dead Poets Society. However, when the lady completely locked onto this breath of death, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. Although mine had undergone some changes due to the breath of death, her basic appearance could still be seen. The lady immediately recognized mine as one of the 2 crows she gave to Arthur. However, the lady was also certain that mine would not have the breath of death. Moreover, at this speed, it was obvious that she had completed the promotion of a magical creature. Facing this scene, the lady immediately thought of something. So that's how it is. Chapter 252 Everything becomes reasonable. Doghead. When Wu and I flew into the study room of number 6 Whitebird Street, Arthur immediately borrowed Winnie's body to hear Melinda's muttering. Arthur was puzzled by this. What is it? What great thing have you found out? It's just like those traditional mediums, all so charlatan. Arthur kept complaining in his heart. However, on the surface, he was full of apologies. Sorry, Melinda. I'm sorry to bother you. Melinda has the habit of taking a 10-minute nap at midnight and noon. If possible. Arthur didn't want to disturb the lady at this time. But he couldn't wait any longer. Pendragon was still alive and kicking. And it seemed that nothing was wrong. But Simon, when he just fell asleep, turned over, and bumped into a stone for no reason. He fainted with a cry. Moreover, his breathing began to become weak. Arthur didn't dare to touch the trainee police officer, because Arthur knew very well that if he touched the trainee police officer, then he would die faster. "Oh, you are so impatient to show off to me? How childish." Listening to Arthur's voice in Winnie's mouth, the lady sneered and picked up the pipe, filling it with tobacco leaves, curling her lips, seemingly with disdain, but her eyes kept glancing at the crow on the desk. Arthur saw the hidden envy. Suddenly, Arthur understood what the other party had misunderstood. Immediately, the young medium was ready to explain. But before the young medium could speak, Melinda's driver Edwin came in. The driver looked at the big crow on the desk in surprise. After Melinda signaled to speak directly, the driver immediately reported the news he had just received. After hearing the news, the lady was stunned. Arthur killed one of the 4 dead voices of the Dead Poets Society. 30 choirs? Yes. And Arthur is also an entrant? Yes. Incredulous, Melinda asked again. The driver gave a positive answer again. The lady immediately became silent. She lit her pipe with a match, took a deep breath of smoke, and raised her hand to signal Edwin to leave. When they were in the study, they turned back into 2 people. The lady stared at Arthur, and her breathing speed increased. Moreover, her eyes showed pity. That's right, pity. Although Arthur was using the body of Muni, he swore that he would never make a mistake in seeing this look. Even without the skill observing expressions, anyone could tell the 2 most obvious emotions. One was pity, and the other was murderous intent. The former was a little warm. The latter was bone-chilling cold. Both looks were so fresh in his memory. However, Arthur was very curious. Why did the lady give him such a look, which was completely different from what he had imagined? Arthur had imagined that the lady would be surprised, or even suspicious, angry, etc. But he had never thought of pity. What is going on? Arthur wisely kept silent when he found that he could not keep up with the lady's train of thought. In this case, he believed that the lady would take the initiative to speak. In fact, that was true. After another puff of smoke, the lady sighed. Hatred will make people lose their minds. And revenge will make people sacrifice everything. This death power that exceeds the limit must have brought you a great backlash. In order to avenge Malpai Black, you tried every means to master this power. But you were very careful. You not only hide this power, you also used other powers as a cover. In the previous battle with the Shadow Snake Sayutic, you used the power to cover up this death power, which temporarily put you into an overload state, but you were not injured, and you only needed to rest for a few days. And while resting, you suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. An opportunity to lure out the enemy. The enemy appeared, and it was at a level that made you happy. Without any hesitation, you directly used the hidden power. Then you asked me for help again. You really believe me. Speaking of this, Melinda looked at Arthur, who was using Muni's body, and smiled faintly. I believe your lies. Looking at Melinda's reserved smile, Arthur complained directly in his heart. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman's brain. If this hadn't been his personal experience, he would have believed what this woman said. But why can't it be like this? As the contemporary Black Cat, I sent it my duty to avenge Cat faction. Black? And in order to avenge, I sent it my duty to master some special powers with great backlash. Thinking of this, Arthur nodded in the form of Muni. Yes, that's it. Then, the young medium organized his words a little, and said directly, This is also the first time I have used such power. The backlash is not as great as I imagined, but it brought more trouble. So, I now need a prop that can block my own power of death, or a prop that can block something like a death curse. Of course, I will do my best to pay for things or information of the same price, or help you once. Arthur stated his request, and made a promise. The 2 parties are in a cooperative relationship. There is no such thing as help for no reason. It's just a collaboration under the common interests. It's the power of death, based on the core secret of the cat school. Black, Tong, is it a forbidden technique? Arthur, your identity as the contemporary Black Cat should not be concealed. Miranda said this, and then she laughed again. However, this smile is full of gloating. Every time she saw Arthur, a guy with a hidden identity, staying safely in number 2 Kirk Street and watching everything happening in South Lowe's, I felt envious. Now it's all right. The identity of the contemporary Black Cat has been exposed. Let's see how you can just stand by and watch. When she thought about what Arthur might encounter next, the lady was in a good mood. Especially when she thought that, for a long time to come, Arthur would have to rely on her, and the cooperation between the two sides would be closer. The lady was even happier. Who doesn't want to have a strong partner? And when this partner is within the controllable range, that would be even better. Being able to kill an Arcanal-level partner with a single move. Some of her plans seemed to be on the agenda. The lady thought in her heart, but said directly, I have the props, I can also lend them to you. But you need to promise to wait until your backlash disappears, and communicate with an undead for me. The future is the future, and now is now. The lady thought clearly. She must fight for what she deserves. Yes. Arthur gave an affirmative answer. If he had no idea where to start before he got the talent Breath of Death. Now he was quite sure. Moreover, he had confidence in Breath of Death. Even if he couldn't communicate, he could get the corresponding clues. After all, if he couldn't communicate, he could just intimidate him. Just when the two of them reached another cooperation, Edwin knocked on the door again and walked in. The coachman walked to Melinda with a strange expression, looking like he couldn't speak. Melinda looked at her confidant in surprise, but didn't blame him. Instead, she said directly, Speak. Chapter 253 Disaster Follows Death. Melinda's voice echoed in the study. This lady's study was quite spacious. In addition to a long desk of 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, and a matching sofa and coffee table, even if there were enough bookshelves placed along the wall, when people spoke loudly, it would still echo in the room, especially when sitting in Melinda's current position, it was even more so. Obviously, this was a special architectural or decorative method. It is to highlight the master's majesty. Arthur used the eyes of Wu and I to scan the arc of the corner of the study roof, and the two special ornaments. Then, his eyes were fixed on Edwin. The young medium was also very curious about what news made the coachman show such an expression. Everyone has a curious heart. Who is not a civet who yearns for the melon field? Under the gaze of Melinda, Edwin took a few deep breaths, and then mustered up the courage to say, Someone just spread the news, say. You are the toy pushed out by Mr. Arthur Kratos, to attract the attention of Nanlos. After saying this, the coachman Edwin closed his eyes, and was ready to face his master's scolding. But after more than 10 seconds, nothing happened. The coachman opened his eyes, and was surprised to find that his master was not angry at all, but was smiling. This is too exciting? The coachman Edwin thought in his heart. However, as Melinda waved, the driver immediately left the study. And when the study door closed, Melinda could no longer hold back. Ha ha! This laugh was quite hearty, but it was extremely harsh in Arthur's ears. There is a bad guy in Nanlos. He obviously did nothing, but he took the blame. This news seems to put Melinda in the despicable position of plaything. But it can make a plaything achieve the achievements of Lady of the Long Night. The person behind this toy must be very resourceful. Add to that the strength of an enterer. I'm afraid that the Tigress of Nanlos will have trouble sleeping now. Even, she may have already started to plan how to target him. What a great injustice. He is such a young and simple, honest and kind medium to suffer such a great injustice. Alas, why don't I just go back to Nanlos? I'm tired, destroy it. I want to see the meteorite hit Nanlos. With the help of mist, Arthur said slowly. Facing Arthur in this state, Melinda rolled her eyes. The lady knew that Arthur was joking. But her words were half true and half false. If Arthur was really forced to that point, the guy in front of him would definitely do it. Madman? No. It's just pure madness hidden under calmness. He is not a madman. Neither is she. Don't worry. I am the same as you, but I am more realistic. I have wanted to burn down South Los more than once. And I have even visited several blocks for this purpose. Melinda said this while smoking a pipe. What made you change your mind? Arthur asked curiously. The Countess gave too much, Melinda said, shrugging in an unbelievable way. The faint smile on the corner of her mouth made Arthur quite moved. Unlike his joke, he believed that what the woman just said was true. This woman must have really wanted to burn Nanlos to the ground at some point. However, there must have been some accidents in the middle, which forced the other party's plan to be terminated. But this is not important. What is important is, how did the Countess bribe this woman? The price this woman asked for is definitely not low. It can't be that she sold her body. Right? Arthur thought in his heart, and said immediately, Is the title of Baron Camille that you conferred on you also the reward promised by the Earl? However, there is still some time before the conferment. And now there are rumors like this. It is obvious that someone is not giving up. Arthur knew that if he asked directly, the woman would never say anything, and could only hint at it. However, the lady did not respond at all, but just said lightly, "The other party wants to target us. He or they want to kill two birds with one stone. If we don't give them a chance, it would be really inhumane." Faced with Melinda, who changed the subject, Arthur curled his lips secretly. However, the young medium did not ask any more questions. The cooperation between the two parties was so pleasant, there was no need to make it worse because of these minor details. As for the opportunity mentioned by Melinda, Arthur guessed something after a little thought. It was nothing more than showing weakness to the enemy, letting him come to the front, while Melinda harvested the harvest behind the scenes. The two of them had a contract guarantee. This approach was quite safe, and even, it could catch the enemy by surprise. You said one of us was a plaything, one is the behind-the-scenes plotter. Then, we will really become what you said, and catch you off guard. This idea is feasible. However, he is not very good at dealing with those people in front of the stage. Moreover, there is no vital benefit to him. Just some gold coins and industrial compensation. These, he does not lack for the time being. What he lacks is an identity. An identity that can reasonably and legally purchase and exchange the secrets mastered by the nobles. Therefore, the young medium used the mouth of a crow to spit out ominous words. Such an opportunity, of course, must be given. The upcoming fencing competition is very suitable. Didn't you say that the Earl attaches great importance to this fencing competition? Then why don't you advise the Countess to improve the standards of this fencing competition and the standards of the prizes for the champion? If the prize for the champion is changed to the title of knight, I think it will definitely inspire everyone's enthusiasm. And those guys who are staring at you will definitely be distracted by an extra option. They will definitely send their elites to participate in this sword competition. And I will also participate. At that time, I will help you kill those elites one by one with a sword, and what you have to do is set up some harmless gambling games outside the sword competition to lure them in. Melinda listened to Arthur's words, and her blue eyes narrowed. Oh, this is the first time I've heard someone talk about seeking nobility so high-soundingly. This is a win-win situation for both of us, Arthur emphasized. Melinda emphasized even louder. I take a bigger risk. When he said this, Arthur knew that this thing was done. Melinda's emphasis was nothing more than wanting more benefits. This kind of thing. Of course we must not give in. Of course I take a bigger risk. Don't forget that the champion of the swordsmanship competition has to go to Niwen. If the old lion goes crazy, I'll be in danger of death. I'm risking my life to make plans with you. Therefore, a knight title and a 70% share are what I deserve. Arthur made an offer. The knight title belongs to you, and the remaining profits belong to me. Melinda began to bargain. The bargaining between the two was mainly unreasonable and shameless. However, there was still a degree between the two, because Arthur was still suffering from the soul of death. Moreover, Simon's breath was getting weaker and weaker. In the end, for the sake of the lives of his companions, Arthur was awarded the title of knight. 30% of the profits, which could be converted into shares. And he had the priority to select secret arts and secret arts props. And the props that Melinda had originally only lent him to block the death aura were changed into gifts. The two would supplement the written contract after the meeting. Alas, I am an ordinary medium, and I can't compare to you. A black-hearted businessman after all. Arthur sighed. My heart is black. Yes, but it is better than some heartless mediums. Melinda hit back. Just as the two were about to leave, the driver Edwin knocked on the door again and walked in. This time, although the driver's face did not have the strange expression that was difficult to talk about, his eyes were still filled with deep shock. Looking at the appearance of her driver, even a lady like Melinda began to frown secretly. What happened? Why did everything explode at this moment? I always feel that once I get involved with Arthur, this bastard, is there going to be endless trouble? Could this guy have been exposed to too much death energy and be favored by disaster? She secretly glanced at the young medium who was using the body of a crow, looking at the unique colorful black. This lady always felt like an ominous sign was brewing, and immediately moved away without making a sound, and slightly distanced herself from Arthur. Then, without giving Arthur a chance to react, she immediately asked her driver, Tell me, what happened? Chapter 254 Amur's Classroom. Rattail Alley, deep inside. Amur sat behind the desk, using the documents as tall as her as a cover, blocking Freeman's sight, silently emptying herself. After Harris's death, she and Freeman were assigned to Rat Tail Alley, replacing Harris as the new head of Rat Tail Alley. She was in charge of the main things. Freeman was her deputy. It was just like the search for the Blood Clan before. But there is a fundamental difference. Because? Tired. What kind of work needs to start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and not finish until 8 o'clock in the evening, and still need to work overtime for 3 hours? Is this a job for humans? It's no different for cattle and horses. No. Even cattle and horses, their masters will feel sorry for them. And she? No. She is just like a slave in a cotton field. Of course, the most important thing is, if she can endure such hardship, why would she leave Talon, become the Countess's staff? She wants to not work. Even if she works, she will just sit there pretending to be serious. When asked, she will just nod along. Even if she is asked alone, she can pretend to be profound and say some irrelevant words, starting with fate and ending with fate. This is the job she wants. Not working like a slave. Should I run away? A thought suddenly rose in Amur's heart. But immediately, she was thrown out of her mind by the lady from Talon. Before, if she left, she would at most be examined by the Countess. But with the appearance of the hidden man of the Grand Duke of Niwen in the 66 staff group, everything became different. Especially after Freeman revealed another hidden man yesterday. If she dared to leave now, she would most likely be thrown into the dungeon of the Countess. You know, the Countess has never been known for her kindness. Moreover, even if she left the Countess, there was still the blood descendant and the medium. The blood descendant was still okay. At most she could sacrifice herself. As long as she was not made into a blood bride, everything would be fine. But the medium? Amur frowned. This lady from Talon. She always felt that the other party was scary. Especially when the other party looked at her with a smile. She always felt that the other party was like a fox. It was like a poisonous snake. Not only plotting against her, but also wanting to bite her. Without the protection of the Countess, she would be directly under the gaze of the medium. It was highly likely that she would not have a good ending. Thinking of this, Amur could not help but hold his head with both hands, rubbing his hair hard. Then, a secret letter appeared in the communication stone on the table. This was specially approved by the Countess after Harris became the new head of Rat Tail Alley, in the name of facilitating communication. In fact, it is another form of monitoring. Amur knows this very well. Therefore, most of the time, this lady from Talon selectively ignores this communication stone. However, the information inside, this lady from Talon will naturally check it. As always, this lady from Talon is ready to choose the read, but not reply method to show that she is working hard. However, when the lady from Talon saw the contents of the message stone clearly, "His! Enterer!" Amur took a breath and jumped up from his chair. His eyes wide open and his mouth open wide. "Asshole! What are you doing?" The sudden exclamation made Freeman, who was calculating the available income of Rat Tail Alley, tremble his hand and draw an ugly diagonal line on the parchment. Suddenly, Freeman glared at Amur. You know, this available income was calculated by him in the shortest time possible, and he prepared it to honor his father. Now he had to rewrite it. Although it had been calculated, it wouldn't be too much trouble to rewrite it. But the innocent rework still made the new blood feel unhappy, especially when he thought about how he worked hard. And this woman was slacking off here. The dissatisfaction began to intensify rapidly. Is that guy an enterer? That medium is actually an enterer? Sir Kratos is indeed different, but I didn't expect him to be an enterer. Amur noticed Freeman's dissatisfaction, but the lady at the moment didn't care about it at all, just kept muttering in her mouth. Moreover, every time she muttered, she became more respectful to Arthur's title. Are you stupid? Freeman looked at Amur, as if he was a fool. The lady from Talon shook her head. No! You don't understand the meaning of Lord Kratos being an entrant. Before, didn't you ask me what the Arcanal level was? Yes, but you think I don't need to know. Freeman leaned back in his chair, hugged his shoulders, and sneered at Amur's stinginess. Some things, if you don't know, you won't have any worries. The strong people of the Arcanal level are those who have talents and choose a secret art with great potential. Cultivate it to a very high level. Reach the point of influencing the celestial phenomena in a small range. The general term for this. The average person does not have such a talent at all. Even if they have such a talent, they don't have such a secret art. When a person reaches the Arcanal level, in the Silver Age, he can automatically obtain the status of a noble. Unlike those awarded knights and nobles, this status can be inherited, because the nobles recognize such bloodline. Simply put, the descendants of Arcana-level strongmen, as long as they are gifted, will be born with a unique power. The nobles call it bloodline power. And many of the nobles we know now are the descendants of those Arcana-level strongmen. Amr said slowly. Then, is it the Enter? Freeman asked. This new blood is very concerned about strength. Of course not. After the Arcana is the Great Arcana. A strong person who has cultivated his spirit and physique to the extreme and twisted the void with consciousness. Seeing Freeman frowning in confusion, the lady from Talon immediately continued to add, if you see someone attacking in the future, a shadow appeared on his back that was a strong man of the Great Arcana level. The more real the shadow is, the stronger the opponent is. As for the Enter, do you know the steps to God? Freeman shook his head honestly. His eyes glowed with a blazing light. The newly born bloodline seemed to feel the power beckoning to him. The steps to God is the level division left in the world after the Ragnarok, when those ancient species were still active in the Golden Age. Steps to Godhood, 10th step to Godhood. When any living being steps onto the 10th step, it will become a god. And Enterers are the strong ones, who are close to the steps to Godhood. Amr told what he knew. If you can become a god, then Enterers are not the reserve of gods? Sir Kratos is so strong? Freeman changed the address naturally. Then, the new blood stared at Amr with his eyes. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. And Amr spread his hands. Don't look at me. Talon's most core secret arts are limited to the Arcana level. Great Arcana level requires further study at the 46 towers. Not to mention the 5 types of rituals of the entrance. Namely the Holy Sword, Holy Shield, Holy Grail, Scepter, and Holy Coin. I'm afraid that what the 46 towers have is incomplete. And only some great nobles can fully possess the inheritance. If you are not afraid of death, go ask the Earl about her family's inheritance. But even if there is, who has such a talent? The lady from Talon sighed softly. My father must have it. Maybe my father is the Enterer. The new blood descendant said with great determination. Looking at Freeman, Amr wanted to laugh from the bottom of her heart. She thought Freeman was too blind. She admitted that the blood descendant was very strong, but Enterer? Impossible. Just as the lady from Talon was about to ridicule the newborn blood, the communication stone flashed again. When she saw the message above, the lady from Talon's face suddenly changed. The next moment, she looked at Freeman with a strange look, and then she couldn't help but say, Freeman, do you need a mother? Chapter 255 The Shadow Behind. Freeman stared at Amr, whose tall and strong figure swelled with his breathing. The red in the eyes of this newborn blood was about to boil. Then, there was a series of curses mixed with slang from many places. Some of them even Amr himself had never heard of. But Amr could guess the general meaning, which was nothing more than taking the other party's mother as the center, tracing back 3 generations, and expanding the radius to the main reproductive organs of the sisters. Very easy to understand. But the lady from Talon did not fight back. At least, not on the surface. The lady handed the message stone to Freeman. The new blood immediately stopped frowning and carefully checked the information in it. Immediately, the new blood had a look of ecstasy on his face. He saw the transaction between his father and the medium. From the tone and expression of both parties, it was completely equal. What is equal to the Enterer? Of course, it is the Enterer. Sure enough, my father is an Enterer. Thinking in his heart, the new blood immediately began to rethink. The actuarial calculation just now was obviously not enough. It must be actuarially recalculated. Otherwise, it would not be in line with the identity of a father. Thinking in his heart, Freeman quickly returned to his desk. Amr also sat back in his seat. However, compared with Freeman, who worked hard again, Amr did not slack off like before, but started to think seriously. She was not joking just now. It's a bit difficult. There was obviously something fishy about the extermination of the Blood Clan. In addition, the Blood Clan also hid such an entry-level member. Obviously, the fishy thing here is too big for her to participate. I couldn't even listen to it. But such a big thigh, if I don't hug it. She was a little unwilling. Immediately, the lady from Talon began to struggle. Then, she suddenly thought of something. Suddenly, the lady from Talon's eyes lit up. In the dark road of the underworld, souls are like shadows. A carriage guarded by many ghosts, covered by gray mist, flew at a very fast speed. In the car, Melinda was holding a pipe. He exhaled heavily. The smoke spread out. Part of it was added to the gray mist. Part of it was integrated into many ghosts, Even if he was just borrowing the body of Wu Ni, Arthur could clearly feel the traces of death air contained in the smoke. What kind of secret technique is this? Using smoke to drive death air. It is a bit similar to the smoke mirror usurpation given to me as a deal before, but it is different. Was it changed later? Arthur, who had carefully read the secret technique smoke mirror usurpation, guessed silently in his heart. Melinda ignored Arthur's observation. If the secrets of the secret arts could be seen with the eyes, there would be no so-called nobles. The lady changed her posture and said softly, I didn't expect that the guy from the Cloak Society would react so quickly. He actually chose to directly disclose the information he had previously mastered. The lady's tone was full of regret. Obviously, when the lady discovered the mistake of the Cloak Society, she had an idea. But before she could act, the new news about the medium and blood descendant spread throughout the entire South Los at a speed far faster than the news that Arthur is an entry. This reaction was unexpected by Melinda. Compared to Melinda's pity, Arthur was paying attention to other things. I want to know now, how the news about me being an enterer spread. The reaction of the Cloak Society told Arthur that the other party was not a makeshift group or a mob, as he had thought before. It was an organization of considerable size. There will be unexpected accidents everywhere. So we should be more prepared. Melinda did not want to talk too much about the Cloak Society. It was not that she was not interested. It was that the ones below were common, but the ones above were not found. In such a situation, Melinda would not talk about it. Once she said it, Arthur, that bastard, would have to laugh at her. Therefore, the lady changed the subject and slapped her pocket. Arthur knew she was changing the subject, but looking at the pocket that was half a person's height, he was still in deep thought. The smoke brought the carriage to Arthur's camp at a speed far beyond imagination. Looking at the young medium sitting on the crossbar and shrugging at her, Lady Changya, who got off the carriage with her bag, began to put her hand into her pocket. Then he took out the contents and sprinkled them violently. Grains of coarse salt immediately fell around. But before the coarse salt hit the ground, it turned completely black. When it hit the ground, it was even more charred like soil. And it was completely indistinguishable that it was salt. TSK. If you were in the witch hunt era, your appearance would definitely be ironclad evidence that wizards are extremely evil. Looking at this scene, Miss Changya's mouth made a sound. The young medium curled his lips. So, are you exorcising evil spirits? No. With your level, simple blessed coarse salt cannot exorcise evil spirits. Some hunter families passed down from generation to generation may have ways to exorcise you. Do you know the legendary First Blade? I feel it will like evil spirits like you. And me? I just want to keep these death spirits from contaminating me. Most importantly, I don't want my luck to get worse. As Lady Changyi spoke, she sprinkled salt vigorously. The bag, which was half a person's height, quickly became shriveled. The entire camp was covered with a layer of coarse salt. Especially Simon. After being covered with coarse salt, his breathing, which had been getting weaker and weaker, actually began to slowly return to normal. When Lady Changyi raised her hand, the other party flew to the other side, and his originally gray face began to turn red. Look! What a terrible evil demon! Lady Changyi sighed. The young medium gave Lady Changyi a middle finger. Then, the remaining blessed coarse salt was poured all over his head. Swish! Unlike the coarse salt that turned into scorched earth when it fell on the ground, the coarse salt that fell on Arthur actually began to burn. Before it touched Arthur's body, when it was about a finger's distance away, the blessed coarse salt burned out of thin air. It was not a bright flame. It was a dark and unclear fire of death. With a unique sound, the fire of death rushed towards the Lady of the Long Night like the water of the Styx. Seeing this scene, Miss Changya's pupil shrank. The situation was much more serious than she expected. However, Miss Changya did not panic. Raising her hand, 2 sacks as tall as a person appeared beside her. They were all filled with coarse salt that had been blessed. This amount was astonishing. As soon as you see it, you will doubt whether this Lady Changya has robbed 3 hunter families for more than 30 years. That's what the young medium thought. Heh, I got this from a trade. The hunter family also needs to make a living, especially after getting married and having children. Those hunters who are married and have children are the best trading partners. As long as it does not violate their principles, they can always give up everything for their wives and children. And when there are multiple children, it's even better. Miss Changyi said this, and poured all the hundreds of kilograms of blessed coarse salt in 2 sacks on Arthur. Immediately, Arthur seemed to be buried in the snow. The wisp of death fire was still there, but it was slightly suppressed. After only a moment of suppression, the dark and unclear death fire suddenly surged. A shadow began to emerge behind Arthur. A dark and tattered cloak. A sharp scythe, with a silent wail, aimed at the Lady of the Long Night, raised the scythe high, and the next moment, the scythe chopped down heavily. Chapter 256. It works, but not completely. Woo! The whistling sound of the scythe, like the cry of the dead, filled with death. Death is ruthless. Death is swift. No one can escape the slash of death. Unless it's a dead person. Huh? Smoke is puffing. Ms. Longnight's whole body is covered with gray, her short golden hair, and her blue eyes have completely lost their luster at this moment, and her rosy cheeks are only grayish white. Death seemed to have visited this lady. The shadowy scythe paused slightly. After just a pause, it was about to strike again. But this pause was enough. A pair of gloves had been put on the hands of the young medium by the Lady of the Long Night. Instantly, the young medium's back was blown away by the wind. Silently, everything returned to normal. Looking at this scene, Melinda breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Arthur told her that keep pressing, after consumption, this backlash force may go out of control. Otherwise, she is likely to suffer a great loss. Well done! Arthur glanced at the 1.0 remaining breath of death after being consumed by the blessed coarse salt, and was full of praise for the lady in front of him. This is the benefit of a strong partner. Otherwise, even if he repeatedly reminded along the way, it would only be a drop in the bucket. It may even be counterproductive. Oh, are you talking about me? Are you still talking about this pair of gloves? Melinda asked, smoking a pipe. Arthur didn't even raise his head. He carefully examined the leather gloves on his hands, but kept saying, "Of course it's you." And in front of Arthur, the information about this pair of gloves has appeared. Name, Daniel's Hope, left. Type, protective gear. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1, guard, 2, shield, 3, exorcise, 4, heal. Note, the sacred age of the plague, Paladin Daniel set out to find a solution to the plague. One after another, his followers fell on the road. Even Daniel, a paladin, lost an arm. But he did find a solution to the Black Plague in the legendary ruins. Even though he lost an eye for it, when he brought the solution to the plague back to the church, he was slandered as an apostate who fled from the battlefield. What awaited this paladin was not honor, flowers, and applause, but when the flames of the stake burned, facing the numb, shouting, excited civilians, the paladin only hoped that the church could save these innocent people. He shouted to everyone, "Believe in the light." Guardian. When the wearer encounters negative mysticism, it automatically forms a will shield to resist negative mysticism. Shielding. Isolate the death aura around the wearer, or the bad luck brought by the death aura. Exorcise. Exorcise the toxins in the wearer's body, disease, 1x/day. Cure. Treat moderate injuries 1x/day. Note 1. Guardian cannot resist the negative secrets of the Arcanal level, but it can effectively weaken it. When the will shield is broken, it needs to be bathed in the sun for 3 days to complete the recharge. Note 2. The shielded death aura or the bad luck brought by the death aura will have a certain limit. If the limit is exceeded, it will be invalid. Note 3. Expel, after using the healing function. You need to bask in the sun for 1 day before you can recharge it again. Name, Daniel's Hope, right. Type, protective gear. Quality, hero. Attributes, 1, light, 2, charge, 3, resonance. Note, slightly supporting left and right is the key to moving forward. Light, raise your right hand to illuminate the surroundings. Charge, charge the left hand glove. Resonance, when 2 gloves are worn on the same person's hands, will strengthen the effects of guard. Shield, repel, cure, and brightness. Note 1. The light can be formed for 1 hour, about 60 watts of light, and is effective for supernatural darkness, shadows. Note 2. Charging can charge guard once, or repel. Cure, brightness 3 times respectively. When the charge is consumed, it needs to be bathed in sunlight for 3 days to recover. Note 3. When the 2 gloves are bathed in sunlight together, will shorten the time. I'm glad I have both hands intact. Arthur said this after taking a closer look at the gloves. As for the evaluation of Paladin Daniel and the church, the latter has already been concluded. Stinking shit. And the former? Arthur looked at the quality of the gloves, which clearly said, hero. The young medium asked himself that he could not give up himself for others, let alone die calmly. And, just a little change of perspective, putting himself in the situation of the paladin Daniel. Arthur's mind appeared the image of himself attacking with death energy non-stop, letting the death breath continuously clear, and starting to run wild and plunder the lives around. Massacre? No. 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 Just let everything return to death. He is not a broad-minded guy. So, he paid tribute to the paladin Daniel. If you can't do it, don't slander. After all, as a human being, you have to stick to something. Melinda ignored Arthur's bad joke and asked directly, "Are you still going to Emer Manor in the Gar Mountain area?" "Of course. As a man, you must have a beginning and an end," Arthur said with certainty. "Then I wish you a safe journey." Saying this, the lady slowly boarded the carriage, but just as the lady was about to close the door, Arthur asked Wu and I to follow. "You don't mind my crow giving you a ride, do you?" Arthur asked with a smile. After Melinda gave him a middle finger, the carriage was guarded by many ghosts and quickly disappeared from Arthur's sight. It was at this time that Arthur frowned slightly. "Are you hurt?" Although Melinda tried her best to hide it, Arthur still keenly noticed the difference. Obviously, Melinda was not as relaxed as she appeared just now. Arthur kept this in mind. Then, completely subconsciously, he looked at Breath of Death. Under the gaze of this young medium, the value of 1.0 suddenly jumped to 1.1. Fuck. Arthur suddenly cursed. Daniel's hope was not shattered, and the various effects it brought were still there. But these effects seemed to have only played a partial role. It seemed that Breath of Death was of a higher level. Daniel's hope. It is impossible to completely stop him from absorbing the death energy. However, the curse brought by the death energy has been weakened a lot, and it should be stronger than before. At least no one will die when he goes out. Right? Arthur thought to himself, and his eyes swept over the lively Pendragon, and then looked at Simon, who was unconscious, but not abnormal. Finally, the young medium couldn't help but sigh. People, you really have to rely on yourself. However, before he finished speaking, Arthur's mouth curled up involuntarily. Because his favorite scene is here. Chapter 257 6 Hands. The flames in the fire pit kept dancing, dispelling the cold and darkness of the early autumn night. The coarse salt on the ground, which looked like scorched earth, had been cleaned up by Arthur using the hand of nothingness. Simon, who was in a coma, was carried back to his original position, and Pendragon was held in Arthur's arms again. When all this was done, the young medium sat back on the crossbar, and looked at the words in front of him. Arthur. Kratos, the name once again entered the vision of the mysterious people of Nanlos. They were shocked by the entry. But more of them were questioning, disbelieving and doubting. But there was no doubt that they all remembered you. XP plus 200. When the name Arthur Kratos appeared together with Blood Descendant, more speculations emerged. Some cautious, mysterious people had already begun to think about whether to leave Nanlos, while some other reckless guys laughed. And some ambitious guys kept repeating your name, XP plus 100. The name Arthur Kratos began to be spread in all directions by the mysterious people of Nanlos, XP plus 50. More people heard your name, XP plus 20. Far more XP income than any other time. There is no doubt that, in this world with mystery, the mysterious people have far more weight than ordinary people. Letting 100 ordinary people know the name is not as good as letting one mysterious person know it, and there is another point. The speed of information spreading between mysterious people is faster. Even, it can also make ordinary people know his name faster. Ordinary people serving mysterious people? Arthur looked at the last one and guessed in his heart. Afterwards, more speculations appeared. First, naturally, it is good news. In a short period of time, he will quickly accumulate a wave of XP. Second, it is bad news. He will be noticed by more people. Especially some people who have bad intentions. Those who crave fame will pay more attention to him. If he doesn't handle it well, he will have to face the endless stream of challengers. This will make him exhausted. Even if he is not careful, he will be in trouble. After all, people's energy is limited. Even if he sleeps with his eyes open, he will be beheaded. Not to mention someone like him, who has at least 6 hours of sleepiness every day. But this is not the key. Nor is it the most difficult thing for him. The key point is, he has no way to solve it once and for all. Because he needs XP, needs a lot of XP. With this premise, to some extent, he is quite hoping that someone will come to make trouble. My greed, my laziness, make me always hover on the edge of death. Alas, it's not me who is wrong, it's the world. The young medium thought in his heart, raising his hand and throwing a few pieces of firewood into the fire pit. Snap, paw! The already dancing flames immediately rose higher. With a unique sound, the bright flames illuminated Arthur's young face. Underneath his calmness, his eyes were determined. Everywhere the flames reached, they all pointed upwards. But in the places where the flames could not reach, in the heart of the young medium, there were ghosts and goblins and cold murderous intent. That heart was like the roots of a big tree. It kept going down and went deep into the ground, absorbing all kinds of nutrients, just to let the young medium thrive. The young medium who knows all this has no resistance, nor any disgust, because he knows that the him who appears in the eyes of the world is him. The him who hides in the darkness and cannot be seen is also him. He does not need to feel ashamed of this. He does not need to feel guilty about this, because people are so contradictory. If someone blames him for this, insult him, threaten him, defame him, then that person is no longer a human. He has the responsibility and obligation to expel, purify those humans who are not human. After all, he is a young, honest, simple and kind medium. And to do this, you must have strength. So raise the level of Hand of Nothingness. Consume 100 XP, Hand of Nothingness LV4 LV5. Hand of Nothingness LV5. Your Hand of Nothingness has long broken through the cage. No one could have imagined that the Hand of Nothingness could reach this level. This was Hulk's little joke. Some people had accused this master, believing that he was maliciously making a fuss. Some people also gave him a lot of advice. The master said that he had heard such accusations, suggestions, and such accusations. The suggestions were also good, but he just didn't accept them. Moreover, he laughed and said that everything was fate, even if such fate was not real. But the power, speed, and range of your Hand of Nothingness have increased again, and they have become 6. Effect, based on spirituality. It consumes physical strength and uses the IRO to create 6 hands of nothingness to serve you. Note 1. The Hand of Nothingness will be the same as the palm of the Creator, with flexible fingers, and retains part of the wrist, 1/3 of the forearm, and is always visible to the Creator. Note 2. The Hand of Nothingness is invisible, but it can be touched, and will be hurt. When the damage limit is reached, the Hand of Nothingness disappears. When any of the 6 hands of nothingness disappears, you can replenish it individually. The physical strength consumed is only the physical strength represented by 1 Hand of Nothingness. Note 3. The current level of the Hand of Nothingness can pick up objects not exceeding 50 kilograms. The speed of movement is the speed of an adult running fast. The maximum distance from the maker is 20 meters. Note 4. After the Hand of Nothingness is created, the creator will continue to consume physical strength. When the Void Hand picks up an item, the physical strength consumption accelerates. When 6 Void Hands are present, the physical strength consumption doubles. Note 5. When the Void Hand is released, the Void Hand disappears, but the disappeared physical strength will not be returned. Note 6. At this stage, you do not need to recite the complete picture complex language EIRO to complete the creation of the Void Hand. You only need to recite it silently in your heart. Note 7. The current limit of this secret technique has been reached. Spirituality plus 0.3. The synchronization of body and knowledge has begun, which is stronger than before. A large area of coolness appeared directly on Arthur's heart, soaking the delicate palm. The thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger knuckles that had already appeared were now more vivid. Arthur could clearly see the fingerprints on the fingers, and the palm lines also began to appear, although it was expected. When another pair of hands of nothingness was really added, Arthur's joy was still difficult to contain. 1 more pair of hands of nothingness. What can 6 hands of nothingness do? Not only can they be used in battles, but they can also make daily life more convenient, which is multiplied. No one knows the convenience better than Arthur. Because of this, Arthur's first choice is Hands of Nothingness. And for physical considerations, he will choose Cat's Grace, orange to match it. Glancing at the remaining 392 XP points, Arthur carefully sensed the changes in his body due to the increase in spirituality. There is no big change. It is different from the harmony of Blood Ring of Balance. After completing the Cat Orange ritual, the upper limit of spirituality that can be contained in the body is greatly increased. The increase of spirituality is no longer as strong as before, but becomes gentle and silent. Strength brings all the changes. Arthur sighed in his heart, and his eyes swept over the blood ring of balance. That had helped him a lot. Although he was a little reluctant, but he knew that the blood ring of balance should be retired. However, Arthur was not in a hurry to take off the blood ring of balance. Nor did he immediately learn Cat's grace. Orange. His eyes scanned the notes and annotations of LV5 Hand of Nothingness. Everything is fate? This sounds like what old Charlie said when he was fooling people. And the current limit of this secret technique has been reached. Arthur touched his chin, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly had a guess in his heart. Chapter 258 The Master's Taunting. What kind of person is Hulk? Most people who know this master will definitely put prefixes such as great, genius, incredible, etc. on this master. A small number of people will even insist that this master is the god of magic potion, god of alchemy. In short, with the legendary deeds of this master, as time goes by, his status will continue to rise. But Arthur is different from others. After reading 3 pages of the other party's diary, Arthur discovered another side of this master. He liked to play. Even play pranks. After all, someone who could create stone shot. For shooting marbles and sliding. For skating must be extremely playful. Similarly, the adaptation of Hand of Nothingness was probably made by this master to get rid of the tedious work in the library and have more time to play, so that he could have a few more hands. Then, in order to make the whole thing more interesting, a lot of key information was hidden, allowing people to guess. If he guessed it, the master would be happy and think it was an interesting game. If he couldn't guess it, the master would be even happier and think he was the winner of the game. In short, would such a master keep a hand in the Hand of Nothingness? That seemed to have reached its limit. As the key to a breakthrough? Yes. It is very likely, Arthur thought to himself, and took out the master's diary, the page that recorded the Hand of Nothingness. He looked carefully. There was no clue. Then, he asked the Hand of Nothingness to touch it. There was no reaction. Then, he asked 6 Hands of Nothingness to pick up the diary page together. Immediately, the diary page reacted. The picture and language on the paper came alive at this moment, and they quickly rearranged themselves. Finally, a map appeared in front of Arthur. It was a strange map, and it was not the terrain Arthur was familiar with. And on the map, there was only one place name: Rainbow Island. Looking at this place name, Arthur frowned slightly. He had never heard of this island, at least not near South Los. Is it near Fort Sidian? Or maybe it's not in South County at all, but in North County? Or even, is this a place name from the Empire period? Arthur guessed. A hint of helplessness appeared in his eyes. If it was just Sidian Castle, it would be fine. It would be fine if it was far away in Beijing. But if Rainbow Island was the name during the Empire, then he would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this place. As for following the map, it is even more impossible. Several wars in the late Empire had already changed the terrain. There are even rumors that there was originally a wide land between the east and west coasts. As a result, because of those several wars, it sank directly. However, most historians think this is nonsense. Because, in the remaining records of the Empire, this land has never been mentioned. Arthur is not interested in this. He just hopes to know where the Rainbow Island is more easily. And this page of the diary recording Hand of Nothingness has such a change, then stone bullet technique, sliding technique, are there? If it is placed on an ordinary person, Arthur is quite confident. After all, such a useful method cannot be used only once. But for this master, Arthur is not sure. He has no way of confirming whether this is another prank of this master. Imagine, after all the hard work and probing stone bullet technique and sliding technique to the limit, but nothing happens, this master will definitely laugh. After all, improving stone bullet technique and sliding technique is not easy. Stone bullet, starting from LV2, it requires 100 XP, and slide, starting from LV1, LV2, it requires 500 XP. This is the level of the 2 secrets, LV1, LV2. If you want to upgrade, the XP consumed is enough to give Arthur a headache, not to mention the energy and time consumed by ordinary people. I'm afraid it will really take a lifetime. This old ding. When he thought of that situation, Arthur couldn't help but give the master a respectful title. Then, the young medium shook his head, put aside the matter of Rainbow Island, and followed the established plan to learn silent continuous stomping and Cat's grace. Orange. The former requires 100 XP. and the latter requires 30 XP. As for Extreme Illusion True Shadow Technique Remnant, it was slightly put behind and placed at the front of the second echelon. There was no other reason. First, XP was not enough. Second, Arthur needed Silent Continuous Stomping and Cat's Grace Orange to consolidate his identity as a cat faction. Silent Continuous Step LV1, once one of the core secrets of the Cat Cave. It is the favorite of all Cat Cave members. And it is also a secret that must be learned. It can not only improve the learner's physique, but also greatly improve the learner's coordination. However, it must be based on the Cat Cave ritual. Otherwise irreversible changes will occur. Effect 1. Silent LV1. 2. Continuous Step LV1. Silent LV1. When moving slowly and carefully, it can be truly silent. Continuous Step LV1. When running, when leaping, any protruding object can become your support point for flipping and jumping. Physique plus 0.2. Cat's Grace Orange LV1. As the Cat Cave split into 4 factions, the original core secret technique Cat's Grace was also divided into 4, and each cat faction added its own understanding style, forming its current appearance, especially Cat's Grace. Orange was deeply influenced by the Golden Lion Cat Iolia, on the basis of the original. More attention is paid to physical fitness and recovery. In the eyes of orange cats, being able to eat and sleep is the source of all good things. In order to protect this beauty, they need to keep growing and growing, using their huge size and strong power to oppress their opponents. Effect 1. Orange Power. 2. Orange Sleep. Orange Power LV1. Fast digesting food. Converts energy into strengthening internal organs, bones, muscles, and strengthens their own physical fitness. Physical fitness plus 0.1. Orange Sleep LV1. When sleeping, you can enter a fast recuperation state, recovery state. Note 1. Orange Power. Orange Sleep will be enhanced by the ritual Cat Orange, and feed back to Cat Orange. Note 2. More food will make the recuperation and recovery speed faster. Arthur's eyes swept over Silent Continuous Stomping and Cat's Grace Orange, obviously compared to the ritual Cat Orange, which grows over time. Silent Continuous Stomping, Cat's Grace Orange, do not have this characteristic, especially the latter Cat's Grace Orange, is more like a castrated and incomplete Cat's Orange. However, Arthur is pleased that Cat's Grace Orange receives the bonus and feedback from Cat's Orange. After the Cat Cave was divided into 4 parts, the strength of the Cat School as secret arts clearly dropped by more than 1 level, but because of the same lineage, it can achieve the effect of feedback, which means that it can make the members of the Cat Cave quickly stronger. TSK, the split of the cat hole back then, was it to become stronger quickly, and then because each of them became too strong, there was no way back. Right? Arthur thought to himself, and glanced at the remaining 262 XP. And then he made a decision. The current level is not his limit. XP. Add more points. Increase it to the limit. Chapter 259 I chose my companion, meow. Continue to consume 180 XP. Cat's Grace Orange. Level up 2 levels. Cat's Grace Orange. Upgraded to LV3. In addition to being able to provide Cat's Orange more feedback, Orange Power provides Arthur with 0.5 physical strength, LV2 plus 0.2, LV3 plus 0.3, and Orange Sleep also provides the ability to fall asleep quickly. In short, if you want to sleep, just lie down and you can sleep. This is a blessing for insomniacs. At the same time, Arthur's spirit increased by 0.3 due to the accumulated XP consumption from learning silent steps. And Cat's Grace Orange, after taking a look at the attributes that had become physique, 2.6, and spirit, 1.0. Arthur looked at the secret arts he could master again. As for accumulating XP, it doesn't exist. Arthur knew very well that, for him at this stage, the best choice is to quickly convert all XP into strength. With his increasingly famous reputation, and the challengers who may appear at any time, he can't always rely on Breath of Death to overcome difficulties. Right? After all, such a big mysterious side is not all about the Dead Poets Society. There are other people and other forces. Once Breath of Death is used frequently, someone will always see through a little secret. It doesn't need too much, as long as the other party arranges for him to use the Death Aura. His strength will be limited by 90%. At that time, He has no choice but to choose death breath and run away. If he chooses death breath and runs away, it's okay to go out in the wilderness. But if he goes out in the city, he will definitely become the #1 enemy of the city owner. No one can tolerate the large-scale death of civilians in the territory, even if they don't look down on these civilians, but they also know the importance of these civilians. If all the civilians die, who will farm for them, graze them, and provide services? Therefore, most lords will choose to appease the civilians, let them work hard, and have more children. This is not for others. This is for themselves. Not to mention others, the Countess of Nanlos definitely knows this truth. Therefore, if he chooses death breath to run away in Nanlos, then he will be chased by thunder after thunder. Thinking about what he saw that day, even at this moment, Arthur still felt his scalp tingling. The power of thunder, the mighty power of heaven. Always frightening. Among all the secret arts recorded, Arthur was most interested in memory. But it lacked the brain of Slot's goldfish. The other secret art, Abdel's fire control, was the same, but it lacked the salami. After putting aside these two secret arts, Arthur looked at noise and wand combat. For the profession of psychic, noise is second only to hand of nothingness. In terms of convenience, and wand combat is an additional aid in battle. After a little thought, Arthur made a decision: noise level 3, although most people think it can only be used for pranks, or to drive away wild cats, wild dogs, etc. The Imperial Court Mage Chariko thinks it is not fun enough. So after discovering this secret technique, this court mage, who was rejected by his old friend Harrington's suggestion to play cards when I was bored, I started to perfect this secret technique. However, most people were not interested in the latter part. Effect, based on spirituality. It consumes a little physical strength. Reciting the 2 Fuyuhei silently can create a loud noise or 2 rustling sounds within a radius of 16 meters from the caster. Note 1. The loud noise is about 100 decibels. Note 2. The rustling sound can be the wind blowing through the window, the sound of leaves, the sound of footsteps, or the low crying of boys and girls, or maybe the crotch is cracked, the sound of farting. Arthur looked at the mark, and couldn't help but start stroking his chin. Although the Imperial Court Mage was really bored, the sounds of crotch cracking and farting were quite interesting to him. As long as they were used properly, they would have miraculous effects. Just think about it, when someone is charging at you with a sword, what would happen if his crotch suddenly cracked? Even if he was an Arcana-level warrior, he also had to look down at his crotch. At that time, it was his chance. Simply put, this secret technique is a magical skill for people who care about their reputation. As for the fart sound, it's even better. From now on, he is the king of balls and salons. Anyone who is not convinced should hold it in. As long as you open your mouth, it will be a fart. It's a pity that there is no diarrhea sound. And, has this master created a secret technique to make people have stomachache and diarrhea? Arthur thought with expectation, looking at Magic Wand Combat. Magic Wand Combat LV2. In the middle of the Silver Age, an alchemist Ms. Abel created this secret technique. The original purpose was just to make up for her lack of physical strength, to make it safer when going out to look for materials. But as time went by, she continued to improve this secret technique and finally reached the current level. Effect. Consume some physical strength in order to perform the secret technique. Give the cane magic power. It will become a magic wand with fighting ability within 1 minute. Note 1. The caster has only one magic wand. Note 2. When the magic wand in the hand is completely broken, you can choose a new magic wand. Note 3. The magic wand cannot leave the caster's radius of 6 meters. Note 4. The fighting ability of the magic wand at level 2 is equivalent to that of a skilled fighter. There is nothing abrupt, compared to the Master Hulk and the Court Mage Chariko. This Ms. Abel is as stable as ever. Steady, and steadily improving, making it impossible to find any mistakes. Arthur approved of this. Surprises are welcome. But that is definitely not the norm. Only steady improvement is the norm. It is also the most pleasant norm. Arthur glanced at the remaining 22 XP points, and ended this strength improvement. He glanced at the smoke mirror with regret. Although it only takes 20 XP to learn, his spiritual ability is not up to standard. It is obvious that this is a high-demand quick-start secret technique. I just don't know. Did Melinda create the power of the undead in the smoke herself? Or was it done with a corresponding secret technique? Recalling Melinda's appearance of spewing smoke to defend against enemies, hurrying on the road, and storing things, Arthur expressed some envy. Comprehensive. It was too comprehensive. It was a pity that such a secret technique was not something he could obtain. He could not come up with the corresponding bargaining chips. Or rather, he could not afford such a price. With the character of that woman, if he wanted to reach her level, unless he signed a contract with her to be her slave, it would be impossible. It was just like the other party wanted his six-handed hand of nothingness. Thinking in his heart, Arthur stood up from the crossbar, stretching his body in the morning sun. He whispered, "A beautiful day has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Simon woke up in a daze. "Advisor, why do I have a headache and feel weak all over?" The trainee police officer stood up shakily, shaking his head constantly. "It's normal to rest in the wild all night. Just eat something and warm yourself by the fire," Arthur said calmly. Of course, the trainee police officer would not doubt his own advisor. Pendragon looked at his master with a shocked cat face, seemingly not understanding why his master was so shameless. Arthur lowered his head, looking indifferently at the orange cat in his arms, who had experienced many twists and turns, and must have an extraordinary destiny. An idea just appeared in his heart. He said in a voice that only he and Pendragon could hear, "Pan, do you want to control your own destiny? Pan, do you want to have power? No longer being chased, no more being beaten, no more facing terrified people, no more having no power to resist when facing things, no more being spurned and laughed at for no reason by those who do nothing. Pan, are you willing to accompany me to continue my life until I die?" The young medium put Pendragon down from his arms and stretched out his right hand. The orange cat squatting there tilted his head and looked at the young medium's right hand. After a moment, the orange cat put his paw on it. The cat called softly, "Meow." Chapter 260. A voice outside Jireshan town. What a fat cat! The scheduled departure was delayed. Although the trainee police officer repeatedly said that he was fine, but the horse died. The horse pulling the police carriage was bitten on the leg by a poisonous snake. The poison made the horse lose its breath. Therefore, Simon had to walk to the town he passed by before to buy a new horse, and then return to this temporary camp on horseback. It was evening when he came back and forth. Traveling at night is not a wise choice, especially after checking that the horse that originally pulled the cart was bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Simon would not insist on setting off at night. This time it was the horse that was bitten to death by the poisonous snake. Who knows who will be bitten to death next time? So, Arthur, Simon and his party had to rest in this camp for another day before setting off again in the morning. The wild is really dangerous. There are so many poisonous snakes. When fetching water in the morning, the trainee police officer who vaguely saw the venomous snake slithering in the dense forest muttered softly. At the same time, he kept applying snake repellent on the carriage. This was given to him for free by the horse owner when he bought the horse in the town yesterday. "We have some snakes here, but snakes this venomous are rare. You are really unlucky." The trainee police officer can still recall the sigh of the horse owner when he said this. If he was not in a hurry, he really wanted to go back and pull the other party here. Let the other party open his eyes and see what the so-called rare in the other party's mouth is. Arthur clearly heard Simon's muttering and the sound of applying the potion. In response, the young medium nodded in approval. There are too many poisonous snakes in this dense forest. Originally, there should be only one group, but after only one day, there are more poisonous snakes, as if they were attracted by something. It should be those corpses that can be used as food, Arthur told himself in his heart. Apart from food, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. It couldn't be attracted by dark snake. Remnant. Right? This kind of thing had never happened in South Los before. As for breath of death, Arthur said it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Breath of death can absorb the power of death, but what does it have to do with venomous snakes? Can snakes represent death? The carriage moved forward slowly, but Arthur looked back as if he had realized something. Through the carriage window, the young medium clearly saw a large group of poisonous snakes swarming out of the dense forest, crawling on the temporary camp. Standing up, lowering his head, and looking at him faintly with cold eyes that were actually filled with attachment and awe, the young medium with the blood of dark snake, Remnant, could clearly read this emotion. Suddenly, the young medium covered his face. Then, he waved his hands vigorously. It seemed that he felt the embarrassment of the young medium, unhappy. The large group of venomous snakes left quickly, but in the process of leaving, they looked back at the carriage from time to time, looking reluctant to leave. Pendragon and Arthur were both standing in front of the window. The orange cat saw this scene clearly, and then looked at his master with contempt. Well, sometimes snakes can indeed represent death. Arthur spread his hands. looking helpless. It is obvious that with the success of the Cat Orange ritual, Pendragon, who already had an extraordinary destiny, became even smarter, which made Arthur decide to strengthen Pendragon. Although Pendragon had an extraordinary destiny, Arthur knew better that destiny was unpredictable. He didn't want Pendragon to be affected by the battle between him and some people and become a cold corpse. So, Griffin training method. Remains came in handy. It recorded that the potion for strengthening the body was not only useful for griffins, but also effective for other animals. It just needs to be diluted before taking. It is rumored that there is a griffin cavalry bred in a similar way in North County. It is precisely because of this rumor that Arthur initially wanted an excellent horse as a means of transportation. However, that was before. Now, Pendragon is still more important. A griffin potion, it is likely that Pendragon can ignore most conventional dangers. The rumored griffin cavalry can ignore crossbows, fire guns, very fast, very powerful, and very long-lasting. Only cannons can pose a threat. If it weren't for the sea, the griffin cavalry of the North County would have already galloped across the land of the South County. Of course, there is another reason: expensive. Pan, do you know how much a sunflower costs? 10 golden acorns can be exchanged for 1 moon grass. And 3 moon grasses can be exchanged for 1 sunflower. It is so rare. If it weren't for my partner, Melinda, I would have to take my chances even if I spent money, Arthur said softly, picking up Pendragon. The market price of a golden acorn is about 500 to 600 gold notes. A moon grass costs 5,000 to 6,000 gold notes. And a sunflower costs 15,000 to 18,000 gold notes. More importantly, this kind of secret technique, the ritual base, is rarely purchased directly. Most of the time, it needs to be bartered, or simply complete some dangerous commission. Just like Arthur. If he hadn't completed Melinda's commission, he would never have gotten this sunflower, moon grass, and that vampire Fong. So, facing such precious materials, even Arthur, who is now rich and powerful, has to use them carefully. Materials must not be wasted. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take to find another sunflower. After returning to Nanlos, I will buy a full set of magic potion refining equipment. Start with some harmless and common potions that are not kept secret. I don't ask for much success, but at least I need to be proficient. There is also the remains of Raven Alchemy, which also has some good things. Suitable for Pendragon. Well, I don't know if my money can afford it, Arthur muttered while holding Pendragon. But his eyelids were getting heavier, unable to resist the sleepiness. After telling Fukin to be alert, Arthur just leaned back in the chair and fell asleep. Pendragon felt his master's long breathing. She immediately adjusted to a more comfortable position and fell asleep in Arthur's arms. The journey was the same afterwards. Simon traveled during the day and hid at night. Simon drove during the day, and Arthur guarded at night. 2 days later, they arrived at the Jar Mountain area. The Jar Mountain area, which relies on the Jar Mountain, is already at the edge of the Southern Los territory. Therefore, there are 2 outposts on the Jar Mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, there is a 500-man military camp. This military camp is like a checkpoint, checking anyone who enters Nanlos territory from the foot of the mountain. The destination of Arthur and his party, of course, is not the military camp. It is the town of Jireshan behind the military camp. The carriage did not drive directly into Jireshan town. About 5 kilometers away from the town, the carriage stopped. Simon walked towards the town on foot, looking for Hunter and Nude, who had gone ahead. Arthur was waiting in the car. However, due to the long journey, Arthur did not sit in the carriage. He opened the door of the carriage and paced back and forth along this side of the carriage, relieving the fatigue of the journey. Pendragon squatted on the top of the carriage, yawning boredly. And at this time, "Hey, what a fat cat!"